Night falls, the sky darkens. In Konoha village of the Land of Fire, in a dense, deciduous forest, Liloaka is fiercely punching a tree trunk one blow after another. His fists are as hard as hammers, each strike leaving deep indentations on the trunk, as if the trunk is as hard as steel, each attack generating a strong recoil that numbs Liloaka's entire. But he seems oblivious to fatigue, mechanically swinging his fists as if to vent all the troubles. After half an hour of continuous punching, Liloaka finally stops. His body is utterly exhausted, barely able to stand, yet his eyes remain resolute. He gazes at the tree trunk, now battered beyond recognition, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This is the result of countless training sessions, the fruit of his sweat and blood. However, as he releases his tense nerves, the pain his body can no longer bear overwhelms him. His vision goes dark, and he completely faints. His body falls like a withered leaf, swaying in the wind, finally landing on the ground. Shinhao opens his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, filled with confusion. Suddenly, a vivid and unforgettable memory interweaves in his mind, weak yet unyielding. Although Shinhao cannot understand these unfamiliar memories, he patiently digests them. I actually transmigrated. Unbelievable, Shinhao thinks to himself. A moment ago he was seeking thrills in another world. In the blink of an eye he has come to this ninja world and become Liloaka, a genin of Konoha village. Before the transmigration, Shinhao was an extreme sports enthusiast from another world, and also he was deeply attracted by the dazzling ninjutsu and countless magical techniques. Never expecting to transmigrate to this world, he feels he must not waste this rare opportunity. After merging with Liloaka's memories, he is now both excited and afraid. Only by truly arriving in this world can he realize its cruelty. He, Liloaka, will bring light to this world, he silently vows. However, the main task now is to develop quietly and strengthen his power. But from the memories he knows that Liloaka's cultivation talent is extremely poor. Poor at chakra practice, no talent in ninjutsu, only a passable talent in taijutsu, making him extremely unbalanced. The previous Liloaka trained harder than others at the Ninja Academy, but always lagged far behind his peers. Fortunately, he was noticed by Meitikai and became a member of Team Guy. Under Guy's guidance this past year, his taijutsu improved rapidly. Because he practiced the Konoha forbidden technique, the 8 gates, without restraint, it led to his body being taken over by a soul from another world. Next, Liloaka feels troubled. In just over half a year, the Chunin exam will take place, a major test of his fate. If he cannot pass, not only will he fail to reach the peak of ninja, but even survival will be difficult. Just as Liloaka is thinking, a soft sound rings in his mind. Ding dong, system activating. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Prompt: congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the auxiliary cultivation system. Initial activation rewards have been issued, please check. I was wondering, how could a transmigrator not have a system? It came just in time, Liloaka mutters. With a thought, a prompt panel appears in his mind. System activation task completed. Host: Liloaka task for 1 continuous month, punch 1 times per day, completed. Reward: Yijinjing chakra version. How do I receive this? Liloaka immediately tries to click the reward column with his mind. Instantly, a torrent of cultivation memories floods into his mind. Time seems stretched, perhaps long, perhaps an instant, and his mind is filled with countless insights on Yijinjing, comparable to someone who has trained for decades. To his delight, Yijinjing is extremely compatible with taijutsu training. It can not only increase his taijutsu talent, but also strengthen his meridians. He knows that due to his poor talent, he could only open the 6th gate of the 8 gates in the later stages, playing a negligible role in the final battle. With the auxiliary system, he has the potential to rival Naruto, and will not become weak in the later stages when Uchiha Madara says, "I look forward to dancing with you." Liloaka shows a confident smile. But for now his strength is still too low, he needs to improve it quickly. Liloaka calms his mind and begins to circulate chakra according to the technique in his memory. Immediately he feels a cool stream flowing through his limbs and bones, and the previous fatigue gradually fades. Yijinjing, the supreme divine art in martial arts, can change one's talent, train the internal organs, and strengthen bones and muscles. A quarter of an hour later, he gently exhales a long breath, ending the training. He feels his energy has greatly increased, his breath is continuous, and his body is full of power. Yijinjing is truly miraculous. Originally, he couldn't practice ninjutsu due to his talent, but strangely the Yijinjing provided by the system can be cultivated normally. It's really powerful. This is Yijinjing. Previously, after each training session, his hands were covered in wounds. He could only seek medical ninjas to heal them, but since he had just become a ninja, his funds were insufficient, and he couldn't go to the hospital every time. Only when his body couldn't bear it anymore would he go for treatment. This caused his hands to have very obvious scars, forcing him to wrap them in bandages. Just after cultivating Yijinjing, he feels his body release a lot of dirt, and his skin becomes elastic. He then unwraps the bandages from his hands. How is this possible? Lee Loaka exclaims in surprise. He sees his hands are rosy and flawless with no trace of scars. The previous scars have miraculously disappeared. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Now I don't have to wrap myself like a mummy all day, which would affect my chances of finding a girlfriend. And I need to trim these eyebrows. Thick eyebrows and big eyes should be dignified and imposing, not laughed at. I should fix them properly. Then Lee Loaka starts to design his appearance. He doesn't want to be criticized for his looks. He arranges his ninja tools and quietly leaves the training ground. Lee Loaka is a war orphan with no other family. He lives in a simple room. Fortunately, this year's missions have added some furniture, otherwise it would be as bare as Naruto's home, eating instant noodles every day. A week later, the sun is just right. Lee Loaka wakes up on time. He looks at himself in the mirror and is very satisfied. Lee Loaka has trimmed his hair into a layered style, retaining sideburns, and his eyebrows are shaped into sharp sword-like brows, looking heroic and handsome. A perfect handsome young man. Previously, due to hard training and lack of sleep, his eye bags were drooping, making him look unenergetic. But after a period of adjustment, his sleep has improved greatly, and he is full of vigor. After breakfast, he arrives early at the meeting point training while waiting for his teammates. A gust of wind blows and Mediocre is already standing on a tree, saying to Lee, "Yoli, you're early." Lee Loaka immediately stops training. Then he sees Mediocre in a green vest smiling and giving him a thumbs up. "Master Guy," Lee replies. "This is youth. Lee, let's have a youthful competition." Mediocre says excitedly. "Yes, master." "Then let's start with 100 laps around the field doing handstands." After saying this, Mediocre takes the lead and starts training around the field. Lee Loaka refuses to fall behind and immediately follows Mediocre's pace. Mediocre glances at Lee Loaka following him, then increases his speed by double with a flick of his hands. Surprisingly, today's Lee Loaka shows extraordinary resilience and actually keeps up. When Mediocre leads him to complete 100 handstand laps, they find the time is half of the original. "Lee, you're fast today. Then let's have another youth duel." Mediocre laughs. After saying this, he puts his right hand forward and left hand back, signaling Lee Loaka to attack. Lee Loaka, infected by the atmosphere, is filled with fighting spirit. He says, "Master Guy, be careful." Then with a swift dash, he puts power into his waist and throws a punch. Guy feels the wind of the punch, and with a light slap of his right hand, he easily deflects Lee Loaka's attack. Bang, bang, bang. Lee Loaka is not discouraged. He throws a series of steel fists, but Guy blocks them all with one hand. Quickly adjusting his stance, he delivers a fast and fierce roundhouse kick toward Guy. Guy sidesteps and nimbly dodges the kick. Lee Loaka realizes that ordinary attacks are useless against Guy. "Master Guy, I'm going to get serious." Lee Loaka shouts. "Leaf Great Whirlwind." Lee Loaka performs a full circle spinning kick, creating a vortex of air around him, charging fiercely at Guy. Mediocare's eyes blaze. He instantly gathers chakra into his right leg and delivers a straight kick, breaking through Lee's attack. Boom. Lee Loaka is sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mediocre looks at where Lee Loaka fell. Seeing that Lee is only panting heavily and not injured, he puts aside his worry. He is very satisfied with Lee Loaka's performance today. His speed and power have greatly improved since the last mission. "Lee, you've improved very quickly." Mediocre laughs heartily, showing his white teeth. "Thank you, master, for your praise," Lee says as he stands up. "But don't be proud." "Yes, Master Guy." "Lee, what level have you reached with the 8 gates?" Mediocre asks seriously. "I've fully adapted to the 3rd gate, the gate of life," Lee Loaka says with a slight smile. Ever since receiving the chakra version of Yijinjing from the system, his body has nearly doubled in strength, changing day by day. Only then could he confidently open the 8 gates to the 3rd gate without harming his body. Soon 2 more figures in ninja attire appear. One is a boy with long brown hair and a serious expression, none other than Lee Loaka's teammate Rishyangmingzi. The other is a girl in a pink cheongsam top, wearing a bun and red pants, Lee Loaka's teammate Tiantian. "Good morning, Tiantian. You're still as beautiful today," Lee Loaka greets with a smile. He has no resistance to this girl dressed in Chinese style. Not at all. You and Master Guy are already training. You're really hardworking, Tian says shyly. Seeing Li Luoka looking so energetic today, her heart is pounding. Then she avoids Li Luoka's gaze and walks toward Meitikai. Ningxi, you're late today. I'm about to, Li Luoka says without any politeness. Little Li, you're still far from surpassing me. Ningxi says disdainfully. Then after this mission, let's have a formal spar, Li Luoka says confidently. Who's afraid of who? Ningxi snorts. This is youth. Youth is about daring to challenge. Meitikai says excitedly. Ningxi sees Meitikai and says calmly, Master Guy. Meitikai jumps and does a one-legged stand, then announces, alright, everyone's here. Let's depart now. This mission is crank. Finally we can leave the village again, Tian says happily. Yeah, as long as it's not a river cleaning or cat-catching mission, Li Luoka adds. Li Luoka agrees. Rishiang Ningxi nods and says, Everyone don't be careless on this mission. Mission location Hohai village on the border of Huaji country. Depart. Meitikai dashes out of the training ground like a wild horse breaking free. The mission location is 2 days away from Konoha village, so they must hurry. Li Luoka and the other two exchange glances and immediately follow. In the dense forest, 4 figures swiftly darted among the towering trees like meteors streaking across the night sky. After 2 hours of high-speed travel, Tintin was clearly struggling her pace, gradually slowing, falling behind the other 3. In truth, Might Guy had already noticed Tintin's slowing speed. Seeing her drenched in sweat, he couldn't help but worry for her. This mission outside the village, the forced march, was meant to temper their willpower. Although he was silently watching over Tintin, he had no intention of slowing down, knowing that only at the limit could one break through. As for Rock Lee, he remained relaxed and at ease, as if this high-intensity march was merely a light game. Neji, on the other hand, was slightly worse. His breathing was a bit uneven, but he could still continue. In the team, the most relaxed was undoubtedly Might Guy. After 2 consecutive hours of high-intensity travel, there wasn't even a trace of sweat on him. He seemed like a tireless machine, always maintaining peak efficiency. Let's rest ahead, Might Guy said after a moment's thought. The 4 of them slowly stopped and cleared a clean spot. Tintin set aside her ladle-like demeanor, sat on the ground looking exhausted and listless, as if the whole world had nothing to do with her. Everyone replenish your energy quickly. Neji, keep watch, Might Guy reminded. Yes, the 3 responded. Rock Lee opened his backpack, distributed the rice balls to everyone, and then began eating voraciously. After a short rest, they set off again, continuing forward. This time, they were more cautious, moving forward while keeping an eye on their surroundings. As a ninja, one must always maintain a high level of vigilance, or else they could easily be attacked by ninjas from other villages. As they moved away from Konoha, the forest became more complex, with the possibility of foreign ninjas lurking at any time. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, they finally arrived at Hohai village on the border of the Land of Fire, just before sunset. Along the way, green farmland stretched before their eyes. The village sat atop a small hill like a sparkling gem, adorning this barren land. Since the village was close to the sea, pirates often attacked. This time, they had been commissioned by the village chief to deal with the roving pirates. The village was not large, with only about 100 houses. After the pirate attack, burnt ruins could be seen everywhere, looking desolate and broken. The villagers were struggling to repair their houses, their faces full of sorrow. Some doors were draped with white cloth, and the air was filled with grief. Those pirates are too despicable. They not only robbed, but also destroyed the village. Rock Lee said angrily. With the war over, things have improved a lot. During the war years, destroyed villages were everywhere, much worse than this, Might Guy said with a frown. When the villagers saw the team of 4 from Konoha, they quickly notified the village chief, who came over. Excuse me, are you ninjas from Konoha? The village chief said excitedly, looking at their forehead protectors. Hi, nice to meet you. Might Guy bowed. The village was just attacked by pirates, so we cannot entertain you properly. Please follow me, the chief said politely after confirming their identity. Then the group followed the chief to an undamaged house. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please make do with this place, the chief said with shame. It's fine. Ninjas don't mind such things. Please tell us about the attack, Might Guy said calmly. There are about 50 to 60 pirates. They stole over 10,000 ryo, destroyed more than 30 houses, killed over a dozen villagers, and kidnapped 10 young women. I beg you, Ninja-sama, to bring the kidnapped children back, the chief said, weeping bitterly. These pirates are insane. Rock Lee was furious. Living in a peaceful country, he had never seen such misery, only occasionally on TV. Then Might Guy confirmed more details and information with the chief. In the evening after dinner, the chief assigned rooms to the four of them. The next day, as dawn broke, Rock Lee had already completed simple training and arrived at the meeting courtyard. Might Guy stood in front of the three and said loudly, according to the information, this pirate group just arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, so they probably haven't left yet. Your mission is to search for their traces and report back to me. Understood, Guy Sensei. The three answered immediately. Then they flashed to the village entrance. Yesterday, the chief said the pirates came from the northeast. We should search in that direction, Rock Lee said. We're in the wild now. We need to be careful. That pirate group is quite large and won't be easy to deal with, Tintin said worriedly. Although they had done crank missions before, Guy Sensei had always led them. This time, Might Guy wanted to train their independent mission capability, so he assigned the search task to them. Right, let me check if there are any hidden enemies nearby, Neji said, nodding. He quickly formed hand seals, and veins appeared on both sides of his eyes. Neji used his Byakugan to scan the surroundings. Nothing was hidden from his sight. No hidden enemies. There are signs of human damage and messy footprints in that direction. Let's go check it out, Neji said, then ran ahead. Rock Lee nodded at Tintin and then caught up with Neji. System mission released. Host Rock Lee. Mission objective: kill 20 pirates 020. Reward: Golden Bell Chakra version. The system finally issued a mission again. It seems that to trigger a mission, a reasonable plot is needed. But what is the Golden Bell? This is a ninja world. The style is a bit strange. The rewards are all martial arts techniques from the wuxia world. Rock Lee was speechless. But what is the Golden Bell? This is a ninja world. The style is a bit strange. The rewards are all martial arts techniques from the wuxia world. Rock Lee was speechless. Since the system had issued a mission, the pirates must be ahead. An hour later, the three of them, following the footprints, arrived at the seaside 30 kilometers from the village. We're almost at the sea, but we still haven't seen any pirates. Could the direction be wrong? Tintin said impatiently. Wait, Neji said softly. The next moment, he activated his Byakugan again, scanning the surroundings like a radar. The distant images were rapidly pulled close, and suddenly several figures appeared. Found them. Neji smiled, then whispered to Rock Lee and Tintin. Rock Lee, Tintin, stop. There are people on the coast. Upon hearing Neji's warning, Rock Lee stopped and hid himself well. According to the direction Neji pointed out, a few hundred meters away, two sturdy young men in unusual attire with katana at their waists were chatting casually on the shore, keeping watch. Further away, two large sailing ships were anchored with a huge black skull painted on the sails, clearly not a legitimate crew. Around the ships, 5 or 6 pirates were patrolling back and forth. There are only a dozen pirates. Should we go deal with them? Tintin said eagerly. No, we haven't seen the kidnapped girls yet, and the whereabouts of the other pirates are still unknown, Rock Lee reminded. This group of pirates probably has some out looting neighboring villages. If we attack these, the others might escape, Neji added. Tintin, go inform Guy Sensei. Rock Lee and I will keep watch here and search for the other pirates, Rock Lee said, stating his plan. Why me? Tintin replied reluctantly. It's dangerous here. You're the best choice to go back. Neji still needs to search other areas. I'm fast, and I wouldn't feel safe leaving you behind, Rock Lee said with concern. Though reluctant, Tintin didn't dare to delay and quickly retreated into the forest. Then Neji began searching the surroundings. Time flew by like a galloping horse, and the sun had passed overhead. Lilac hid behind the bushes, having chewed on more than 10 stalks of straw. A faint sound of footsteps approached quickly, and Lilac immediately became alert. After a while, a rough and slightly deep voice called out from the bushes. Lilac looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Might Guy and Tian Tian. They were searching for him and Neji's whereabouts. Lilac, who was well hidden, slowly brushed off the straw from his body and stepped out. Teacher Kai, Lilac said softly. Might Guy replied, somewhat surprised. Just moments ago, little Lee's disguise was extremely well concealed. It was not the use of any ninjutsu, but rather a blending into the environment that surprised him. He hadn't expected little Lee to have such a skill. Where's Neji? What's the situation now? Might Guy asked calmly after taking another glance. Neji hasn't returned yet. I think he tracked them to a faraway place and won't be back for a while. As for here, there are a total of 13 pirates scattered around, and there are 10 people held captive in the cabin. Lilac quickly relayed the current intelligence. Good. Once Neji finds out the location of the other group of pirates, we will act immediately. A cold light flashed in Might Guy's eyes as he said in a stern voice. As a ninja, he had no good feelings towards such groups of robbers, especially someone like Might Guy, who was a righteous ninja, utterly despised them. After a long wait, 2 hours passed before Neji finally returned. Upon seeing my guy, he immediately said, "Teacher Kai, I have investigated thoroughly. This group of pirates has another 50 members who went to rob another village, and they are holding 12 young girls captive. I rushed back before them. They will probably arrive in about half an hour. These pirates are truly inhumane." Tian gritted her teeth, expressing her dissatisfaction as a woman with the pirates' atrocious actions. Half an hour later, they indeed saw a group of pirates escorting more than a dozen women back to the ship. The pirates did not immediately choose to set sail, which sealed their fate. My guy then ordered, "Take advantage of the pirates' lowered guard after just returning. We will act immediately. First take out the 3 pirates on the shore, then you 3 will be responsible for the ambush on the right ship, and I will take care of the left one. Let's go." "Hi." Lilac quickly dashed through the woods, slowly sneaking up behind the pirate guard in the middle. After seeing that Tian and Neji had also reached their designated spots, one swift movement, and he quickly eliminated the pirate before him cleanly and efficiently. Ding. Killed one pirate. A notification sound echoed in his mind, adding a touch of game-like sensation. Despite it being his first time killing someone, Lilac felt no discomfort at all. It seemed he was quite suited for this profession, he thought silently. At this moment, Tian and Neji had also dealt with their opponents. Tian was using a kunai already stained with blood, her expression somewhat dazed, and her body trembled. Neji, on the other hand, appeared calm, evidently having been tempered by the trials of coming from a big family. "Tian, are you alright? If not, take a break. I and Neji can handle the rest." Lilac asked with concern. "I'm fine, I can do this. These vile pirates are unforgivable." Tian gritted her teeth, suppressing her unease. "Alright, next. Tian, you are responsible for protecting the hostages on the ship. Neji and I will attack from both ends of the ship," Lilac continued. The 3 of them advanced aboard the ship using the blind spots of the pirates' line of sight, based on their observations of the pirates' distribution. Lilac, relying on his agile skills, quickly dispatched 3 more pirates. Ding. Killed one. Ding. Killed one. The notification sounds were too distracting for Lilac. He couldn't take it anymore and immediately turned off the notification sound in the system settings. Bang. The sound of his body colliding with the ship's hull rang out, followed by the clashing of weapons. It seemed the other side had already attracted the attention of the pirates. They needed to speed up. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Lilac executed a wide-range attack, kicking the 5 gathered pirates away like straw before they even had time to react, clearly not surviving. Next, he set his sights on 2 pirates rushing over to this side. Lilac swiftly dodged the twin blades swung at him, his fists creating gusts of cold wind as they fiercely struck the pirates' abdomens. In the next moment, the 2 pirates like cannonballs broke through the ship's deck and fell into the cabin. When Lilac arrived at Neji's battlefield, he found Neji surrounded by several robbers. Heavenly Spin. Hyuga. Neji used the secret technique of the Hyuga clan to block the attacks coming from all directions, while Tian was struggling on the ship's deck, defending against 3 other pirates hiding behind her were dozens of abducted women. How absurd. Leaf Tornado. Lilac leaped into the air, executing a leaf tornado that struck down the 3 robbers surrounding Tian. Tian, are you alright? Lilac hurriedly asked. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted," Tian replied. Seeing that Tian was fine, Lilac immediately picked up a kunai and began to deliver finishing blows to the pirates lying on the ground busily. Lilac then checked the system and found that 1 pirate was still missing, his face filled with bitterness. Meanwhile, Neji was about to take down the last pirate with a palm strike. "Let me take down that pirate," Lilac said just as he rushed towards the last pirate. Then with a flying kick, he sent the pirate crashing against the ship's edge motionless. "That was close. I almost didn't complete the mission," Lilac thought to himself. "Come on, Lee, it's not that serious." Neji replied, speechless. "I cannot stand pirates who bully the weak. These people are inhumane and do not deserve to live in this world," Lilac said with righteous indignation, almost convincing himself. From start to finish, it had only been a brief quarter of an hour, and the 30 pirates had been easily dealt with by Lilac and the others. Compared to pirates, the well-trained ninjas were far superior to these warriors who had no understanding of chakra, both in speed and strength. To ordinary villagers, pirates were a scourge, but to ninjas, they were merely a meal. This crushing situation was an inevitable outcome. After today's battle, Lilac and his companions finally resembled true ninjas. The next moment, Might Guy appeared beside Lilac, smiling, as he said, "Lilac, Neji, Tian, you did well. Lilac, go notify the village chief to arrange for people to come and sort out the items stolen by the pirates. Neji and Tian, take the captives back. I will temporarily hold down the fort here." After Li Lok and the four returned to the village with the looted goods, night had already fallen. The villagers prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the safe return of the stolen goods and personnel by the Leaf Ninjas. After enjoying a delicious dinner, Might Guy said to the three, "Tomorrow, we officially start special training. I hope you can use this free time to intensify your training. After returning, you must prepare for this year's Chunin Exams. I hope you are mentally prepared." As night deepened, Li Lok finally had time to check the rewards given by the system. With a thought, the system information reappeared. Reward: Golden Bell Shield Chakra version. After receiving the reward, Li Lok immediately felt a wealth of cultivation insights flooding his mind, fully understanding how to use the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield has a total of 14 layers. In the early stages, its defense is somewhat weak, but it can be used in conjunction with the nunchaku, using secret techniques to temporarily achieve the power of the 7th layer or above of the Golden Bell Shield, as seen in Dragon Tiger Gate. Once the Golden Bell Shield reaches the 7th layer, it can essentially project the illusory image of the Golden Bell Shield outside, using its own chakra, achieving a state of absolute imperviousness. On another note, the power of the Golden Bell Shield is quite remarkable, essentially equivalent to absolute defense. This also compensates for his defensive shortcomings. He wondered if he could withstand Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu attack by the end of his training. Thinking of this, Li Lok immediately followed the cultivation method of the Golden Bell Shield and the night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Might Guy led Rock Lee and the other two to an open space. With a mysterious grin, he said, "Next, to commend Xiao Li's diligent training, I have prepared a reward for him. My exclusive secret formula." Rock Lee's expression showed a hint of unease. If it were the original Rock Lee, he might have been curious, but this Rock Lee was not so naive. Might Guy's secret formula. What if it was something bizarre and strange? "Teacher Kai, I want one too," Tintin pouted. This is inconvenient for girls to wear," Might Guy said. "But I also want to earn your recognition, Teacher Kai." Tintin said, her bright eyes fixed on Might Guy. "Do you really want it? Then take a look at what I'm giving Xiaoli first." Might Guy finished speaking and pulled a pair of leg weights from his ninja tool pouch. He said solemnly, "Xiaoli, this is the reward I've prepared for you. Your iron fist has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, you need to increase your load and intensify your training." Rock Lee took them naturally. He had been wondering why he wasn't wearing any weights. That turned out Might Guy was only now entrusting them to him. This was far better than any bizarre contraption. He hefted the weights, feeling each leg weight was quite heavy. Each of these leg weights weighs 100 kilograms. They were specially made to enhance taijutsu and adapt to the 8 inner gates. "If you want, I can provide them to you," Might Guy said with a smile. "So it's just weights. I think it'll pass." Tintin waved her hand in refusal. As a youthful beauty, she had no desire to become a muscle-bound brute. Neji Hyuga was also inwardly shocked, thinking only Rock Lee and Teacher Kai could enjoy such a thing. "With my slender build, I'd better not. Besides, I haven't fully mastered my clan's gentle fist yet. I don't need those." Rock Lee fastened the leg weights, then jumped a few times. He immediately felt a great deal of discomfort. Even walking became clumsy, as if invisible hands were constantly pulling at his legs. His usual extra training no longer felt as effortless, but that was exactly what Rock Lee wanted. To improve his strength, this was an indispensable process. The 3 members of the team collected themselves and prepared to begin the day's training. "Now, starting from here, you have 30 minutes to reach the pirate ship. No using chakra along the way. Go," Might Guy announced loudly. "Yes, Teacher Kai," the 3 replied. Starting the timer. "Go." Might Guy watched the 3 dash off like wild horses toward their destination, tears streaming down his face. "This is youth," he exclaimed emotionally. The villagers of Hohai village rose early. Some families had recovered most of their losses the previous day and were already busy at dawn. The villagers watched the 4 figures training with pleasure. Some expressions were filled with gratitude, others with admiration, and some with longing. As mentioned earlier, the pirate ship was 30 kilometers from Hohai village. Though not a great distance for ninjas, reaching it within 20 minutes was a significant challenge for the 3. To be honest, Rock Lee's stamina was far superior to Neji's and Tintin's. But after adding the weights, he soon found himself trailing behind the others. Running with weights was completely different from normal running. It consumed far more energy. Fortunately, after the recent transformation through the Yijinjing, his physical strength had greatly improved. Otherwise, he would have fallen behind Tintin and Neji after just a few kilometers. After 10 kilometers, roughly a third of the time had passed. Neji warned, "Tintin, Xiao Li, I'm going to speed up. Otherwise, I won't make it to the pirate ship in time." Tintin wiped her sweat and said, Neji, I can keep up. I'm worried about Xiaoli. She glanced back as she spoke. Rock Lee felt his legs growing heavier and his heart pounding violently. It felt like the 8 inner gates were about to open. Maybe this was why Teacher Kai had him wear such heavy weights. Suppressing his fatigue, Rock Lee gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. The 3 of them immediately picked up speed. Since only Rock Lee was wearing weights, the burden on him was the greatest. When they finally reached the vicinity of the pirate ship, all 3 were completely exhausted. Neji and Tintin could have arrived much earlier, but in the last kilometer, they had to drag Rock Lee along. Mike Guy checked his stopwatch and said cheerfully, pass. Seeing the 3 arrive together, he was overjoyed. What moved him even more was the spirit of teamwork in the final kilometer, with Tintin and Neji helping Rock Lee complete the task. This was exactly the team he had envisioned. After a short rest, the 3 began helping each other loosen their stiff leg muscles, a method Rock Lee had long since implemented within the team. After warming up their leg muscles, Rock Lee began practicing according to the Golden Bell cover and Yijinjing techniques. Watching him strike strange poses, Mike Guy, Tintin, and Neji were filled with curiosity. Mike Guy asked, Lee, what are you doing with those postures? Rock Lee replied casually, Teacher Kai, I've developed a set of post-exercise limb movements that help relieve soreness after training. You should try them. After Rock Lee explained the movements, Mike Guy followed his guidance, performing some awkward poses. Then he circulated chakra through the designated meridians, feeling a tingling numbness. It felt like tadpoles swimming through his meridians. After a few cycles, the muscle fatigue was indeed alleviated, and he noticed his meridians seemed to have widened slightly. For a taijutsu expert like Mike Guy, who had fine control over his body and meridians, the change was barely perceptible to ordinary people. Moreover, his meridian strength had not improved for years. Yet after just a few cycles of chakra circulation, his meridians were once again stimulated. If this effect persisted daily, within a few years, using the 8 inner gates formation would no longer be a death sentence. Lee, you're amazing. This technique is brilliant. Mike Guy exclaimed, hugging Rock Lee excitedly. Rock Lee was puzzled. He had only explained some of the muscle tempering and meridian forging techniques from the Golden Bell cover. He hadn't expected to get Mike Guy so worked up. Soon Mike Guy shared his discovery with Rock Lee. After hearing his teacher's experience, Rock Lee understood. The Golden Bell cover as a top-tier body tempering art was indeed superior in strengthening the physique. In this ninja world, offensive taijutsu like the 8 inner gates was prominent, but body tempering techniques were sorely lacking. As a result, ninjas had short lifespans, and some powerful techniques backfired, harming the user's body first. Teacher has an impertinent request. I hope you can agree, Mike Guy said solemnly. Teacher Kai, no need for that. Please go ahead, Rock Lee replied awkwardly. Teacher hopes you can teach that secret art to Neji and Tintin, Mike Guy continued. Teacher Kai, I've been practicing in front of everyone without any intention of hiding it. I also hope Tintin and Neji can make greater progress. They've always been kind to me, Rock Lee said sincerely. Hearing Rock Lee's answer, Mike Guy called Neji and Tintin, who were resting nearby, and explained the function of the secret art. If they could cultivate this technique, they would have a chance to use the 8 inner gates. For Neji, who had always sought to break free from fate, this was a new ray of hope. After understanding the situation, Neji decisively joined the training. However, Tintin was reluctant to engage in such embarrassing training methods. Because to reach the higher levels of this art, one even needed to spar frequently to increase body strength. After morning training, Mike Guy arranged taijutsu training for the 3 members of Team Guy based on their individual conditions. Each of the 3 had a different focus in taijutsu. Lee Luoka concentrated on speed and power training, as the hallmark of the 8 gates technique was swiftness and strength. Swiftness meant that when the 8 gates were activated, the body would operate at an overload, greatly increasing speed. Thus, training to adapt to high-speed movement was essential to maintain perfect control while using the 8 gates. Otherwise, no matter how fast one was, it would be futile if they could not land a hit. Strength meant that when the 8 gates were opened, the bodhis restraints were released, doubling power. Learning to control this burst of force and deliver precise strikes was also crucial. Taianshin's targeted training focused on evasion and shuriken jutsu. Ningx's training centered on the Hyuga clan's secret techniques, enhancing their defensive and offensive capabilities. This additional training was meant to compensate for their shortcomings in taijutsu, refine their techniques, and improve overall combat strength. By the pirate ship, Lee Luoka and the others were engrossed in their grueling practice. During brief breaks, Lee Luoka would occasionally check on Tian and Ningx's progress. When he saw Tianshan's training method, he was utterly dismayed. Tian was releasing a large number of weapons from a ceiling scroll attacking targets indiscriminately. After observing for a while, Liloaka could no longer hold back and decided to give her some guidance. It was understandable. Compared to the hidden weapon techniques of the martial world, the Shuriken Jutsu in the ninja world was far inferior. Tianshan's method of attack might work against minor foes, but against enemies of equal or greater strength, it would be ineffective. Liloaka thought to himself it was time to improve Tianshan's shuriken skills. Tian using shuriken like that won't work. Liloaka shook his head and said to Tian, "What do you have in mind?" Tian asked, not at all annoyed. "When you summon weapons from a scroll, the enemy will be prepared for your attack. By then, launching an assault has already lost the advantage of surprise unless you can control the angle and trajectory of the shuriken as freely as the Uchiha clan. Even with the Sharingan's help, the Uchiha can only precisely calculate a few shuriken and kunai, and the number they can control is limited." Liloaka said calmly. "You're right. That's why I developed a shuriken technique that relies on quantity, variety, and wide coverage. The only downside is the lack of power. But once I improve my control and can manipulate more weapons forming a long dragon of blades, the power will increase. The thought excites me," Tian said proudly. Liloaka was speechless, amazed at her train of thought. He patiently explained, "That method can indeed improve your strength, but I have a way to master it quickly." "What method? Tell me quickly." Tian suddenly became interested and urged him. "This shuriken technique has a beautiful name, just like yours. Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers." "How about that?" Liloaka said with a chuckle. "What? Forget it then." Tian rolled her eyes at him, but secretly felt delighted. "All right, no jokes. A great ninja once said the essence of ninjutsu is deception. You must deceive your opponent no matter what technique you use. Catch them off guard and strike when they least expect it." Liloaka continued. "Which great ninja said that?" Tian asked. "Never mind, my technique is called Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers because of the flowers. By scattering a large number of petals, you conceal flower-shaped weapons among them, blocking the enemy's vision while you manipulate your weapons. Small tools like senbon, or even smaller ones, can be hidden among the falling petals to attack. If there are no flowers, leaves or paper of various colors work too. The key is to confuse the enemy. This method just wastes some time gathering flowers. As for why it's called Heavenly Maiden, you know that." Liloaka laughed. "Wasting some time on gathering is nothing. Tools are easy for me. As long as it," Tian said boldly. "Rich woman," Liloaka muttered under his breath. "What?" Tian stared at him wide-eyed. Huh, nothing." Liloaka quickly apologized. "Women were truly unpredictable. They could turn on you in an instant. I mean, you can also carry some small weapons on your person, eliminating the need for summoning and achieving a surprise effect. There was once a master of hidden weapons who could dominate the world with just a flying knife." Liloaka said seriously. "That master is so amazing." Tianshan's eyes sparkled. "The key is to grasp the timing of the throw combined with feints, the real and the false. Make it so the enemy can't predict when you'll release your hidden weapons, or use sleight of hand to deceive them. This requires practice and experience. Also, there's a weapon called a sleeve arrow, small and compact, perfect for close-range surprise attacks that are hard to defend against." Liloaka added quickly. "Sleeve arrow? I don't remember such a weapon." Tian asked doubtfully. "That's fine, we'll draw a blueprint for you when we get back. Also help me make a pair of nunchucks." Liloaka said casually. "Remember to do that when we get back, or it'll make trouble for you. I'm going to gather some flowers first. Don't run off. Later help me test the power of Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers." Tian said with her hands on her hips. "I'm doomed." Liloaka thought, "I'm just a punching bag. Now I've gotten myself into this." A new day began, and Liloaka started another special training session with Might Guy. "Today you will undergo a different kind of training," Might Guy said seriously, then bit his finger and quickly formed 5 hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Bam! A giant sea turtle appeared from the smoke. "Guy, why are you disturbing my rest?" the giant turtle said lazily. "Sorry, Mr. Bodai, I need your help training my student today," Might Guy said ingratiatingly. The giant turtle looked at Liloaka and said reluctantly, "I'm busy. Busy sleeping or sunbathing." Might Guy thought. "Just one day of your time, please." Might Guy bowed. "Guy Sensei, you don't have to." Liloaka tried to dissuade him. Liloaka shut up. Might Guy cut him off sternly. "All right, since you insist, I'll reluctantly teach this kid," the giant turtle conceded. "You must treat Mr. Bodai with the same respect you show a teacher. If I find you disrespecting him, you'll receive my fists of love. Might Guy smiled and shook his fist. I promise you'll respect Mr. Bodai. Lee Luwaka quickly replied. Mr. Bodai, let's begin. Might Guy continued. The giant turtle paused for a moment, then spat out a scroll. Might Guy took it slowly, untied it, and spread it on the ground. This is the summoning contract of the Turtle Clan. Lee Luwaka, press your handprint here and sign your name. This blood summoning contract will be complete. Might Guy said solemnly. The contract was filled with names, the last being Might Guy's. Lee Luwaka did not hesitate. He bit his finger, pressed his left handprint, and signed his name. Lee Luwaka, from now on you can summon the Turtle Clan with your left hand. Might Guy said happily. Understanding his kindness, Lee Luwaka bowed respectfully. Thank you, Guy Sensei. After teaching Lee Luwaka the secrets of the summoning technique, Might Guy rolled up the contract and returned it to the giant turtle. Remember to review the special moves I taught you. Might Guy added. Yes, Guy Sensei. Lee Luwaka responded. Well then, Mr. Bodai Lee Luwaka, you'll be going. Might Guy said, then vanished with a body flicker technique. Kid, open the 8 gates. The giant turtle Bodai said arrogantly. All right. Second gate, gate of rest, open. Lee Luwaka called out softly. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly projectiles whizzed toward him. Bodai's attack method was hidden weapons. This giant turtle was crafty. It attacked before announcing the start. Lee Luwaka dodged quickly, but the projectiles were faster than his speed with the gate of rest open. Soon a sharp pain hit him. Lee Luwaka looked at the wound. A small kite was stuck in him. It's a kite. This kite-shaped weapon was fast, erratic, and hard to defend against. Kid, your speed is too slow. You're far behind, Guy. The giant turtle Bodai taunted. Again. Third gate, gate of life, open. Lee Luwaka's speed increased significantly. That's more like it. The giant turtle Bodai nodded. Lee Luwaka was bombarded by Bodai's small kites for over an hour before the first phase of training ended. He never understood where the turtle produced those kites. After a brief rest, Kid, your speed with the 8 gates is barely passing. There's still much room for improvement. Next, let's test your strength. Bodai scolded. How do I test it? Lee Luwaka asked, puzzled. Use the lotus on me. Bodai said matter-of-factly. What? Kid, don't worry. Your strength can't hurt me. Bodai said proudly, seeing Lee Luwaka. Lee Luwaka looked at the giant turtle, which weighed 400 or 500 jin, and was reluctant. First, it would be hard to kick it into the air, then bind it, while spinning, making his head spin. But this was training, accomplishing the impossible. Lee Luwaka had no choice but to steel himself and attack Bodai. Third gate, gate of life, open. A surge of vapor burst from Lee Luwaka's body as his power skyrocketed. He kicked Bodai with lightning speed, launching the turtle 3 or 4 meters into the air. Kid, not enough power. Another kick. Your moves are too slow. Terrible. Again. Lee Luwaka began another hellish training session. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 4 members of Team Guy shuttled between Hohai Village and the pirate ship, training and checking for any remaining pirates. After half a month of training, all 3 had changed noticeably. Each was more confident and spirited, as they could clearly feel their progress. Hyuga Ningxi, with Might Guy's help, had developed his own gentle fist technique, the 8 Trigrams palms revolving heaven, based on the 64 palms. By releasing a large amount of chakra from his tenketsu and spinning like a top, he could deflect both physical and ninjutsu attacks, compensating for the 1% blind spot of the Byakugan and branch families. Every time Lee Luwaka saw Ningxi use revolving heaven, he couldn't help but think of his own moves. Leaf, Great Whirlwind, and Front Lotus. Why were all the Leaf Village taijutsu techniques about spinning? Did they not get dizzy? He had worked hard to overcome dizziness. To avoid getting dizzy, he had put in a lot of effort. Tianshan's changes were also immense. To increase the power of her hidden weapons, she had developed several new techniques, including the weapon summoning technique and twin rising dragons. Notably, the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers technique was perfected after tormenting Lee Luwaka, and it earned Might Guy's praise. When used, it looked like a hell viewing technique to the enemy. The enemy would be hit without realizing it. Unless they used a large area ninjutsu to destroy the flowers, it would only waste the flowers and pose no harm to the user. If Tianshan's movement could be more erratic, it would be perfect. That was one of its flaws. Lee Luwaka had also completed his transformation. Now, even with weights on, his speed was far ahead of Ningxis. He could open the 4th gate, the gate of injury, without damaging his meridians, and could push to the 5th gate, the gate of limit, in extreme circumstances. Notably, the meridians of the 1st gate and 2nd gate were fully opened thanks to the powerful effect of the chakra version of the Yijinjing. This meant using the first and second gates caused no harm to his body. As for the Golden Bell shield, he had reached the third level. He estimated that its defensive strength could withstand Genin-level attacks without injury. Destined enemy, come and receive my beating. Hee. In the Fire Country Huaji country at Hohai village, the temporary residence of Liloaka. On this day, Liloaka and his teammates completed a day of training. After dinner, Meitikai officially informed Liloaka, Ningxi, and Tiantian that the special training was over and they would return to Mai tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, the three were overjoyed and ecstatic. It had been over half a month since they left my village, and a sense of homesickness arose spontaneously. During this period of selfless cultivation, although they lived a fulfilling life, my village was still their home. That night, Liloaka was not in a hurry to sleep, as practicing the Yijinjing was indispensable. It had been over a month since he obtained the Yijinjing, and he had persisted every day. It should be known that chakra is composed of the spiritual energy and physical energy within a ninja's body. After this period of tempering, Li Luke's body and spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. If measured in terms of chakra, it had increased by nearly double, and his strength had definitely reached the level of an elite Chunin. The night passed silently. The next day, Meitikai, along with his three disciples Liloaka, Ningxi, and Tiantian, left the long-occupied Hohai village and embarked on the journey back to Mai. The villagers also prepared abundant food for them to eat on the road. Teacher Kai, do you have any weights? I need armed guards that add 50 kilograms on each side, Liloaka inquired. Li, this is youth, shouted Meitikai loudly. Then he took out a pair of armed guards from his ninja tool pouch and handed them to Liloaka. Don't ask why Meitikai had so many armed guards and leg weights. If you ask, the answer is that Meitikai carried even more weights himself. Li Luke's idea once again shattered Tiantian and Ningxi's worldview. Beast! Tiantian and Ningxi couldn't help thinking. After a bout of noisy commotion, the team officially set off. On the way back to Mai, Meitikai sprinted as usual. For him, there was never such a thing as leisure. There was only training or being on the road to training. Having undergone special training, the physical fitness of Liloaka and his two teammates had all improved to a new level. Meitikai's speed of travel was double that of when they came. Thus they returned to Mai in just one day. As soon as they arrived, Tiantian said eagerly, Shaoli, we're already in Mai. When will you give me the blueprints for the throwing knives and the sleeve arrow? A few days earlier, with the consideration of enhancing the team's strength, Liloaka had told her about the sleeve arrow, a weapon from his memory. After hearing about this unique hidden weapon, Tiantian was ecstatic and had been eager to see this kind of concealed weapon that hides an arrow in the sleeve with tremendous power and being hard to defend against. Anytime, since we're already home, Liloaka said indifferently. Then how about now? They'll take you to my family's ninja tool shop, and you can also talk to the tool-making master. Tiantian hastily said. Then Teacher Kai, Ningxi, he'll leave the task handover to you. See you. Liloaka then ran off with Tiantian. Hey, just running off like that? Ningxi frowned, looking bewildered. Yo, is this running figure youth? Meitikai laughed heartily. Soon after, Tiantian brought Liloaka to a shop called Ninja Tool House, with two lucky cats on the roof. Upon entering the door, they saw a space of about 100 square meters with shelves on both sides filled with all kinds of ninja tools. There were actually not many people choosing. Although ninjas consumed tools quickly, they didn't replenish them every time they went on a mission. Moreover, some clans ordered in bulk, and the store mainly served civilian ninjas. Young miss, what brings you here? A middle-aged man at the counter said with a smile upon seeing Tiantian. Just came to look around. Please call Master Matsushima over. Tiantian instructed. Soon a burly middle-aged man with a vest and a full beard came out. With a smile full of affection, he said to Tiantian, Oh, Tiantian is back. What strange and unusual tool have you thought of this time that you want me to make? Uncle Matsushima, you guessed wrong this time. This time my teammate designed it, Tiantian said playfully. Liloaka was momentarily enchanted by Tiantian's playful expression. Hey kid, what are you staring at? Matsushima said, looking displeased at Li Luke's dazed expression. Instantly, Tiantian's face also flushed with a hint of red. Liloaka realized his indiscretion and said shyly, Sorry, Master Matsushima, I wasn't paying attention to what you just said. Shall Li quickly show Master Matsushima the drawings you made? Tiantian said. Immediately, Liloaka took out the prepared drawings and spread them on the table. Matsushima thought Liloaka would be like Tiantian, casually scribbling with only rough outlines. However, upon seeing the blueprint of the sleeve arrow, he was immediately captivated. The drawing had clear lines, a clear overall structure, and detailed descriptions of the dimensions and shapes of each component. Each part was drawn from 3 perspectives, and Matsushima was full of admiration. The design of this sleeve arrow is truly ingenious with exquisite craftsmanship, truly admirable. Matsushima exclaimed. As a master of ninja tools, crafting exquisite tools was his lifelong pursuit. The thought excited him, and he felt an urge to start working immediately. Master Matsushima, are there any problems with making these 2 weapons? Liloaka asked, seeing that Matsushima had almost finished looking. Matsushima suppressed his inner excitement and said calmly, the nunchaku is very simple. Making the sleeve arrow might take 3 or 4 days. Do these 2 weapons have any other requirements? For the nunchaku, the material needs to be sturdy and durable, using the hardest materials. The materials for the sleeve arrow are a bit more complex. The structural materials need good stability, and the materials for the catches and springs need strong elasticity. The entire mechanism must operate smoothly, otherwise it's easy to injure oneself. As for the rest, you should know better than I do. Liloaka added. No problem. Matsushima answered decisively. The sleeve arrow is for Tiantian, and the nunchaku is for me. Approximately when can we pick them up? Liloaka asked. 3 days later. Tiantian'll head back to the forge now, Matsushima said casually. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Matsushima. Tiantian said ingratiatingly. Suddenly Tiantian extended her right hand to Liloaka, looking expectant. Tiantian, given our relationship, do you still need money for making 2 nunchakus? Liloaka blinked at Tiantian and said, business is business. Don't try that with me. The mission bonus will be coming soon, and you're afraid you won't have enough to pay for these tools. Tiantian said confidently. Heartless. Liloaka pouted. Do you still want them or not? 2 nunchakus, 1,000 ryo in total. Tiantian said loudly. Then she sighed. Business is so hard these days. All right. It's just 1,000 ryo. A man should be decisive. Liloaka said with a pained expression. He reluctantly took out the banknote from his pocket. After receiving the note, Tiantian was as happy as a child. Liloaka shook his head helplessly. After giving Tiantian some instructions, Liloaka finally returned to his long-lost home. In the following days, Liloaka embarked on a methodical cultivation routine. As a ninja, even a single day without training could lead to regression. Moreover, the Chunin exam was imminent, and without diligent effort he risked a brutal defeat. In the original story, his track record was nothing short of dismal. 3 days later, Liloaka finally obtained the nunchaku as he wished, enabling him to begin practicing the Golden Bell Shield secret technique, the nunchaku version of the Golden Bell Shield. Although Might Guy had taught Liloaka how to use the nunchaku, the techniques were far from perfect. The system, however, provided a much more comprehensive set of nunchaku techniques, with basic training divided into single and dual forms. The single form consisted of 13 moves: Meteor, chasing the moon; Su-Chin, carrying the sword; awe-inspiring, the 8 directions. The dual form comprised 7 moves: crossed intersections, thunderstorm, rage; heaven and earth surrounded by circle. Though these staff techniques appeared varied, they followed discernible patterns. The basic training integrated changes in body posture, footwork, and hand techniques, deriving multiple methods from different staff-holding foundations. In essence, they could be summarized as chopping, sweeping, lifting, pointing, hanging, striking, and whipping. With the nunchaku training memories already embedded in his mind, combined with what Might Guy had taught him, his proficiency increased rapidly. After the first practice session, Liloaka could already wield the nunchaku with considerable skill. What remained was the patient refinement over time. A month later, when Might Guy summoned Liloaka and the other 2, observing their confident and vibrant demeanor, he laughed heartily. Little Li Tiantianingzi, you've done well. You've grown stronger. This is an urgent mission. The 3rd Hokage has summoned us. Might Guy continued. Yes, the 3 replied in unison. At the mission assignment office, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the documents upon seeing Might Guy and his team enter. With a grave expression, he said, Kakashi's team encountered danger in the land of waves. Although they ultimately defeated their opponent, they are now incapacitated and require urgent support. Kakashi, my eternal rival. He must have run into a formidable foe, Might Guy responded. Indeed, it's the shrank missing mean from the hidden mist, the demon Zabuza. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and said, No wonder. It's one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a sworn enemy. A faint menacing aura emanated from Might Guy as he spoke with contempt. Your mission is to intercept the pursuit squad from the land of water and the hidden mist while protecting Kakashi's team covertly. You will act under the guise of the Umbu, and must not reveal your whereabouts. The mission is of high risk rated rank. If you lack confidence in your abilities, I can consider reassigning another team. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. No need to consider Lord Third. Little Li Ningxi and Tian have already developed excellent ninja skills. This support mission is entirely within our capabilities. Might Guy said with a smile. Lord Third, leave it to us. Li Luoka declared confidently. There was no choice. The system had just issued a mission, making this unavoidable. System mission. Host Li Luoka mission: intercept the hidden mist pursuit squad, eliminate 2 Chunin Zerodu, reward Wind God's leg chakra version. Seeing this reward, Li Luoka's interest was piqued. His speed and attack agility had always been impressive, but they were predominantly linear, relying on explosive physical power. In combat, his intentions were often too obvious. If he could master the Wind God's leg, his attacks would become elusive and his flexibility greatly enhanced. Exactly what Li Luoka desired. It seemed that after Kakashi's team defeated Zabuza, the hidden mist received intelligence and sought to seize the decapitating carving knife. Moreover, the ninja dispatched by the hidden mist this time were of no low rank. Ningxi and Tian also wore eager expressions. After the previous mission, their strength had surged dramatically, and they urgently needed a battle to solidify their gains. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood their thoughts perfectly. He handed a scroll to Might Guy and said, "Since you've accepted, here is the detailed mission intelligence. Review it yourselves and depart immediately." "Yes," Might Guy replied. After reviewing the mission intelligence, he quickly charted a route based on. He then handed each of them a cat-faced mask issued for the mission. After donning the masks, the 4 members of Might Guy's team immediately left the mission building and sped toward the Land of Waves. After half a day of travel, the team finally arrived at the Land of Waves, a nation that was in truth nothing more than a small island. After selecting a foothold, Might Guy said, "This mission is blank. We may encounter hidden mist Chunin or even Jonin. Do not be careless. Our primary objective is interception, not necessarily combat, but remain vigilant. What if they attack first?" Tian asked. "Then leave none alive," Might Guy replied sternly. "Yes," the 3 answered. "Ningxi, observe Kakashi's team at intervals and report to me." Might Guy continued. After a brief observation, Ningxi analyzed. Kakashi's team appears normal. 2 groups of ninja are lurking nearby. One in the woods with 6 individuals, their exact strength unknown. The other 2 are hidden among the civilians. The situation is complicated. Do not act rashly for now, Might Guy said calmly. Master Kai, there's movement. Kakashi's team is engaging enemies on the bridge. There are 2 opponents. One is wielding a massive decapitating blade, fighting Kakashi on the river. The other, a crystal release user, is tangling with 2 of our village's ninja. A large number of samurai are hidden near the bridge. Master Kai, should we go support now? Ningxi asked urgently. Not yet. That should be Zabuza and his group. I trust Kakashi's strength. Have the other hidden ninja moved? They are starting to advance toward the battlefield. Ningxi replied immediately. Ningxi, lead the way. Might Guy said seriously. In the dense forest, the 6-man pursuit squad of the hidden mist, 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin, were swiftly moving through the trees. Captain, that traitor Zabuza is fighting the leaf ninja on the bridge ahead. If we go now, we can easily execute him, said the hidden mist Chunin Sato Kosugi excitedly. He's been leading us on a chase for so long, finally showing his tail. This time we'll finish him off, said the hidden mist Jonin Takusa Yashibayashi angrily. Watch out. The other Jonin Mori Keiko sensed something amiss and shouted. In the blink of an eye, the mist pursuit squad swiftly dispersed upon hearing their comrades' warning, a testament to the elite nature of these operatives. Who are you? Tocho no Shirin spoke. Everyone from the mist village, this road is closed. Might Guy declared disdainfully, his cat-faced mask unable to conceal the curt tone that the mist Jonin recognized all too well. The mist Jonin fixed his gaze and then chuckled. Ah, so it's the Leaf Umbu. Do you 4 truly believe you can block our path? You underestimate the ninja of the mist village. Not underestimating. You're simply not worthy. Listen well, I am the azure blue beast of the leaf, Might Guy. Guy declared with pride. Guy deliberately revealed his identity to draw more attention, otherwise with the numerical disadvantage Rock Lee and the others' safety would be in grave peril. He had no intention of letting a single one escape. Upon hearing Guy's voluntary disclosure, the Mist Ninja felt a chill run down their spines, recalling Leaf intelligence that included the astounding feats of the Leaf Genin Might Due. As the new generation's Taijutsu master, Might Guy was also a marked name in the Mist Village. A shiver ran through them. Tocho no Shurin hesitated. Are you certain you want to stop us? Our mission is merely to deal with Mist Village's rogue ninja, not to target your Leaf Village. Turn back. Might Guy insisted firmly. It seems we'll have to settle this with fists, Tocho no Shurin said gravely. Tocho no Shurin and Mirai Keiko exchanged a knowing glance, then addressed the other four. You handle the 3 leaf brats. I'll join Mirai Keiko to hold off Might Guy. On the other side, Mirai Keiko wasted no thought swiftly forming hand seals. Mist concealment technique. Might Guy, sensing the enemy's use of the technique, immediately said, Rock Lee Tintin, stay close to Neji. Rock Lee anticipated the impending silent assassination technique of the Mist Village. Only by joining Neji and utilizing his Byakugan's reconnaissance could they counter it. Rock Lee's 3-man squad reacted swiftly, forming a back-to-back formation, while Might Guy took the vanguard position. In the blink of an eye, thick mist saturated the forest, robbing Rock Lee and Tintin of their sight. Guy Sensei, I too are heading your way, Neji warned, activating his Byakugan. Keep your formation stable. I'll join you after dealing with those two, Might Guy said. With a brief clash, Guy was held back by the 2 Mist Jonin, soon drifting away from Rock Lee and the others. Now it's up to us. We're facing 4 ninjas, Neji cautioned. Watch out for shuriken. After a volley of projectiles, thanks to Neji's warnings, they sustained little damage, but the frustration was palpable. We can't just remain passive. Neji, tell me the enemy's positions, and I'll attack. Tintin, cover from range. Rock Lee outlined his strategy. Rock Lee, 30 meters to your right, front charge. Neji said swiftly. Like a blade, Lee crossed the distance and arrived at the hidden Mist Ninja's location. Leaf Great Whirlwind. The hidden ninja's face filled with shock as a devastating force snapped the obstructing trees, forcing him to leap back and create distance. Among the Leaf Ninja, there's a Hyuga member. Our movement is compromised, Sato Kosugi immediately noted. Still talking. Lee followed the sound, lunged and kicked with force. With a heavy thud, the Mist Ninja, caught off guard, was sent flying like a sandbag. Impossible! A cry of astonishment rang out. Lee's speed had exceeded his expectations. He struck Sato Kosugi mid-stealth. Then another Mist Ninja, Sumi, spoke. Marita Mitsuhide, dispel the mist concealment. I'll support Sato Kosugi. The mist began to thin. Following the trajectory, Lee spotted the kicked Mist Ninja gasping on the ground. As he moved to finish him, several shuriken flew toward his path, forcing him to adjust and evade. Satoken, are you alright? Sumi asked with concern. I'm fine. I was careless. His speed is remarkable. Beware of his taijutsu, Sato replied, struggling to stand. Understood. I'll attack. You support me, Sumi said, drawing a short blade. With that, she unleashed a flurry of attacks against Rock Lee. Facing 2 Chunin for the first time, Lee deliberately tested his current base-level strength. Instead of striking, he relied solely on footwork to evade. Sidestepping left and right, he easily dodged the attacks, taunting with a smirk, too slow. Can't even land a hit. Sumi was not angered. A Chunin was no simple character easily swayed by words. She replied with a sultry smile, Little brother, don't be impatient. Let big sister pamper you slowly. Oh, I'm so scared, Lee retorted while dodging. After a period of futile assaults, Sumi retreated to create distance, thinking this brat is troublesome. Water release, water bullet barrage. With the shout, a torrent of water spheres launched from Sato Kosugi's hands, ravaging the surrounding trees. A testament to the jutsu's formidable power. Golden Bell Shield. Lee did not merely evade. After dodging the initial strike, he produced a pair of nunchaku and spun them into a bell-like shadow. Fist-sized water spheres pounded against the bell-shaped barrier, producing a resonant hum. The water pushed Lee backward until he unleashed his strongest base-level attack to halt the retreat. Witnessing Lee's tenacity, Sumi's expression turned grim. Their coordinated assault had failed to inflict substantial damage. Before long, Sato Kosugi ceased the water bullet barrage. After a minute of sustained chakra output, his reserves had dwindled to a third. Is that all? Got anything stronger? Lee smiled. Brat, come at me if you dare, Sato retorted defiantly. Lee sheathed his nunchaku. The Golden Bell Shield technique, sustainable for only 5 minutes, also took its toll on his hands. He had endured the full barrage solely to test the technique's defensive capabilities. Seeing Lee put away the nunchaku, Sato Kosugi grew serious. Here I come. Lee lunged forward, propelling himself toward Sato. Sumi, unable to intercept, hastily flung several shuriken. Lee had anticipated the shuriken and evaded them with ease. Naive. Water release, water formation wall. A 10-centimeter thick wall of water rose before Sato, but by the time Lee breached it, Sato had vanished. The Mist Pursuit Squad is indeed formidable, Lee muttered. Turning around, he found the two Mist Ninja had regrouped. Lee's expression remained calm, a smile playing on his lips. Warm up over. Let's begin round. On the other side, Mist Ninja Sun Tianguangxiu and Shan Tianyangyi, after meeting up, immediately confronted Ning Ci and Tian Tian. Sun Tianguangxiu said contemptuously, "Youngster of the Rixiang clan, are you from the main house or the branch house? We have long awaited the eyes of the Rixiang main house." Haha. Shan Tianyangyi also chimed in, "We have been envious of Lord Qing's white eye for a long time. The loss of the white eye was a disgrace to the Rixiang clan, and Ning Si's emotions were immediately stirred. He said angrily, "You want the eyes of my Rixiang clan, but I wonder if you have the life to take them. The mist white eye. If the main house cannot retrieve it, I will take it back sooner or later." Sun Tianguangxiu sneered, "So you're from the branch family. Want to take Lord Qing's white eye? Quite a big mouth." Ning Ci glared and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Sun Tianguangxiu said, "It seems I have to show you some color for you to know my power. Shan Tian, go." Having said that, Sun Tianguangxiu and Shan Tianyangyi charged at Ning Ci and Tian Tian from left and right. "Tian Tian, be careful," Ning Ci said. "Understood," Tian Tian replied. At present, the only way to go support Xiao Li and Teacher Kai was to eliminate these two Mist Ninja. Ning Ci immediately engaged the pouncing Sun Tianguangxiu, launching into a fierce exchange. Mist Village Ninja were not only skilled in ninjutsu, but also excelled in swordsmanship. Sun Tianguangxi's short sword flashed with bursts of cold light, slashing at Ning Ci like a storm. Under the enhancement of chakra, trails of light shadows appeared wherever the short sword passed. The principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger applied. Ning Ci's gentle fist could not reach the opponent's body, and since he had not yet learned the 8 Trigrams air palm, he could only hastily dodge. The sharp wind pressure whistled past his ears, and he dodged by a hair's breadth. "The junior of the Rixiang clan is nothing more than this," Sun Tianguangxiu taunted. Ning Ci, it did not respond, searching for an opening amid the opponent's sword light, like a white snake darting its tongue. Suddenly a chill touched his ear, and a strand of his black hair slowly fell. "Did I cut him?" Sun Tianguangxiu thought. Without hesitation, Ning Ci seized the momentary gap in the opponent's defense, and at the opportune moment, his fist technique followed immediately. Gentle fist, 8 Trigrams palms revolving heaven. When Ning Ci suddenly unleashed the 8 Trigrams palms revolving heaven, the unprepared Sun Tianguangxiu was instantly blasted away. As expected of a Chunin, Sun Tianguangxiu was only briefly dazed. While being flung through the air, his mind raced, and he quickly formed hand seals, erecting a water formation wall in front of him. Ning Ci's follow-up gentle fist shattered the water formation wall, but Sun Tianguangxiu used that interval to evade the damage. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the breathing space, Sun Tian launched another jutsu. Water Release Water Fong Bullet. A massive column of water erupted from beneath Ning Ci's feet, sending him flying. Casting 2 branch ninjutsu in succession was a huge drain on chakra, even for an elite. Sun Tianguangxiu watched as Rixiang Ning Ci collapsed to the ground with the splashing water, then stood up shakily and drew a kunai to attack him. The impact of the massive water column and the fall from height had inflicted considerable damage on Ning Ci. His body was covered in scrapes, and his face was pale. "Is this all you've got?" Thinking of his tragic fate, Ning Ci endured the pain and launched the 8 Trigrams 64 palms at the Mist Ninja. Sun Tianguangxiu, like a rag doll, was struck back repeatedly, swaying in the wind. "Ha! Ha!" Sun Tianguangxiu felt his meridians snapped, his internal organs severely damaged, his head spinning, and he collapsed backward weakly. Bang! He fell to the ground. Ning Ci knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Tian Tian had been leading the Mist Ninja, Shan Tianyangyi, through the forest. Tian Tian knew that she was not good at close combat, so she always kept a distance of several dozen meters from the opponent. During the chase, Shan Tianyangyi was subjected to endless attacks from ninja tools, as if the opponent's tools were inexhaustible. This infuriated Shan Tianyangyi, who had been passively taking hits. He had lost several water clones during the pursuit, and now had little chakra left. After blocking another wave of ninja tools, they finally arrived at an open area, where Tian Tian stood on a large tree facing him. "Konoha brat, why aren't you running?" Shan Tianyangyi said in exasperation. This is the grave I chose for you, Tian said with a smile. Big words, Shan Tianyangi said dismissively. Tian flipped her hand and produced 2 scrolls, instantly unsealing them. Holding the 2 scrolls like 2 dragons, she charged into the air. Double Dragon Scroll. A large number of ninja tools were summoned from the scrolls, and all hurled at Shan Tianyangi. Shan Tianyangi did not sit idly by. He took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. Water Release Water Cannon. A massive water column shot from his mouth, charging toward the incoming torrent of ninja tools. After the fierce collision, all of Tian's ninja tools were scattered. Brat run out of tricks. Shan Tianyangi said triumphantly. The enemy is indeed troublesome. Shaoli was right. My attack intentions are too obvious. I used a lot of tools but caused little damage. Tian thought to herself. Don't rush. Check this out, she said. With that, she took out another scroll, pushed off the ground with her feet, and her body with the scroll soared through the air like a tornado. It's useless. Still the same trick, Shan Tianyangi laughed. Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. A large number of petals slowly drifted down from the sky, emitting a captivating fragrance that was intoxicating. Right at a time like this, you're still throwing petals? Shan Tianyangi wondered. No, this is. As the flowers in the sky grew more numerous, and after the initial contact with the flowers caused no harm, he let down his guard. Petal-shaped shuriken and sunbon hidden among the flower rain were quite treacherous. Before he knew it, he was struck 3 times. Looking at the cut on his arm from the petals and the sunbon in his thigh, his expression grew extremely serious. Shan Tianyangi swung his short sword to block the hidden weapons, but only managed to cut through some ordinary flowers. Time passed bit by bit. As his movements became restricted, he had no choice but to form seals again, mobilizing all his remaining chakra. Water Release Great Water Flow Technique. A surging torrent of water appeared before Shan Tianyangi, washing away the large area of petals in front of him. Tian dodged the water flow and impact, standing on a tree branch and laughing, naive. At the same time, a large number of petals drifted down again from the sky, and countless sunbon pierced through Shan Tianyangi's body, ending the battle. Finally over. I'm so tired I have no strength left, Tian sighed. Tian, well done. Ningxi's voice came at just the right time. He couldn't help but think that Tian's strength had progressed to such a level. In his own battle, he had used every means at his disposal and barely managed to defeat the opponent. He had thought he was worried about Tian's safety, but it seemed unnecessary. All right, let's hurry to support Shaoli. Tian gathered her thoughts and said hurriedly. By the way, Li Luoka threw the weights on his legs and arms to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His body became exceptionally light, and with a gentle leap, he flickered swiftly through the trees, swift as lightning. After a grueling month of training, now unburdened Li Luoka's speed was no less than when he had previously opened the first 2 of the 8 gates. Zhuting Xiaoshan and Mo Xiang were astonished. An ordinary person carrying such heavy weights would find it difficult to move, yet the Leaf Ninja, before them, had fought while wearing them for so long. It seemed they would not escape today. The opponent's speed was despairing. Shaoli leisurely familiarized himself with his current speed. In a moment of negligence, Zhuting Xiaoshan's abdomen was struck by Li Luoka's fierce iron fist. A thud echoed as he slammed into a tree. The punch was devastating. Zhuting Xiaoshan felt as if his stomach had burst and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Despite Mo Xiang's desperate attempts to interfere with Li Luoka, his current speed rendered her projectiles useless. Li Luoka extended his middle finger, shook it, and said arrogantly, "You are not good enough." The sound of footsteps came, and Ning Xi and Tian descended from the sky. Displeased with Li Luoka showing off, Tian muttered, "Shaoli, you haven't finished them off yet. Want us to help?" Li Luoka quickly refused. "No, I'll handle them myself." He did not want others to snatch his experience. "Then hurry up." Tian pouted. Zhuting Xiaoshan and Mo Xiang stared at the 2 suddenly appearing leaf ninjas, realizing the situation was hopeless. Seizing the moment while their opponents bantered, they swiftly turned and fled. Facing death, you think of running now. Too late. With that, he immediately activated the 8 gates. The 3rd gate, Life Gate, open. In less than a second, Shaoli opened the Life Gate, and his bodily energy surged forth, forming a green aura around him. The 2 had barely run a few dozen meters when Shaoli caught up. Mo Xiang, supporting Zhuting Xiaoshan, said with deep emotion, "Zhuting, we might not make it this time. This is all because of me." "You could have left me behind," Zhuting Xiaoshan said in pain. "What nonsense. Every time I'm hurt, You help me, Mo Xiang replied tearfully. Pity this time I cannot shield you from the wind and rain's wooing, Xiaoshan said, stroking her hair. I don't regret it. Meeting you in the blood-soaked hidden mist village has been enough for me, Mo Xiang said with a smile. What is the meaning of a ninja? Zwitting continued. A ninja is merely a tool with no reason to exist, Mo Xiang replied. Facing the despairing speed, the two had no means to resist. They were subjected to a storm of attacks, beaten like balls knocked back and forth in the air. Bang! Bang! A series of screams followed. When Shaoli stopped, the two had already stopped breathing, yet they still lay hand in hand fallen together. Watching the unfamiliar ninja, he felt lost. Ning Xiai clenched his fist. He never imagined that Shaoli's strength had reached such a level. Was this still the same last-place student from the academy? Ning Xiai was uncertain. Could genius truly be achieved through hard work? Is this what a hard-working genius looks like? Can I even call myself a genius? Ning Xiai was lost in doubt, his soul questioning himself. Although he could fully use rotation, he could not block Shaoli's 8 gates, the third gate, life gate. But he did not know if the life gate was Li Luke's current limit. What Ning Xiai did not know was that Li Luke's true strength had far exceeded his imagination. After another month of arduous training, Li Luoka could now open the fifth gate, the limit gate. Without damaging his meridians at full power, he could open the sixth gate, the view gate. The meridians of the 8 gates had already connected the opening gate, rest gate, and life gate, which was why Shaoli could rapidly open the life gate within a second. Shaoli's golden bell shield had also reached the 4th level, capable of blocking Chunin-level projectile attacks, and his internal organs had been strengthened. Tian was also astonished. Putting herself in the enemy's shoes with her own method and speed of controlling ninja tools, she would be completely unable to stop Shaoli's assault. But seeing her comrade's strength, she was very happy. She shouted, Shaoli, well done. Li Luoka smiled back, what can I say? I'm just too strong. This was the war between ninjas. Just to deliver a message or complete an escort mission, one might face a life or death struggle. Don't be so cocky. Tian said helplessly. I haven't looted yet. Tian, come help me deal with it. Li Luoka said calmly. Loot? What does that mean? Stop saying such strange things, Tian pouted. This is the first time we've killed so many enemy ninjas. They can provide us with a lot of intelligence. The teacher taught us this at the academy, Li Luoka explained. Collecting intelligence, just say collecting intelligence. I've already done it. They took the heads of the 2 ninjas and sealed them in scrolls. Because bringing enemy heads back to the Hidden Leaf Village could be handed over to the Interrogation Division to extract intelligence about hostile forces such as the Shanzhong clan of the Leaf. This world is so cruel. As long as your body has value, even your cells may be repeatedly taken out for research. The worst off was the first Hokage Qianshou Zhujian. Even decades after his death, he was still used by his descendants. The recent battle also consumed many ninja tools on both sides, all of which had recycling value. The traces of the battle also needed to be dealt with to prevent the enemy from discovering their intelligence. Seizing the opportunity, Shaoli began to accept the system's reward. Mobilizing his will, he clicked on the reward Wind God Leg Chakra version option, and instantly a vast amount of information was imprinted deep in his memory, accessible at any time. Shaoli immediately understood the power of the Wind God Leg. It was a technique primarily focused on movement, used in conjunction with the 8 gates, equivalent to a secret art after opening the gates, perfectly suited to Shaoli. The Wind God Leg had 6 forms, first form catching wind and shadow. It could be used in normal state or after opening the 8 gates, increasing speed by nearly double. Once mastered, one moved as fast as a meteor with afterimages and unpredictable footwork. Second form, sturdy grass in the wind. Applicable to the opening gate and rest gate. Using extreme speed to drive chakra, a huge arc of wind formed from the leg, dealing massive damage. Third form, torrential rain and raging wind. Applicable to the rest gate and life gate. Using rapid high-speed kicks, the leg movements were continuous like a violent storm, perfectly utilizing the speed and power from the 8 gates. Fourth form, thunderous and swift. Applicable to the life gate and pain gate. The force was like thunder, speed like lightning, allowing brief aerial suspension and attacking from all directions, as if being assaulted by multiple opponents, making it hard to defend. Fifth form, wind, swirling, and ruins. Applicable to the limit gate and view gate. The body spun rapidly, forming 5 tornadoes that swept up everything around to attack the opponent fiercely. Sixth form, divine winds, angry hell. Applicable to the view gate, rest gate, and life gate. The body merged with the wind, becoming immune to physical damage, transforming into the god of the wind, unstoppable. With the wind god leg, Li Luke's strength was further enhanced, and his flexibility and mobility were unparalleled. Just after cleaning the battlefield, Li Luoka and his companions were suddenly struck by a massive surge of energy, causing their hair to fly wildly. Ning Xi spoke with a serious expression. The battle over there is intense. Oh, we should hurry over to take a look. It seems that Teacher Kai's side is also coming to an end soon, Li Luoka thought to himself. When Xiao Li and his companions arrived at the scene, they found a large pit several meters wide, with 2 Mist Village ninjas lying within it, while the surrounding trees were severely damaged. Might Guy stood proudly beside the pit, greeting Li Luoka and his companions. Li Ning Xi Tian, it's great to see you unharmed. Might Guy smiled as he spoke. After hearing about the battle from Xiao Li and the others, he was quite satisfied with their performance. Li, you have truly embodied your ninja way, Might Guy said, giving Xiao Li a thumbs up. Yes, focusing on taijutsu can also defeat enemies. Thank you, Teacher Kai, for your guidance, Xiao Li expressed gratefully. In his heart, Li Luoka recalled the fragments of his past life. Before receiving Might Guy's guidance, he was merely practicing basic Leaf Village ninjutsu, and was considered the weakest, subjected to endless ridicule and scorn. Now, after more than a year of hard work, Xiao Li had begun to undergo a transformation. In this world where bloodlines mattered, achieving the ability to defeat a Chunin as an ordinary citizen was undoubtedly quite challenging. Li Might Guy exclaimed excitedly as he hugged Xiao Li. What he saw in Xiao Li was not just the young ninja, but also his own childhood self, filled with the emotions of gaining recognition after countless efforts and failures. Xiao Li couldn't refuse the enthusiastic Might Guy. After a brief exchange, Might Guy composed himself and instructed Xiao Li and the others to finish up their tasks before disappearing into the shadows. Ning Xi, check on Kakashi's team situation, Might Guy advised. Teacher Kai Kakashi and his team have defeated their opponents and are currently chasing off a group of wandering warriors, Ning Xi replied. As expected of my lifelong rival, stay vigilant. It seems we will soon be returning to Konoha, Might Guy said quietly. Teacher Kai, should we head over to regroup now? Li Luoka inquired. No need, right now we are shadows in the darkness protecting the blooming flowers of Konoha. We just need to fulfill our own tasks, Might Guy replied casually. Li Luoka looked up at the sky and sighed. It's snowing. We should head back now. 2 days later, in the office of the Hokage, Might Guy was reporting the task to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I never expected the Mist Village to send so many pursuit teams. Fortunately, you were leading them, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking a puff from his cigarette. Thank you, Lord Third. This time Xiao Li, Ning Xi, and Tian performed exceptionally well, Might Guy humbly responded. The new leaves have already sprouted. The will of fire has been passed down, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said. They are now true ninjas. Might Guy continued. Are they ready for the Chunin exam in a month? No problem, just wait and see. Might Guy replied confidently. Then I will look forward to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with interest. A month later, the team successfully completed 4 drank missions, and their teamwork had improved significantly. At the training ground for Team Guy, yo, I just came back from the Hokage's office with the application for the Chunin exam, Might Guy exclaimed. I've been looking forward to this. Tian eagerly took the application. If you agree, sign the application and send it to room 301 at the school in 5 days, that's all. Might Guy continued. I am already fired up. Xiao Li smiled. If you all are fine, then prepare well over the next 5 days. After Might Guy finished speaking, he left. Have you heard? There will be newcomers in this Chunin exam. It's been 5 years since newcomers participated last time, Xiao Li said with curiosity. No way. Could it be that those Jonin are competing against each other again? Tian said while playing with her kunai. No, among them are 3 of Kakashi's subordinates whom we met last time, Xiao Li said with a smile. That sounds interesting. Regardless, it's quite unfortunate for them. Hayashi Ning Ci said with interest. Not necessarily. There is a member of the Uchiha clan among the newcomers. I heard he is also the rookie king, Xiao Li said with mischief. Xiao Li, that means the Chunin exam is definitely worth looking forward to, Ning Ci said lightly. Soon the morning training session came to an end. Tian turned back and said, Xiao Li, Ning Ci, I am heading back. See you in 5 days. Xiao Li and Hayashi Ning Ci stood face to face as it was the day they had agreed to fight. Suddenly, a system task notification sound echoed in Xiao Li's mind, unexpectedly activating a system task by challenging Ning Ci. System Task, Host Lee Luoka Task, Defeat Hayashi Ning Ci, Reward Lion's Roar Technique Chakra Version, a sound wave technique worth looking forward to. It's a means of long-range attack. During this month, Xiao Li's strength did not stagnate. The 8 gates technique without damaging the meridians could now open up to the 6th gate, the Gate of View. In extreme situations, he could use the Gate of Shock, but that could be uncontrollable for the body. Additionally, the meridians among the 8 gates were completely connected through 4 gates, and the adamantine shield had been cultivated to the 5th layer. If activated with chakra, it could defend against long-range hidden weapon attacks, and could even rebound and shatter ordinary close-range attacks. Ning Ci, we can finally have a proper duel, Xiao Li said, gazing directly at Hayashi Ning Ci. I have been looking forward to this for a long time. Hayashi Ning Ci said solemnly, "You are the person I most want to challenge in this generation. While you sought to break free from the clan's constraints through continuous training, I also yearned to shatter the cage that this world has built around ordinary ninjas." Xiao Li continued, "Do you think you have surpassed me now?" Hayashi Ning Ci said confidently, "I will prove to you with my strength that hard work can break free from the cage. I am a hard-working genius." Xiao Li declared proudly, "Come on." Ning Ci said, striking the standard starting pose of the Hyuga clan. The two, after more than a year of ninja life, had shed their youthful naivety and were calm and composed inside. Without a trace of joy or sorrow in their hearts, they watched each other warily. As the wind rustled the leaves, Xiao Li charged towards Ning Ci, without mercy, his fists moving like a rapid-fire machine gun, launching a frenzied attack. The wind from his punches disturbed the air, creating a whistling sound. However, as the new leader of the next generation of the Hyuga clan, Ning Ci faced Xiao Li's fierce steel fists without a moment's fear. He immediately used the gentle fist to counterattack against Xiao Li, their fierce collisions uprooting the grass on the ground. The clash did not injure either side, as all the force was neutralized. Having trained the adamantine shield, Xiao Li's physical strength was now sufficient to withstand the internal damage from the gentle fist, but he still could not endure Ning Ci's acupuncture strikes, especially since the adamantine shield had not yet reached perfection. Under the observation of the Byakugan, the shield had nowhere to hide. The two engaged in a full-fledged exchange of attacks, merely probing each other's capabilities. "In terms of pure steel fist, you are already on par with my gentle fist technique." Ning Ci said in astonishment, "You are not bad either. It seems our probing has been sufficient. Oh, let's get serious now." Xiao Li replied. Leaf Great Whirlwind, 8 trigrams empty palm boom. Dust erupted into the sky. A disheveled figure emerged from the dust. Just as Xiao Li approached Ning Ci, he was struck by Ning Ci's 8 trigrams empty palm. Fortunately, Xiao Li had tough skin and flesh, so the damage was not severe. "Not bad, but not enough," Ning Ci said, displeased. The 3rd gate, the Gate of Life, open. Li Luoka roared. With the life gate activated, green energy enveloped his body, his speed skyrocketing to the point where ordinary people could no longer perceive his figure. Fortunately, his opponent was a descendant of the Rishan clan. As a family renowned for taijutsu in my village, Ning Ci's physical skills had always been far ahead among his peers. Bang! Bang! Ning Ci continuously unleashed the 8 trigrams air palm, compressing the air into devastating vacuum bombs that ravaged the ground. Yet regrettably, they failed to strike Li Luoka. Li Luoka moved with the speed of lightning, his dodges and shifts perfectly timed, rendering Ning Ci's 8 trigrams air palm ineffective. Although Ning Ci could track his movements, the fleeting opportunities slipped through his grasp. Li Luoka flashed behind Ning Ci in an instant and sprang upward. Shadow Leaf Dance. 8 trigrams palms heavens rotation. Ning Ci activated his defense, and the ground around him was instantly gouged into a massive crater. Thud! Li Luoka was violently repelled, his body once again meeting the ground in a close embrace. Trying to ambush a member of the Rishan clan from behind. How naive of you. Ning Ci declared confidently. Li Luoka quickly rose and dusted himself off. Clearly absorbing the full force of his opponent's ultimate technique had not inflicted serious harm. He smiled and replied, "How I just wanted to see the Leaf Village's lotus bloom. It seems today isn't the day." The secret techniques of the 8 gates, front lotus and reverse lotus. The trick lies in first launching the opponent into the air with the shadow leaf dance, then binding them and oneself with bandages, spinning at high speed before free-falling. The idea was sound, but in the real world executing it was exceedingly difficult, especially when the opponent knows your moves. Launching the shadow leaf dance was virtually impossible under such circumstances. If you could easily kick your opponent into the air, basic attacks would suffice. Did you think I wouldn't see through your intentions, eh? Ning Si scoffed. That Ning Si could so easily thwart the shadow leaf dance was within Li Luo's expectations. Then let me show you my new technique. Li Luo grinned. Tempest. An unbroken barrage of kicks formed invisible blades of wind battering against Ning Si's 8 Trigrams palms heaven's rotation domain. SSSSS. The wind blades relentlessly eroded the chakra barrier formed by the rotation, and Ning Si's figure flickered into view, a sign that the rotation was faltering. This level is not enough. Ning Si roared, veins bulging. The rotation, which had been stuttering, suddenly stabilized. Ning Si had opened the second gate, the gate of rest, to boost his physical endurance. As previously mentioned, Li Luo had shared a portion of the secret techniques for training meridians and physical strength with Might Guy Ning Si and Tenten. After nearly 2 months of diligent practice, Ning Si had also managed to open the 8 gates, surpassing his own limits. Li Luo's expression turned grave. In that case, try this. He roared, the gate of injury open. The air crackled with vaporizing force, the atmosphere growing scorching hot. The wind god leg secret technique was then unleashed, swift as the wind. In an instant, 8 afterimages of Li Luo materialized around Ning Si's 8 Trigrams domain. These were not illusions created by the clone technique, but residual images formed at extreme speed. Any one of them could be the real Li Luo. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce collision, the world seemed to freeze. Ning Si had stopped his rotation and collapsed to the ground. Clearly, Ning Si had failed to defend against the relentless assault from all directions. In that split second, Li Luo had struck hundreds of times, finally shattering Ning Si's absolute defense barrier. Li Luo landed lightly, retracting his vaporizing aura, and walked slowly toward Ning Si. Ning Si climbed back up unwillingly, head bowed, pounding the ground in frustration. What's wrong? Can't accept it. Li Luo said calmly. I lost. To someone everyone always called the dead last. Ning Si said despairingly. Giving up on yourself already. Is this the magnanimity of a noble clan? Li Luo sneered. You wouldn't understand. Ning Si said bitterly. How could someone who uses fate as an excuse understand the will to break through one's cage through effort? Being a genius is not a reason for us to give up. If you feel injustice, strive to break it. If you lack the courage to face reality, how can you challenge a higher fate? Li Luo spoke sincerely. Let's work together to change this world, he continued. Looking at Li Luo's outstretched hand, Ning Si's heart churned. He recalled the image of Li Luo getting up again and again after being knocked down by him. Meanwhile, he and Tenten had ridiculed him with the absurd notions of genius and fate. Suddenly, Li Luo seemed towering in stature, but that was not a reason for him to give up. A light dawned within him. Ning Si grasped Li Luo's hand and said confidently, "No, how could a noble clan lose to a commoner so easily? I will win back. This is the rival I acknowledge." Li Luo smiled. Thank you. Ning Si thanked him from the bottom of his heart. With his heart open, Ning Si became more cheerful. If you want to remove the caged bird, I know of a place that might help. Li Luo mused. Where? Tell me. Ning Si exclaimed excitedly. Li Luo pointed to the sky. What do you mean? The sky? Ning Si asked in confusion. Li Luo said gravely, the moon. What I'm about to tell you might overturn your worldview. You can treat it as a legend, but it is true. You are familiar with the name Sage of Six Paths. In truth, his name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. And your ancestor is Otsutsuki Hamura, the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. The Sage of Six Paths spread ninjutsu and brought peace to the world. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Hamura and his descendants have been guarding the moon. Your Rishan clan is merely a branch of the moon's Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon is also divided into main and branch families. However, the branch family developed a powerful artifact that broke the caged bird seal, thus overcoming the main family. They are the most powerful curse seal masters in the world. Only they can remove the caged bird on your forehead. So this is the true origin of the Rishan clan. Ning Si was deeply shocked. We just need to find the passage from Earth to the moon to enter it. But only if we are strong enough to face the Otsutsuki clan inside. Li Luo continued. How strong are they? Ning Si asked solemnly. If you can defeat the village's Kage, you have a chance to overcome the Otsutsuki. Li Luo said bluntly. How do you know all this so clearly? Ning Si asked suspiciously. Li Loaka said meaningfully. Indeed, even your main family might not know these secrets. But this world is vast, and there are many things you don't know. Turbulence is about to stir, and many schemers are restless. If you want to survive the coming storm and not become a pawn of fate, then grow up quickly. Can fate truly be broken? Ning Si hesitated. Yes, the true meaning of life is to challenge and overcome fate. How about it? Shall we see the different scenery of this world together? Li Loaka said confidently. All right, I want to see what kind of scenery you're talking about. Ning Si's blood began to boil as well. After the battle, Li Loaka found another empty space alone. Quest defeat Ning Si completed, claiming the quest reward. A stream of complex memories and esoteric incantations flooded into his mind. Li Loaka instantly mastered the sonic art of the lion's roar. He stood firmly, harmonized his body and mind, channeled chakra to circulate through his entire being. When his chakra reached fullness, he controlled his throat and vocal cords to vibrate at a special frequency and let out a mighty roar. Roar! The leaves on the branches of a tree a few meters away were all blown off. Seeing this astonishing destructive power, Li Loaka's eyes gleamed with determination, and he trained even more fervently. 5 days later, at the Muyi school, Li Loaka, Tian, and Ning Si agreed to come to the school. Today was the day of the Chunin exam. The three slowly walked to the second floor. At that time, the door of room 301 was crowded with people. 2 Muyi ninjas at the door blocked the way of most newcomers. So many people, why don't we go in? Tian asked in doubt. Li Loaka, who knew the reason beforehand, said meaningfully, Tian, don't be impulsive. Let's see the situation first. There will be a good show later. The Chunin exam had already begun once you received the application form. First, it tested whether you had the determination to participate, then it tested your ability to pass through the illusion barrier and find the actual classroom. Next, there were tests one after another. Those who could truly become Chunin must be elite among the Xiaoren, capable of withstanding trials, not only in strength, but also in intelligence gathering and judgment. For instance, Madara and Yijinjing had combat power surpassing many Xiaoren, yet they remained Xiaoren in title, as did our dimension's protagonist Xuanhua Mingren. Knowing that these were all tests set by the exam, Li Loaka did not recklessly provoke the instructor as he did in the original story. A slightly older ninja at the door sneered, Chunin are already squad leaders. The success or failure of a mission concerns the lives of the entire team. With your level, you'd better back out obediently, you greenhorns. Another ninja instructor also advised, we've seen too many who give up at the start of the exam. Since you won't pass anyway, you might as well withdraw now. Soon Mingren, Zhuizhu, and Xiaoying walked slowly over. You make sense, but we still need to go to the 3rd floor. Hurry up and break the illusion barrier. Zhuizhu said smugly. What do you mean? You saw through it, the ninja instructor said indifferently. Even if you saw through it, it's not enough. One of the ninja instructors, after speaking, instantly kicked at Zhuizhu. Zhuizhu immediately reacted and met with a kick. Bang! With the instructor not using full force, they were evenly matched. But another ninja who was watching did not want them to continue fighting. With a flash, he appeared between the two fighters, stopping their next attacks. As for Xiaoying, Li Loaka now had no particular feelings, and he did not act comically as in the original. According to his current aesthetic, only Tian met his standards, but he only teased her occasionally. Oh, everything was left to fate. Looks like there's no show to watch, Li Loaka said with a smile. However, the system father did not want it to end like this. System task, host Li Loaka task, defeat Zhuizhu, reward Bingxin Ju Ice Heart technique. The moment he saw the system prompt, Li Loaka knew the system wanted him to stir up trouble. He somewhat understood the key to the system's hints to get as close as possible to the story characters. Stir up trouble, trigger system tasks. Watching Zhuizhu walking away, Li Loaka shouted loudly, Genius of the Yijinjing clan, wait a moment. Zhuizhu turned his head, one hand in his pocket, and replied coldly, What is it? In terms of aura, Zhuizhu had it perfectly. Indeed, very pretentious. I am Li Loaka, the bottom-ranked student of your senior class. I heard you are the top among the freshmen this year. Li Loaka asked domineeringly. What do you want? Zhuizhu raised his head. I want to challenge you to see if my skills are effective against you, the genius of the Yijinjing clan. Li Loaka said provocatively, then jumped to the opposite side. It seems you are challenging me because of the Yijinjing name. I must say you are quite ignorant. Zhuizhu said contemptuously. Is that so? Xiaoli teased. Then let me tell you what this name. Bushy brows. Zhuizhu said angrily. I've already trimmed my brows, why do they still call me that? Annoying. Come on. Li Loaka assumed a standard taijutsu stance. Suddenly Mingren rushed out from the side and said defiantly, "Wait, you always challenge only Zhuozhu. It's annoying. A guy like you I can take care of in 5 minutes." With that he charged at Li Luoka without hesitation and threw a punch. Li Luoka laughed at Mingren's clumsy taijutsu. He flipped his hand and pressed down using his fingertips to peck downward, instantly breaking Mingren's fist momentum. Mingren, after taking that hit, reacted quickly. He supported himself with his palm on the ground and smoothly followed up with a backswing kick toward Li Luoka. Bang! In the nick of time, Li Luoka took advantage and executed a Mu-Yi sweeping leg, very cleanly kicking Mingren, who was in the air, onto the wall. Mingren was seen curled up in the corner looking bewildered and then fainted directly. Li Luoka, who had kicked that foot, suddenly felt a chill surging toward him when he just touched Mingren. It seemed that if he used a bit more force to attack Mingren, that power would completely erupt. Li Luoka understood that this was the Nine Tails inside Mingren causing trouble. Xiaoying saw Mingren easily defeated and was a bit surprised, muttering, "The senior class is indeed strong." Zhuozhu's expression turned serious and he began to reassess Li Luoka. "I might as well tell you, with your current strength you cannot defeat me. Among the Mu-Yi Xiaoren, those who can beat me are few," Li Luoka said seriously. "Hey, interesting. Then let's try." Zhuozhu curled his lip and smiled. "Forget it. Zhuozhu, there's only half an hour until registration," Xiaoying said worriedly. "Don't worry, 5 minutes is enough," Zhuozhu said, lowering his head. As he finished speaking, he charged like Mingren, though a bit faster and with slightly restrained force. Indeed, students taught by the same teacher had the same pattern. Li Luoka laughed inwardly. Li Luoka's legs sprang, and he moved behind Zhuozhu, then smoothly executed a Mu-Yi whirlwind. Zhuozhu also reacted quickly. After his previous punch missed, he immediately stabilized his stance, lowered his body, and easily dodged Xiao Li's whirlwind kick. It was evident that Zhuozhu's taijutsu was much stronger than Mingren's. However, Li Luoka's moves were not limited to that. After Xiao Li's whirlwind kick failed, he took advantage, supported himself with one hand on the ground, and performed another 360-degree whirlwind kick. Even though Zhuozhu had seen through Xiao Li's movements and prepared his defense, he was still kicked away by Li Luoka, because Li's leg adjusted its angle in midair and stepped on Zhuozhu's face. And even though Zhuozhu saw it, he had no time to react. So satisfying. Kicking air Zhuzi is so satisfying, Li Luoka thought to himself. Impossible, Zhuozhu had already defended, Xiaoying said in surprise. Zhuozhu stood up reluctantly and asked doubtfully, "You actually broke through my defense. Was that ninjutsu or jinjutsu?" "Not bad, you can still stand up." Li Luoka smiled. "His speed is too fast. Forget it'll have to use that move," Zhuozhu silently estimated. "Then you'd better be careful," Zhuozhu said confidently. "This is Xiaolunyan," Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. At this moment Xiaoying's eyes were full of admiration and she curiously thought, when did Zhuozhu awaken the Xiaolunyan, and it's even double Tomo. "Xiaolunyan, is this the bloodline limit of the Yuzhibo clan?" Li Luoka said calmly. "Haha, Zhuozhu has awakened the same Xiaolunyan as teacher Kakashi, so he can definitely see through that guy's moves." Xiaoying thought happily. "No matter what ninjutsu you use, you can't hide under my Xiaolunyan. Let me expose your tricks." Zhuozhu roared, his Xiaolunyan spinning rapidly. Zhuozhu seems to have become stronger, as expected of the Yuzhibo clan. It seems Zhuozhu is sure to win. Zhuozhu, hurry up and beat up that guy in the tight clothes. Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with stars. Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, experienced a tremendous boost in both his observational skills and speed, which further inflated his confidence. Gazing at the motionless Rock Lee, Sasuke dashed toward him at an incredible speed. However, Rock Lee would not give him that chance. He swiftly ducked his body down, evading Sasuke's attack, then rose with lightning speed and delivered a swift kick squarely to Sasuke's chin. Sasuke, suspended in midair, was astonished and thought, "How is this possible? I've been kicked away again. Could it be that he's not using ninjutsu or jinjutsu?" Haha, finally you've realized it. What I'm using is neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, but pure taijutsu. The Sharingan is indeed excellent, capable of seeing through all ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, and devising corresponding countermeasures. But taijutsu is different. Rock Lee pointed out the key point of the battle just now. Sasuke still did not understand and asked blankly, "What do you mean?" "Even if you use your Sharingan to comprehend my moves, your body still cannot keep up with my actions. Therefore it's ultimately useless." Rock Lee spoke mercilessly and then smiled. It seems you're far inferior to your Uchiha clan predecessors. You can't even beat me at dead last ha. At that moment Sasuke had only one thought: to beat up this brat who dared to look down on the Uchiha clan. But reality was cruel. The opponent's speed was too fast, he couldn't activate his ninjutsu, and had to rely on taijutsu to clash Hiden. No matter how hard Sasuke attacked, he never landed a single hit on Rock Lee. After all opportunities to thoroughly thrash Sasuke were rare, Rock Lee naturally wanted to savor such a good punching bag. While moving, Rock Lee instantly spotted an opening in Sasuke's defense. He naturally leaped and kicked, sending Sasuke flying into the air again. This time Sasuke's height was perfect for launching a technique. Rock Lee let out a soft shout. Shadow Dance. I will use this move to show everyone that hard work can defeat so-called geniuses like you. Then Rock Lee leaped into the air following the kicked Sasuke. With a pull of his right hand, the bandages on his body came loose and began to wrap around Sasuke. Only then did Sasuke realize the danger. With a terrified expression he said, "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly a small kite flew over, and with great force it pinned Rock Lee's bandages to the wall. Rock Lee's technique was immediately interrupted. He looked toward the source of the attack, only to see a giant purple turtle suddenly appear in the arena. That's probably Teacher Guy's summoning beast Bodai. Little Lee, that's enough. Bodai spoke. Looking at the bandages pinned to the wall, Sasuke said with lingering fear, "What is this all about?" Freed from the restraints, Sasuke, utterly exhausted, fell uncontrollably toward the ground. Sakura, who had been closely watching the battle, immediately sprinted over when she saw Sasuke lose balance in midair. She dropped to her knees, slid to where he was falling, and caught him in an intimate princess carry. Naruto, who had just woken up, saw Sasuke falling from the air and wondered in his heart. Sasuke was defeated. What happened during this time? Has his confidence been shaken, landing in midair without any resistance? Sakura thought with a worried expression. Little Lee, you actually used the forbidden technique just now. The big turtle complained. Sorry, I got carried away. Rock Lee said, scratching the back of his head. Seeing Rock Lee being scolded, Naruto suddenly realized he's being reprimanded by that big turtle. Could it be his teacher? The turtle saw Rock Lee's nonchalant expression and shot him a fierce glare. Don't be like that. I was just bluffing him. I didn't really intend to use that secret technique. Really, you have to believe me. Rock Lee said with an awkward smile. Naruto cheerfully approached Sasuke and Sakura and asked Sakura, "That's a turtle, right?" Sakura yelled, "Isn't that obvious?" Naruto pointed at the turtle and asked doubtfully, "Can a turtle be a ninja teacher?" Sakura said angrily, "How should I know?" Rock Lee's explanation did not satisfy the big turtle. "Foolish, do you think your flimsy excuse can fool me? You should know the consequences of a ninja revealing their ultimate technique," the big turtle said sternly. Watching Rock Lee being scolded, Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought resentfully, "I actually lost to this guy. Do you understand?" The big turtle said sternly. "Yes." Rock Lee replied with his head lowered. "He'll leave the rest to you, Teacher Guy," the big turtle said loudly. Bang! Suddenly, with the sound of a balloon popping, a figure emerged from the smoke. "Really, you people don't understand youth at all," Mike Guy said, striking a clumsy pose. "Yo, Little Lee," Guy continued, then punched Rock Lee flying. "Teacher, I'm sorry." Before Rock Lee could finish, Mike Guy hugged him, making Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto shudder with goosebumps. "It's alright, youth is always full of mistakes." Mike Guy patted Rock Lee and said, "You're absolutely right." Rock Lee said respectfully, "Alright then, run 100 laps around the training ground facing the sun." Mike Guy pointed at the field and said, "Are you just leaving like that? The Chunin exam is about to start." Sakura reminded. "Oh, that's right." Mike Guy scratched his head awkwardly. "Lee, you fought privately and broke the rules. Your punishment will be after the exam." Mike Guy cleared his throat and said, "Yes, Teacher Guy." Rock Lee replied, "Shout for youth." "Yeah." Mike Guy cheered. "Oh," Rock Lee responded. Mike Guy looked at the three and asked, "You're Kakashi's students, right? Is he doing well?" Sasuke asked back, "You know Kakashi?" Mike Guy said mysteriously, "Of course, we are known as eternal rivals." Naruto and Sakura said in unison, "Nonsense. In that case, words are not enough." Mike Guy thought for a moment. Sasuke blinked and Mike Guy instantly vanished. When he realized it, a voice came from behind. "I might as well tell you our record is 50 wins and 49 losses. You could say I'm even stronger than Kakashi," Mike Guy said with a smile. Sasuke was now questioning his life. This guy's speed was even faster than Kakashi's. "Admit it. Teacher Guy is just that strong," Rock Lee praised. This time it was Little Lee's fault. "For my sake, please forgive him," Mike Guy said with a smile. Then hurry to the exam room. After saying that, Might Guy vanished instantly. Rock Lee turned back and reminded Sasuke there will be many powerful people in this Chunin exam. You better work hard. Be prepared for the exam. This makes the Chunin exam interesting, Sasuke said fiercely. After saying that, Rock Lee turned and chased after his teammate. With a thought system, information immediately appeared in his mind. Mission defeat Sasuke completed. Collecting the mission rewards, streams of memories and incantations flooded into his mind. Rock Lee instantly learned it. The Ice Heart art was unlike the techniques he had learned before. It was actually a mental secret method that could both enhance his own spiritual energy and resist Jinjutsu attacks. After circulating the Ice Heart art, his mind became as clear and transparent as ice, unaffected by external disturbances. System notification: the host has passed the learning period. The system will no longer issue missions. The host can earn points by participating in the plot, and the system has opened a shopping mall. The host can use points to purchase needed items in the mall. This damn system has been updated. With a thought, the system shopping mall appeared. It included techniques section, weapons section, medicine section. What's in the medicine section? Not bad. There are even great return pills, small blue bottles, small return pills, body tempering pills, and the like. Small return pills can also repair physical damage and restore chakra. Pretty good. Let's look at the technique section. Buddha's palm, 15,000 points. 18 dragons subduing palms, 10,000 points. Indestructible diamond art, 9,800 points. Weapon section, peacock feather, 10,000 points. Dragon slayer saber, 9,500 points. Storm of petals and pearls needles, 1,000 points. Medicine section, quick effect life-saving pill, 3,000 points. Great return pill, 1,000 points. Small return pill, 100 points. 9 blossom jade dew pill, 50 points. Damn it. Points 0. Points were actually 0. Could only look, but not buy. Looks like I'll have to farm some points in the Chunin exam. Lee Luoka flashed to the 3rd floor. At that moment, Ning Si and Tian Tian were waiting for him in the corridor outside the real room 301. Seeing Lee Luoka approaching, Tian Tian complained, "Xiao Li, why are you so late?" Tian Tian, why are you angry? Lee Luoka said with a hint of embarrassment. Tian Tian's face flushed with shyness and she pouted. This exam requires teams of 3. If you don't come, Ning Si, and I can't enter the exam venue. Haha, sorry, I was having too much fun and delayed a bit. Lee Luoka said apologetically. Tian Tian rolled her eyes at Lee Luoka, then let out a humph. Her angry expression was adorable, making Lee Luoka's heart pound wildly. Ning Si said calmly, "Alright, it's getting late. Let's go in." Then the 3 of them opened the door to room 301 and entered. After entering, they found the classroom packed with all sorts of formidable characters. Their expressions were fierce and contemptuous. More new faces. At this age, they want to pass the Chunin exam. It seems our chances of passing are getting better, some older ninjas remarked. What do they mean? Are they looking down on us? Tian Tian said discontentedly. Lee Luoka tugged at Tian Tian and said, "Never mind them for now. Let's keep a low profile." Keeping a low profile? I wonder who was challenging others just now, Tian Tian muttered. Lee Luoka looked around, scanning the crowd, and then the 3 of them found a vacant seat in the back and sat down. When Ming Ren and his 2 teammates entered the classroom, they also saw the large room packed with ninjas and were instantly stunned. Jing Yi, who had already arrived in the classroom, noticed Zhuju's arrival. With a swift step, she gave him a big hug. Chun Ying, who had been very nervous, immediately became angry and launched a verbal attack on Jing Yi. Then the 2 started arguing over Zhuju. Soon after, Ding Si, with a chip hanging from his mouth, and Lu Wan, whose mouth was drooping, appeared. Lu Wan said listlessly, "You're also taking the Chunin exam." As classmates from the same squad, they were all familiar with each other. "Isn't this the idiot trio?" Ming Ren teased Lu Wan. In the squad, aside from Zhuju, the one Ming Ren was closest to was Lu Wan. "Don't talk nonsense, idiot Ming Ren. What a pain," Lu Wan said with a displeased look. Chuanzhong Yiyu Nu Ji Nai and Ri Xiang Chu Tian spotted Ming Ren, and the others gathered together in the crowd. Overjoyed to finally see their peers, they slowly walked over. "Haha, now everyone is here," Chuanzhong Yi said happily. "What? You're also taking this troublesome exam?" Lu Wan said to Chuanzhong Yi speechlessly. "So that means all 9 newbies of this cohort are taking the exam. How far can we go? What do you think, Zhuju?" Chuanzhong Yi said provocatively. "Yo, you seem quite relaxed, ya?" Zhuju replied. "We've undergone extensive training. You can't beat us," Chuanzhong Yi said confidently. Yao Shidou, seeing the 9 little strong ones making a ruckus, immediately stepped forward to engage them. Acting like a nice guy, he provided them with the intelligence he had gathered on the various examinees. Ming Ren's team paid special attention to the information on Wa Ai Luo and Li Luoka. Hearing Yao Shidou's introduction and learning that there were many formidable individuals, Ming Ren became excited. He pointed at everyone and said recklessly, "My name is Xianhua Ming Ren. I won't lose to any of you." "Is he an idiot?" Tian said, hearing Ming Ren's loud shout. "But he has a lot of spirit," Ning Xi praised. "He's full of energy," Li Luoka laughed. "Shaoli, it seems your lesson didn't have much effect on them," Ning Xi said to Li Luoka with a smile. "Don't underestimate them. Although they are still weak now, they grow very quickly. Otherwise we risk being," Li Luoka warned. "Really?" Ning Xi wondered inwardly. He hadn't expected Li Luoka to rate them so highly, which immediately caught his attention. At that moment, a trio of sound ninja in the crowd heard that Yao Shidou had not gathered any information on them and felt greatly humiliated. A sound ninja with spiky hair and a grim expression said, "Let's go teach that bespectacled guy a lesson." The 3 sound ninja coordinated well, and after a brief exchange they cornered Yao Shidou. Then it was Yao Shidou's turn to perform. Yao Shidou was speechless inside, not expecting the 3 guys sent by Shi Wan to be so impatient. So he could only pretend to be injured and forced out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Yao Shidou easily defeated the 9 little strong ones were also shocked. They hadn't expected any random team to be so strong, and they began to worry about the upcoming competition. Suddenly, a large group of elite ninjas emerged from the smoke, led by a tall man with a scarred face. "Rookies, quiet down. I am the proctor of the first exam, Sun Nai Bai Shi. You Inin village ninjas want to be disqualified. Settle down." Sun Nai Bai Shi said fiercely. His pressure was immense. As the head of the Mu Yi interrogation department, Bai Shi was skilled in manipulating others' minds, and was known as the sadistic proctor. "Without my permission, no fighting of any kind is allowed. Even if you have my permission, you cannot kill your opponent. Any fool who disobeys will be disqualified. Understand?" The stern voice echoed in the classroom. Bai Shi continued, "Now the first exam begins. Hand in your application forms at the podium to exchange for a number tag. Everyone sits according to their number, and then test papers will be distributed." After Li Luoka and his team received their number tags and sat down, Sun Nai Bai Shi pointed at the blackboard and said loudly, "No questions during the exam. Now listen to the rules. First, you start with 10 points. There are 10 questions in total, each worth 1 point. Wrong answer deducts 1 point. Correct answer does not deduct. Second, passing condition is based on the total score of the 3-person team. Why judge by the total score of 3? Xiaoling asked discontentedly. Listen to me. Third, if you cheat and are caught by the proctors, 2 points will be deducted each time. If caught cheating 5 times, you will be expelled from the exam. In other words, you might be kicked out before the scores are even calculated. Special note, if any team member scores 0, the entire team is eliminated. The last question will be announced 45 minutes after the exam starts. Sun Nai Bai Shi quickly finished stating the rules. Exam begins. Everyone instantly became tense. After receiving the test paper, Li Luoka quickly signed his name. He glanced at the questions and found them indeed difficult. For someone like Li Luoka, who spent all his time on training, he couldn't solve a single one of these scholarly problems. Li Luoka had long known that this exam mainly tested a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. It seemed he could only rely on Tian. Soon Tian used chakra threads to control the glass lampshade and transmitted the answers she had gathered to Li Luoka. Li Luoka, who had originally intended not to answer, could not refuse his teammates' kindness and could only concentrate on copying the answers. Soon many clumsy cheaters were caught by the proctors and taken out of the classroom. No. 55 eliminated. No. 49 eliminated. With so many students, how can you tell I cheated 5 times? Do you have evidence? No. 44 said discontentedly. Bang! A proctor with a bandage on his head used a body flicker technique and instantly pinned the No. 44 examinee against the wall. He said disdainfully, "Listen carefully, we are elite Chunin. I can see every little move you make." After a while, Kinjiu Lang used the excuse of going to the bathroom, had his puppet disguised as a proctor, and was taken out of the classroom. Upon realizing the examiner's intentions for the test rock, Li became bored. After copying a few questions, he could only silently observe his surroundings to pass the time. The 45 minutes passed swiftly. As more candidates were eliminated, the classroom grew increasingly. In the classroom, aside from a few who hadn't yet resorted to cheating, the remaining candidates were those with special talents or who had used secret techniques to cheat without being exposed by the examiner. The Chunin exam revealed just how unfair this world was to ninjas without secret techniques. For some commoner ninjas lacking both unique skills and special talents, passing the Chunin exam was nearly impossible. Gaara's eye of sand quickly caught the attention of Senpai Ibiki, but this cheating method was quite sophisticated, so he could only pretend not to notice, secretly admiring it. Time's up. At that moment, Kanjiro entered the classroom right on cue. Looks like you're lucky. The puppet game can continue. Never mind, return to your seats. Senpai Ibiki casually remarked to Kanjiro. Kanjiro, startled, could only silently walk back to his seat, and as he passed Shori's seat, he hopelessly tossed her the answers. Next comes the despair-inducing rule. You must first confirm whether you want to accept the exam for question 10. Senpai Ibiki unexpectedly posed another question. Then what if we refuse? Shori hurriedly asked. Since she hadn't answered the previous questions, this issue was crucial for her. If you refuse, your score will be immediately judged as 0, which means elimination, and the other 2 in your team will be eliminated as well. Senpai Ibiki replied decisively. Of course you have to accept. How could you drag others down? The crowd muttered as a matter of course. There's one more rule. If you answer a question incorrectly, you will be barred from participating in the Chunin exam in the future. Ibiki announced loudly. This news plunged the candidates into a state of torment, as if they were caught in a torture chamber. Understanding the examiner's intentions, Rock Lee did not make a fuss, but exchanged glances with Tintin and Neji, shaking his head at them. Tick-tock. Time passed slowly. Some candidates could not bear this torment and consecutively gave up on the exam. Naruto was about to explode with frustration, and he shouted, I won't give up. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will show you all that I can become Hokage. Naruto's inspiring declaration injected a surge of confidence into the remaining candidates, dispelling their unease. Seeing that the remaining candidates were all seated calmly, Ibiki understood that no one else would give up. He immediately announced with a smile, Well done, everyone who remains. You have passed the first exam. The unexpected pass left all the candidates bewildered. Examiner, does this mean we passed? What was the question for number 10? Sakura stood up to inquire. For a top student, not being able to answer questions was a regret. Ha, didn't you notice? What I just asked you to choose was the 10th question. Ibiki laughed heartily. Then what was the significance of the previous 9 questions? Shori asked in confusion. Clearly they have served their purpose. They tested everyone's information-gathering abilities, Ibiki replied. Information-gathering ability. Shori pondered. This exam started by establishing a team point system, creating an atmosphere of fear regarding the impact on teammates' scores. However, these questions were not something you could answer, so everyone had to rely on cheating to score. In other words, cheating became the theme of this exam. To create a target, I arranged for 2 Chunin who knew the answers to be hidden among you. Those who are not skilled at cheating will be eliminated, Ibiki arrogantly explained. In missions or battles, intelligence is more important than life, and is often acquired at the cost of one's life. Ibiki revealed his headband, showing off the scars on his head, looking terrifyingly fierce. You must remember, false intelligence can lead to devastating harm to your companions and your village. This exam is meant to weed out those clearly lacking in ability among the genin. Ibiki continued. I still don't understand the significance of the 10th question. Shori expressed her confusion. If your task is to seize secret documents and you are unaware of the enemy's arrangements and numbers, it could lead to the loss of your entire team. Is this a task you can accept? Sometimes such tasks must be accepted. As a Chunin team leader, one should have the ability to instill courage in teammates and solve difficulties. Ibiki elucidated. Those who are cowardly and rely on uncertain futures, hoping for next year, are unfit to become Chunin. Thus, those who could choose to pass the final question demonstrated that they possessed sufficient will to overcome difficulties. The entrance opened, marking the end of the first exam. Ibiki continued. The previously gloomy examiner had become amiable. Just watch me. Naruto, who had barely passed, shouted, venting his emotions. Suddenly, a spherical object crashed through the window, shooting into the classroom. Instantly, the entire classroom fell silent. The object that shot in quickly unfolded into a cloth fixed to the blackboard with purple fabric printed with the words, Second Exam Official Mitarashi Anko. I am Mitarashi Anko, the official for the second exam. Follow me. Let's prepare for the second exam. Anko exclaimed, raising her right fist triumphantly. A series of confusing actions left the candidates perplexed. The instructor beside them could not bear it and interjected, No one is paying attention to you. Anko was not surprised. It was as if the words had not come from her at all. It fit the saying, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is you who should be embarrassed. Then she said to Ibiki, there are still 78 people left, more than expected. This group of candidates is surprisingly excellent. Ibiki replied lightly. No worries, the second exam will eliminate half of the participants. Anko said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the candidates in the audience let out another round of wails. For the time and place of the exam, you can ask the Chunin examiners. The specific rules will be discussed tomorrow in the exam room. Now dismissed. After saying this, Anko exited the classroom. The next day, Rock Lee and the others gathered at the edge of a forest according to the guidance provided by the Chunin examiners yesterday. At this point, the examiner had already been waiting here for a long time. Rock Lee and the others could only find a piece of open ground to rest while waiting for the arrival of other candidates. Once all the exam participants arrived, Anko stepped forward. Now listen to me. This exercise area known as the Forest of Death will serve as the venue for the second exam. Anko smiled. What Forest of Death? No matter what you say, I'm not afraid. Naruto shouted loudly, still wriggling his waist. Rock Lee could only think this kid really knows how to play. What an energetic young man. Anko sighed. Seeing Naruto's raucous behavior, she thought, how dare you go against me? Let me show you some colors. Instantly, she withdrew her smile, extending her right arm, and a kunai fell into her hand. In an instant, she shot the kunai towards Naruto, slashing his cheek before he could react. Then, using the body flicker technique, she moved behind Naruto, touching his cheek as she said, kids like you are the most likely to get killed. Naruto was immediately startled by Anko's actions. Rock Lee saw that the kunai shot by Anko not only cut Naruto's cheek, but also effortlessly severed the hair of a nearby ninja wearing a straw hat. Looks like another good show is about to unfold, he thought. So fast. Only Rock Lee, a ninja specializing in taijutsu, could see that the person wearing the straw hat had flicked out his tongue, swiftly rolling up a shuriken, and then executed a body flicker to appear behind Anko. Anko quickly reacted, taking out another kunai to defend herself. He'll return this to you. A hoarse voice echoed behind Anko. Thank you for returning it to me. Anko smiled, abandoning her plans to teach Naruto a lesson. If you don't want to die, don't stand behind me. While casually receiving the kunai from the tongue of the attacker. Because I smell blood and you cut my beautiful hair, I can't help but get excited. The person wearing the straw hat remarked. Upon witnessing this, Rock Lee immediately realized that the person in the straw hat was Orochimaru. After this minor friction, the atmosphere on site became tense. Now you are required to sign this because this exam might lead to death. Hondo said, producing a stack of documents. Naruto took them and distributed them to everyone. This is a survival test. There is a forest covering an area of 10 kilometers in radius with a tower standing in the center. A 3-person team that collects both the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth and enters the tower will pass, otherwise they are eliminated. Each team only has one scroll, so you must seize another team's scroll by any means necessary. Hondo declared. The forest is teeming with wild beasts and poisonous plants. Yakushi Kabuto reminded. There are many enemies around, it seems we won't be able to sleep peacefully. Sasuke said. Rock Lee smiled and said, that's what makes it interesting. He knew that in the forest, aside from wild beasts, the biggest enemies were the other examinees. The time limit is 5 days. By the way, you must not open the scrolls before entering the tower. Hondo continued. Each team, after receiving their scrolls at the secret base, was given a simple map, but they had no idea which scrolls the other teams had. The forest had many entrances and exits, and each team was assigned a different one. Team Lee chose Gate 41. With Honda's command, the wire mesh gate slowly opened. Once inside, each team dashed into the forest at top speed, quickly disappearing from the instructor's sight to hide. Rock Lee and his team gathered to discuss. Everyone who made it to the survival test is an elite among Genin, who some may be even stronger than us. Rock Lee warned. Lee, what have you noticed? Neji agreed. Not to mention others, but one team from Sunigakure is formidable. The most terrifying is that guy carrying a gourd. He gives me a strong vibe. Also, that ninja wearing a straw hat who provoked the proctor earlier is even more dangerous. Not to mention his speed, and that eerie tongue, one misstep, and you're done for. Rock Lee continued. This was a real world, and he tried his best to inform his teammates about the dangerous individuals to prevent them from getting into trouble. Are you not sure you can beat those two, Lee? Neji felt the pressure. Having been recently beaten by Rock Lee, he trusted his judgment. Hell, we'll only know after a fight. So what's our plan? Tenten asked. There are actually two strategies. One is to wait by the tower like a hunter, and the other is to seize the scrolls before entering the tower. Rock Lee analyzed. In my opinion, everyone will think of these two, so teams ambushing near the tower might face more battles. My idea is to conserve our strength in the early stages. Neji stated his view. I agree, Tintin said nonchalantly. It's only just begun and we needn't rush. With Neji here, as long as we avoid ambushes, passing the survival test is no problem. Rock Lee smiled. Indeed, we have the Scroll of Heaven now, we just need to find a team with the Scroll of Earth. Neji agreed. Once Neji spots the enemy, we can set up an ambush and lure other teams into our trap. But who is suitable to be the bait? Tintin pondered. Rock Lee and Neji exchanged glances and said in unison, you. How can you ask a girl to do that? And by the way, since when are you two so close? Tintin complained. We've always been close, you just didn't notice. Men's bonds. You girls wouldn't understand. Rock Lee said smugly. Who cares? Tintin sneered. Thinking that Tintin's body movement technique wasn't great, Rock Lee decided to teach her the wind god leg. Since the exam was long, he wasn't worried they wouldn't learn. He said, alright, enough joking. I've just developed a secret technique called wind god leg that greatly improves movement speed. They'll teach it to you now. That's not right. Last time you taught us the secret method to improve meridians, and now this speed technique. Tintin refused. Neji nodded. It's fine. Secret techniques are created to be learned by others. If hidden, they lose their purpose. I'm willingly contributing to improve the team. You don't need to feel burdened. Rock Lee smiled. Then he began explaining to Tintin and Neji how to channel chakra and execute the technique. The plot is about to start. I should hurry over, otherwise when will I ever accumulate enough points to redeem what I want? Neji, Tintin, you two practice here for a while. Leave a mark and wait for me. They'll go scout the surroundings. With that, Rock Lee swiftly darted through the trees. You? Neji couldn't even finish before Rock Lee was out of sight. Meanwhile, the area where Team Naruto was located had become the epicenter of the exam battle. They were under attack by Orochimaru enduring the test battle from the three lackeys of Otoge-cure, and the comedic trio Inoshikacho was on their way. Rock Lee pinpointed the direction of Team Naruto and raced forward. If he arrived late, he might miss all the plot. After a period of travel, Rock Lee sensed the presence of immense energy fluctuations. He slowed down and stealthily crept closer. From a distance, he saw a giant python about 2 meters wide with a figure standing on its head. That must be Orochimaru. The four were in a standoff, but at this point Sakura was essentially a cheerleader, so it was really just Rock Lee observed from afar in no hurry to act. Besides, Naruto and Sasuke were like cockroaches that wouldn't die, unless Orochimaru used heavy force. Killing them was difficult. Hell, what pitiful prey. Orochimaru showed a sympathetic expression. Suddenly, the python's tail lashed forward with tremendous force, hurtling toward Naruto like a shadow blotting out the sky. Naruto couldn't react at all. The python's tail struck him, smashing through 2 tree trunks, and blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing the python's immense power, Sasuke was shocked. Devour him. Orochimaru watched Naruto, who was slowly falling from above. The python flicked its massive tongue as if ready to swallow Naruto whole. A chord was struck in Sasuke's heart. He clenched his fists tightly. Yet facing this helpless situation, he seemed to give up resistance unmoved. The intense pain did not cause Naruto to lose consciousness. Suddenly, a demonic gleam appeared in his eyes, and he shook off the dizziness. Die! Naruto roared in anger. He quickly adjusted his posture in midair and delivered a fierce kick to the python. Rock Lee was impressed by Naruto's resilience. That's how the protagonist of a world works. No matter how badly injured, as long as the plot isn't over, he can always strike back. When he saw Naruto flung away by the python, Rock Lee had the urge to rush in. After all, as the future greatest fighting force on the side of justice, he didn't want Naruto to die before growing up. Based on memories from his past life, Rock Lee knew a lot about Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin whose strength was unfathomable. But reality differed from memory. Rock Lee wanted to gauge Orochimaru's strength further, so he continued to stay hidden. Orochimaru, seeing that the brat who had taken a heavy blow from the python still had the strength to fight back, regarded Naruto with a new level of respect. Suddenly, Orochimaru glanced around and immediately sensed someone else approaching. Mingren harbored intense hatred for the giant python. At the start of the battle, he had been swallowed by another giant snake. Seeing that the python did not dodge his kick, he knew this was a rare opportunity and immediately launched a series of relentless strikes at its head. At this moment Mingren was like a frenzied beast pounding the python's head downward, crushing several branches beneath it. However, his continuous assault only inflicted minor scratches on the python's scales. The python, recovering its senses, casually coiled its tongue and effortlessly neutralized Mingren's subsequent attacks. Dashyun smiled faintly. Without forming hand seals, he cupped his right hand like a trumpet near his mouth and spat out a torrent of magma-like flames straight at Mingren. Liluaka, hidden in the shadows, exclaimed in admiration, "Dashyun's mastery of ninjutsu is truly remarkable. For jutsu below a rank, he hardly needs to form hand seals." At this moment Mingren, completely deprived of any chance to dodge in midair, endured the brunt of the flames. In this world where fire release could not burn anyone, it only added a few new wounds to Mingren. Dashyun was somewhat surprised to see Mingren withstand 2 of his attacks without significant effect. Such damage would have been unbearable even for a special jonin of Konoha. The only explanation was that Mingren had a special constitution, and at this age the only one in Konoha was Schwanwa Mingren. Looking at Mingren lying on the ground, Dashyun turned to Zhuozhu and said, "Next it's your turn." The giant python immediately understood Dashyun's intention and charged at Zhuozhu like a heavy truck. Zhuozhu stood still, as if petrified, his eyes filled only with fear. Suddenly, a slender figure blocked the python's path, shielding Zhuozhu from harm. "Coward! Are you hurt?" Mingren shot a resolute glance at Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu was deeply shaken, remembering that he had once said the same words to Mingren only to have them turned back on him now. Dashyun, annoyed that this stubborn Mingren kept interfering with his plan to apply the curse seal on Zhuozhu, extended his tongue to wrap around Mingren. Liluaka, seeing this, immediately realized it was time to act. With 2 swift gestures, 2 kunai shot like arrows toward Dashyun's tongue. Dashyun, sensing the trajectory of the kunai, promptly withdrew his tongue, allowing Mingren to evade the attack. "Yo, you've been watching from the sidelines for so long, finally decided to show yourself." Dashyun smiled. Liluaka grinned sheepishly and said, "Haha, as expected of Snake Uncle, I thought I was hiding quite well. Now things are getting interesting." Dashyun licked his lips. "Thick eyebrows, what are you doing here?" Mingren exclaimed. Xiaoying felt a glimmer of hope in her previously anxious heart upon seeing Liluaka. "Don't call me thick eyebrows, my name is Liluaka," Liluaka said with displeasure. Seeing Zhuozhu's lack of fighting spirit, he thought, "This won't do, I need to stir him up." He continued, "So this Yuzhibo Zhuozhu, who prides himself on being from the prestigious Yuzhibo clan of Konoha, is even worse than the dead last of your class." "What did you say? I won't allow you to insult the Yuzhibo clan." Zhuozhu snarled. "Is there something wrong with what I said? Look at your performance now. Oh, it's a disgrace to the Yuzhibo clan." Liluaka continued contemptuously. "Unforgivable." The intense emotional upheaval caused Zhuozhu to unconsciously activate the Xiaolunyan, his eyes fixed on Liluaka. "That's more like it. Have some fighting spirit. You should be targeting the one opposite Dashyun, not me." Liluaka quickly changed the subject, not wanting to have internal strife at this moment. "Kid, you actually know me?" Dashyun said in surprise. "Dashyun," Xiaoying and Mingren asked in confusion. "I'm not like you rookies, I am your senior." Dashyun is a class rogue ninja from Konoha, always on the mission board, but never claimed. He specializes in summoning all kinds of giant snakes. You rookies are too inexperienced, you don't even know this basic information. Liluaka explained. "You're only a year older than us, stop pretending to be a senior. There are so many missions on the board, we've only been genin for half a year. Who would pay attention to class mission intel?" Xiaoying pouted. "Since you know how formidable I am, you still dare to show up. Are you looking for death?" Dashyun, No, I know what class rogue ninja means. It requires a team of jonin to handle. Simply put, it's the strength of 3 kakaiksi." Liluaka held up 3 fingers. When they heard that it took 3 kakaiksi, Mingren and the others who had just regained their fighting spirit felt their courage wane again. 1 kakaiksi could already torture them, let alone 3. Dashyun listened patiently to their conversation and said calmly, "You are quite knowledgeable. Do you think you can defeat me, eh?" "Of course not. Even if the 3 of us here fight together, we are far from your match. At least not now." Liluaka answered firmly. "How is it 3? It's clearly 4 people." Xiaoying counted on her fingers. "You are very self-aware. Aren't you scared now?" Dashyun pressed his sharp gaze fixed on Liluaka. "Why should I be afraid? I just need to buy time." Liluaka replied. "You've been in the forest for so long, surely the elite ninjas of our village have already detected you. It's you who should be afraid." When a large group of elite jonin arrives, even in class rogue ninja, like you will be hunted down. Lee Look's analysis stunned Mingren and the others, reigniting a blazing flame of hope in their hearts. Not a bad analysis. But do you think you can hold me off for long? Dashyuan said, unmoved, seeming ready to attack at any moment. It will certainly be a long time. After all, you've already wasted a lot of time listening to me talk. I think Snake Uncle has realized that. Lee Luoka deliberately counted on his fingers. Mingren, Xiaoying, and Zhuozhu collectively facepalmed. How could you reveal such an important thing? I didn't expect Konoha to produce such an interesting person after my absence. Interested in joining me? Dashyuan tried to poach from Konoha again. No, your style doesn't match mine. My master is the proud blue beast of Konoha Maite Kai. Lee Luoka proudly promoted his master. As a disciple, promoting his master was a good intention to spread his fame. I'm sure my master would agree. I don't believe your nonsense, you're just causing me trouble. Maite Kai's resentful voice drifted in. Oh, the wood-style taijutsu master. I've heard of him. You'll have to spar with him sometime. Dashyuan, don't go, I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death. Lee Luoka kindly warned. Since we can't reach an agreement then. Dashyuan didn't finish but flicked his sleeve toward Lee Luoka, sending several snakes flying out to strike him. Hidden shadow snake limbs. I was already prepared for that. Lee Luoka had already drawn his nunchucks and spun them into 2 circles in front of him. Crisscross, thunderstorm. Using the nunchucks combo that required both hands, he effortlessly repelled all the snakes that attacked. Lee Luoka knew that Dashyuan's ninjutsu was varied and tricky, so he tried to avoid close contact, otherwise a snake arm explosion would be troublesome. Your nunchuck skills are impressive. That's a rarely used weapon. Dashyuan praised. I can make them even more beautiful. Lee Luoka smiled back. Then try this move. Dashyuan suddenly became interested. In an instant, over a dozen giant snakes emerged from his sleeve, each over 10 centimeters thick, drastically increasing their power. The snakes opened their massive jaws and clashed with Lee Luoka, quickly engulfing his figure and raising a cloud of dust. Thick eyebrows. Mingren cried out. Xiaoying also covered her mouth in horror. A powerful yell rang out. Golden bell shield. Then the snakes from Dashyuan's sleeve rapidly retracted. As the dust cleared, Lee Luoka was seen enveloped in a golden bell-shaped aura. Seeing the snakes vanish, he stopped spinning his nunchucks. After all, conserving stamina was crucial for Lee Luoka when facing such a powerful opponent. Oh, not bad. Dashyuan cast an appreciative glance. Lee Luoka, with a cheeky expression, said calmly, Thank you for the compliment, Snake Uncle. You'll make me proud. Seeing Lee Luoka unharmed, Mingren exclaimed excitedly, Thick eyebrows, you're really something. After 2 rounds of attacks, Dashyuan quickly understood some of Lee Look's abilities. His taijutsu was formidable, and with that golden bell shield, it was nearly impossible to easily defeat him with rank ninjutsu. Now his goal was not yet achieved, and Konoha's pursuers would soon arrive. He couldn't waste time. If he used a rank or shrank ninjutsu, the commotion would be too great and might have uncertain effects on his target. So he had to separate them. Dashyuan said to the giant python beneath him, Kill him. The python raised its head and charged at Lee Luoka at full speed. Lee Luoka could only defend with his golden bell shield. The python carved a deep furrow as it passed, and in a few moments Lee Luoka was pushed 100 meters away. The python carved a deep furrow as it passed, and in a few moments Lee Luoka was pushed 100 meters. Lee Rock took a blow hidden without sustaining much damage. Being a mere punching bag was never his style. I can't defeat Orochimaru, but dealing with you should be no problem. Lee Rock thought to himself. Immediately he dodged the giant python's frontal assault, his twin nunchucks morphing into tiger shadows as he unleashed a furious barrage against the serpent's body, sending sparks flying off its scales and causing the giant snake to howl in agony. Lee Rock, with his slick footwork, easily toyed with the giant python. After a while he realized that despite the fierce assault, the massive serpent looked battered on the outside, but had sustained minimal actual damage. Snakes of this caliber could be summoned by Orochimaru at will. It seemed he had to end this quickly. Seizing the moment, Lee Rock swiftly put away his nunchucks and removed his weights. Fourth gate, Gate of Healing, open. A surge of steaming aura pressed outwards, stirring the surrounding air and drawing the attention of Orochimaru and Naruto's team, who were locked in combat. Let us begin as well. With that, Orochimaru adopted a bizarre gait and charged toward Sasuke. Meanwhile, after Lee Rock unleashed his startling energy, his speed and power surged dramatically. The giant python could no longer keep pace with him, becoming a mere punching bag with afterimages of Lee Rock's rapid movements all around its body. Wind sturdy grass, and stormy gale. These two-leg techniques descended like a torrential downpour, striking the giant python with lightning speed. Its scales were sent flying by the force, and the creature could only rampage blindly, toppling massive trees in the forest. I've played long enough. One more move, and you're done. Lee Rock flashed a roguish smile. Thunderous Gust. The fourth move of the Wind God Leg technique, its power greatly enhanced compared to the previous two, sent waves of thunderous force that flipped the giant python over. Enduring multiple strikes from Lee Rock, the giant python's consciousness began to fade. Continuing the fight meant certain death. With a bang, a puff of smoke appeared, and it dispelled the summoning, returning to another dimension. Lee Rock stood gracefully in the distance, remarking indifferently, "Tisk, can't even take a hit. What level was that giant snake?" Never mind, he was still on the battlefield. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, he saw Sasuke, bent over, panting heavily, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Lee Rock sensed something was wrong. The Uchiha clan really is weak. Just a short while, and he's already gasping for air. Not good. Just then, Orochimaru, who had been tied to a tree, gave a shake and instantly freed himself from the wire restraints. His neck stretched out, and he easily bit Sasuke on the neck, while Sakura Haruno could only cry out helplessly. This is fine too. I suppose this is the best path for Sasuke's growth, Lee Rock thought to himself. With a leap, he quickly arrived beside Sakura and Sasuke. Bastard! Naruto roared, leaping out with clenched fists, glaring at Orochimaru. At this point, Orochimaru had achieved his goal and had no desire to continue playing with them. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. This is a gift for Sasuke. If he wants power, he will surely come looking for me. Today was quite interesting. I saw all your abilities. See you next time. Orochimaru slowly merged into the tree trunk and disappeared. Leaving already? Not even staying for tea? Lee Rock shouted. You wanted him to stay, eh? Sakura Haruno said in surprise. Ha, just kidding, Lee Rock laughed awkwardly. Ah. A cry from Sasuke broke the brief silence. Having just been implanted with the curse mark, the pain was bone deep. After screaming for a while, he fainted. With a whoosh, a female ninja in combat gear appeared in everyone's sight. It was Anko Mitarashi, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Have any of you seen a dangerous individual? Anko addressed the four. Lee Rock pointed in the direction Orochimaru had left and reminded her, Proctor, you're too late. That guy just left from over there. Focus on the exam, Anko said sternly. Then she immediately followed the trail of Orochimaru's scent and gave chase. Looking at Sasuke in her arms, she wept. Naruto, Sasuke is. Naruto was also at a loss as he watched Sasuke writhing in pain. He rubbed and patted Sasuke, but after all that fuss, there was no improvement at all. Lee Rock, who had retrieved his weights, couldn't bear to watch, and said, Sasuke is fine, just unconscious. It's getting dark. You'd better find a place to hide and wait for him to recover. Bushy brows. Naruto said. Lee Rock. Call me Lee. Lee Rock said, pretending to be angry. Bushy brows, you're really strong. And you know a lot, Naruto said enviously. After the recent battle, having seen Lee Rock's strength, he felt a measure of admiration. What can I say? Last year I entered as the dead last genin. I realized I had no room to fall back, so I could only push forward relentlessly. I kept striving, and eventually I grew strong. Keep it up, kid. Lee said with a hint of pride. Senior, were you also the dead last in your class? Naruto asked doubtfully. That's right. I've already surpassed the genius of our year, and now I'm aiming to challenge the genius from the previous year. You have to understand that true strength is forged in adversity. That's how you surpass geniuses and become a presence comparable to the Hokage, Lee continued. Can a dead last really become that strong? Naruto asked skeptically. Absolutely. Next time you meet a powerful ninja, ask if they were once the dead last. You'll know. If they say no, then they're not a true strong one, and you don't need to fear them. I heard you're the dead last of this year's crop. I have high hopes for your potential. Lee Rock continued his persuasive talk. You can see my immense potential. I've always said I'd become Hokage. Naruto, though always confident, couldn't help but get excited when praised. Having been lonely since childhood, what he craved most was recognition from others. But don't get too excited. You've still got a long way to go. You need to learn new jutsu from a reliable teacher. Your attacks are too one-dimensional. Lee Rock advised. Thank you for the advice, senior. Naruto's heart became fired up. I need to rejoin my team now. Take care, and don't get ambushed. Lee Rock had already altered Naruto's fate of being knocked down. With Sakura also unharmed, he figured they could handle the upcoming trials. Even if they couldn't defeat the three-sound ninja with the Ino Shikacho trio about to arrive, they just needed to hold out until Sasuke woke up. Only 2,000 points for changing the protagonist's fate. That's too stingy. Following the markers he had left on the way, Lee Rock quickly returned to the temporary camp of his three-man team. Lee, you jerk. You've been gone for half a day. No sense of teamwork at all. Tintin complained. I was just gathering intelligence. Lee Rock replied, thinking himself clever. And what intel did you gather? Tintin asked quickly. I just saw a rookie team. The Kakashi squad I taught a lesson to before. They ran into some danger, so I gave them a little help. Lee Rock answered. You weren't chasing after some girl, were you? Tintin said discontentedly. How could I? The prettiest girl is right here, isn't she? Lee Rock replied seriously. Instantly Tintin's cheeks flushed with red blotches, looking quite adorable. Humph, she said, feigning anger. Neji meanwhile sat calmly under a tree, indifferent to the matter. By the way, Neji, how is your wind god leg technique coming along? Lee Rock asked with concern. This secret technique of yours is very suitable for us taijutsu specialists. Though it's not as fast as the body flicker technique, it offers greater flexibility and allows for easy retreats and advances. Moreover, it can be upgraded and adapt to ninjas of various levels. Immense potential. I owe you another favor, Neji said gratefully. You're being too formal. We've been comrades for so many years, we need to rely on each other. Tintin, what about you? Lee Rock said calmly. I've already mastered the basics. Look, with that, Tintin mobilized her chakra, her figure becoming ethereal with streaks of afterimages trailing behind her. Though not fast enough, yet it already had a certain flair. Not bad. I'd say even an average Chunin couldn't hit you. It perfectly complements your fighting style. Lee Rock said happily. A night passed without incident. At dawn, the blazing sunlight pierced through layers of leaves, sprinkling onto the grass of the forest of death. Rock Lee, Tintin, and Neji had a simple meal and packed their daily necessities. Neji glanced at the time, eager to prove himself, and said to Rock Lee and Tintin, let's begin our operation. Be careful of traps. After a day, many traps must have been left in the forest, Rock Lee warned. Tintin nodded in agreement. The forest was teeming with wild beasts. They soon encountered several large creatures, all below the Chunin level. For the trio, these posed no challenge, and they dispatched them with ease. After a period of searching, Rock Lee's team finally discovered a squad of ninja. 3 sand ninja were hiding behind a few giant trees, believing they were well concealed, unaware that Neji's Byakugan had already seen through their position. Neji smiled disdainfully and said, 100 meters ahead, 3 sand ninja are hiding. Delighted to find prey, Rock Lee exclaimed with excitement. Plan understood. Behind the giant trees. As time passed, one of the sand ninja with a comical expression grew restless and could not help but say to his companion, why hasn't any team passed by here for so long? Should we consider moving to another spot? Another sand ninja with a grim face said, everyone be patient. Suddenly the sand ninja in charge of perception exclaimed with delight, Captain, there's a team ahead, and they're Leaf rookies. The grim-faced sand ninja also showed joy and ordered, surround them, they're about to enter. When Rock Lee's team stepped into the trap zone, they easily spotted the trap's location, but did not reveal. As they passed the tripwire, Rock Lee deliberately stepped on it. The trap's chain reaction was triggered instantly. A massive log hurtled toward them. Rock Lee, standing at the front, reacted swiftly, lifting his right leg and kicking it fiercely. The giant log was split in two by Rock Lee's kick. Meanwhile, a deep pit bristling with spikes opened beneath Neji and Tintin. But they had already moved to the sides before the pit appeared, avoiding the danger of falling. Leaf ninja, nothing special. The grim-faced sand ninja said smugly. They've been easily surrounded by us, the comical sand ninja agreed. The 3 sand ninjas suddenly leaped out from their hiding spots, encircling Rock Lee's team. The grim-faced sand ninja frowned at the calm expressions of the Leaf trio. Are you sure you're the ones surrounding us? Tintin said with a smile. With 2 puffs of smoke, Neji and Tintin vanished, and the sand ninja sensed something amiss. Clone technique. No sooner had the comical sand ninja spoken than several shuriken whistled through the air from behind. He dodged as best he could, but was struck by 3. At the same time, an attack descended on the 3rd sand ninja from behind. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Puppet substitution. Neji's fierce palm strikes shattered the puppet with devastating force. Not bad, quick reflexes. Neji teased. Seeing his comrades attacked one after another, the grim-faced sand ninja unleashed his most powerful jutsu against Rock Lee. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind burst from the grim-faced sand ninja's mouth, rapidly engulfing Rock Lee. Surprisingly, Rock Lee did not evade. Instead, he activated the Golden Bell technique, flooding his body with chakra, and faint bronze light shimmered across his skin. When the dust settled, Rock Lee stood unscathed, proud and unyielding. Your wind release is too weak, just enough to tickle me. It has no power at all, Rock Lee said disdainfully. The grim-faced sand ninja was terrified. That wind release had consumed half of his chakra. Even a Chunin-level ninja couldn't have blocked it. What kind of monster was this opponent? Doubts filled his mind. My turn, Rock Lee said, his figure instantly becoming elusive. With a thunderous crash, Rock Lee simply used his normal speed, and the opponent could only take the beating. In just a few breaths, the sand ninja was beaten into a swollen mess and collapsed to the ground. His opponent was too weak. This level of ninja posed no challenge to Rock Lee now. On the other side, Neji and Tintin had also finished their opponents. The three sand ninja were piled together like trash. Sigh, it's still the scroll of heaven. All that effort for nothing. Why say it's for nothing? We can sell it to those who need it. As long as the price is right, there will definitely be a market. Isn't making money sweet? Rock Lee said with a carefree smile, then stowed the scroll. Thinking of earning money, the money grubber Tintin immediately brightened up. That's not bad. Let's go. Find the next group, Neji said expressionlessly. After a day of fighting, roughly half the teams had been eliminated. The remaining teams were hiding deeper and were stronger. After several more hours of searching, Rock Lee's team pinpointed a new battlefield. A squad of Sound Ninja had just defeated a Leaf team and were seizing their scroll. Rock Lee saw the three Sound Ninja and wondered, according to the plot, shouldn't these guys be on their way to target Sasuke? Since they'd run into them, he couldn't let them go. After all, they were experience points, and these three were somewhat capable. The Sound Ninja named Sack, with a death tag on his chest, said to the fallen Leaf Ninja, nothing special. A loud voice rang out. Really? You seem to have some misunderstanding about Leaf Ninja, Rock Lee declared loudly. Neji and Tintin strode out boldly, standing proudly opposite the Sound Ninja trio, their faces cold. A Sound Ninja with bandages wrapped around his face and metal implements on his hands, the leader, named Dosu, spoke in a low voice. Oh, you gave up the chance to ambush. You're really brave. The truly brave ones are you who don't know your place, Rock Lee retorted. Kid, you've successfully angered. Rock Lee raised a finger and gestured downward, then said to Neji and Tintin, leave them all to me. Let's have a fateful duel. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish, Dosu said, revealing his right hand covered in holes. He specialized in using the device on his right hand to create sound waves that temporarily disrupted the target's hearing. Neji, Tintin, do as I said earlier. Stuff cloth in your ears and cover them, Rock Lee said. Neji and Tintin obeyed, immediately covering their ears as Rock Lee instructed. Suddenly, Rock Lee gathered chakra in his chest and let out a long, piercing howl. Though the two covered their ears, they still felt dizzy and had to steady themselves. Dosu, Sack, and Kin widened their eyes in terror, then pressed their hands to their heads. Moments later, they collapsed to the ground, writhing and curling up in agony. When blood began to trickle from their ears, they could no longer hold on and fell unconscious. Rock Lee stopped his howl and signaled to Neji and Tintin. After Tintin uncovered her ears, she looked at the three fallen Sound Ninja with a hint of sympathy. This is too brutal. Is it over already? Of course. After my howl, even when they wake up, they'll be mentally disoriented and deaf. Let's quickly check their scrolls, Rock Lee said calmly. Neji and Tintin looked at Rock Lee as if he were a monster. They found him increasingly strange and mysterious, with an endless array of secret techniques and unfathomable strength. 2 scrolls were found. Not bad, not bad. 1 scroll of heaven and 1 scroll of earth, Rock Lee said, quickly stowing them. Now we have a complete set. We can head to the tower, Tintin said happily. And we have 2 extra scrolls of heaven, Neji added. We can sell these 2 scrolls of heaven for a good price. Now let's find a buyer, Rock Lee said with a slump. Lee, your idea is really unreliable. It's already the 4th day, and we've circled the entire forest. Apart from 2 teams that needed the scroll of earth, we haven't met a single team that needed the scroll of heaven, Tintin complained. Doing business is never that easy. You should know that from running a ninja tool shop. We have plenty of time. We just need to reach the tower within 5 days, and we're already near it. We can go in any time, Rock Lee explained. Tintin, it's fine. Just treat it as training. We haven't been idle these past few days. We've been practicing the wind god leg technique that Lee taught us while traveling. I feel my speed has increased a lot, Neji said. If not for that, who would stay out in the wild for so long? Tintin grumbled. Let's search for half a day longer. If we find nothing, well, enter the tower, Rock Lee said helplessly. Fine. Tintin had to compromise. Time passed. Lee Luoka and his companions swiftly navigated through the forest, quickly approaching a team from Konohagakure. One of the lower ninjas from the Sarutobi clan holding the Book of Earth said dejectedly, "Yao, what we need is the heavenly book with white ends on the scroll, right? Cairo perhaps, but I didn't pay attention when the teacher took it out." "Why are you asking this suddenly?" said another lower ninja from Konohagakure, his face adorned with special symbols. Sarutobi Kairu looked at the scroll with a strange expression, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly a loud voice rang out. "Do you all want to be eliminated?" Li Lux's voice came from a distant tree. "Is someone there?" Yao immediately stood up and said. No sooner had he spoken than Li Luoka and his companions floated down from the tall treetop like 3 feathers. "Don't you know that opening the scroll will lead to elimination?" Li Luoka reminded them. "So it's you 3. Sarutobi Kairu looked at Li Luoka and his companions. "Oh, familiar faces. Aren't you the trio of idiots from our class? You haven't perished yet," Li Luoka teased. "What did you say, you tail-end loser?" Yao retorted defiantly. "All right. No need to argue as soon as we meet. We are all classmates." Tian stepped in to mediate at that moment. "Where are the other 2? Isn't Tian Yisiazwa with you?" Li Luoka inquired. "He's gone to scout around." "Are you trying to snatch our scroll?" Sarutobi Kairu said. "If we have plenty of scrolls. Even the heavenly book you need, we have it too." Li Luoka laughed. "Don't boast. If you have gathered them, why are you still here instead of going to the tower?" Yao questioned, puzzled. Li Luoka then took out a heavenly book from his backpack and said blandly, "This is it. Do you want it? Just give us something satisfactory, and we can give it to you right now." Suddenly a kunai shot in front of Li Luoka, separating the 5 of them. A ninja from Konohagakure dressed in gray and black appeared next to Yao. It was Tian Yisiazwa, who had gone to scout. "Isn't this our class's 1,000 years second?" Li Luoka said playfully. "Surely don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have Neji backing you. Are you here to start a fight?" Tian Yisiazwa said, solemnly realizing that if the other 3 attacked his 2 companions while he was absent, his team would be doomed. "I'm helping you, otherwise you would have been eliminated by now," Li Luoka replied. Tian Yisiazwa then began to communicate with his 2 companions, understanding the intention of Li Luoka and his group. Comparing their strengths, Tian Yisiazwa reluctantly said, "Since you want to trade the heavenly book, what are the terms?" 5,000 Rio, that's not expensive for you, right? "Just the reward for a few drank missions," Li Luoka said with a mischievous smile. "Impossible, that's too expensive. We spent all our money on ninja tools, and we don't have much left." Tian Yisiazwa replied unwillingly. "It's fine, we can write an IOU. After all, we are from the same village. If you dare not pay, I'll come to your house," Li Luoka said menacingly. After some bargaining, they finally settled on 3,000 Rio. "Not bad, we can earn money through tasks in the Chunin Exams, and we'll have funds for a group meal," Li Luoka said happily. "Money grubber," Tian said speechless. "I'm not like you rich folks," Li Luoka pretended to look pitiful. "All right, let's hurry to the next one, the sun is about to set," Neji reminded when he could no longer bear it. After some effort in searching, Li Luoka and his companions successfully sold another heavenly book and earned 3,000 Rio. Then the 3 quickly rushed to the tower. Upon entering the hall, they saw a misleading statement written on the wall by the 3rd Hokage. Following the steps, they unraveled the scroll of heaven and earth. The sealing technique of the scroll activated immediately upon opening. With a puff, a cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of Might Guy. "Haha, you've really not disappointed me." Guy's figure materialized. After a round of encouragement, Li Luoka and his companions slowly entered the rest area, noticing that 7 teams were already present. After some time, the end of the exam approached. At the top floor of the Death Forest Tower, which served as the temporary office of the Hokage, Hondo was conversing with the 3rd Hokage. "Hondo, does your cursed seal still react?" The 3rd Hokage said, puffing on his pipe. "It's fine, after your sealing there are no issues at all," Hondo replied, touching the cursed seal on her neck. "Orochimaru is classified as an Shrank Rogue Ninja on the wanted list, a dangerous individual that even the Umbu dare not confront. Why is he appearing in the Death Forest?" An elite Chunin behind Hondo said. "It's possible that." Hondo pondered for a moment, hesitating. "It's Sasuke," the 3rd Hokage affirmed. Sure enough, the 3rd Hokage knows his disciples well, Hondo thought to herself. Lord Hondo, 33 people have passed the 2nd exam and can proceed to the 3rd exam. the ninja at the examination site reported. Originally, if it weren't for Xiao Li's intervention, only 21 people would have passed the survival test. Now, however, there are 33, so further screening is necessary. In that case, let the exam continue. As for Orochimaru, I will arrange for people to keep an eye on his movements, the third Hokage said lightly after hearing the report. In the hall for the third exam, the third Hokage slowly appeared alongside numerous examiners and leading jonin. First, congratulations on passing the survival test in the Death Forest. Next, I invite the Hokage to deliver an important speech, Hondo said. Following that, the third assessment will begin, and I have an important announcement to make. The purpose of this year's exam is to enhance relationships among allies and promote skill improvement. I hope you can understand the true meaning of the exam. It is akin to a small-scale war. The third Hokage spoke enigmatically. What does this represent? Tion asked confused. Looking back at history, you will find that today's allies were once adversaries. Allies organizing the Chunin exams can reduce unnecessary casualties, the third Hokage continued. Isn't this being held for the purpose of selecting Chunin? Naruto complained. Of course it contains the meaning of selecting Chunin, but it is also a battlefield for assessing the strength of the new generation of ninjas from various countries. In the third exam, there will be feudal lords and officials from various countries to observe, representing the level of ninjas from their respective nations. In the upcoming selections, let everyone fight for their beliefs and the prestige of their village. The selections below will be hosted by Moonlight Gale, the third Hokage said sternly. Now, the preliminaries. Begin, Moonlight Gale announced, clearing his throat. What preliminaries? Can we go straight to the third exam? Ino complained. Tion Yisiazwa, didn't we waste 3,000 rios selling the scroll then? Sarutobi Kairu said, staring at Liloaka displeased. Shaoli. Tion Yisiazwa. Liloaka, however, did not indulge them disdainfully, saying, What are you doing? Without me you wouldn't even have the qualification to stand here. Oh, what else do you want? With no choice but to endure their inferior strength, the preliminaries officially began after this minor incident. Moonlight Gale, looking sickly, walked out slowly, coughing as he moved like an aged old man, and said in a low voice, Because the first two exams were too easy, and the exam time is limited, we can only select the best physically fit among you. I feel like you're not in good health yourself, Sensei. Ino muttered. The matches are individual, and you can choose to withdraw, Moonlight Gale said haltingly. Suddenly a discordant voice rang out, slightly embarrassed. Examiner, sorry, I want to withdraw. Originally this was just a formality, but unexpectedly someone actually withdrew from the preliminaries. Those who made it here had passed through numerous trials and were considered elite among the genin. Name: Yakushi Kabuto. Moonlight Gale didn't think much about it. He simply flipped through the documents, found Kabuto's information, and crossed it out. Cough, you may leave now, Moonlight Gale said indifferently. Naruto couldn't understand. Through his interactions during the Chunin exam, he had come to respect this genin who was much older than him. He couldn't fathom why someone who had worked so hard to pass the survival test would decide to withdraw. Senior, why do you want to withdraw? He asked doubtfully. Kabuto didn't expect this younger brother to trust others so easily and readily accept him. But to avoid affecting the upcoming mission, it was necessary to reduce exposure of his strength. With a regretful expression, he said painfully, Sorry Naruto, I can't keep my promise to you. After many battles, my body can no longer sustain the strenuous matches ahead. The third Hokage on the high platform looked at this somewhat unusual Kabuto, thought for a moment, and said to Enko beside him, How is it that I've seen him in the Chunin exam several times before? Enko didn't answer immediately. Instead, she picked up the examinee information and carefully examined it. Soon she found Kabuto's data. Then a surprised expression appeared on her face, and she quickly said, He has failed 6 times in a row. His performance at the Ninja Academy was average, and he hasn't undertaken many missions. I can't see anything unusual. The only peculiar thing is that he was a young boy from the enemy side at the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, later adopted by a jonin from the medical unit. It was rare for someone to persist in taking the Chunin exam 6 times. Most people either passed after 1 or 2 attempts or gave up their identity as a ninja to become ordinary civilians. Although Kabuto seemed harmless on the surface, the third Hokage had a special intuition that he was not simple. But for now the preliminaries were the priority, and other matters had to be set aside. Moonlight Gale swept his eyes over the crowd and said coldly, Are there any more withdrawals? If not, please look at the electronic screen. The matchups will proceed in the order shown on the screen. In the third Atwaperson preliminaries, due to Rock Lee's antics, many ninjas with limited skills had entered. However, gold always shines and the results did not change much. It took only half a day for the top 16 to be decided. The next match, Akato Yoroi vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Begin now, Moonlight Gale announced. Rock Lee turned to look at Sasuke, seeing him with one hand on his neck, veins bulging on his face, as if enduring great pain. Indeed, Sasuke was not feeling well in the arena. The cursed seal throbbed with pain, making it hard to concentrate on using ninjutsu. He suddenly recalled what Kakashi had said while treating his wound. If you use the Sharingan again, the cursed seal will activate and put your life in danger. If you use the Sharingan, I will stop you from continuing the match. It seems I can only rely on taijutsu and use ninjutsu sparingly. This opponent feels much stronger than the filler ninja from the morning, Sasuke thought. Nearby, Orochimaru, hidden in the crowd using the mass transformation technique, had been eagerly anticipating the match between Sasuke and Akato Yoroi. Akato Yoroi technique could absorb an opponent's chakra, which would accelerate the activation of the cursed seal within Sasuke. Exactly what Orochimaru wanted. Restricted by the cursed seal, Sasuke's movements were slow and distorted. He could only passively take hits. Within a few exchanges, Yoroi had pushed Sasuke back, revealing his disadvantage. If not for completing Orochimaru's mission to test the boy's potential, Sasuke might have lost quickly. Feeling the time was right, Yoroi pinned Sasuke to the ground and activated his special technique, chakra absorption. At that moment, Sasuke was completely defenseless, watching helplessly as his chakra flowed away. Like the loss of chakra made Sasuke increasingly panicked. With a loud cry, he endured the pain, mustered all his strength, and kicked Yoroi away. Yoroi looked at the panting Sasuke and taunted, "Out of strength already? I wanted to play a little longer. He wants to get close to absorb my chakra. How can I win?" Sasuke pondered. Haruno Sakura watched her beloved being beaten and was deeply worried. Naruto, seeing Sakura tense, shouted to the arena, "Sasuke, hurry up and punch him." Sasuke, feeling uncertain, looked back at Naruto on the stands. As his gaze swept over Rock Lee, a flash of inspiration struck him and he regained his confidence. Still looking around, "Take this," Yoroi said, charging at Sasuke with quick steps. Yoroi's continuous attacks were easily dodged by Sasuke. Suddenly, Yoroi lost sight of Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke had crouched down and delivered a fierce high kick effortlessly, sending him flying into the air. Sasuke's unexpected attack electrified the entire venue. "What?" exclaimed Might Guy. Rock Lee praised, "He's learned my technique. The Sharingan is indeed famous for copying." Sasuke pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, and chased after Yoroi, saying, "Now for my original move." The sudden burst of power triggered an eruption of the cursed seal, and fiery red, cursed seal chakra spread from his neck across his entire body. Orochimaru watched as Sasuke was about to fully activate the cursed seal from overusing chakra, a joyful smile spreading across his face. In this critical moment, Sasuke's strong pride refused to let the cursed seal consume him. He immediately suppressed the seal with a firm will, steadied his mind, and the cursed seal chakra swiftly retreated back into the seal on his neck, averting the danger. Lion combo. Boom. Then Sasuke executed a series of spinning kicks in the air, slamming Yoroi into the ground. Having taken this heavy blow, Yoroi's body had sustained severe internal injuries and could no longer continue the fight. The crowd was astonished. "I declare the winner Uchiha Sasuke, who passes the preliminaries," Moonlight Gale said after confirming the condition of both parties. Seeing Sasuke unsteady on his feet, Kakashi appeared in time to support him and led him away from the scene. The electronic screen lit up again. Kankuro vs. Rock Lee. Since Kankuro's original opponent Kemizuru had been eliminated in the previous round, Kankuro now faced Rock Lee. Upon seeing his name appear, Rock Lee immediately became excited, though he regretted not being able to. Rock Lee stretched his arms and performed a set of punches, then said arrogantly, "Ha, I was planning to be the final highlight, but I didn't expect to be called so soon." "Oh, truly, my disciple," Might Guy said, looking at the passionate Lee. "Watch closely, Guy Sensei." Lee smiled. "For this match, they'll give you a hint," Might Guy said mysteriously. Lee quickly leaned in. "Everyone might not have noticed, but that rolled-up bundle of his is very suspicious." Might Guy whispered. "Indeed, very suspicious." Lee nodded in agreement. Several nearby people looked at them as if they were idiots, thinking it was so obvious that everyone had noticed. "Go, Lee," Might Guy said, pointing to the arena with sparkling eyes. "Yes," Lee said, then jumped down with what he thought was a cool demeanor. "Let's end this fight quickly," Kankuro said, placing the bundle on the ground. "Aren't you going to untie the puppet beside you to fight me?" "Puppet master from Suna." Lee pointed confidently at the bandaged bundle. I didn't expect you to notice, Kankuro said flatly. I noticed you during the first exam, Lee laughed. I see. There's no need to hide anymore. As Kankuro finished speaking, a hand extended from the bundle, and the bandages flew apart. Another Kankuro slowly emerged. Huh. The arena fell silent. The two Kankuros astonished the spectators. They had never imagined the Suna puppets could be so exquisite, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. Interesting. Then ill attack, Lee warned. When fighting a puppet master, attacking the main body renders the puppet useless. The puppet clone of Kanjiro is incredibly lifelike. Lee cannot distinguish with the naked eye which one is the real body, but this is not a problem. He leaps into the air wielding a kunai with unparalleled speed, aiming straight for Kanjiro's chest. Lee sudden outburst did not attract Kanjiro's attention. By the time he reacted, the kunai had already pierced into his right chest. The mood of the crowd in the stands suddenly became tense. Did it hit? Lee did not let his guard down. He immediately retreated without checking the effect of his attack. Kanjiro's expression was dull as he glanced at his chest. The attack from Lee had created a large hole, yet strangely despite such severe damage he still smiled and said, "You have successfully caught my attention." Clearly the target of Lee previous attack had been the puppet clone. The body of Kanjiro began to mutate, with his hands elongating like bamboo joints and his head splitting, becoming grotesque. Suddenly the puppet's joints broke and two short arrows shot out, aiming straight for Lee. Lee was not flustered. He seemed to have anticipated it, effortlessly dodging. Looking at the glimmering light on the arrows, he knew they were likely coated with deadly poison. Although he was confident in his Golden Bell shield, he did not want to test this unknown harm. He then accelerated, circling around his opponent, trying to find a gap in Kanjiro's defense. Changing his speed, he attempted to approach Kanjiro's real body, but the puppet reacted swiftly, blocking his path immediately. Lee knew that relying solely on his current speed was not enough to find an opening to get close. Kanjiro had already reached the level of a Chunin, displaying a mastery over his puppet far superior to that of the puppet master he encountered in the Forest of Death. Then Little Lee jumped to the top of the statue and glanced at Might Guy. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Lee and responded, "Little Lee, unleash it." "Understood, Teacher Guy," Lee replied, and began to remove the weights from his legs and arms. "Weights, huh? A boring trick. It feels so good to be unbound." Lee laughed heartily. Boom. As the weights collided with the ground, a thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the earth. After this period of training, Little Lee's total weight had been increased to 1,000 kilograms. The impact just now was equivalent to a truck falling from a height. This weight was necessary to provide training effects for Lee now. Otherwise, how could he endure the pressure to easily open the sixth gate, the Gate of View? "Guy, you're a bit excessive here," Kakashi remarked as he looked at the scene before him. "Go for it," Might Guy said with conviction. Lee jumped down from the air, his figure flickering. Kanjiro could no longer see Lee form, and the sound of wind slicing through the air filled his ears as suddenly his body lost control. He was hit by a knee strike from Lee flying into the air, unable to perform any additional maneuvers. Kanjiro could only spread his chakra throughout his body to reduce the impact damage. Boom. The violent impact caused the surrounding walls to crack rapidly, with Kanjiro's disheveled figure lying within. Lee had already reined in a considerable amount of force, otherwise that strike would have sent Kanjiro to his demise. "Not bad at all," Lee said with a mischievous grin. Temari and Gaara rushed to Kanjiro's side, realizing he had merely fainted and was not seriously injured. They finally felt relieved. Temari glared angrily at Lee. "He'll remember you," Gaara said to Lee with an expressionless face. "Let's have a match when the opportunity arises," Lee said coldly. The Moonlight Gale staggered out, announcing, "The victor is Lee." Lee did not react much to winning against Kanjiro. After all, his opponent's strength was still lacking. After putting away the weights, Lee lightly leaped back to the stands. "Little Lee, well done," Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. "Thanks to Teacher Guy's guidance," Lee said respectfully. Defeated an elite genin awarded 80-point system. Kanjiro only has 80 points. That's quite cheap. After surviving the trials of the Forest of Death, Lee had accumulated 3,280 points. While this score could not buy advanced techniques in the system shop, it could purchase a few life-saving pills as backups. Lee's technique consumption was primarily due to his physical energy, so he first bought 2 pills for rapid recovery, leaving the remaining points to prepare for acquiring extraordinary techniques. Next up was Shikamaru versus Ino, and Shikamaru easily won the match thanks to his exceptional tactical acumen. The battle between Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba was intense, but in the end Naruto triumphed using his superior physique and perseverance. The electronic announcement flickered again, and with a ding the screen froze. Temari vs. Tenten. Soon the two arrived in the center of the arena. Begin. The Moonlight Gale announced. Tenten, go for it. Don't lose to your opponent. Lilac shouted loudly. Nice cheer louder more passionately. Might Guy also shouted. Standing next to them Naruto could hardly stand the noise from Guy, and Lilac with a face full of disdain, he said, you guys are too loud. In the arena Tenten looked at Temari's calm demeanor, and suddenly felt at a loss. In a duel between masters weaknesses only become apparent when the opponent strikes. Tenten kept a safe distance from Temari, cautiously observing her. Still observing. The moment I launch an attack you will have no chance to counter, Temari said with her hands on her hips. In that case, I'll attack now. Tenten said with a smile. She leaped into the air, twisting her body, and released 4 shurikens at Temari fast and precise. Temari, facing the incoming shurikens, was not alarmed. She accurately predicted their landing points, sliding to the left, as if teleporting, effortlessly dodging the shurikens. This technique could only be executed by a wind-style ninja proficient in chakra nature transformation, similar to the body flicker technique in Konoha. To Tenten's eyes it appeared that her opponent had not moved at all. Tenten gently descended from the air, surprised to see that none of her shurikens had hit. They had all missed. Puzzled, she said, did I miss? The opponent is quite formidable. They actually evaded Tenten's shurikens in an instant, Lilac said solemnly. This technique was only mastered by a small number of elite Chunin. During this time with his help Tenten had barely reached the level of a Chunin, and facing an elite Chunin like Temari would be an exceptionally tough battle. Little you noticed that too. Might Guy said gravely. It seems that the Sand Ninja is going to win this time, Shikamaru remarked with a slight sneer. The outcome isn't decided yet, Naruto said, feeling very dissatisfied with Shikamaru's support for the Sand Ninja. It's quite obvious, Shikamaru stated confidently. It seems Shikamaru's strategic insight has become quite sharp. From the brief exchange he immediately analyzed the gap in strength between the two. How could that be? Explain yourself clearly, Naruto questioned, irritated by Shikamaru's vague. I can't be bothered to explain such a complicated matter, Shikamaru replied lazily. Meanwhile Tenten was silently calculating the distance between the two. Since her opponent could evade one side's attack, what would happen if she launched an indiscriminate assault? Suddenly Tenten started circling around Temari, trying to find a gap in her defense. Rain of hidden weapons. A deluge of hidden weapons was summoned by Tenten, launching towards Temari. Temari swiftly opened the 3-star fan, giving it a gentle flap, and a strong wind blew through, isolating all the hidden weapons. Then with a calm expression, she looked at Tenten, who was now on the ground. Tenten immediately realized that her attack could not penetrate her opponent's wind-style defense. Now she could only find a way to exhaust her opponent's chakra, otherwise a few more attacks would be futile. I've opened the 1st star, and next will be the 2nd star. When the 3-star fan is fully open you will completely fail, Temari said arrogantly. Tenten, it's time to show your strongest power, Lilac shouted. Understood. Tenten nodded. Heavenly Maiden's shower. The entire arena suddenly transformed into a breathtaking scene, with countless flowers falling from the sky. Tenten activated her wind god leg, her figure flickering amidst the sea of flowers, becoming ethereal and elusive. Guy, this isn't your style, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Hee, this is a battle tactic developed by my student. Might Guy said proudly. As Temari was about to be engulfed by a sea of flowers, she opened the 3-star fan once more, smiling. This flower is interesting. 2nd star. A whirlwind erupted instantly, lifting the flowers that had fallen to the ground. Since they were indoors, the number of flowers did not decrease unless they were completely obliterated. What? Temari exclaimed in surprise at the flowers that had not been blown away. A good opportunity, Tenten said coldly. Taking advantage of the gap after Temari executed her scythe wind technique, Tenten quickly connected the hidden metal petal weapons concealed in the sea of flowers and launched them at Temari. Weapon technique, bind meteor. At this moment Temari's full attention was drawn as she quickly noticed the hidden weapons swirling around her and could only raise the 3-star fan to shield herself. Clang clang. The sound of fierce collisions echoed continuously. You're seeking death. Temari fumed. Although she was utilizing the 3-star fan to defend with all her might, it was not an absolute defensive tool, and soon her back was hit multiple times. 3rd star scythe wind tornado. A whirlwind rapidly formed in the arena, sweeping up all the ninja tools and pedals. Tintin exerted all her effort into performing her wind god leg, but could not resist the tornado, feeling utterly powerless as the wind blades within the tornado assaulted her body. Focus your spirit, let the wind enter the pine without moving the thunder, Li Lok reminded. Upon hearing Li Lok reciting the incantation, Tintin immediately practiced the wind god leg, abandoning her resistance against the tornado. She transformed into a part of the whirlwind, instantly feeling much lighter, and with a movement, she escaped the center of the tornado, dancing like a butterfly within the wind. Everyone was astounded that she had managed to escape the tornado using physical techniques. It was unbelievable. The incantation Li Lok had just recited was obscure and did not elicit much reaction from the crowd. Moments later, Tintin gently landed on the ground, panting heavily. She had just faced great danger in the tornado, and her chakra was nearly exhausted. Her current state was very poor. For her to perform this, while Tintin has already done her best, Li Lok said to Might Guy. Using a body flicker technique, he appeared beside Tintin and said to the Moonlight Gale, "We concede. Is Tintin all right?" Li Lok rushed over, expressing concern. "Thank you, little Li. Otherwise I would have had no ability to resist today," Tintin said with a slight smile. "The Sand Village is indeed very powerful," the third Hokage sighed. The Moonlight Gale quickly flashed to the center of the arena to announce, "The victor is Temari." The remaining battles had little suspense. Neji continued to teach his dear sister a lesson, and Shino Aburame also faced no worthy opponent, successfully advancing through the preliminaries. This time there were not many highlights, without Li Lok hard countering Gaara. The preliminaries ended without suspense, with the following participants advancing: Gaara, Shikamaru, Temari, Li Lok, Sasuke, Shino, Neji, and Naruto. As for the subsequent matches, they will take place 1 month later. After the preliminary matches, Team Guy gathered once again. Might Guy, as the supervising Jonin, was particularly delighted today, because 2 members of his team had advanced to the top 8, making him stand out among the Jonin leaders. Now that the exam had just concluded, he could feel the envy radiating from the other Jonin, which kept him beaming with joy. "Lee Neji, your performance today was outstanding. And Tintin, you did well too. It was just a bit of bad luck. Keep it up. To celebrate, I'll treat you all to barbecue at Yakiniku-Q tonight," Might Guy said with a smile. As one of Konoha's most beloved culinary attractions, Yakiniku-Q was a must-visit destination for taijutsu practitioners. Upon hearing that they would be eating grilled meat, Rock Lee exclaimed excitedly, "Awesome." After all, the prices at this restaurant were a bit steep, and given his high caloric needs, he usually ate a lot, so he didn't visit often. Unlike Neji and Tintin, who never had to worry about meals since they had dedicated staff preparing their food, Rock Lee's situation was far less favorable. "Alright then, meet at the barbecue place at 7 tonight." "Dismissed," Might Guy announced. With that, he vanished in a flash. After a week of survival training, everyone was exhausted. Now that they could finally relax, they all wanted to rest well. After exchanging goodbyes, Rock Lee, Neji, and Tintin each headed home to recuperate. That evening, at Yakiniku-Q, Rock Lee and Might Guy, both barbecue enthusiasts, arrived almost simultaneously. The restaurant was exceptionally bustling, nearly at full capacity, with groups of people gathered together. Most were ninjas from the village, all familiar with one another. A young waiter led the two to a table by the window. They both loved the lively atmosphere, which was why they had chosen this spot. Might Guy and Rock Lee never skimped on food. In no time, they had ordered a massive amount of meat. Just as they were about to start grilling, Neji and Tintin arrived. After exchanging greetings, Might Guy said with great enthusiasm, "Today we're going to grill meat to Grilling delicious meat was of utmost importance." Rock Lee wholeheartedly agreed. Having lived 2 lives, Rock Lee was very particular about food. When alone at home, he always cooked for himself, savoring the joy of the process. In the center of the table was a round grill, and the benches on either side were upholstered with some unknown leather, making them quite comfortable. Might Guy and Rock Lee picked up the seasoning and meat, beginning their barbecue session. The meat provided by the restaurant was of excellent quality, and after their preparation the flavor was superb. Everyone chatted and laughed, feeling completely at ease. Before long, the empty plates stacked higher than Rock Lee himself. Might Guy glanced at the time and said, "Time is too short. We must grill more and eat more. Next, I'll demonstrate my secret recipe." Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. Might Guy began his performance. He poured a large jar of sauce over each piece of grilled meat, sprinkled on some chocolate chips, and added a bit of specialty pickled cucumber shreds. And it was done. Then Might Guy had each person try a slice of his secret grilled meat. Staring at the burnt chocolate and the limp pickled cucumbers, the expressions on Rock Lee, Neji, and Tintin's faces were priceless. As they took a bite, a myriad of sensations overwhelmed them. They couldn't describe the taste. It was salty, bitter, and sour all at once, as if their taste buds had exploded. Yet Might Guy ate with relish. Afterwards, the utterly tormented group could only soothe their palates with their own grilled meat. Thus the barbecue once again became a wonderful time, as everyone ate and chatted with gusto, enjoying the evening to the fullest. This kind of moment blended camaraderie and comfort, allowing them to temporarily escape from this cruel world. Truly an unparalleled pleasure. When it came time to pay, Might Guy suddenly stood up and said, "I need to use the restroom." With that, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Hadn't he said he was treating them? With no other choice, Rock Lee pulled out the money he had extorted over the past few days to cover the bill. Unexpectedly, the four of them had spent a total of 5,000 Ryo on this meal, making Rock Lee sigh at how high the cost of living in Konoha was. Finally, as the twilight darkened and the moonlight brightened, they left the barbecue restaurant. The three walked along the road chatting and laughing, enveloped in a serene and warm atmosphere. Rock Lee knew that the crisis in Konoha was approaching. To prepare for the third round of the Chunin exam, the 8 who had passed the preliminaries were all training intensively. Inside the dedicated training grounds of Konoha's Team Guy, Rock Lee sparred with Neji while pondering the direction of his taijutsu improvement. To develop powerful taijutsu techniques, one must master more skills. When attacking, imitating the forms of animals and figures not only enhances the effectiveness of taijutsu, but also unleashes immense power. In the later stages, those who could participate in major battles had all evolved their ninjutsu or taijutsu to the extreme. For example, the Uchiha clan's Susanoo Hashirama Senjutsu would Golem Night Guy, and so on. Rock Lee experimented with various punches, incorporating the forms of exotic beasts to enrich his attacking methods. This style of offense made Neji uncomfortable, as he often found himself inexplicably hit. In Neji's eyes, Rock Lee's presence sometimes felt as fierce as a tiger, at other times as light as a bird, and again as swift as a cheetah. Under such pressure, Neji also improved unconsciously. After nearly a month of training, Rock Lee had made tremendous progress. The 8 gates technique could now be opened to the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, without damaging his meridians. As for the last gate, it was too dangerous, and Rock Lee hadn't yet mustered the confidence to attempt it. This series of changes was the result of the Yijinjing subtly altering Rock Lee's physique. According to the original timeline, Rock Lee would have been injured and resting after the Chunin exam, worried about losing his status as a ninja. Even after being treated by the 5th Hokage Tsunade, he only demonstrated the 5th gate, the Gate of Closing, during the pursuit of Sasuke. But now Rock Lee had fully opened the meridians of the first 5 gates and could instantly activate the Gate of Closing without any side effects. A stark contrast to the original. What was particularly surprising was that the Golden Bell shield had also reached the 7th layer. At this level, his overall defense had improved significantly. Through sparring with Neji, he found that rank ninjutsu and below had virtually no effect on him, let alone ranged projectiles. In this shinobi world, most ninjas had high offense, but low defense. Rock Lee, however, possessed both high offense and high defense. His physical condition in normal state already surpassed that of most Jonin-level ninjas, except for those with special physiques or Kekkei Genkai. In his own words, it was like having a Jonin's offensive capabilities and a Jonin's defensive power. When fully unleashing the Golden Bell shield, a golden bell-shaped energy shadow would form within a half-meter radius around him. Previously, this effect required the enhancement of nunchaku, but now it was no longer necessary. However, the nunchaku was not rendered useless. If he used them again, the power of the Golden Bell shield could double, amplifying both offense and defense. If he used chakra to drive the Golden Bell shield, it could defend against ranged projectile damage, and ordinary blades and swords could be repelled or even snapped upon contact. On this day, the sun blazed brilliantly, and the entire Muyi village exuded a joyous atmosphere. It was the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, and the 3rd Hokage had invited the Feng Ing and dignitaries from various nations to attend. Lee Luoka knew that this was the day of Muyi's invasion. He attempted to warn the 3rd Hokage, secretly passing intelligence to the Umbu, suggesting that the Shanin might be acting abnormally and recommending the cancellation of the Chunin exams. But clearly, such a momentous event could not be easily cancelled based on a single mysterious piece of intelligence. The 3rd Hokage, having never experienced failure, did not believe he would lose control of the situation. When Liloaka entered the meticulously prepared examination arena, he was moved by the magnificent spectacle. The field spanned nearly 100 meters, surrounded by 30-meter-high platforms where thousands of spectators had gathered. Though he had attended concerts with tens of thousands in his past life, being a spectator then was different from being a contestant now. Standing in the center of the arena, feeling the gaze of thousands, the sensation was entirely distinct. "You will be the protagonist of today," said Bozuo Xianjian as he stood before the 7 contestants. Liloaka glanced around at the others. Sure enough, Sasuke had not yet arrived. Everyone stood in the center of the arena receiving cheers from all directions, their expressions solemn and dignified. "Before the matches begin, confirm your opponents." Bozuo Xianjian then pulled a sheet of paper from his vest. Due to Liluo's participation, the matchups had changed slightly. The first match was Unbreakable against Riseong Ningxi. The second was Uchiha Sasuke against Gaara. The third was Temari against Lu Wan, and the fourth was Uzumaki Naruto against Liloaka. "I have a question. Sasuke hasn't arrived yet." Naruto raised his hand and said, "If he hasn't shown up by the start of the second match, he will be disqualified," Bozuo Xianjian said indifferently. Naruto turned his head, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Gaara recalled a few days ago when he had accidentally seen Sasuke undergoing special training with Kakashi. The match rules are the same as the preliminaries, no rules. "Fight until one concedes or dies," Bozuo Xianjian stated coldly. Everyone had mentally prepared for such a brutal competition system. The harsh rules did not evoke any fear in any of the participants. "However, if the outcome is clear, I will stop the match." "Understood. Now the first match begins. Jinai and Ningxi stay, the rest go to the waiting room." Bozuo Xianjian continued. Liloaka could only leave the arena with Gaara and the others, leaving only Jinai and Ningxi on the field. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. In the stands, Riseong Rizu said to Riseong Huahua, "Watch carefully. Ningxi has perfectly inherited the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit. He has long surpassed Hinata." "Is he that strong?" Riseong Huahua asked doubtfully. "I'm afraid you can't match him either," Riseong Rizu said seriously. Riseong Huahua immediately dropped her dismissive attitude and turned her attention to the match. Jinai was a low-key ninja, calm in temperament and extremely powerful. By manipulating the insects nurtured within his body, he could form numerous combat techniques. As for Ningxi, he was equally formidable with extensive experience and formidable defense. From the moment they clashed, they engaged in a fierce, heated confrontation. The match was highly entertaining, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Jinai's insect clone and insect wall techniques were used flexibly, inflicting considerable damage on Ningxi. However, Ningxi ultimately proved superior, ending the match after using his Kaiten. Bozuo Xianjian stepped onto the platform at the right moment and announced, "First match, victor Riseong Ningxi." Next, it was supposed to be Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. However, due to Sasuke's absence, the match could not proceed as scheduled. According to the rules, Sasuke should have been disqualified. But the third Fonging seated beside the third Hokage raised an objection, arguing that the battle between the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan and Gaara was well worth watching. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then agreed to the third Fongying's request, rescheduling their match as the final one. The second match was then between Lu Wan and Temari. Lu Wan, who had never been enthusiastic, showed considerable restraint against the beautiful Temari. After showcasing a series of impressive moves, he decisively conceded, planting a seed of affection in Temari's heart. The third match was between Naruto and Liloaka. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Liloaka and Naruto faced each other for their second encounter. When Naruto confronted Liloaka, he immediately recalled the experience of being easily defeated the first time. He couldn't help but roar, thick eyebrows. "I was careless last time. This time I will definitely beat you." Liloaka smiled and replied, "Sorry, you won't have a chance. No matter how many times we try, the result will be the same. Let reality show you the answer." "Begin," Bozuo Xianjian announced, ending their verbal exchange. Despite his confident words, Naruto couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when facing Liloaka. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, "It's time to show the results of this month's training." After a brief exchange of glances, both Liloaka and Naruto's aura reached their peak. As a gentle breeze swept by, Naruto suddenly threw 3 shurikens straight at Liloaka, their speed far surpassing that of Naruto a month ago. Pushing off the ground, his body quickly followed, and he threw a fist as large as a sandbag toward Liloaka. Liloaka watched the shurikens hurtling toward him, his mind unperturbed. He flicked his left wrist, effortlessly knocking down all 3 shurikens. Lee Loaka then casually brushed aside with his left hand, and Naruto immediately felt his fist being deflected, his entire body thrown off balance. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Naruto exerted force with his right leg, spinning his body in midair to neutralize the momentum. Undeterred, he gave a sly smile and said again. Then he threw another punch toward Lee Look's head. Just as Naruto's fist was about to connect, Lee Loaka merely tilted his head slightly, dodging the blow. With an immovable stance, he blocked dozens of consecutive attacks from Naruto. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Naruto mustered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch. But this seemingly fierce punch had a major flaw. His center was wide open, a lack of finesse. Lee Loaka seized the opportunity, striking Naruto's chest with a palm technique, then swiftly attacking his right shoulder. Naruto's heart raced with alarm. In the moment of danger, he recalled Kakashi's teachings on countering taijutsu attacks. He adjusted his posture slightly in midair. Boom! Thus Naruto was sent flying several meters, but he managed to evade Lee Look's combo. Lee Loaka did not press the attack. He glanced at Naruto and sighed lightly. "You surprised me a little. I actually missed." He then taunted, "Do you see it now? You are no match for me." After the brief exchange, Naruto realized that close-quarters combat placed him at a disadvantage. Only long-range attacks could give him a chance to win. Naruto would not give up easily. He slowly stood up, smiled, and said, "I've fully understood your attack patterns. Now the real battle begins." Naruto pressed his palms together, and an incantation flowed from his lips. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, 4 shadow clones appeared beside him, surrounding Lee Loaka. The Shadow Clone Technique is a jutsu that requires a Jonin level to master, mainly because it demands a huge amount of chakra. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Ming-run was never short of chakra, so even at the Jonin level, he could easily use the Shadow Clone Technique. Lee Loaka knew this was just an appetizer and sneered, "Not a bad tactic." Ming-run, seeing Lee Look's cocky expression, felt his anger rising rapidly and immediately sent 4 clones to attack Lee Loaka simultaneously. However, Ming-run's taijutsu was far inferior to Lee Look's. In just a few exchanges, the 4 shadow clones were struck down one by Lee Loaka and dissipated. Lee Loaka teased, "Ming-run, your taijutsu is too weak. Did you learn it from an old lady?" Hearing this, Ming-run exploded with rage and shouted, "Shut up, you arrogant bastard. He'll show you." Ming-run, now disregarding his chakra consumption, pushed himself to the limit. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, hundreds of Ming-run's figures appeared in the arena and charged at Lee Loaka. Lee Loaka, seeing so many clones up close for the first time, was also stunned. He sighed, admiring the opponent's abundant chakra, estimating that it had now reached the level of Kakashi's chakra. Even so, Lee Loaka was unperturbed. What use was quantity? The attacks were too weak, unable to break even his basic defense, let alone forcing him to use the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. A golden phantom slowly formed around Lee Loaka, eventually becoming a heavy bell shadow engraved with numerous Sanskrit characters, clearly extraordinary. At this moment, the spectators on the viewing platform were captivated by the techniques of the 2 fighters. One had used the Konoha forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone, while the other had used a high-level ninjutsu and taijutsu combination that only Jonin could employ. In an instant, the audience's emotions were stirred, and the visual impact was maximized. Lee Loaka, having activated Golden Bell Shield, was surrounded by Ming-run's clones, but he showed no panic. He smiled calmly, made no counterattack, and stood upright in the center of the arena, allowing the clones to attack freely. Boom! Boom! As soon as Ming-run's clones touched the phantom, a dozen of them instantly dissipated. Ming-run, with his fused memories, knew they were destroyed by the rebound attack of the Golden Bell Shield. Lee Loaka arrogantly said to the surrounding clones, "It feels like a tickle. Haven't you eaten?" This instantly provoked the clones into shouting angrily, "Unforgivable. He looks down on us. Brothers, charge." The fervent clones of Ming-run, ignoring the energy barrier around Lee Loaka, attacked wave after wave endlessly. In just a few breaths, nearly 100 clones had dissipated. Only someone with Ming-run's constitution could endure the pain of receiving so many memories simultaneously. Soon Ming-run's clones surrounded Lee Loaka in multiple layers. From the audience's perspective, the clones formed a huge human-shaped sphere, and Lee Loaka was no longer visible. Dong! Dong! Suddenly, a golden energy wave burst out from the human-shaped sphere, instantly dispersing all the surrounding clones. Lee Loaka was seen wielding nunchucks in both hands, creating afterimages, while the phantom of the Golden Bell shield had expanded to twice its size. After all the clones had dissipated, Lee Loaka made a neat gesture, tucking the nunchucks under his armpits, and said disdainfully, "I haven't even tried hard, and you're already gone." At this moment, only a dozen of Ming Ren's figures remained in the arena. Ming Ren, seeing the opponent's arrogant expression, was very displeased, but his carefree personality refused to admit defeat. He retorted, "You only know how to defend. If you have the guts, come and defeat me." Lee Loaka smiled slightly and said, "All right then, I'm coming." He then deactivated the energy of the Golden Bell shield and swiftly took down Ming Ren's clones one by one. Boom. In a single breath, Lee Loaka, relying on his agile footwork, instantly dispersed the last dozen clones. Boom. Finally, he leaped and kicked toward the apparent real body of Ming Ren, sending that figure flying several meters. After an explosion of smoke, it also dissipated in the air. No, this is also a clone. Lee Loaka, having used his move, instantly realized. Suddenly, two more figures of Ming Ren appeared behind him and attacked. Biao Lianwalk. A single Konoha strong fist technique instantly neutralized Ming Ren's attack. Lee Loaka made a graceful turn and continued to taunt. "Ming Ren, is this all you've got?" Ming Ren remained silent, his body trembling uncontrollably. After the series of battles, his chakra was exhausted. He knew that at this point his ordinary attacks were completely useless against Lee Loaka. Ming Ren's personality would never allow him to admit defeat until he was thoroughly beaten. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly formed a complex hand seal and shouted loudly, "Up!" Red chakra seeped out from Ming Ren's body, creating gusts of wind pressure in the air. Lee Loaka saw the chakra surging around Ming Ren and immediately realized it must be the Nine-Tails chakra sealed within him. The same feeling from last time returned, as if being stared at by a giant fox. System prompt detected Nine-Tails chakra. Issuing long-term mission, collect tailed beast chakra. Interesting, this makes me a little excited. Then Ming Ren casually pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them at Lee Loaka. Although the technique was the same, the power had undergone earth-shattering changes. Lee Loaka clearly felt the difference in the force and speed of the shuriken compared to before. Instead of blocking them, he used the wind god leg technique to evade the attack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds, and the 3 shuriken deeply embedded themselves into the soil behind Lee Loaka. Then Ming Ren quickly closed a knot, giving Lee Loaka any time to catch his breath. A fierce assault pushed Lee Loaka back a few steps. This Nine-Tails chakra was so effective it felt like the opponent's speed and power had increased at least tenfold. Lee Loaka said calmly, "Not bad, the force is much stronger. But to become Hokage, this level of strength is still insufficient. You're worth me showing a bit of my true ability." Ming Ren retorted, "Don't talk big. Anyone can change their skin." Life gate open. Lee Look's body began to flush. Red and green energy waves emanated from his surface, further enhancing his speed and power. Lee Loaka estimated that he had increased his power about 8-fold. That should be enough. Another fierce exchange of attacks followed. The shockwaves from their clashes sent dust flying over 10 feet high, and the intermittent booming sounds stirred the audience's emotions. When the dust cleared, a dozen huge craters appeared in the arena. At this moment, only Lee Loaka was still standing, looking somewhat disheveled with the green energy dissipated. Ming Ren lay motionless in one of the craters. Lee Loaka slowly walked toward Ming Ren and said calmly, "I acknowledge your determination. Now let's end this." Whoosh! Ming Ren's figure suddenly leaped out from the ground, delivering an uppercut straight at Lee Look's face. It turned out that Ming Ren had taken advantage of the dust cloud from the previous collision to hide underground. Lee Loaka seemed to have anticipated this. The moment Ming Ren appeared, he reacted, simultaneously sidestepping behind Ming Ren. Ming Ren, weakened, was completely unable to match his speed. Lee Loaka struck a knife hand chop to Ming Ren's neck, knocking him unconscious. Lee Loaka gently placed his right hand on Ming Ren's abdomen. The system activated and a heavily resentful energy flowed through his arm into Lee Look's body, then disappeared. Then the red chakra around Ming Ren visibly dissipated. In just a few breaths, Lee Loaka heard the system's prompt again. Nine-Tails chakra collected. Lee Loaka was relieved that the system hadn't extracted all of the Nine-Tails energy. If he had accidentally killed Ming Ren, he would have had to become a rogue ninja and flee. Lee Loaka turned around and said to Bazuo Xuanjian, who was not far away, "Referee announced, Ming Ren at this level was not strong enough. If not for the upcoming major battle, Lee Luoka would have wanted to exchange a few more moves with the Nine-Tails charged Mingren. Unfortunately, he had to reluctantly end the fight quickly. Bozuo Xuanjin, snapping back to reality, immediately caught the falling Mingren and announced, "Third match, Lee Luoka wins." The system prompt sounded. Defeated Nine-Tails, chakra Mingren, reward 900 points. After hearing the system prompt, he smiled slightly. According to the system's point reward system, rewards below 100 points were for defeating Chunin-level ninjas, while rewards between 100 and 1000 points required defeating Chunin-level ninjas. Mingren had only initially used the Nine-Tails chakra, so his strength at this point was not strong enough at most at the elite Chunin level. Bozuo Xuanjin had just announced the result of the match, when suddenly Mingren regained consciousness. Wow off! With a quick roll, Mingren freed himself from Bozuo Xuanjin's embrace and looked around warily. From the moment Lee Luoka knocked him unconscious to his awakening, only a few minutes had passed. It was unexpected that he would wake up so quickly. Of course, on one hand, Lee Luoka did not use too much force. On the other hand, Mingren's physique was exceptionally strong, and with the Nine-Tails within him acting as a cheat, it was natural for him to recover quickly. Bozuo Xuanjin said helplessly, "It's over. The next match is about to begin." Realizing that he had lost the match, Mingren said stubbornly, "Humph, you were lucky this time. I still have my ultimate move left unused. Next time I'll make you pay." Lee Luoka smiled and said, "Alright, I hope you can surprise me next time." Hearing Lee Luoka's arrogant reply, Mingren was instantly enraged, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to continue fighting. Lee Luoka shook his head, turned around, and walked toward the spectators' stands, leaving Mingren shouting wildly in the arena. Time ticked by minute by minute. At that moment, Bozuo Xuanjin took out a timer, glanced at it, and said, "There are still 30 seconds left. If Yuzhibo Zhuaju doesn't arrive at the scene, we'll have to disqualify him." 30, 29, 3, 2, 1. A mysterious tornado suddenly appeared in the arena. As the dust cleared, two figures, one large and one small, appeared back-to-back within the tornado. The arrivals were none other than Yuzhibo Zhuaju and Kakashi. This unexpected entrance immediately stunned everyone. The audience's disappointed expressions were instantly lifted with excitement to watch. They were naturally full of anticipation. Lee Luoka was also captivated by Kakashi and Zhuaju's entrance. They really knew how to put on a show. Mingren, upon seeing Zhuaju and Kakashi, immediately said happily, "I knew you could make it." Kakashi said with a relaxed expression, "Sorry I'm late." With a poker face, Bozuo Xuanjin had no liking for those who wasted time. Without responding to Kakashi, he asked Zhuaju indifferently name. Zhuaju, looking quite proud, answered calmly, "Yuzhibo Zhuaju." Turning to Mingren beside him, he asked, "Did you win your match?" Mingren with a grimace shouted, "That thicky-browed guy played dirty. I haven't even shown my true strength yet." How infuriating. Zhuaju frowned, feeling quite surprised. He knew that Mingren had not been slacking off during this period. After being personally trained by Zilai, one of the legendary Sannin, for a month, he still lost to Lee Luoka. This showed how troublesome the opponent was, far beyond what he had displayed last time. Thinking of his own progress over the past month, his expression relaxed, and he said arrogantly, "Looks like you lost. I'll avenge you in the semifinals." Woluo, waiting in the waiting area, saw his opponent appear. His eyes sharpened, and he walked to the center of the arena with a murderous aura. Seeing both competitors present, Bozuo Xuanjin announced, "The fourth match begins." At this moment, Lee Luoka came from the entrance passage to the stands and quickly found Maite Kai, Tiantian, and Ningzi. "Shaoli, well done." Tiantian saw Lee Luoka approaching and said happily. Lee Luoka smiled and said, "Of course. How could our Kai squad lose to the Kakashi squad?" "Lee?" A voice full of emotion came, and then Lee Luoka was instantly enveloped by a pair of strong arms. He didn't resist, knowing it was Maite Kai. At this moment, Kai's eyes were filled with tears, and he said emotionally, "Lee, I'm proud of you." "Kai-sensei." After a brief exchange, Lee Luoka said seriously, "Kai-sensei, I just noticed that the Umbu members around seem suspicious. Something unexpected might happen soon." Maite Kai gave him a calm look and said nonchalantly, "Lee, you're very observant. It's fine." During this period, the appearance of Dashuan in the Forest of Death survival test had already alerted Mai, and they had made some preparations for possible unexpected events to come. Lee Luoka knew that Mai was still in a state of suspicion. The third Hokage had gradually lost his authority, and the surrounding ninja villages were restless. Without unified thought, no matter how thorough the preparations, what was destined to happen would eventually happen. He had no intention of intervening, and for now he lacked the ability to do so. Moreover, they were not on a mission now. It was impossible to voice conjectures before anything had actually. It is worth mentioning that Maite Kai, after meticulously practicing the simplified version of the Yijinjing, a martial arts scripture, had achieved a breakthrough in his strength. Exactly how far he had progressed no one knew. When he was serious, even Dashuin would become a dead snake. Inside the arena, Wayluo's mood was off from the moment he entered, because when he was coming down the stairs, two ninjas from a small village had provoked him verbally. He casually used sand binding to crush them to death. At this moment his heart was extremely unsettled. On one hand, he was influenced by the malevolent energy of the tailed beast filled with violent emotions and a thirst for blood. On the other hand, there was still kindness within him, a longing for love and a desire to be understood. After a brief composure, Woluo temporarily suppressed his inner struggle, then said to Zhuozhu with a gloomy face, "Come on, bring it on." Zhuozhu frowned, said nothing, and raised his hand in the standard opening stance of Kakaxi's team, launching a shuriken. Shoot! Obviously this move was of little use against Woluo, who instantly formed a sand clone in front of him. The sand clone formed from sand had high defense. Compared to Mui's shadow clones, its advantage was that it would not completely dissipate upon taking damage. As long as chakra was replenished, it could continue fighting. Woluo placed the sand clone in front of him without using any further ninjutsu. Instead, he looked at Zhuozhu with a mocking expression, as if his sand clone alone could finish the battle. The sand clone casually raised a hand and easily caught the shuriken thrown by Zhuozhu. Then opening its mouth, it spewed a large amount of sand towards Zhuozhu. The sand speed was merely average, so Zhuozhu dodged it easily. Zhuozhu hadn't expected the opponent to be so arrogant, even more pretentious than himself. He only used the sand clone to fight, as if saying, "Yuzibo Zhuozhu, first defeat my clone, or you're not worthy to face my true body." Then Zhuozhu leaped high and threw another shuriken toward Wayluo's true body as a probing attack. The sand clone reacted quickly, raising its hand and flinging the shuriken it had just caught back. Clang! The two shurikens collided in midair. But that wasn't the end. Zhuozhu followed closely with a flying kick from above, shattering the sand clone's arm. Upon landing, he thrust his left hand forward, striking the sand clone's neck to disrupt its operation, then delivered a heavy punch with his right hand, breaking the clone's head. He then attacked directly toward Wayluo's true body. Woluo was not surprised that his sand clone had been defeated. Seeing Zhuozhu charging toward him, he simply raised a sand shield in front of himself. Back in the preliminary round, Zhuozhu had observed Wayluo's fighting style and knew that his sand shield could quickly form within a few meters around him. Having planned ahead, Zhuozhu took advantage of the moment when Woluo was off guard and swiftly moved behind him. After Kakaxi's special training, Zhuozhu had mastered the lightning release ninjutsu. Through training, his physical abilities had improved dramatically. In terms of speed alone, he had nearly reached the level of Liloaka under weighted conditions. Zhuozhu had activated his Zuolunyan Sharingan the moment he moved. He raised his hand and landed a heavy punch on Wayluo's head. This series of moves was a complete imitation of Li Luke's earlier taijutsu, and for the current Zhuozhu, it was not difficult at all. Caught off guard, Woluo couldn't adjust his sand shield in time and was struck by the heavy punch, knocked to the ground. The sand armor on his face also shattered. Seeing his attack succeed, Zhuozhu said contemptuously, "Is this the sand armor you're so proud of? It's nothing special." Woluo did not reply but glared fiercely at Zhuozhu, calming his mind and focusing his attention. After staring at each other for a while, Zhuozhu spoke first. "Since you're not attacking, I'll take the initiative. Watch me break your sand armor." With that, he began to run around Woluo at high speed, seemingly searching for an opening. But with Woluo now prepared, Zhuozhu could no longer use his speed advantage to get close. Bang! Bang! No matter which angle Zhuozhu attacked from, he was met with sand shields. After dozens of exchanges, both sides had expended a great deal of stamina. During a brief respite, Gaara formed hand seals, channeling his chakra like a spring into the gourd on his back. The sand within the gourd merged with the earth, swiftly forming a spherical sand mass a meter in radius before him. Just as the sphere was about to fully envelop Gaara, Sasuke instantly struck toward the gap. The moment before contacting the sphere, sensing something amiss, Sasuke immediately halted his movement. Sasuke looked up and saw a cluster of sharp sand spikes in front of his arm. Had he not stopped in time, his fist would have been pierced by the sand spikes formed from the sand. After completing his jutsu, Gaara's defense was hailed as absolute, akin to the effect of Rock Lee's Iron Shirt technique, a 360-degree barrier with no blind spots capable of blocking any angle of attack from Sasuke. Compared to the iron shirt, Gaara's absolute defense sand shield had a flaw. The person inside could not see the outside through the shield. However, Gaara had anticipated this. Boar, monkey, snake. Monkey in an instant above the sphere, an eye composed of sand rapidly formed. This was not the end. Gaara continued chanting hand seals, preparing to unleash a more powerful jutsu. Tiger, monkey, rat, dragon. Facing Gaara's turtle shell, Sasuke felt at a loss, pushing his speed to the limit as he frantically probed around the spherical sand shield. But all efforts were futile. The absolute defense sphere was dense and reactive, leaving Sasuke, in his normal state, powerless against it. I can't just wait to be defeated. It seems I must reveal my true skill. Sasuke swiftly retreated, widening the distance between them. Chidori, after a brief build-up, the lightning chakra gathered in Sasuke's palm formed high-intensity electrical currents. The sound of the currents intertwined like the chirping of 1,000 birds. With the Chidori's enhancement, Sasuke's speed multiplied several times. Synergizing with the Sharingan, he charged toward Gaara like a razor blade at an unparalleled velocity. Sasuke, moving at a speed beyond human limits, slammed the Chidori fiercely onto Gaara's absolute defense. The overwhelming penetrating power instantly shattered Gaara's absolute defense. Even his sand armor was breached in the process. For the first time, Gaara felt the sting of injury. Enraged, he grew more frenzied, his eyes turning savage. Then a bizarre arm emerged from Gaara's body, effortlessly pushing out the arm Sasuke used for. Sasuke dared not delay. He instantly burst out chakra, forming a massive amount of lightning chakra in his palm. Affected by this, the strange arm released Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke leaped backward, putting distance between himself and Gaara. Suddenly, white feathers drifted down from the sky, and the audience in the stands fell asleep, ensnared in a Jinjutsu. A cool sensation emerged in his mind, awakening the bewildered Rock Lee. His mind sharpened, and he instantly broke free from the Jinjutsu's influence. This was the effect of the Bingshin-Ju, which not only enhanced Rock Lee's mental fortitude, but also suppressed the influence of Jinjutsu cast upon him. Rock Lee's side has begun. He looked toward his teammates. Neji's hands were rapidly forming seals across his chest. As the top student of the previous year, his Jinjutsu proficiency was outstanding. The moment the Jinjutsu descended, he sensed it and responded. As for Tenten, her Jinjutsu skills were considerably weaker. She failed to notice anything amiss and fell into the Jinjutsu. Spotting the problem, Rock Lee quickly approached Tenten, gently pressing his right hand against her forehead. Activating the Bingshin-Ju, he instantly dispelled the Jinjutsu's influence. Awakening Tenten's first sight was the thick-browed boy. His breath brushed against her cheek, tickling her. Amidst the peril, the moment felt oddly intimate, causing her face to flush. Tenten shyly said, "Little Lee, why are you so close to me?" I was just too nervous." Rock Lee chuckled awkwardly. Then Neji also broke free from the Jinjutsu. Seeing Rock Lee and Tenten staring at each other, a strange jealousy stirred within him, as if something of his had been taken. From his perspective, the entire Chunin exam venue had descended into chaos. On the main platform, the third Hokage and the Kazekage were locked in battle, quickly forced to the rooftop. A swarm of masked ANBU attempted to rescue them, but were blocked by unknown ninjas. At that moment, only a handful of ninjas in the audience remained conscious. Nearby, unaffected, were Might Guy and Kakashi. Wearing a mask like an ANBU, Kabuto Yakushi was surprised to see Rock Lee, Neji, and Tenten waking up one after another. He hadn't expected 3 Genin-level ninjas to break free from his Jinjutsu. The Nirvana Temple technique he had just cast was in a ranked jutsu. With his elite Jonin-level strength, this technique could cause even Chunin-level ninjas to sink completely into the Jinjutsu. "Little Lee Tenen, this is no time for romance. Let's regroup with Guy Sensei," Neji said. Hearing Neji's words, Tenten's face turned even redder. She turned away from Rock Lee's gaze and replied, "Let's go." Rock Lee felt the urge to punch Neji, but knowing the situation was chaotic, he suppressed his playful impulse. The three of them then moved in a combat formation, flashing to Guy's side. Rock Lee shouted to Might Guy, "Guy Sensei, Team Guy reporting." Might Guy saw the trio of Rock Lee approaching him, and his unease dissipated. Though he knew Rock Lee was prepared, he had been worried about his students under the sudden Jinjutsu attack. Only when they appeared by his side did he relax. Full of pride, he said, "Yash, you're all amazing." Then he gave Kakashi a meaningful glance, as if to say, "See, my students weren't affected by the Jinjutsu." Kakashi, seeing Might Guy's exaggerated expressions, remained outwardly impassive. With his droopy eyes, he seemed even more subdued, offering no response as he silently observed the unfolding events. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly 4 figures shot out from the audience, swiftly surrounding the third Hokage and the Kazekage on the rooftop. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation, a massive energy barrier instantly formed. An ANBU who tried to approach was instantly burned to a crisp, clearly beyond saving. Sensing the danger, Might Guy and Kakashi prepared to assist the ANBU, but as soon as they stepped forward, they found the masked ninja, who had cast the Jinjutsu blocking their path. Then dozens of ninjas dressed as sound ninjas emerged from the crowd one after another. On the battlefield, Sasuke was not affected by the Jinjutsu, but he noticed the audience suddenly fall. Then Temari, Kankuro, and Baki leaped into the arena to join Gaara. At that moment, Gaara, lost in his frenzy, could not control himself. Baki's plan to have Gaara undergo a full transformation fell through, so he ordered Temari and Kankuro to take Gaara away. Realizing that the Sand Ninjas were sabotaging the Chunin Exam, Shiranui Gunma tried to stop Gaara from leaving, but was intercepted by Baki. Helpless, he could only assign Sasuke the mission to pursue Gaara. Sasuke, having no interest in the ninjas disrupting the exam and only wanting to finish his unfinished battle with Gaara, accepted Shiranui Genma's commission and pursued the direction where Gaara and the others had fled. To the east of Konoha, in a forest not far from the village, a large group of ninjas sat in a circle as a massive formation slowly took shape. Summoning technique, then a gigantic 3-headed snake emerged from the formation. Appearing, it immediately attacked Konoha's walls. With a single head, but it smashed a huge hole through the village's proud walls. The 2 Chunin on guard showed terror at the sight of the giant snake, but as members of Konoha's defense, they suppressed their fear and launched a desperate attack against the snake. Clearly, the 3-headed snake's power surpassed ordinary ninjas. Their attacks inflicted no damage. In just one exchange, they were killed by the massive snake head. Hundreds of sand ninja figures flashed through the breach, launching an assault on Konoha. The deafening crash immediately drew the attention of the village patrol ninjas, who rushed toward the site of the explosion. Back at the Chunin Exam venue, the Kazekage shed his disguise, revealing his true face. As the battle began, other Konoha Jonin hidden among the crowd stepped forward, launching attacks against the surrounding sound ninjas. Given the numerous spectators in the stands, Might Guy and Kakashi could not use large-scale attack ninjutsu and had to engage in close-quarters combat. Rock Lee, Neji, and Tintin also found their own opponents and joined the fray. Kakashi, with his agile movements, easily weaved through the many sound ninjas, simultaneously rescuing the just-awakened Sakura Haruno. Then he instructed Sakura to awaken Naruto and Shikamaru to go support Sasuke. Shikamaru, who had been pretending to sleep, was quickly seen through by Sakura. Helpless, he had to team up with the just-awakened Naruto and Sakura, forming a 3-man cell to follow Kakashi's summoning Dogpakin in pursuit of Sasuke. Shortly after Naruto's trio left, 9 more figures followed through the same hole. Might Guy and Kakashi sensed trouble, worried that the 3 couldn't handle the 9 pursuing ninjas. Meanwhile, Rock Lee was engaged in taijutsu with a sound ninja. Hiya! A sound ninja was kicked flying by Rock Lee, crashing into a wall clearly beyond saving. A system notification sounded. Defeated 1 Chunin, 100 points awarded. Overjoyed, Rock Lee prepared to go support Tintin. Might Guy flashed to Rock Lee's side, pointing at the hole, and said, "Lee, urgent mission. Go support Naruto and the others. This way." Seeing Tintin struggling, Rock Lee said, "Tintin is in danger. I need to go help her. Leave Tintin and Neji to me." "Don't worry," Might Guy replied. Rock Lee didn't hesitate. "They'll leave it to you guys, Sensei." With a flash, he leaped out through the hole the others had used, chasing after the sound ninja's direction. After half an hour of travel, Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru noticed enemies following them. To protect their mission, they decided to have one person stay behind to hold them off. Eventually, Shikamaru volunteered. In a dense forest, 8 sound ninjas stood facing Shikamaru under a tree. Shikamaru had used his shadow imitation technique to control them, but his chakra was severely depleted from the Chunin Exam, and he was about to run out of chakra, causing the technique to fail. More critically, he realized one more sound ninja was still missing. If that one attacked him now, he would have no means to resist. He gradually realized he might soon leave this world he cherished, filled with reluctance and terror. Swoosh! Suddenly a figure appeared behind him. The terrified Shikamaru dared not turn around. "Shikamaru, what are you afraid of?" Rock Lee's clear voice rang out. Realizing the newcomer was a comrade, Shikamaru saw Rock Lee holding an unconscious sound ninja under his arm. Knowing the danger was neutralized, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked Rock Lee, "How did you get here?" Kakashi was worried about you guys." Rock Lee chuckled. "There are still 8 of them. Can you handle it?" "I'm out of chakra," Shikamaru warned, skeptical of the sudden. "Hey, it's that taijutsu kid. I was worried it might be a jonin," the leading sound ninja sneered. These ninjas had witnessed Rock Lee's performance during the exam. Though his taijutsu was troublesome, they had a numerical advantage, 3 Chunin among them, and didn't believe they would lose. Moreover, as sound ninjas, their ninjutsu could restrict taijutsu-type fighters. "Is that so? Looks like him being underestimated," Rock Lee said indifferently. The leader wore a sinister expression, sneering. "Not attacking us while we were under control was your biggest mistake. Enjoy these last moments." Then the 8 ninjas spread out in a wedge formation, each placing a hand on the one in front, and shouted in unison, sound wave amplification technique. Sharp sonic waves emanated from their mouths, converging into a single blast that shot toward Rock Lee and Shikamaru with devastating force, even shattering the trees into splinters. Rock Lee remained calm, without a hint of panic. He took a deep breath and let out a long roar. Roar! A massive sonic wave energy erupted from Rock Lee's mouth, effortlessly shattering the combined sonic wave of the 8 ninjas, then knocking them all flying. Everything around was flattened. Shikamaru, who had been standing frozen, had already been affected during the sound ninja's build-up. His breathing became rapid, and the ringing in his ears screamed into his brain, leaving his mind blank. It wasn't until Rock Lee unleashed the lion's roar that he snapped out of it. Shikamaru stared in disbelief at the 8 unconscious sound ninjas on the ground, his voice trembling slightly. "Is it over already? How was that? Pretty cool, huh?" Rock Lee struck a stylish pose, grinning. Listening to the system's continuous notifications, his heart was filled with joy. With that single attack, he had earned another 800 points. The bizarre pose immediately reminded Shikamaru of Might Guy, and the unimpressed Shikamaru chose to ignore it. He hadn't expected this thick-browed guy to have such a hidden ace. Recovering his strength, Shikamaru slumped to the ground and sighed. "Well, we're safe now. I really am not cut out to be a ninja." The mission was not over, so Rock Lee couldn't afford to delay. He said to Shikamaru, "Rest here. I'm going to support Naruto." With a few flashes, he disappeared into the dense forest. During this time, after hours of fierce combat on the eastern border of Konoha, the village's patrol squads and on-duty ninjas had already routed most of the invading sand ninjas. However, the most difficult problem was that the 3-headed snake had not yet been eliminated, and there was no way to stop it from destroying the village. Helpless Ibiki and several jonin could only harass it, slowing its progress. Suddenly, a lecherous voice rang out from the sky. "Ninja art summoning technique, pressure tech." Ibiki looked up and saw a gigantic toad, a pair of crossed swords on its back, sitting atop the 3-headed snake's head, instantly subduing one of its heads. Standing on the toad's head was a middle-aged man with long white hair, wearing a red shirt. He was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninja of Konoha. "Ibiki, you've only grown bigger over the years, but your strength hasn't improved at all," Jiraiya said lazily. "Jiraiya-sama." Ibiki responded respectfully, not daring to be negligent. "Watch me, rookie. The eccentric ninja Jiraiya has arrived." With that, he performed a dance on the giant toad's head. His awkward dance enraged the remaining 2 heads of the 3-headed serpent. Jiraiya, seeing the giant snake rampaging, could only ride the toad and begin attacking the other 2 heads. On the other side, Sasuke Uchiha had caught up with Gaara, breaking through the obstructions of Temari and King. Gaara had been longing for a life-or-death battle with Sasuke, so he gave up the idea of fleeing. The right side of his body transformed into a giant sand cat's paw, and his face on that side resembled an animal's. In his half-tailed beast form, his physical strength surged, and his killing intent soared. He snarled, "Hated one, trembling with fear, come and fight me to the death." Sasuke, facing this monstrous enemy, was filled with doubts. He lacked experience and didn't understand the tailed beasts, weapons that ninja villages relied on for war. However, he knew that defeating his opponent quickly would be extremely difficult. Gaara became frenzied, resorting only to brute force attacks. At this point, Sasuke was far inferior in strength, so he could only rely on his agile speed and slender physique to evade Gaara's relentless assault. Seizing the moment when distance was created, he launched a fire release technique at Gaara. Fireball technique. Facing the fire attack, Gaara did not dodge. Instead, he let his massive right claw form a shield in front of him and charged toward Sasuke through the fireball. With a powerful impact, Sasuke was sent flying dozens of meters. After several attempts, he realized that rank and lower ninjutsu were useless against this monster. He pondered deeply. Seeing Sasuke not attacking, Gaara grew more bloodthirsty, shouting, "Is that all you've got? Sasuke didn't reply, silently recovering his chakra. Lightning once again crackled in his palm. The Chidori technique. Good. Gaara looked at the Chidori with a satisfied smile. The two clashed again. After the thunderous Chidori, Sasuke, with its superior piercing power, easily broke through Gaara's tailed beast manifestation. The moment the tailed beast form was torn apart, the pain seared Gaara's nerves. He howled loudly as if trying to ease his suffering. Although this wasn't Gaara's true body and didn't cause him serious injury, the sensation of his soul being torn was real. After crying for a while, Gaara stood up, slowly laughing. The madness on his face had not diminished at all. Haha, so that's it. Now I'm excited. Only by killing you do I feel alive. After the continuous battle, Sasuke's chakra was completely depleted. He recalled Kakashi's warning during training using Chidori again, when chakra was exhausted, would lead to his death. Unwilling to give up facing Gaara's relentless attacks, he knew there was no turning back. Then without hesitation, Sasuke gathered all his remaining chakra into his palm, leaped high, and charged at Gaara again. However, the worst part was that as he continued to output chakra, the Chidori in his hand gradually shrank, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Even worse, Gaara was about to reach him. At that moment, a violent surge of energy erupted from Sasuke, converging into his palm. Another explosion followed the violent collision. Sasuke's body was now covered in black markings. The curse mark Orochimaru had placed on him. The curse mark's activation combined with his physical injuries subjected him to double torment, rendering his abilities unusable. After fully recovering, Gaara attacked Sasuke again, regardless of whether his opponent could fight back. Just as Sasuke was about to be killed, a sinister smile spread across Gaara's face. A whip kick struck Gaara hard, sending him flying just as he was exulting. The arrivals were Naruto, Uzumaki, Sakura, Haruno, and Pakken. Only Naruto and Sakura were capable of fighting. As a support summon, Pakken had no combat ability and could only hide trembling. They divided their tasks. Naruto would attack Gaara, while Sakura would look after Sasuke. But Gaara's sole target was always Sasuke. He didn't care who stood in his way. He would kill anyone who blocked him. Gaara bypassed Naruto and continued his assault on the incapacitated Sasuke. However, facing such a powerful enemy, a frail young girl resolutely stood in his way. This reminded him of his deceased uncle Yashimaru, who always stood before him, protecting him and upholding justice and fairness. Torn by conflicting emotions, Gaara abandoned a powerful technique and merely used sand binding to trap the girl against a large tree. As time passed, Gaara's tailed beast transformation deepened. His original body was now completely enveloped by a deformed figure resembling a giant spirit cat. Facing such a colossal being, Naruto had no choice but to summon a creature himself. However, to his surprise, a small yellow frog appeared before him. Its adorable blank expression instantly made Naruto collapse in despair. He smiled bitterly. "How did you come, Gamakichi?" "Bored, just out for a stroll," Gamakichi said nonchalantly. Gaara didn't care what creature Naruto had summoned. He opened his mouth and a rain of sand arrows shot through the air, heading straight for Naruto. Facing the barrage of arrows, Naruto could only grab Gamakichi and dodge Gaara's attacks. Seeing the lonely look in Gaara's eyes, Naruto understood that Gaara was just like he used to be. Someone who craved recognition, didn't know his own worth, and could only rely on himself. Naruto slightly regained his composure, his gaze turning solemn. Though he had failed to summon a powerful summoning beast, leaving him at a disadvantage, Naruto was not one to give up easily. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones charged toward Gaara. Sacrificing them one by one of Naruto's clones finally reached its goal, appearing behind Gaara and launching a special attack. 1,000 years of death. The pain was not unbearable, but Gaara could not tolerate the humiliation. He swung his tail backward, sending Naruto flying. However, Naruto took the opportunity to attach explosive tags to Gaara's body. After the explosion, Gaara was not severely injured, even though Naruto had aimed at the weakest point of his defense. On the other side, Naruto, who had been sent flying by Gaara, also suffered little damage. He then launched a barrage of verbal attacks against Gaara, but Gaara, now completely enraged, remained unaffected. Naruto was not discouraged. He pushed his chakra to the limit, a massive surge of energy enveloping his body, making him appear larger. The dense aura startled Sasuke, who stood nearby, as Naruto let out a fierce cry. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, thousands of Naruto's clones appeared in the forest, more than during his fight with Rock Lee. Evidently, after the previous battle, Naruto had not only recovered his chakra, but also grown stronger, improving rapidly. Naruto said no more foolish words. He charged toward Gaara using his shuriken to clear the way. Gaara, whose chakra had not yet recovered after his fight with Sasuke, was startled by the sheer number of shadow clones. Facing a barrage of shuriken from all directions, Gaara could only shield himself with his massive tailed beast hand. But it was not over. Naruto unleashed the essence of the multiple shadow clone technique, striking Gaara with a flurry of fists and kicks for 1,000 continuous strikes. A full-scale assault that shattered Gaara's condensed-tailed beast form in a single exchange, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Lying in the crater, Gaara roared in humiliation. How could I lose to this guy? The evil aura within him instantly lost control, spreading outward. Then Gaara transformed into a 100-meter monster. As it appeared, all of Naruto's proud clones were obliterated. What Gaara now displayed was the true form of a tailed beast. In this state, Gaara's attack range and jutsu power had greatly increased. He merely glanced at Naruto, and his jutsu activated instantly, wrapping Naruto in sand. Sand waterfall burial. Naruto was about to be completely engulfed by the sand. At this critical moment of life and death, Naruto cast aside all hesitation, channeling his chakra with full force while chanting a spell. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Boom. A colossal orange frog hundreds of meters tall was summoned. Gamabunta, Naruto's summoning beast. He wore a semi-sharpened giant blade at his waist, a pipe in his mouth, his expression fierce as he surveyed the area with hawk-like eyes. Not far away stood an even larger being, Shikaku of the Sand Village. As a pinnacle existence in the ninja world, Gamabunta was often summoned to fight tailed beasts and was quite familiar with Shikaku. Naruto felt emboldened by the massive creature beneath him. Gamabunta stared at the proud Naruto standing on his head and growled, "You again? What's the matter? Fight alongside me. Let that monster see your power." Naruto said to Gamabunta, "I don't want to recklessly fight a monster like that." The Great Toad scoffed. "What? You agreed to take me as your underling. When your underling is in trouble, the boss should step in. That's loyalty." Naruto shouted. Gamabunta thought for a moment and explained, "True, but we haven't shared a drink yet, so it's not an official What? I'm not even 20 yet. I can't drink." Naruto exclaimed, his head spinning. Gamakichi, who had been watching from the side, leaped onto Naruto's head and interjected, "Dad, just do it. After all, he saved my life. He's a reliable comrade." "Really?" Gamabunta asked. Gamakichi kept shouting, "It's that big guy over there. He tried to pick on me." "I see." Gamabunta's expression turned grim. He slowly drew his blade, then charged at Shikaku with incredible speed. Despite his massive size, Gamabunta moved with fluid precision, his sword strike swift. The moment Gaara, fully tailed, raised his hand, the attack had already landed. Unable to dodge, Gaara had one of his arms severed. The tailed beast's solid body also knocked Gamabunta's long blade away. But as a being of consciousness, losing one tailed beast arm barely harmed Gaara. Realizing his opponent's strength, Gaara knew that with his current energy, he could not fully control the tailed beast form. Only by awakening Shikaku could he defeat his foe. Gaara's true form slowly emerged from the tailed beast, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Sleeping Jutsu. As Gaara fell into slumber, his body was immediately taken over by Shikaku the One-Tail. An excited yet naive voice rang out, "I'm finally out." Naruto sensed trouble. The monster inside Gaara had been released. Shikaku glanced at Gamabunta and shrieked, "Enemy spotted. I'll kill you." Then he placed his left hand on his abdomen. Wind-style air bullet. A massive wind-based jutsu blasted toward Gamabunta's previous position. Gamabunta had anticipated Shikaku's attack. He leaped into the air, and while still airborne, launched a water-style attack at Shikaku. Toad summoning beasts are aquatic creatures commonly using water and oil techniques, which are also highly powerful. Water-style iron cannonball. Shikaku reacted quickly, firing another air bullet. The two jutsu collided in midair, neither gaining the upper hand. Rock Lee from thousands of meters away had already spotted the tailed beast's silhouette. He accelerated at full speed, dodging obstacles as he entered the battlefield. As soon as Rock Lee stepped onto the battlefield, he felt the tense atmosphere. He saw Gamabunta sent flying by an air bullet, while Shikaku stood menacingly nearby, clearly having the upper hand in the fierce battle. Rock Lee dashed toward the battlefield, shouting to Naruto, "Naruto, I'll help you." The eyes of everyone, including Sasuke and Temari, turned to Rock Lee. Though Sasuke harbored some resentment toward Rock Lee, he had no time to argue now, as the enemy before them was formidable. "I didn't expect him to show off at a time like this. Let's see how he deals with that giant monster," Sasuke thought. Temari was also surprised by Rock Lee's appearance. She hadn't expected anyone to still dare to stand against Gaara. Transformed into a monster, Gaara had once injured many Jonin-level ninjas of the Sand Village. She could only imagine Rock Lee being torn apart. Rock Lee paid no attention to the surrounding stares. He focused solely on charging toward Shikaku. Regardless of what others thought, Rock Lee's primary objective was to defeat the tailed beast before him. Knowing that his standard strength was utterly insufficient to confront the beast at this moment, and out of respect for the tailed beast, he could only unleash a portion of his true power. Fifth gate, Gate of Life, open. Surging energy rapidly formed a green shell around Rock Lee's body, and then he bombarded the colossal form of Shikaku with supersonic strikes. Bang! An unceasing barrage of attacks like a storm ravaged Shikaku's body, with explosions ringing out without end. Impact after impact, each rivaling the power of the tailed beast's wind-release air bullet. The shockwaves hurled Sasuke Temari and Kankuro hundreds of meters away. At this moment, the tailed beast's enormous body became its fatal weakness. Each of Rock Lee's blows carried immense force equivalent to hundreds of thousands of Jin, and the relentless bombardment blasted Shikaku, whose body was made of sand, until he was covered in wounds, barely able to withstand the assault. It was not over yet. Wind-sweeping remnant clouds. This was the fifth leg technique of the wind god. With the explosive power of the Gate of Life, the strike reached its peak, and a 500-meter tornado appeared near Shikaku, carrying the force to annihilate everything ravaging his body. Previously, he had only ever attacked others with wind release. He never imagined he would one day experience the destruction of wind power. Facing the encroaching tornado, his clumsy body could only rely on his abundant energy to resist the damage. When Rock Lee finally stopped, Shikaku had clearly shrunk in size. "What a monster!" Sakura Haruno exclaimed, her mouth agape. "This guy. I thought I had surpassed him, but his strength is actually this terrifying." Sasuke suffered blow after blow that day. From Naruto's outburst, then the summoning of the giant toad, and finally Rock Lee's high-profile entrance, all deeply stabbing his proud nerves. He could not tolerate anyone of his age surpassing him. Realizing his own weakness dealt a heavy blow to his pride as a scion of a prestigious clan. At that moment, Boss Toad charged over with Naruto. Naruto felt irritated seeing Rock Lee show off his powers. Although he knew the other had come to help, the memory of being beaten twice by him left an indelible scar on his heart. Thinking that with Boss Toad by his side, his strength might not be inferior, Naruto said stubbornly, "Bushy brow, what are you doing here? Can't you see? I'm here to help you." Rock Lee replied with a raised eyebrow, his tone arrogant. "Who asked for your help? I was about to finish the mission and you suddenly appeared, ruining my plan." Naruto retorted dismissively. "I just saw you getting beaten, haha." Rock Lee scoffed. The moment Naruto saw him, he felt annoyed, and seeing him mock him only made his anger rise. Then Rock Lee teased, "Go rest over there. He'll take care of this big guy right away." With that, he leaped high into the air, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the tailed beast, which had not yet reacted. Naruto watched Rock Lee's arrogant expression, feeling a mix of emotions. Determined to teach him a lesson, he said to Boss Toad, "Stop him." Boss Toad reacted swiftly, opening its mouth wide. Water release, iron cannonball. Bang! Rock Lee, not paying attention to the attack from behind, took the full force of the water release technique and was blasted hundreds of meters away. Rock Lee was still dazed, completely caught off guard that Naruto would attack him from behind. "What are you doing?" he demanded angrily. "Idiot, I just wanted to show you what's what," Naruto said, making a face at Rock Lee. "Ha ha ha." Shikaku, watching the commotion, joined in. "Big guy, let's beat him up together." "I've long had my eye on this guy," Naruto said to Shikaku. "Great. This is too fun." Shikaku, his playful spirit ignited, agreed to Naruto's proposal. Regaining his composure, the severed right hand of Shikaku regrew. He clapped his hands against his belly repeatedly, sending a barrage of air bullets raining down on Rock Lee like bullets. Although the air bullets covered a wide area, Rock Lee, relying on his supersonic speed, easily dodged several of the attacks. Water release, iron cannonball. But it was not over. As soon as Rock Lee dodged to one side, he had to face another water release attack from Naruto, who was directing the giant toad at him. "Naruto, you've angered me," Rock Lee said furiously. Sixth gate, Gate of Joy, open. The energy around Rock Lee continued to surge. Even the leaking energy leveled everything around it. With a single acceleration, Rock Lee instantly closed in on Shikaku and Boss Toad. Then, combining the ultimate killing move of the Wind God leg, Divine Wind Howl, he attacked the two giant creatures as if he were the Wind God himself, delivering a fatal strike. The surroundings had lost all trace of Rock Lee. Boss Toad and Shikaku could only passively endure the beating. Since Boss Toad was closer, it suffered the heaviest damage. If I take another hit like that, I'm done. Handle your own affairs. Gamakichi, we're going back, Boss Toad said, covered in wounds and disgruntled. No, Naruto shouted, thinking that without his help, how could he face that bushy-browed guy? With a puff of smoke, the giant toad vanished and Naruto fell from the sky. The previous attack had severely damaged Shikaku's body, large chunks of sand fell away from his form as if he were melting. Congratulations, host, for defeating Shikaku. Reward 10000 points. Congratulations, host, for defeating Boss Toad. Reward 8000 points. Exploded. Exploded. Seeing these two system notifications, Rock Lee's heart bloomed with joy. Now he could buy the item he had always wanted from the system. Indeed, following the protagonist to farm points was fast. Rock Lee ignored Naruto, who had fallen from the sky, knowing that with his physical constitution, he could handle the impact. He flashed to the head of Shikaku, whose body had not yet recovered, and delivered a single punch, easily awakening Gaara. Awakened Gaara looked at Rock Lee with a face full of confusion. Rock Lee said nothing and gave him several slaps across the face. Spoiled brats just needed a beating. Gaara, his face covered in blood, tasted the pain of being beaten for the first time. Although unwilling, his depleted stamina and chakra left him powerless to change his situation. Soon he completely lost consciousness. Rock Lee placed his hands on Gaara's stomach, activated the system, and began collecting the One-Tail's chakra. After only a few breaths, having absorbed about 1/5 of the energy, he stopped. The system notification chimed, One-Tail chakra collection complete. Host, please continue your efforts. Rock Lee, carrying Gaara, appeared beside Naruto, his expression fierce. Naruto, did you just say you wanted to defeat me? And you're dissatisfied with me? Naruto saw that Rock Lee's aura had not diminished at all while his own stamina and chakra were low, and he showed a look of fear. But then he thought the other guy was from his own village, he wouldn't really hurt him. So he tried to appease him. No, Lee, how could I be dissatisfied with you? I really admire you. I heard you loud and clear, Rock Lee insisted. I swear it's all a misunderstanding. From now on, you're my boss, Naruto said with a bitter smile. So what are we going to do about this? Rock Lee pressed. Naruto thought for a moment and realized he had nothing worthwhile to offer. Remembering the ramen discount coupons at home, he said reluctantly, I'll treat you to ramen when we get back. Naruto did not know that Rock Lee, as a taijutsu master, had a huge appetite. He would regret this decision. What? Rock Lee flicked Naruto's forehead, and Naruto immediately crouched down in pain, wailing. Then with a smile, Rock Lee said, 1 month, remember. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro, who had been observing the battle from the shadows, leaped out and stood before Rock Lee and Naruto, their faces pale, as they trembled, saying, let Gaara go. Having witnessed Rock Lee's formidable display of strength, they realized they were no match for him. However, Gaara was still their comrade and younger brother. They could not abandon him and flee. That won't do. This time you Sand Shinobi have allied with Orochimaru to attack our hidden leaf without cause. You'd better come back to the village with us to explain yourselves. It's better for everyone. Rock Lee said coldly. At that moment, Sasuke, supporting Sakura, also approached, instantly forming an encirclement that trapped Kankuro and Temari in the middle. Seeing this, Temari and Kankuro knew the situation was hopeless and had no choice but to surrender. Thus the four of them escorted Gaara and his companions back to the Hidden Leaf village. As for how to deal with them, that was a matter for the village's council of elders, especially since the leaf had suffered heavy losses and necessary compensation was required. Throughout the journey, Sasuke remained extremely silent. Although he had just mastered the ranked jutsu under Kakashi's guidance, a technique usually only achievable by Jonin, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy when faced with Naruto's mastery of large-scale summoning and Rock Lee's forbidden techniques. Thinking of his nemesis Uchiha Itachi, he realized that if he continued training in this way, he would never be able to take revenge. In the Hidden Leaf village, the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru had long since ended. The aged third Hokage, confronting Orochimaru, ultimately chose to use the forbidden technique, the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, and tragically sacrificed his life. Jiraiya, the only one powerful enough to stop Orochimaru, never appeared. Perhaps he had his own reservations. One was his master, the other an old comrade. To avoid being caught in a dilemma, he could only observe silently from the shadows. As for the old schemer in the Hidden Leaf Danzo, there was even less reason for him to show up. The entire incident might have been part of his plan. The large-scale invasion of the Hidden Leaf by the Sand and Sound Shinobi, as the leader of the route, he could not have been unaware of the hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows. The only explanation was that he was one of the participants. Every ninja village is like this, united on the surface, but with plenty of dirty dealings inside. Kakashi and Might Guy, who were watching from the sidelines, did not stop Orochimaru from leaving, as they still had to look after the many people present. However, the third Hokage's failure to defeat Orochimaru, while somewhat surprising, proved that the old Hokage was indeed past his prime, having lost the persona of the strongest Hokage he once boasted. In this world where strength reigns supreme, a Hokage who lacks true power, merely plays political games, and constantly compromises with external threats, is not recognized by the people. The Hidden Leaf Village was not without the strength to resolve problems quickly, but certain policies during the third Hokage's reign had caused the village's ninjas to act with restraint. Upon seeing the third Hokage's sacrifice, the clan leaders of the major families in the Leaf realized the farce was over. In fact, the moment the Jinjutsu appeared at the competition venue, they had already brought their important family members back to their compounds. They did not want to over-display their family's strength, given the many precedents in the village where families were purged for revealing too much. As major clans in the Leaf, now they could only remain low-key and avoid excessive involvement. But now with the Hokage dead and the village's survival at stake, it was crucial to demonstrate the clan's power at the right time. Consequently, the Hyuga Ino Shikicho and other families began participating in the mopping-up operations against the remaining enemies. Soon the invading enemies were all defeated. Thus, the Hidden Leaf Village finally stabilized. At this point, the village was in a state of ruin, with houses heavily damaged, clearly the result of ninjutsu battles. On the streets, ninjas in small groups were handling the bodies of their comrades and the invading enemies. When Rock Lee and his group entered the village's perimeter, they immediately caught the attention of the patrol ninjas, who quickly formed a formation around them. Friendly. Rock Lee quickly spoke up to avoid unnecessary casualties. Seeing that the newcomers were village ninjas, the patrol relaxed a little. After all, they had just endured a brutal invasion, so some tension was understandable. The patrol ninja looked at Gaara and the other two and asked, "These people you're bringing, are they Sand Shinobi?" The situation quickly caught the attention of Kakashi and Might Guy. In a flash, they appeared beside her. Kakashi said to the questioning patrol ninjas, "Leave this to us." As elite jonin, their prestige in the village was high, the patrol ninjas dared not argue and silently withdrew. Might Guy laughed heartily. "Naruto, you've done well. You actually managed to bring back the Sans Jinchuriki." This was indeed good news, especially since the jonin had been busy most of the day without capturing any major targets and seeing them escape. The third Hokage had also died in battle with Orochimaru, a heavy blow that left the entire Hidden Leaf in grief and anger. "I didn't let you down, Master Guy," Rock Lee said with a rare, boastful smile. This made Might Guy laugh even louder, giving Rock Lee a big thumbs up. That night, Rock Lee returned to his residence and took out the items he had exchanged from the system. He knew that his current strength, when fully unleashed, was formidable enough to contend even with cage-level ninjas. However, there was still a gap compared to those at the top of the pyramid. The most obvious deficiency was his lack of a special physique, which prevented him from sustaining high-intensity combat over a prolonged period. If he encountered an opponent of the same level, the disparity would become apparent. However, in the bloodline section of the system's shop, the lowest level bloodline was the innate body, costing 2 points, which greatly attracted Rock Lee. Previously, he hadn't had enough points to afford it, but now he had finally gathered the required amount. After purchasing from the system, a syringe appeared in Rock Lee's hand. According to the system's description, he only needed to inject it into his arm. With a resolute decision, Rock Lee plunged the syringe into his left arm. Before he even felt the pain, he pressed the plunger, forcing the bloodline agent into his body. A piercing pain surged through him, reaching deep into his soul. His entire body contorted. Even someone with his strong will found it extremely agonizing. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let himself faint, and persevered. Bloodline evolution was like this, as if a shackle had been broken. The marrow was washed in essence, refined, his physical talent greatly enhanced, granting him for. Then Rock Lee left home and quickly arrived at the training grounds of the Hidden Leaf. He threw a punch at a giant boulder, which instantly shattered into pieces. He discovered that his basic strength had multiplied. If he faced Shikaku again, now he would only need to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates. As chakra circulated through his body, Rock Lee was pleasantly surprised to find that the 6th gate, the Gate of View, was also completely opened, further reducing the damage from using forbidden techniques. However, according to the system's prompt, it would take about 2 more years to complete the evolution and become an innate body. In fact, a person's talent could be divided into 2 aspects. One was the talent for physical training. Rock Lee, by practicing the Yijinjing, had accelerated his progress in taijutsu, surpassing his original physical talent. The other was the talent for practicing ninjutsu and secret techniques. Previously, due to his constitution, Rock Lee was unable to perform any ninjutsu, which was a great regret. But now Rock Lee seemed to sense that he could execute the ninjutsu he had learned at the academy. His ninjutsu talent had undergone a significant transformation. No wonder it's a treasure worth 200 points. The effect is truly remarkable. But even more impressive, he could sense another type of energy in the air, very gentle, yet exceptionally pure. Although they fluttered around his body like little spirits, he still didn't know how to absorb, store, or utilize. A night of silence passed without incident. The next day, a light drizzle pattered upon the stones of the cemetery, and with heavy hearts people began to gather at this somber place. This was the funeral of the third Hokage's service, both hurried and simple. In this world, people often sought to drown their sorrows in work. Though the departed was the leader of the My Ninja village, there was no exception. The ceremony remained as plain as ever. This time, many ninjas in the village had sacrificed their lives to defend their home, and they would forever remain in the memories of the people. Standing at the forefront were the council of elders and the clan leaders of the village, followed by the Jonin. Lee Loaka and Naruto stood silently among the crowd, their hearts weighed down with grief. Having served under the third Hokage for many years, the people had forged deep bonds of affection with him. His sudden sacrifice plunged everyone into profound sorrow. Lee Loaka sighed. The tide of events was not something a mere genin like him could decide. He could only blame the cruelty of this world. As a ninja, it was difficult to truly enjoy a peaceful old age. One could only be eliminated by the currents of the times. He recalled the words of the third Hokage during the Chunin exam. To become an excellent ninja, one must possess the spirit of sacrifice and dedication. When we become Chunin, we must dedicate ourselves to our village and our comrades. We must always remember our responsibilities and missions. He wondered whether these words were spoken to the Chunin exam participants or to the cruel choices of this world. Lee Loaka was deeply inspired by these words. He understood that only through relentless effort and struggle could one gain more choices and make greater contributions to the village. Naruto silently recalled his own encounter with the third Hokage. Back then he was a lonely child, ostracized and isolated by everyone. But the third Hokage had always supported him, encouraging him to forge ahead. Now, having lost his mentor, he felt a deep sense of loss and sorrow. Yet he also knew that this was not the end. He would continue to move forward, striving for his dreams and the future of the village. He would become a stronger ninja, working hard for his mentor and for his village. At this mournful funeral, the people expressed their grief and gratitude for the departed. They would inherit the will of fire of the third Hokage and continue to fight for their village and comrades. Though they had lost a guide, the torch in their hearts would forever burn, illuminating the path ahead. Finally, everyone bowed together before the spirit tablet of the third Hokage. After the funeral, sunlight gradually pierced through the clouds, shining upon the grieving people. With heavy hearts, they bid farewell to their departed loved ones or friends. At that moment, the change in the sky seemed to echo their emotions. This stark contrast made one contemplate the fleeting nature of life. We all know that life is but an instant, yet we often forget this truth, chasing after illusory things while neglecting what truly matters. Though a funeral is a sorrowful occasion, it is also a turning point in life. Parting brings with it the promise of new beginnings. We must seek hope in sorrow, find courage in loss, and discover faith in despair. This is a process of growth, a positive way of facing life. After the crowd dispersed, Lee Loaka and Mate Kai arrived at the training ground. The pursuit of strength was an eternal theme until one became the most powerful. Even with the system as a cheat, Lee Loaka still trained tirelessly every day. He knew that to become a top-tier ninja, only through constant practice and effort could he achieve that goal. Let's have a youthful showdown," Mate Kai proclaimed in his unique, bold voice. "I've been looking forward to this, Master Kai." Lee Loaka replied with delight. The two stood at opposite ends of the training ground, the atmosphere tense and full of anticipation as their eyes met. A gust of wind blew and both charged at each other. Lee Loaka leaped into the air with his distinctive footwork, his left fist shooting out with a whistling sound, aiming for Mate Kai's head. Mate Kai dodged in a flash, and Lee Loaka's fist struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lee Laoka immediately landed ready to counter Mate Kai's retaliation. A faint scornful smile appeared on Mate Kai's face. "It seems you're still not strong enough, Lee Laoka." Lee Laoka, undeterred, smiled and said, "Master Kai, this is only the beginning." He had to demonstrate the results of his recent training. He was not so easily defeated. The two continued their intense duel on the field, time slipping away minute by minute. Lee Look's unpredictable footwork gradually put pressure on Mate Kai, while Mate Kai used his immense strength and defense to constantly suppress Lee Look's attacks. Then Lee Laoka suddenly changed his tactics, employing the wind god leg technique. His feet spun rapidly, creating multiple afterimages in the air before he kicked toward Mate Kai's upper, middle, and lower paths. Startled by this move, Mate Kai sensed the danger and used the body flicker technique to evade. In that instant, Lee Laoka followed closely, appearing beside Mate Kai and delivering a lightning-fast punch to his face. Mate Kai couldn't react in time and took the hit squarely. This move fully showcased Lee Look's strength, surprising even Mate Kai. Mate Kai was delighted to see Lee Look's progress. His taijutsu had already begun to pressure him. Soon after, the two were entangled again. This time, Mate Kai treated Lee Laoka as a true opponent. With his keen instincts and superb taijutsu, he suppressed Lee Laoka with more aggressive attacks, while Lee Laoka constantly varied his offensive methods, seeking an opening to break through. In a moment of carelessness, Lee Laoka was caught by Mate Kai, who hurled him into the air like a frisbee. Lee Laoka tumbled helplessly, while Mate Kai calmly awaited his descent. However, Lee Laoka twisted his body in an unexpected way, effortlessly stabilizing himself, and then stomping downward toward Mate Kai. Startled, Mate Kai hastily dodged. Lee Look's foot slammed into the ground, followed by the rest of his body landing smoothly. He turned and faced Mate Kai with a fierce aura, clearly satisfied with that move. That maneuver was a perfect demonstration of taijutsu at its peak. Mate Kai no longer underestimated Lee Laoka. His expression grew more serious. They clashed again, and this time Mate Kai focused on Lee Look's center of gravity, trying to find a flaw in his taijutsu. At that moment, a hint of unease finally crept into Lee Look's heart. He felt that Mate Kai was eager to deliver a finishing blow. Their taijutsu skills were already very close, and the outcome could be decided at any moment. In a fleeting instant, Mate Kai seized the gap when Lee Laoka was changing his breath and launched an attack. A My Strong Force whirlwind struck Lee Laoka squarely in the chest. Lee Laoka opened his mouth to breathe, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized then that he had lost this duel. "Lee, you are now a qualified ninja. Keep striving to surpass yourself." Mate Kai encouraged him. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Kai." Lee Laoka replied respectfully, knowing that his current achievements were inseparable from Mate Kai's meticulous instruction. Just then, the sound of battle suddenly came from afar. Lee Laoka and Mate Kai immediately stopped their training and rushed toward the source of the noise. Lee Laoka and Mate Kai quickly arrived at the battlefield, finding Kakashi Unbreakable and Xianghong engaged in combat, with two men wearing black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. Lee Laoka immediately guessed the identities of the two opponents. One was tall and wielded an exaggeratedly bizarre weapon, likely Ganshi Guijiao. The other was petite, but exceptionally agile, likely Yuzhibo Yu. Judging solely from their auras, the physically weaker Yuzhibo Yu was actually stronger. Kakashi Unbreakable and Shiri Hong wore solemn expressions. The auras of both sides clashed in the air as fierce as intersecting blades. Strangely, Unbreakable and Shiri Hong had their eyes closed, while Kakashi in front only had one Sharingan eye open, staring at Yuzhibo Yu. "What's going on?" asked Mate Kai. Suddenly, Kakashi, seeing Mate Kai and Lee Laoka arrive, said worriedly, "Kai Yu and Shao Li, close your eyes quickly. That's Yuzhibo Yu over there." "I see," Mate Kai asked belatedly. After a moment of dizziness, Lee Laoka found himself in a mysterious illusion space. The entire space was gray and hazy, with a huge blood-red moon hanging high in the sky and countless crosses towering around. Lee Look's hands and feet were chained to a cross. Not far away, Yuzhibo Yu held a sharp longsword, staring coldly at Lee Laoka. Lee Laoka was greatly alarmed. He had not deliberately looked into the opponent's eyes, yet he had fallen into the trap in an instant. He immediately realized that this must be Yuzhibo Yu's ultimate illusion, Tsukuyami. He never expected it to be so real. In this space, he would undergo 72 hours of soul torture. Then Yuzhibo Yu thrust his sword into Lee Laoka. His body felt endless agony, and his heart trembled. Yuzhibo Yu's low voice said, "I don't know who you are, but since you accidentally entered this Tsukuyami space, you will still receive my punishment." I know you are Yuzhibo, the former hero of Konoha. Lee Luoka shouted loudly. Yuzhibo was surprised by the sudden title. His gaze shifted, becoming hysterical as if filled with boundless grievance, and he sneered, "Oh hero, what a pitiful title." Lee Luoka said sympathetically, "I know that behind every hero there is a heavy price. You have sacrificed too much for the peace of the village. But I don't want to discuss the rights and wrongs of the past." Yuzhibo's eyes flickered, quite surprised. "It seems you know quite a lot. These should be secrets. Who are you?" Lee Luoka saw Yuzhibo pause, knowing he had piqued his interest, and continued, "I am Lee Luoka, a genin of Konoha. You are currently infiltrating the Akatsuki to gather intelligence, aren't you?" Yuzhibo sneered. "Humph, a genin of Konoha knows my secrets. Who are you trying to fool?" Lee Luoka wore an inscrutable expression and said with a smile, "But I have a divine ability to predict the future. I know your fate that lies ahead." Furthermore, Lee Luoka knew he could not sit idly and wait for death. He knew he could not expect the other to let him off. He could only rely on himself. Although he knew he was in an illusion, he did not give up. Relying on his willpower and determination, he seized the moment while the other was thinking and mobilized his inner strength. However, he felt as if he was disconnected from his own body. He knew he could not wait any longer. He had to rely on the system's power. With a thought, he immediately said to the system, "System, I know you're there. Help me break free from this illusion space." Immediately, a system prompt appeared in his mind. The system cannot help the host break free from the illusion, but it can help the host communicate with his body. Then the host must circulate the ice heart technique to temporarily resist the influence of the Tsukuyomi space. In an instant, Lee Luoka, in a daze, could feel the existence of his body. Lee Luoka took a deep breath and began to silently recite the ice heart technique, circulating the inner method. Immediately, his body began to emit a chilling aura. As Lee Luoka's silent recitation grew stronger, his body in the Tsukuyomi space began to solidify. A unique energy emerged on the surface of his soul, isolating the chains from his body. As Lee Luoka exerted his power, cracks appeared in the space around him, as if it were about to shatter. Then, with a sudden force of his hands, he instantly broke free from the fixed chains. He successfully shattered Yuzhibo's bindings and regained his freedom, but he still had not returned to the real world. Yuzhibo watched this series of changes, his expression shifting for the first time. He asked in disbelief, "You can actually break free from my illusion?" It must be known that Tsukuyomi is Yuzhibo's ultimate illusion, a special ocular technique born after his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Normally, only cage-level powerhouses could break it. Unexpectedly, a mere genin of Konoha could break free from control. Lee Luoka was now like a stubborn rock within the Tsukuyomi space. The laws of the Tsukuyomi space could no longer affect him. Yuzhibo, refusing to believe, stabbed at Lee Luoka again with his longsword, but to his surprise his sword was frozen solid. Seeing that his opponent's attack had failed, Lee Luoka's gaze became resolute. He smiled and said that Tsukuyomi space is indeed extraordinary, but it seems it can't harm me anymore. Indeed surprising. Then what is the purpose of your appearance before me? Yuzhibo asked in confusion. Do you know the truth of this world? Lee Luoka asked back. What do you mean? Yuzhibo smiled contemptuously and said indifferently. Lee Luoka, seeing Yuzhibo's still arrogant attitude, knew that the other did not believe his words. Yuzhibo's potential was immense. Before coming to this world, Lee Luoka had already felt regret for Yuzhibo's sacrifice. He was one of the very few in this world who set aside personal gains and losses, prioritized the collective interest, and was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He was extremely talented and loved peace. Lee Luoka decided to tell the other the truth of this world. With a solemn expression, he said, thousands of years ago this world was ruled by the Daitongyu clan. The ruler of this world was Daitongyu Hui, who used humans as sacrificial offerings. He had two sons. One was Daitongyu Yui, the legendary sage of six paths, and the other was Daitongyu Yutsuin. Fortunately, the sage of six paths was not as cruel as Hui. He used the Rinnegan's special ocular technique Chibaku Tensei to seal Daitongyu Hui, along with the Ten Tails shell, the demonic statue of the outer path, into a moon made of rock. Upon hearing the millennium-old secret, Yuzhibo's expression showed some emotion. Lee Luoka continued. After that, the Sage of Six Paths divided the Ten Tails chakra into 9 parts, creating the 9-tailed beasts. He became the first Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the first person to use chakra. With the goal of maintaining peace, he preserved tranquility and order and was revered by the world as the progenitor of chakra. And your Yuzhibo clan, the Chinsho clan, and the Xuanhua clan are all his descendants. Yuzhibo you listened intently, but then reconsidered. Although he suddenly learned a secret from 1,000 years ago, it had little to do with him. He sneered, "You told a good story, but what does it have to do with me?" Li Loaka did not refute, and continued to reveal, "What I'm about to say concerns the present. Do you think all this is over?" Actually, before being sealed, Daitongyu Hui separated his will product. He has been trying to rescue Daitongyu Yihi, and to release the seal one, must use the Rinnegan to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hearing Li Loaka mention the infinite Tsukuyomi, Yuzhibo's eyes showed surprise. The infinite Tsukuyomi was the highest secret of the Akatsuki. He had not yet told the third Hokage about this. How could the other know? At this moment, Yuzhibo Yu began to believe a little that Li Loaka could predict the future. Yuzhibo Yu's worldview was overturned. As a peace-loving person at heart, he had always been deeply dissatisfied with the chaotic wars and deceptions of this world. Although he had infiltrated the Akatsuki with his own agenda after learning that the Akatsuki sought to achieve world peace through the infinite Tsukuyomi, despite some doubts, he felt a certain resonance. Unexpectedly, even the Akatsuki could not escape being used. A sense of helplessness arose in his heart. With a displeased expression, he said, "You claim that the infinite Tsukuyomi is the technique to release Daitongyu Yi. What evidence do you have?" Li Loaka said calmly, "The infinite Tsukuyomi is the ultimate illusion created by Daitongyu Yi. As a master of illusions, you can think of it as an enhanced version of Tsukuyomi. It allows all people in the world to experience a lifetime in 1 second, but the result is that people in reality meet their end. Do you think such a ninjutsu can be called the hope of peace?" Hearing the conspiracy behind the Akatsuki, Yuzhibo was shocked again. Thinking of the terrifying power of the Akatsuki leader's Rinnegan, he instantly felt his own weakness. Then remembering that his own days were numbered, he sneered, "What a pity. All of this has nothing to do with me." Li Loaka noticed Yuzhibo Yu's psychological reaction and said with a smile, "You are worried that due to overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan your body is severely drained, and you feel your days are numbered, right? And you plan to use hatred to awaken Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, then pass your eyes to him, making him obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, right?" Yuzhibo was already numb. The other actually knew his plans for the future. Could he really predict? Yuzhibo Yu's expression was calm, and he said slowly, "Indeed. Is that not good?" Li Loaka shouted, "Do you think Sasuke will be happy like this? Do you think that by doing this you can be free and not have to deal with all the troubles of the world? This is the act of a coward and escape from responsibility, a sign of incompetence." Yuzhibo's gaze became sharp and his expression turned hostile. "Don't you want to see Sasuke's future? Don't you want to be an uncle? I know how to solve your problem. The key is Orochimaru. He has developed a cloning technique. Because you defeated him before it caused him great psychological trauma, he has secretly begun researching your cells. This clone can be called an independent individual. I think there is a chance to achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Another method is to transplant Hashirama's cells, which can alleviate the damage caused by the Sharingan, and even have the chance to evolve into the Rinnegan. This is the ultimate secret of the Sharingan." Hearing that Orochimaru had secretly been researching his cells, Yuzhibo's eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent. "Orochimaru, you're asking for death." Li Loaka said calmly, "I suggest you don't kill him for now. As a researcher, Orochimaru is very useful. I believe with your abilities you can control him well. He'll give you a piece of information for free. The guy in the Akatsuki who claims to be Yuzhibo Ban is actually Yuzhibo Daitu, who was thought to have died. Although you have told many interesting things, I will verify them. I hope you are not lying to me, or you will know." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuzhibo's figure slowly disappeared from the Tsukuyomi world, and then the Tsukuyomi world shattered. On the other side, Kakashi was panting heavily, as if he had been tortured severely. Li Loaka could only pretend to be tortured as well breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Medokai's aura surged. He had already activated a forbidden technique, glaring at Yuzhibo Yu and Ganshirgoe Jiao like a ferocious beast. Looking at his good partner Kakashi, he said with a hostile gaze, "To injure Kakashi and Xiao Li like this, unforgivable." Asama and Shiri Hong standing by looked tense and still dared not open their eyes. They warned, "Kai, don't look into Yuzhibo's eyes, or you'll fall into his illusion." Meitikai picked up the limp Kakashi and said calmly, "As Kakashi's lifelong rival, I have long had a technique to deal with the Sharingan's illusions. You too can open your eyes now. When facing a Sharingan user, just avoid looking into their eyes. Pay attention to their feet movements to discern their position. Shiri understood Medokai's meaning and slowly opened her eyes, saying, "Hearing you say that it's indeed true." Asama, however, did not agree. As a taijutsu user himself, he knew that in high-speed combat, doing what Medokai said, constantly avoiding the opponent's eyes while constantly watching their feet, was impossible even for him. But now with Kai as a powerful ally, he could open his eyes to contribute. He said seriously, "Only you can achieve that level." Medokai's eyes narrowed, knowing that Asama was right. Few in Konoha could achieve that level of taijutsu. He nodded, "Yeah, I guess so. Mastering all of the opponent's movements just by watching their feet is indeed difficult. But the situation is urgent. I don't have time to explain the tricks. No choice, we'll have to adapt in battle." Then he turned to Shiri and said, "Hong, take Kakashi and Shaoli away. Asama and I will cover you. For now, until reinforcements arrive, I'll play with you for a while." Gonshir Gigio's battle lust was instantly stirred by Medokai. Wielding his weapon, he said bloodthirstily, "You've got guts." Suddenly Yuzhibo raised his hand to block Goeijiao and said calmly, "Hold on. We have a mission. We're not here to start a war. It's a bit regrettable, but we should go." Gonshir Goeijiao never contradicted Yuzhibo's suggestions. He put away his weapon and said indifferently, "I was hoping for a spectacular battle, but it seems that won't be possible." Having said that, the two used a strange movement technique and vanished from sight in an instant. Medokai was a bit stunned and sneered, "Is that all?" Unlike Guy, the others were not so carefree. Their opponents were two shrank Missingnen, and in the brief skirmish just now they had been at a disadvantage. Seeing Itachi and Kisame leave, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Rock Lee knew that Uchiha Itachi's mission this time was to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but with Jiraiya around they couldn't easily take Naruto without a resolve to fight to the death. Kakashi, recovering his composure, spoke, "Guy, I owe you this time." Hearing Kakashi's praise, Might Guy immediately put on a smug expression and said in its Sundara tone, "Now you know how formidable I am, right? I scared them off the moment I arrived. Next time I'll show them my true strength." Turning to Rock Lee, he asked, "Lee, are you all right?" Rock Lee feigned exhaustion and replied, "I can still hold on, Guy Sensei." "Don't be careless," Might Guy said sternly. To help Rock Lee and Kakashi recover, Might Guy took them to the hospital. As a frequent visitor to the hospital, Kakashi had been coming here a bit too often lately. Although Konoha had just suffered an unexpected attack, the hospital was not as crowded as one might imagine. In fact, the village's emergency response had been quite swift. During the invasion, most civilians had been evacuated, and the main casualties were among the patrol squads. Under the full efforts of Konoha Hospital, the wounded ninja had received timely treatment. The group knew their way around. The attending physician quickly conducted a thorough examination of Kakashi and Rock Lee, finding no major physical injuries, but their mental state was severely depleted. They were told to wait while a mental health specialist was called. Soon a young female doctor in her 20s approached. She said to Kakashi, "What now? You're injured again." "Dr. Yamanaka, I appreciate your help," Kakashi said with a smile. The one who arrived was Yamanaka Jing of the Yamanaka clan. She was in the same year as Kakashi, so they were familiar with each other. Ninja from the Yamanaka clan typically served as support within the village, excelling in sensory and medical fields. Most of them trained in medical techniques like the mystical palm technique to better coordinate with their teammates. In Konoha Hospital, the Yamanaka clan boasted the highest medical expertise. Moreover, Kakashi and Rock Lee had suffered mental damage, and the examination required the unique secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, the mental secret art. Yamanaka Jing then performed the secret technique on Kakashi. As time passed, Kakashi's complexion gradually turned from pale to ruddy, indicating the treatment was remarkably effective. Seeing Kakashi recovering, Yamanaka Jing instructed, "Rest well during this time, and avoid using Jinjutsu for now." She then provided some corresponding advice and treatment plans. However, the secret technique was not easy for Yamanaka Jing. After performing the jutsu on Kakashi, sweat had already formed on her forehead. The mental secret art was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could result in mental damage to the user. Rock Lee, who had been feigning illness, did not want her to discover his secret. In essence, mental restoration involved the mental connection of two individuals fusing their spiritual energy to repair mental damage. Rock Lee steadied himself and said with a smile, "Dr. Yamanaka, you should rest a bit longer. Perhaps Uchiha Itachi went easy on me. The torment I suffered wasn't that severe." Hearing this, Kakashi felt a pang of annoyance. Could Itachi have shown him special treatment? Maybe because he had assigned him too many missions back when they were in the Umbu. Was this retaliation? Nevertheless, Yamanaka Jing, being responsible for her patients, conducted targeted tests on Rock Lee, and the results showed that his condition was indeed good. She had to forego the secret technique on Rock Lee and opt for observation instead. Left with no choice, Rock Lee had to stay in the hospital. To be honest, the treatment conditions at Konoha Hospital were quite good. Everyone had a private room. In the hospital, he couldn't practice taijutsu, but that was no excuse to slack off in recovery. He began cultivating the ice heart technique, balancing his body and mind through meditation and breathing exercises. Through this incident, Rock Lee realized that his mental strength was still insufficient. He had to be patient and train silently. Although the ice heart technique did not require the intense physical exertion of other exercises, it still demanded persistence and willpower. Rock Lee had previously spent several hours each day practicing the ice heart technique. Through continuous training, he gradually enhanced his mental fortitude and willpower. The next day, as Rock Lee was meditating in a lotus position, a commotion outside the door disturbed him. Recognizing the quirky laughter, he knew Naruto was among the visitors. The moment the door opened, Naruto taunted, "Idiot, bushy brows, you finally got what you deserved." Seeing Naruto, Rock Lee knew that Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame's mission had apparently failed. Then Rock Lee saw that Neji, Tintin, and Sasuke had also come in. It turned out that Naruto and Sasuke had just left Kakashi's room and ran into Neji and Tintin, who were coming to visit Rock Lee, so they all came together. Seeing everyone come to visit him, Rock Lee felt a warmth in his heart, but he couldn't tolerate Naruto's mockery. He retorted, "Call me Lee, you shorty. Have you forgotten already? Looks like you haven't had enough finger flicks." Naruto recalled the days of being thrashed and felt a phantom pain in his head, his hand unconsciously reaching up to touch it. Then he blustered, "Don't get cocky, bushy brows. I'm about to learn some even more powerful jutsu from the pervy sage, and then you'll be the one getting beaten up." The words were spoken carelessly, but the listener took them to heart. Sasuke, who had been unusually quiet lately, heard that Naruto was going for further training, and his expression darkened. The sense of urgency within him intensified, and his brow furrowed deeply. Rock Lee noticed Sasuke's reaction, but chose not to interfere too much with his growth. Rock Lee never refused Naruto's provocations. He said indifferently, "I look forward to that day." Then everyone presented their gifts to Rock Lee one by one. Tintin asked with concern, "Lee, are you all right?" Faced with Tintin's care, Rock Lee felt a warm glow inside. He smiled and said, "Just a minor injury. He'll be discharged soon." Naruto, seeing he was being ignored, cut in, "Idiot, look at him. Does he look like a patient?" Rock Lee was startled by Naruto's words. He hadn't expected Naruto's intuition to be so sharp, hitting the truth. Naruto might have just been speaking his thoughts without thinking, but there was no denying that he had pinpointed the crux of the matter. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked with a piercing gaze, "You met Uchiha Itachi. What do you think is the gap between me and him?" Rock Lee pondered for a moment. To put it bluntly, Sasuke and Itachi were not even comparable. In terms of taijutsu alone, Sasuke would not last more than a few exchanges. Add to that Itachi's speed of forming 6 hand seals per second, and he was miles ahead of Sasuke in ninjutsu usage as well. Rock Lee looked at Sasuke and sighed. "Do you want the truth or a lie?" Sasuke was exasperated. "Of course the truth," he said impatiently. Uchiha Itachi is exceptionally strong in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. His tactical application of these skills is at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Your attack power is mediocre and you lack tactical versatility. The only advantage we might have is that we're still young." Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply and his clenched fists trembled. Though he had anticipated this answer, a sliver of hope had lingered in his heart. Yet Itachi was someone who could defeat Kakashi in a single second, while Sasuke couldn't even beat Kakashi yet. After chatting for a while at Rock Lee's place, the group left. So after a few more days, the impatiently Luo-ku, accompanied by Tian, left the hospital. As soon as they stepped out, 3 ninjas leaped down from the rooftop surrounding Luo-ku. One of them, a white-haired ninja carrying a short sword on his back, said in a low voice, "Lord Danzo wants to see you. Come with me." The commanding tone instantly made Luo-ku feel uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the ambitious Danzo emerged right after the 3rd Hokage's sacrifice. "Can I refuse, eh?" As soon as Luo-ku spoke, the 3 ninjas drew their weapons, pointing them at his vital points. Their decisive demeanor made Luo-ku feel like sitting on pins and needles. Considering Tian beside him, he thought it unwise to fight now. Turning to Tian with a wink, Luo-ku also wanted to know Danzo's intentions. Tian instantly understood Li Luoke's signal and turned away. One of the purple-haired ninjas handed a black blindfold to Li Luoke, saying, "Put this on. Are you sure about this?" Under the others' confirming gaze, Li Luoke had no choice but to follow their instructions and cover his eyes. The white-haired ninja was about to take Li Luoke and leap onto the rooftop, but found him motionless. He asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Li Luoke chuckled, "My current weight load is over 1,000 kilograms. With your strength, it seems you can't carry me while jumping." The root ninjas were secretly astonished. No wonder Danzo had his eye on this talent. Having no other choice, the three of them had to escort Li Luoke on foot. After more than an hour of walking, Li Luoke finally arrived at the root headquarters with the three ninjas. Only then was his blindfold removed. Based on the route they had taken, Li Luoke naturally deduced that the root headquarters was located in the forest west of Konoha village. What met his eyes was a long corridor stretching downward like an endless abyss. The surroundings were damp and cold like a purgatory. Passing through narrow passages, they arrived at an open space where a few ninjas stood scattered as if on guard. In the center was a long desk piled with many scrolls with several lamps hanging above. In the corners stood rows of archive shelves, somewhat monotonous. This, he presumed, was where Root issued missions. After delivering Li Luoke, the three Root ninjas respectfully withdrew. Soon a man emerged from a passage. Clad in black tight-fitting clothes with a robust build, his face wrapped in white bandages, leaving only one eye visible. It was Shimura Danzo with a distinctive and stern countenance. His skin was pale, as if incompatible with sunlight and the world, as though he had always lived in the shadows. Shimura Danzo's hair was the most striking feature of his appearance. It was jet black, crowning his head. Although Shimura Danzo's exterior gave an impression of power and coldness, his eyes often revealed deep and complex emotions. His eyes held a sharp gleam as if they could see through everything. Yet behind that sharpness often lurked a hint of suspicion and caution. Danzo's gloomy face strained to show a smile as he said, "Li Luoke, I invite you to join our team and fight together to protect the peace of Konoha." Li Luoke looked at that twisted face and sneered inwardly. This man, under the guise of peace, acted arbitrarily. He often spoke of self-sacrifice, yet never practiced it himself. "Lord Danzo, I refuse." Li Luoke shook his head and said calmly. Danzo's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Li Luoke to reject his invitation. As the leader of Root, he was accustomed to controlling everything, and few dared to challenge his decision. After the Uchiha clan was annihilated, the third Hokage, considering that Root's existence might threaten his position, ordered the removal of Danzo's title as Hokage advisor and disbanded Root, merging it into the Umbu. Now, with the third Hokage's death, Danzo had re-established Root with the support of Konoha's two advisors, Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatane, and recalled the former Root ninjas who had been integrated into the Umbu. Ambitious Danzo began to recruit extensively. Li Luoke, who had no outstanding talent nor came from a prestigious clan, but had gradually risen to prominence in the Chunin exam through unyielding effort and perseverance, immediately caught his attention. He decided to invite him, never expecting such a refusal. However, since this was his first recruitment after reorganizing Root, he decided to communicate patiently. "Why, don't you wish to contribute to Konoha's peace?" Li Luoke's expression was calm, but firm. "I refuse to become a tool for others bound in the shadows. I want to choose my own path. Compared to life in Root, I prefer to live in the light." Danzo's expression darkened, but he persisted. "But our organization operates in secret. We carry out missions in the shadows. The rest of the time it won't affect your daily life." Li Luoke looked up and smiled. "I'm sorry, Lord Danzo, but I must adhere to my principles. This is my ninja way." "Li Luoke, your choice disappoints me. What a foolish brat." Danzo glared at Li Luoke, a flash of malice in his eyes. Facing Danzo's threat, Li Luoke remained calm. This confidence came from his strength. The only thing to watch out for was the other's Kodo Amatsukami Jinjutsu, but having experienced an ultimate Jinjutsu duel with Uchiha Itachi, he was not afraid. Danzo was furious inside, knowing further talk was futile. "Since you refuse to follow my orders, don't blame me for being harsh." Danzo raised his hand, and a powerful aura of the tongue cutter seal enveloped Li Luoke, attempting to subdue him. But Li Luoke did not surrender. He immediately took action. Li Luoke instantly executed his body movement, deftly evading Danzo's tongue cutter seal. His figure was like a shadow, moving cautiously, dodging at times, counterattacking at others. Seeing this, Danzo frowned. He had known Li Luoke's taijutsu was extraordinary, but not to this extent. Do you think you can escape? Danzo sneered and activated the tongue cutter seal again, trying to bind Li Luoke. But Li Luoke became even more agile and decisive, gritting his teeth, focusing his mind, and pushing his strength to the limit. He dodged Danzo's attacks, while looking for an opportunity to counter. Danzo admitted that he had underestimated Li Luoke initially, believing he could easily manipulate him. However, during a clash, Li Luoke displayed astonishing taijutsu prowess, once again catching Danzo off guard. Both sides were still in the probing phase. Li Luoke knew that Danzo had yet to unleash his with style and Sharingan. Employing unconventional tactics and agile movements, he consistently evaded Danzo's attacks. As the battle took place within the root headquarters, Danzo refrained from using large-scale ninjutsu, unwilling to let his hard-earned base be destroyed by his own hands. After dozens of exchanges, Danzo's attitude toward Li Luoke shifted. He began to regard Li Luoke as a genuine adversary. Li Luoke leaped onto a stone pillar and said with a smile, "Lord Danzo, this farce should end now. Continuing would be detrimental to both of us." But Li Luoke's concession did not pacify Danzo. He channeled his chakra, opened his mouth, and instantly expelled a burst of energy, firing the accumulated chakra like bullets. The barrage, akin to a machine gun, severely restricted Li Luoke's range of movement. Li Luoke dared not be careless. Between dodging, he activated the golden bell shield to resist the damage he could not avoid. Bang! Bang! The collision of wind, style, and flesh echoed. Though the damage to Li Luoke was minimal, it infuriated him. He roared, "You have angered me." He mobilized his chakra, transforming his right hand into a blazing flame. This was a ninja taijutsu technique Li Luoke had recently developed, similar to Hinata Hyuga's twin lion fists, a manifestation of chakra and physical energy condensed into a short-range burst attack. Even without activating the 8 gates, its power was formidable. Danzo did not take it lightly. A shuriken appeared in his hand, and he infused it with wind-style chakra. Wind-style shuriken. The shuriken spun rapidly toward the approaching Li Luoke. Facing this brank ninjutsu, Li Luoke did not dodge. The moment the shuriken met his flame-like fist, it shattered into pieces. Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Watching Li Luoke charge forward, he decided to no longer hold back and unleashed a portion of his power, coating a kunai with wind-style chakra to form a sharp chakra blade. Boom! The two clashed with full force, neither yielding an inch. Realizing the battle could not be resolved quickly, Danzo barked at the nearby root ninja, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The root ninja, all bound by the curse mark of the tongue, had not dared to intervene without orders. Now, with Danzo's command, they charged at Li Luoke with their weapons. The first to close in were several taijutsu specialists. These ninjas were well-trained and swift, but they were up against the master of taijutsu, Li Luoke. With agile movements, Li Luoke easily evaded the attacks of the root ninja and retaliated with lightning speed. His strikes were sharp and powerful, each causing significant damage. Soon the root taijutsu ninjas were defeated. However, the ordeal was not over. As Li Luoke was recovering, a figure appeared silently. It was Yamanaka Fu, a ninja with formidable control abilities. Mind-body switch technique. Instantly, Li Luoke felt his body no longer obey him, and his vision began to blur. But Li Luoke did not give up. He continuously stimulated his mental strength, and soon the two began vying for control of his body. After this period of recuperation, Li Luoke's mental energy had reached the level of a jonin, making it difficult for Yamanaka Fu to maintain control for long. As time passed, through sheer tenacity, he finally broke free from the control and reclaimed his body. Li Luoke felt his body back under his command, but the danger was far from over. He then found himself trapped in a dark space, surrounded by invisible obstacles. The jutsu was cast by Yamanaka Fu's partner Aburame Torian. At this moment, Li Luoke could only hear faint sounds, as if something soft was crawling all over his body. The creatures relentlessly eroded his body. Fortunately, his body had automatically activated the golden bell shield, an invisible energy barrier that kept the countless poisonous insects at bay. Unlike ordinary ninjas, his constitution was not fragile, or else the insects would have already ravaged his body in an instant. Now Li Luoke knew there was no turning back. Fifth gate of closing, open. A surge of immense power erupted from the depths of his body, and he felt himself becoming stronger. The seething energy instantly pulverized the surrounding insects. Danzo did not give Li Luoke a moment to breathe, launching his signature wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. This rank technique when cast by Danzo approached the power of Unbreakable Jutsu. Successive compressed air blasts hammered into Liloaka, causing violent explosions. The entire underground space trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and the battlefield was shrouded in dust. When the dust settled, Danzo thought he had defeated his opponent, but he was met with Liloaka's furious glare. His aura had not diminished, in fact it seemed to be intensifying. "Danzo, you are beyond forgiveness." Suddenly a beastly roar echoed. Everyone turned to see a massive monster charging out of the tunnel. It had the appearance of a monkey, the body of a tanuki, the claws of a tiger, and a long tail. In no time it plunged into the battlefield, instantly altering the atmosphere. Danzo frowned. The creature was the ultimate war weapon developed by Root, the new, and it had unexpectedly escaped. A researcher in a white coat followed closely behind. He bowed respectfully to Danzo and reported, "Lord Danzo, the new went berserk due to the battle disturbance. Please forgive us." Danzo nodded with a faint smile. He valued his Root researchers highly, unlike his treatment of ordinary ninjas, and did not show any harshness toward their work error on the surface. But in the face of the troublesome Liloaka, the new's involvement could tip the scales in our favor. He then ordered Shinobu Lee, perfect timing. "Have the new attack Liloaka." As a loyal follower of Danzo, Shinobu Lee naturally obeyed his command without question. Despite the difficulty of controlling the new at this moment, he resolutely carried out the order. Shinobu Lee quickly formed a series of complex hand seals. The unstable new's eyes glowed red as if receiving a signal, and it turned to charge at Liloaka. The appearance of Shinla Lee extinguished Danzo's intention to use with style. He swiftly moved to the vicinity of the exit, as if preventing the opponent from escaping. Then Danzo's gaze remained sharp as he said, "Liloaka, I will give you one last chance." Liloaka made a downward gesture with his hand, as if mocking him. Danzo immediately understood its implications, snorted coldly, and said no more. The enormous new ran swiftly, emitting a piercing cry, and lunged toward Liloaka. Liloaka's expression changed. He quickly retreated, but the space was limited, and the new's speed was swift. It caught up in an instant. Liloaka dared not be careless. He unleashed the speed of the gate of suffering, his form becoming elusive and ghost-like in an instant. The new grew even more enraged. It lunged fiercely at Liloaka, but each time it only struck an afterimage. Liloaka nimbly evaded its attacks. Liloaka sneered coldly and counterattacked without mercy. His body turned into a blur, striking at the new like lightning. The new did not yield. It clawed at Liloaka's body with its sharp talons, but only tore through an illusion. A look of determination flashed in Liloaka's eyes. His speed became even more astonishing. He turned into a streak of light and swiftly traversed the new's attack range. He rapidly swung his hands, executing a sequence of moves, and launched a thunderous assault on the new. "Go to hell." The force of his punches roared, creating sonic booms on the new's surface. Then a pained howl rang out. The new, having endured such a ferocious attack from Liloaka, suffered little damage. Truly worthy of being comparable to a tailed beast, he shook his head, his eyes growing more ferocious, and a low growl emerged from his throat. The new's claws seemed clumsy before Liloaka's speed. It abandoned its claw attacks, and its long tail like a nimble serpent lashed toward Liloaka. Liloaka knew he must not let the tail ensnare him, or he would be controlled. He glanced at the motionless Shinla Lee and realized that to quickly defeat the new, he had to first eliminate its controller. Then turning, he leaped and kicked toward Shinla Lee. Shinla Lee, seeing the ferocious Liloaka charging at him, curled his lips into a sinister smile. A massive black vortex appeared before him, from which emerged a huge tail, its tip covered in countless tentacles, most eerie. Caught off guard by the opponent's swift reaction, Liloaka realized this was the new's space-time ninjutsu capable of opening dimensional passages anywhere. Facing such a fierce attack, Liloaka had no choice but to retreat and evade. Shinla Lee's eyes were wild with madness fixated on Liloaka, and he sneered contemptuously, "You cannot escape." He was extremely confident in the war weapon he had developed, as if Liloaka would soon be subdued by. Yet unbeknownst to him, whether due to impulsiveness or the mental damage from activating the secret technique, traces of blood had already seeped from the corners of his mouth. With the new's bizarre space-time ninjutsu, its attacks became even more unpredictable, and Liloaka struggled to cope. Still, he managed to escape, just as the new's tail was about to touch him. Almost there, thought Shinla Lee. Just a little more, and he would capture him, but that little gap was the decisive factor. For Li Luoka, striking the Nu's true body or Shinla Li became difficult under the influence of the alternate dimension. The only option was to force his way into the dimension, but that meant facing unknown possibilities. At this moment, it was a test of endurance. Li Luoka was wary of Danzo and would not unleash all his power. Opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates was not a significant burden for him. As time passed, Shinla Li knew his time was running out. Realizing his earlier carelessness, he spoke to Danzo. Lord Danzo, the Nu needs to absorb enough chakra to defeat the opponent. Danzo was aware of the Nu's ability to absorb chakra. He pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to signal. Over a dozen root ninjas appeared beside the Nu. Since they were voluntarily offering chakra, they did not need the tail to immobilize them. Immediately, over a dozen energy tendrils emerged from the Nu's body, connecting the root ninjas to it, and chakra, like water, flowed continuously into the Nu. Replenished with chakra, the Nu expanded like an inflated balloon, rapidly transforming into a colossal beast over 100 meters tall. Danzo watched as the enlarged Nu ravaged the base, feeling a pang of regret, though fortunately, the most important supplies were not stored here. By now, Li Luoka's maneuvering space had been severely compressed. Caught off guard, he was instantly sent flying by a claw. With a resounding boom, Li Luoka's body slammed into the rock wall like a cannonball. Li Luoka shook his head stunned. He hadn't expected the Nu's power and speed to have increased so drastically. Even with the Gate of Suffering open, he couldn't evade its attack range. Suppressing the dizziness, Li Luoka flashed away from his spot to avoid the successive giant claws, while also having to watch out for the tail ambushing from the alternate dimension. He looked somewhat haggard. Then let it come. Li Luoka's face was wild with abandon. He ceased resistance, knowing that once the Nu absorbed enough energy, it would self-destruct. So he decided to gamble on who had the better defense among those present. Then the tail emerging from the alternate dimension easily coiled around Li Luoka, and a torrent of energy poured into the Nu. Seeing this, Danzo's expression darkened. He knew that if the Nu exploded here, even though he could escape with Izanagi as base, would be completely destroyed. As the Nu's power grew, the difficulty of controlling it skyrocketed for Shinla Li. His eyes gradually grew hazy, but he also knew that continuing like this would lead to the Nu's self-destruction. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared, instantly swallowing the Nu and Li Luoka together. Seeing Li Luoka and the Nu vanish together, the root ninjas felt their anxiety subside. Some of them had witnessed the Nu's self-destruction before, when it was only the size of an ordinary tiger and had already devastated a forest. If it exploded here, even at the edge of Konoha, at least 2/3 of the village would be destroyed. Shinla Li, satisfied that his technique had been executed perfectly, said cheerfully to Danzo, Lord Danzo, the mission is complete. The Nu will explode in the alternate dimension. It's a pity, but the Nu is immortal. We can just cultivate a new one. Danzo nodded, indicating he understood. Shinla Li felt a wave of relief, then fatigue overwhelmed him, and he fainted completely, showing how much the secret technique had damaged his body. Danzo felt a twinge of regret. A simple recruitment had turned into this mess. He sighed, what a pity, such a fine tool. In the blink of an eye, Li Luoka found himself in a gray world shrouded by a blood-red moon in the sky, with not a trace of sunlight around. The ground was thickly covered with dust, making one feel as if immersed in darkness. In this world, the air was filled with a suffocating stench, causing extreme discomfort. At the moment of crisis, he felt his power slowly draining away, which unsettled him. Li Luoka knew he could not allow the Nu to continue devouring his energy, but breaking free from its grip had become increasingly difficult. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on the system. Previously, he had absorbed the chakra of tailed beasts. Now he could do the same to the Nu's chakra. He immediately began to call upon the system in his mind, using it to reverse absorb the Nu's chakra. It was like a tug-of-war where the stronger force would prevail. Clearly, the system emerged victorious. Li Luoka's energy loss ceased, and the Nu's chakra surged into his body like a torrent, as if a valve had been opened. The Nu sensed the anomaly and struggled furiously, but could not escape. It felt an overwhelming suction and resisted with all its might, yet its chakra continued to drain away. As its chakra flowed out, its struggles weakened, and the ferocity in its eyes faded, as if the malevolence had vanished along with the chakra, leaving it looking docile. A quarter of an hour later, the Nu had shrunk to the size of a small cat. Li Luoka now gripped its neck tightly with one hand, and though the creature twisted its head desperately, it was futile. Its adorably naive appearance made Li Luoka reluctant to kill it. He mused that the Nu, with its ability to open portals to other worlds at will, was the perfect summoning beast for this ninja world. Liluaka glared at the Nu and said menacingly, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Feeling threatened, the Nu looked like a child who had done wrong, its eyes darting away. Then a childish voice spoke weakly, "I didn't mean to before. I was forced. If you spare me, I will become your summoning beast." Liluaka had been waiting for those words. He smiled and said, "You said it." The Nu nodded in affirmation. Liluaka then took out the summoning scroll and performed the summoning jutsu, rapidly forming hand seals. In moments, a formation slowly took shape, enveloping both him and the Nu. The moment Liluaka activated the summoning jutsu, the surrounding aura became strange and mystical, as if the entire world was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Within the formation, the bond between Liluaka and the Nu grew exceptionally close, as if they could directly communicate thoughts and emotions. The Nu appeared overjoyed, seemingly relishing this connection. It said, "Thank you for this blessing. I can finally break free from my former shackles." Liluaka smiled and replied, "It is my honor, Nu. The relationship between a summoner and a summoning beast is crucial. I believe we will become an excellent pair." The Nu nodded and responded with a smile, "I believe so too, Master Liluaka." At that moment, the aura within the formation grew even more mysterious and intense. This connection was wondrous, as if two souls were communing with each other. After a while, the formation gradually dissipated, and Liluaka and the Nu regained their freedom. The Nu seemed exhilarated, as if it had suddenly acquired new powers and abilities. Liluaka smiled and said, "Nu, we will face many challenges together. I believe you will become my most reliable partner." Hearing Liluaka's words, the Nu's expression grew more resolute. Meanwhile, on the other side, Might Guy learned from Tintin that Liluaka had been taken by Danzo's men, and a fire of rage blazed within him. That his own disciple Liluaka had been abducted by Root was an unforgivable insult to him. He knew that Root was a place that devoured people without mercy. Once inside, one lost the right to live in the sunlight regardless of noble lineage or ordinary origins. None could escape its clutches. He decided to act immediately to seek justice for Liluaka. Following the marks, Liluaka had left. Might Guy found Root's headquarters. He did not attempt to sneak in like others, but instead charged straight in with his taijutsu. Root's defenses were utterly unable to withstand his assault, which swept through like a raging storm. Might Guy's figure burst into Root's underground core area like a force of nature. Every step he took radiated destructive power, and Root's ninjas retreated in terror, unable to resist his attacks. Danzo, who was cleaning up the aftermath, frowned. He hadn't expected the intruder to arrive so quickly, but it was already too late. He had planned to use Liluaka now under the tongue removal curse seal to deal with Might Guy, but plans changed. Liluaka had been sucked into another dimension and was likely dead by now. Might Guy wouldn't find him here, so Danzo had to find a way to placate this hothead. Danzo roared, "Might Guy, what are you doing here?" Might Guy's voice was icy cold. "Where have you taken my disciple Liluaka? Bring him out to see me." "You fool. Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Danzo bellowed. "But I know exactly what I'm doing," Might Guy replied, his eyes blazing with determination. The marks led here, and he keenly sensed that a fierce battle had just taken place. The two locked eyes, each trying to see the other yield. Inevitably, Might Guy and Danzo engaged in a ferocious battle. The fight was exceptionally intense, with both unleashing their formidable strength. Wherever the battle raged, everything was left in ruins. Their attacks caused severe damage to Root, leaving the place in a shambles. At this critical moment of heightened tension, the village elders Kohar Udatane and Hamura Mitokado arrived at the scene. They had been informed the moment Might Guy stormed Root. If the battle continued, the consequences would be dire. A elite Jonin was an indispensable asset for the current Konoha, and the other was Danzo, his designated proxy. Neither could be lost. Thus they decided to intervene and mediate. "Stop. This fight is meaningless," Hamura Mitokado shouted. Might Guy, who still respected the village elders, leaped aside and said angrily, "Root took my disciple without my consent." Hamura Mitokado and Kohar Udatane exchanged glances and replied, "We are aware of that. We didn't expect such a strong reaction from you. It was our oversight." Hearing this, Might Guy felt disappointed in the Elder Council. However, in an instant he understood the crux of the matter. "Forget it. I'm not unreasonable, but Liluaka must never join Root. You handle it as you see fit." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Shuehu Minyan and Zhuanqin Xiaochun began to feel helpless, at a loss for how to persuade both sides to cease combat. Just then Liluaka stepped out from the black vortex. As for Yi, he did not appear with him. Liluaka had no intention of letting Tuanzong discover that he had taken Yi away. Shuehu Minyan and Zhuanxin Xiaochun's faces lit up with relief, and they smiled, saying, "See, everything is fine now." Before Liloaka could steady himself, a figure flashed over and instantly embraced him. It was his teacher, Maitakai. He knew his plan had succeeded. Tian had notified Maitakai in time. Maitakai's swift arrival proved him to be a truly reliable teacher, a rare gem in this world of deceit and treachery. "Kaisensai." Maitakai looked him over carefully, then asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Liloaka shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for coming all this way, sensei." Maitakai smiled, genuinely relieved that his student had come to no harm. He knew that Liloaka had been striving to achieve his own goals, just as he himself had. It was impossible to live forever in the shadows as a mere tool to be manipulated by others. But this was not the time for conversation. Neither of them wished to linger in this underground space for a moment longer. Liloaka and Maitakai paid no heed to Tuanzong and the two elders behind them, directly leaving the route. No one dared to stop them. Shuehu Minyan and Zhuanxin Xiaochun, observing the chaos within route, felt a twinge of disappointment toward Tuanzong. After issuing a warning, they too departed swiftly. Just then Xinla Li, who had just regained consciousness, rushed over in panic. "Lord Tuanzong, something terrible has happened." It turned out that after recovering his senses, he had intended to check on Yi and Liloaka and immediately used a secret technique to contact Yi. But no matter what he tried, he could not reach Yi, as if he had completely vanished from this world. Previously, because Yi had been created in a state of constant chaos, Xinla Li had never signed a summoning contract with him. The thought that this creature, a monster he had spent countless hours and effort to create by chance using Hashirama's cells, was now lost to him was a devastating blow. At that moment, Tuanzong, who was already in a foul mood, saw the dejected Xinla Li and frowned. Things were already this bad. What could possibly be worse? He spoke calmly. "What is the cause of such alarm?" Xinla Li said, "I have lost contact with Yi." This was truly adding insult to injury. Though furious to the core, Tuanzong forced himself to suppress his anger. He knew he had to stabilize the situation and not be swayed by emotion. He said, "Could it be that Yi is severely injured from the self-destruction and is temporarily in a dormant state, unable to be summoned? This is different. Before, even after Yi's self-destruction, I could still faintly sense a connection. But now, no matter what secret technique I use, I cannot reach it." Tuanzong did not lose his reason. He knew what losing contact with Yi meant. It meant he had lost another trump card. This time he had truly suffered a double loss. Meanwhile, Liloaka had been brought by Maitakai to the place where they often trained. Tian and Ning Xi, who had been waiting, lit up with joy upon seeing the two return. "Shaoli, are you injured?" Tian asked with concern. Liloaka smiled and said, "How could I possibly be injured? This time I even made Tuanzong bleed a little." Ning Xi teased, "If Tian hadn't informed Kaisensai in time, you wouldn't be standing here bragging." Liloaka rubbed his head, a little embarrassed. Then he summoned Yi. He trusted his comrades deeply. Tian looked up at Yi, immediately captivated by its appearance. A surge of intense curiosity and interest welled up within her. "This little one is so adorable. Can I hold it?" "Of course." With that, Liloaka handed Yi to Tian. As she stroked its soft skin, a thought of wanting to keep it for herself crossed her mind. Yi did not resist. It seemed to enjoy Tian's touch, showing great affection. Ning Xi studied it for a moment and asked, "What abilities does this little creature have that caught Tuanzang's interest?" Tian turned to Liloaka, her eyes also expressing a desire to know the key details. Seeing their interest, Liloaka explained, "His name is Yi. Don't be fooled by his small size. He can grow rapidly by absorbing chakra, enhancing his attack power and speed, and he also possesses the ability to open doors to other dimensions." Then Liloaka commanded Yi to form a black spatial vortex in the air. Tian had never seen such a peculiar summoning beast, and her interest in space-time ninjutsu had always been a passion. The earlier feeling of closeness must have stemmed from this. Yi seemed to read Tian's thoughts, gazing at her with a lively, intelligent expression as if communicating with her. Although Tian could already inscribe arrays on scrolls to summon ninja tools from another dimension, she knew that her space-time abilities were still far from powerful. Despite never ceasing her training in space-time ninjutsu, developing many techniques, and greatly improving her proficiency, the fixed range of the scroll-bound dimension had expanded, yet there had been no qualitative change. The power was still relatively weak, let alone advanced applications like spatial displacement and dimensional travel. This was mainly because the entry threshold for space-time ninjutsu was too high and there were too few references. Other than Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama, who relied on talent to master the strength space-time technique, Flying Thunder God, the Uchiha clan's space-time abilities were awakened through the talent of their Sharingan, which was even less replicable. Now with a similar strength space-time ninjutsu before her as a reference, a door seemed to open in her mind. She began to conceive various spatial time application scenarios. She grew excited knowing that she had found a direction for her space-time ninjutsu, and that the future held infinite possibilities. Liluaka noticed the change in Tiantian's gaze when she looked at Yi. It was as if there was a light in her eyes. He instantly understood its meaning, and said with a smile, Tiantian, I think he suits you well. Since that's the case, why don't you also sign a summoning contract with Yi? Tiantian felt a secret joy. The temptation was too hard to resist. She said shyly, can I? Of course. Liluaka affirmed, then took out the summoning contract he had previously signed. Without further ceremony, Tiantian swept her hand and added her name right after Liluaka's. Maidakai was very pleased with Liluaka's action, sharing benefits with others. However, such an important summoning beast, if Tuanzong discovered that Liluaka had taken it, would be a troublesome matter. After all, Ye's abilities were too powerful. Not only could it produce unexpected effects in battle, but it could also play a crucial role in escape or intelligence transmission. Konoha was now in a critical period. With no Hokage to organize affairs, many things were at a standstill. The major clans were secretly vying with each other, each seeking to gain more benefits during this time to secure an advantage in future competition. This atmosphere of rivalry had made the internal situation of Konoha tense. With a serious expression, he instructed Tiantian and Ning Ci, you must not tell anyone about this secret. It involves forbidden techniques. Ning Ci and Tiantian were reliable people. They would not casually disclose such important information, especially since Liluaka had placed his trust in them. Previously, due to Liluaka exchanging for the bloodline evolution potion, his physical quality experienced a qualitative leap. Notably, after several battles, his Golden Bell shield has also leveled up to the 8th layer, meaning his vitality has thickened. Additionally, as his physical martial arts talent strengthened, the progress of cultivating the Yijinjing accelerated significantly. However, this also meant that Liluaka's physical limits had risen, and the weight he previously wore no longer provided any training effect. Consequently, Liluaka had to find Tiantian to forge a new set of weighted training gear, which left him a bit poorer once again. Upon receiving the new weights, Liluaka eagerly put them on. Now the total weight on Liluaka's body had reached an astonishing 2,000 kilograms. Given that his current weight is over 60 kilograms, Liluaka found himself under more than 30 times his own weight. He could only begin some foundational training according to the requirements of adaptive training. Do not underestimate this training. Paired with high-intensity weights, it is the best method to temper will and spirit. He was currently enhancing his physical and spiritual energy through the cultivation of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Now he was already able to open the 7th gate, but to open the final gate he needed to double his energy levels. This was no easy task, and Liluaka began his arduous training journey. Time passed quickly, and a month slipped away. Training as a ninja requires a substantial expense, and for a taijutsu ninja, it is even more so. After a month without income, Liluaka had nearly exhausted the earnings from his previous missions, as the heavy training tasks consumed a significant amount of meat. Fortunately, he recently heard good news. It was said that Jiraiya had returned with news that Tsunade had agreed to take on the role of the 5th Hokage and would arrive in Konohagakure in the coming days. This uplifting news added much vitality to the previously stagnant Konoha, and the undercurrents of conflict diminished. On this day, Liluaka had just finished his morning training and was preparing to replenish his energy. He spotted Naruto sitting in a booth at Ichiraku Ramen, engrossed in eating ramen. The look of enjoyment immediately sparked Liluaka's desire, and he thought, isn't this a free lunch coming my way? Without hesitation, Liluaka sat down beside Naruto and shouted, boss, I'll have a special ramen and Naruto will pay for it. Naruto immediately realized he was being addressed and cursed inwardly, which guy is so unreasonable as to make me Naruto pay the bill. Turning to look, he saw it was that guy with the bushy eyebrows, and he jumped up pointing at Liluaka and shouted, Liluaka, why should I pay for you? I didn't invite you. Liluaka calmly replied, oh come on. How could I not be invited? Who said they would treat me to ramen after chasing after Gaara? Have you forgotten? In just over a month? Naruto retorted, well, I visited you in the hospital last time, didn't I? Trying to make me pay is out of the question. Liluaka was unfazed and smiled, you didn't buy anything for me last time, and besides, that's not the same. One should be trustworthy, and aren't you the one who prides himself on wanting to become Hokage? Being so untrustworthy is not acceptable. Naruto couldn't help but frown. Lee Locke's words struck a nerve. Reluctantly, he took out a discount voucher from his pocket and handed it to the ramen chef. Before long, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed on the counter. Lee Locke wasted no time eagerly diving into the food, having been starving, and he finished half the bowl in just a few bites. Naruto watched as Lee Locke devoured the ramen, feeling a pang of envy. Lee Locke paid no attention to Naruto's gaze, focused on his meal, clearly relishing the free food. In the blink of an eye, a large bowl of ramen disappeared into Lee Locke's stomach. He patted his belly, feeling unsatisfied, and turned to the ramen chef, saying, "Boss, another bowl, please." Naruto, who hadn't finished his own bowl, protested angrily, "I am not paying for that bowl." Lee Locke teased, "So stingy. You said you'd treat me to ramen, and now it's just one bowl." Naruto, frustrated, exclaimed, "No way. It's just one bowl, not happening." Seeing Naruto's resolute attitude, realizing he couldn't squeeze any more from him, Lee Locke slowly took out 70 ryo to pay the ramen chef. Seeing Naruto with a long face, Lee Locke immediately hugged him and laughed. "What's wrong?" Naruto remained silent. Lee Locke continued, "Naruto, where have you been lately? Are you avoiding?" Mentioning experiences piqued Naruto's interest, and he began to vividly recount his encounter with Tsunade and Orochimaru. He boasted about how he had scared Orochimaru away, saving Tsunade. Had Lee Locke not read the original story, he might have almost believed it. If that's the case, then it means the Hokage has already taken office and tasks will soon be assigned. After finishing their meal, the two agreed to meet at a training ground in Konoha. Ever since Naruto mastered the rank Jutsu, the Rasengan, he had wanted to regain his honor. Today, by chance, he encountered Lee Locke and issued a challenge. For Lee Locke, he never refused a challenge, and the two quickly agreed. Naruto confidently provoked Lee Locke, "Are you ready to lose?" Lee Locke disdainfully chuckled, "You don't dream. I won't lose to you easily." As soon as he finished speaking, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Naruto immediately launched a quick attack on Lee Locke using Shadow Clone Jutsu. Lee Locke swiftly dodged, nimbly evading Naruto's attacks, while countering several times, completely obliterating Naruto's clones. "You're still the same, not getting any stronger," Lee Locke taunted. Naruto remained undeterred, instead becoming more excited as he prepared to unleash the Rasengan. He took a deep breath and instantly created multiple clones, with two of them gathering together, their four hands rubbing together. Soon dazzling energy spheres slowly appeared in their palms. Next, Naruto launched a counterattack with the Rasengan towards Lee Locke. Facing Naruto's fierce momentum, Lee Locke stood still. Just as the Rasengan was about to hit its target, Naruto silently regretted it. This was an rank jutsu, and could create a huge hole in a tree big enough to embrace two people. If it hit Lee Locke directly, he would have no chance of surviving. However, he could not stop his hand now. Meanwhile, Lee Locke thought to himself that he wanted to see if Naruto's Rasengan could break through his Golden Bell Shield defense. He then activated the 8th layer of his Golden Bell Shield. Bang! The Rasengan collided with the Golden Bell Shield, creating an explosion and kicking up a large cloud of dust. "What power? Huh?" Lee Locke's hearty laughter rang out. Hearing Lee Locke's boisterous laughter, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to accidentally kill a companion from his village during a spar. He complained, "Little Lee, you scared me. The power is decent, but still a bit lacking. To defeat me, it's going to be tough," Lee Locke continued boastfully. After this scene, everyone lost the desire to continue fighting and sat down to chat. Naruto sighed, "Your defense is really strong. You took the Rasengan's attack without a scratch. For this little brother, I sincerely hope he grows quickly." Lee Locke encouraged, "Your Rasengan is an attributeless chakra ball. Its power has already reached the level of an rank jutsu. If you can infuse it with attribute chakra, it could potentially reach strength level, and the power would be terrifying to think about." "What is attribute chakra? Tell me quickly," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, while Lee Locke only knew the direction for the Rasengan's advancement, he couldn't elaborate on attribute chakra. He smiled and said, "You'll have to ask Kakashi about that." Naruto, always an action-oriented person, after recognizing his shortcomings, bid farewell. The Hokage's office in Muyi. This place is rich in character and historical significance. Located at the heart of Muyi village, it also stands as the village's highest point. The office walls are constructed from wood, adorned with intricate carvings of various patterns that evoke a sense of mystery and antiquity. Within the room lies a large desk cluttered with piles of documents and books. Behind it, a high-backed chair serves as the Hokage's usual seat for work. The office boasts expansive windows that offer a panoramic view of the entire Muyi village. Peering outward, one can behold the whole village vista, including trees, flowers, and a babbling brook. These natural elements infuse the office with vitality and energy. The walls bear portraits of former Hokage, serving as a tribute to their legacy. The lifelike portraits evoke a sense of familiarity. Also adorning the walls are several renowned swords, precious relics left by successive Hokage. The fifth Hokage, Gangsho, lolled languidly in the broad high-backed chair, listlessly amending documents. Beside her stood the youthful assistant Jingyin, cradling a plump little pig in her arms. Before the desk stood three individuals, Li Luoka, Ning Ci, and Lu Wan. Prompted by Jingyin, Gangsho ceased her work, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the trio. After a sweeping glance, she spoke. I summoned you today because your performance in the Chunin exam was exceptional. After deliberation with the Elder Council, we have officially approved your promotion to Chunin. Certificates will be issued. Li Luoka and Ning Ci exchanged excited glances. They had trained diligently at the Muyi Ninja Academy since childhood, enduring years of arduous practice to reach this moment. Their simultaneous promotion to Chunin brought honor to Might Guy's team. Gangsho nodded to Jingyin, who extracted 3 certificates from the pile of documents and handed them to Li Luoka and his companions. The 3 took the certificates and immediately scrutinized them. Gangsho observed their exuberant expressions, recalling the day she, Dashawan, and Zilai had received their Chunin certificates. How swiftly the years had passed, the past now but a memory. Not long ago they had fought each other with lethal intent, and now she had become Hokage. Before Li Luoka and his team could relish their joy, Gangsho produced another stack of documents and announced, "There is a rank mission that requires your attention. A member of the Earth Country's Yin Village Demolition Corps show has been killed. The culprit vanished near the Jinluan Mountains. The Tsuchikage has requested Muyi's assistance in investigating the matter." The Earth Country's Yin Village Demolition Corps member show was killed. The culprit disappeared near the Jinluan Mountains, and the Tsuchikage requested Muyi's assistance in investigating. I initially wanted to refuse this request, but I thought this could serve as your first test as Chunin. Just investigate and clarify the situation. What a troublesome affair, Lu Wan muttered, pursing his lips. He had clearly underestimated Gangsho's sharp ears. She slammed the desk hard and bellowed, "Humph. The missing ninja is a Jonin-level shinobi. You must proceed with caution." Startled by Gangsho's outburst, the 3 immediately responded in unison, "Yes." Gangsho nodded and began to dismiss them, saying, "This time Lu Wan will be the team leader. You may leave." Ning Ci noticed that Li Luoka had been deep in thought since leaving the Hokage's office. He nudged him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "The name show sounds familiar, but I can't recall it right now," Li Luoka replied. "You'd better study the intel carefully." Lu Wan handed the mission documents to Li Luoka. "You're the captain, you should read it first," Li Luoka said, glancing at the scroll. "I've already finished reading. Meet at the west main gate at 6 tomorrow morning." Lu Wan waved his hand and walked away without looking back. Li Luoka smiled, remarking that he was indeed a tactical genius, exceptionally fast at processing information. Li Luoka and Ning Ci immediately began to study the intel closely. The intelligence described how Shou's team had encountered trouble at the Earth Country border, and the Yin Village Special Unit tracked the culprit, discovering that the enemy had entered the Jinluan Mountains near the Fire Country border via the Grass Country. They then requested backup from Muyi, and the document also included the rendezvous point. After sharing the intel, Li Luoka and Ning Ci returned home to prepare. This was their first mission as Chunin, and they were determined to execute it flawlessly. The next day, as the sun had just risen, Li Luoka, Ning Ci, and Lu Wan arrived punctually at the agreed meeting point. Muyi was exceptionally tranquil in the early morning. A few scattered shinobi were heading out on missions. The trio had brought ample food and water, fully prepared for the mission. They were no longer rookies, they appeared composed despite the rank mission. The 3 exchanged a silent, synchronized handshake and set off on their journey to the destination. They traversed dense forests, crossed perilous mountain ranges, and encountered attacks from ferocious beasts along the way. After a day of arduous travel, they finally reached the Jinluan Mountains. The Jinluan Mountains were a majestic range shrouded in mystery. The peaks rose in an irregular pattern, their slopes steep as knife blades, evoking awe and intimidation. Here trees were sparse, and an eerie silence reigned, with only a few hardy plants clinging tenaciously to the cliffs. As a bastion-like presence along the Fire Country's border, it played a crucial role blocking foreign invasions and aggression. Lu Wan rubbed his sore shoulders and said wearily, "Finally here. What a grueling day's journey." Li Luoka nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this mountain range is no easy crossing. But we must reach the rendezvous point soon. We can't afford to delay the mission." Li Luoka, now carrying extra weight, found that the intense pace today had been pushing his limits. Ning Ci stood silently beside them. Though he was a man of few words, the determination in his eyes inspired profound reassurance and trust. As a sensory-type shinobi, even during brief rests, he had to remain vigilant of his surroundings. After a short respite, the trio followed the directions to a border outpost. At the outpost, a number of shinobi had gathered, including the Yenin village pursuit team. Each exuded a formidable aura. They looked surprised at the arrival of Li Luoka and his companions. A tall, scar-faced man stood before the Mu Yi shinobi and spoke with a contemptuous tone. "So Mu Yi sends only a few brats. Are you looking for death? The one who attacked our demolition corps is no ordinary foe. Only the elites of our village can join that unit." The man continued, "That was a person capable of attacking our Yenin village demolition corps. To enter the demolition corps, one must be an elite among our village." Facing the aggressive stance of the Yenin village, shinobi Li Luoka stepped forward fearlessly, his gaze steadfast, and retorted, "We may be just a few brats, but this is Mu Yi's business. You have no right to interfere." Li Luoka's words were resolute and forceful, as if a surge of power infused every Mu Yi shinobi present, bolstering their resolve. They glared at the Yenin ninja. His words moved the Yenin village shinobi. Though they maintained a tough exterior, they inwardly felt uneasy, aware that they were in Mu Yi's territory. Their tones softened. "We are not here to provoke, but to convey a message. We hope Mu Yi will take this matter seriously, for everyone's benefit." "All right, Shaoli. We're here to gather intelligence," Lu Wan said calmly. With Lu Wan's mediation, Li Luoka abandoned the idea of teaching them a lesson, and they began exchanging the latest intel. After sharing the information, Li Luoka and Ning Ci each returned home to prepare. This was their first mission as Chunin, and they were determined to execute it flawlessly. Having obtained the latest intelligence, Li Luoka and his two companions learned that the culprits were 4 in number and were active 30 li from the outpost. Following the advice of the rock ninja, they decided to act immediately. They stealthily infiltrated the surrounding mountain forest, advancing cautiously and vigilantly, observing their surroundings. "We have entered the Sumeru mountain territory," Shikamaru said gravely, studying the map in his hands. Then the 3 of them halted. "What is special about Sumeru mountain?" Li Luoka asked. Neji, being a scion of a prestigious clan, was well-versed in the historical relics of the Land of Fire, and replied, "Sumeru mountain is a notably peculiar place within the Golden Wheel mountain range, the highest peak in the ninja world. Archaeologists speculate it to be the remnants of an ancient battlefield surrounded by many colossal dragon statues, which are quite bizarre." The 3 advanced a bit further, and a massive mountain gate came into view. Li Luoka gazed at the gate before him. Its colossal frame seemed to reach into the clouds, as if leading to another world. Carved with various mysterious symbols and patterns, it exuded an air of enigma. Flanking the gate were 2 lifelike giant dragon statues, their draconic majesty intimidating, as if they might leap forth at any moment. Li Luoka was awestruck by the magnificent sight. He had never seen such grand architecture and statues. Even Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, boasted no such towering structures. A dragon enthusiast, Li Luoka began to scrutinize every detail of the gate, hoping to uncover its secrets. He noticed that every scale of the dragons was exquisitely crafted, and every symbol bore profound meaning. Despite the many questions lingering in his mind, Li Luoka did not linger long. The 3 passed through the gate and entered the heart of Sumeru Mountain. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly somber, as if an immense net were unfurling, awaiting its prey. Suddenly Neji signaled Li Luoka and Shikamaru to stop. "Hey Neji, did you find something?" Shikamaru asked urgently. Neji nodded and replied, "I detect traces of human activity 500 meters ahead." "It seems our targets are right before us," Li Luoka said, eagerly itching for action. Shikamaru understood what was on Li Luoka's mind, but as the leader, he could not act rashly. He cautioned, "Shaoli, don't forget our mission is reconnaissance. However, good intentions often lead to opposite outcomes." As Li Luoka and his companions slowly approached the mountain's core, at the center of the mountain's belly stood a retro ornate palace. Inside its hall, a white-haired man held a scalpel, meticulously dissecting a corpse on an experimental table. Eerily, he removed vital organs from the corpse and grafted them onto his own body, as if performing some bizarre fusion. Outside the hall, 3 young ninjas, 2 women and 1 man, were chatting. A woman in red, caressing her long hair, said seductively, "How long do you think the boss fusion will take this time?" A man with eyes as sinister as a viper grinned, "I don't know how long, but I do know that after the fusion the boss will be no weaker than the Sannin, and we won't have to hide anymore." The last one, a tall, lean ninja with 3 horizontal lines on his forehead, spoke with fervent reverence. "Let's just focus on our own tasks and not let any rock ninja disturb the boss. We're back on our turf now. Oh, anyone who comes here is asking for death," the sinister man scoffed. A sudden jingle of bells sounded. The warning trap had been triggered. The 3 exchanged glances, realizing someone had intruded. "The boss fusion is at a critical moment. He cannot be disturbed. Go deal with them." The sinister man licked his lips, his voice cold. "I hope they can give us a good game." The crimson-clad seductive ninja also flashed an excited smile. With that, the 2 vanished, and before long, after traversing a long, winding path, Lelouaka and his companions encountered another mountain gate embedded within the towering rock face. Though this gate was less grand than the previous one, it was more intricately carved. The beasts depicted on it clearly bore the shadow of the vermilion bird, while a lifelike dragon coiled atop, the lintel hinting at a dragon and phoenix motif. Suddenly Neji, who had kept his Byakugan active, warned, "Trouble. Someone is approaching. Prepare for battle." In his vision, he saw 2 figures rapidly closing in on them. "We're in trouble," Shikamaru sighed, his brow furrowed. Retreat was now too late. He hadn't expected the targets to be so alert. Before they could even begin surveillance, they had been discovered, likely by some warning barrier. "Perfect timing. This suits me just fine," Lelouaka said with a grin. Shikamaru could only shake his head helplessly at Lelouch's battle lust. With a bang, 2 figures emerged from the jagged rocks. One was a female ninja in a tight red suit wielding a whip, a striking sight. The other had cold viper-like eyes and a sharp chin resembling a scorpion. When Lelouaka saw them, a flash of recognition struck him. Weren't these 2 subordinates of Orochimaru? No, of Kabuto. Wait, no. Of the one who had betrayed. Of the one who had killed. No, it was the subordinates of the man who had once been a teammate of the 3rd Hokage. The memory was hazy, but he knew these 2. So that was it. The ultimate target this time was likely that man, the one who sought bloodline limits. As for the hunter, he had probably been killed because of his Kekkei Genkai. That meant Lelouaka would be facing a man who possessed 4 bloodline limits. This was going to get more and more interesting. The red-clad ninja, after surveying the 3, giggled. "So 3 little brats from Konoha. Let big sister show you some love." With that, she flicked her whip. She waved her right hand, and instantly 2 giant dogs, each over 2 meters tall, emerged from the side. They were clad in metal armor with rocket launchers strapped to their backs, like mechanical beasts. Lelouaka feigned surprise. "Wow, what big doggies. Tough talk, little brat. Go, my darlings," the red-clad ninja commanded. The 2 giant dogs lifted their legs, and the launchers on their backs fired 4 red beams, launching an indiscriminate attack at the trio. With a boom, the shells struck the ground and exploded, sending up plumes of smoke. But as per the law of smoke without injury, the 3 emerged unscathed. Taking advantage of the smoke screen, the giant dogs moved swiftly, closing in on Lelouaka, who was at the front, their claws raised high, slashing down viciously. Lelouaka smirked. The metal armor increased the dogs' defense, but also slowed their movements. To him, they were as sluggish as ants. Lelouch's figure flickered and dissipated under the dog's assault. A dog that cannot hit its target is merely a moving target. The slight increase in defense was essentially negligible. Wind Blade, a series of arc-shaped energy blasts, struck the 2 dogs, easily breaching their armored defense, causing them to bleed profusely. A single blow left them collapsed and lifeless. The red-clad woman's face twisted with fury. "How dare you treat my little darlings like this? Unforgivable." Summoning technique, the carved gate slowly opened, and a colossal, bizarre, summoning beast 6 meters tall emerged. It had thick limbs, full body armor, and prominent fangs, a larger version of the earlier dogs. "Just dealt with 2 dogs, and now a pig. All useless beasts," Lelouaka sneered. "How dare you underestimate my little darling? I'll make you regret it." The red-clad ninja roared in fury. From the brief skirmish just now, he knew that despite his opponent's youth, his strength was not to be underestimated. Guei Yaluo technique. She instantly leaped onto the head of the bizarre summoned beast and as she completed her hand seals, half of her body merged with the creature. Liloaka was astonished. Wasn't this similar to the fake sleep technique that Gaara had once used? But the size difference was like heaven and earth. The red-clad ninja, thinking Liloaka was frightened by his form, sneered, "Never seen such a perfect form, have you? It's too late to be afraid now." Liloaka snapped out of it, and said plainly, "Afraid? I have no idea what that word means." Seeing the enormous summoned beast, Ning Si and Lu Wan behind him were also startled. As they prepared to go and assist, suddenly a massive swarm of strange snakes with brown manies attacked them. The two dared not underestimate the threat, dodging the assault, and soon all three were locked in battle. The red-clad ninja grinned at Liloaka. "You have no backup now. Face reality. You're the one not seeing reality. Now feel the power of speed." Liloaka replied. With that, he quickly removed his weights. The red-clad ninja fumed, "Little brat, trying to use a honey trap? I'm not falling for that." But her body betrayed her. As she gazed at Liloaka's muscular frame, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Though his physique attracted her, it didn't stop her from commanding the giant beast to attack him. A tremendous energy blast shot from the mouth of the towering summoned beast, aimed directly at Liloaka. "Too slow," Liloaka remarked as he dodged. He leaped aside, landing on the beast's back, raised his right leg high, and brought it down with brutal force. Boom. The colossal creature felt as if a mountain had crushed at its spine, seemingly about to crack. The red-clad ninja, sharing the sensation, felt excruciating pain. The beast rolled over, crashing into the surrounding rock walls as if trying to crush Liloaka beneath it. Liloaka swiftly dodged, leaving the beast's back. The red-clad ninja's fury surged, her face twisted with rage, hair whipping in the wind, aura swelling. The earlier attack had completely eradicated any goodwill she felt toward him. Not expecting his opponent to be so fragile, Liloaka was about to unleash a stronger attack to finish the fight, when he remembered that his own summoned beast was still weak and needed feeding. And a summoned beast this large should have plenty of chakra. With a sweep of his right hand, he activated the summoning technique. In an instant, a cute raccoon-like creature appeared on his shoulder. His summoned beast knew. "Li, why did you call me out?" "I was sleeping," a drowsy voice sounded. "Still sleeping? Time to work. There's a big one over there. You can have a feast," Liloaka said. Nu instantly perked up. Even facing a mountain-sized monster, it showed no weakness. "I'm too small right now. I need you to restrain it," Nu said. "Got it." The frenzied red-clad ninja directed the giant beast to chase after Liloaka, attacking relentlessly. Liloaka turned, planted his feet firmly like a mountain, and activated the golden bell shield, covering his entire body, ready to withstand the beast's assault. "Little brat, you're courting death." Two massive claws like pillars holding up the sky slammed down toward Liloaka. He closed his eyes slightly, raised his hands, and caught them steadily. The red-clad ninja was inwardly astonished. How could someone so small unleash power rivaling a summoned beast? But she refused to concede, commanding the beast to increase its strength, as if trying to gain the upper hand in this contest of raw force. Nu, perched on Liloaka's shoulder, extended its tail rapidly, which shot out like a steel wire, binding the giant beast tightly. Then the saw-toothed mouth at the end of its tail sank deep into the beast's soft neck. The red-clad ninja, now terrified, realized she had fallen into a trap. Her and the beast's chakra spun out of control, draining away like a tidal wave. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Liloaka's grip, left only to howl. And on the other side, Ning Si and Lu Wan faced an endless barrage of snakewire ninjutsu. They could only rely on Ning Si's rotation to block the attacks, but the snakes were unnaturally resilient. Each wave destroyed was immediately regenerated, an unending tide. Indeed, snake-type ninjas were devious. As long as their chakra held out, they could summon an endless swarm of serpents. And their opponent's chakra reserves were clearly immense. The sinister man was not in a hurry. Their main objective was to buy time. Once their leader completed the fusion, these leaf ninjas would be helpless. Sneering at Ning Si's turtle shell defense, he said, "You can't defeat me by hiding in a shell." With that, his right hand transformed into a massive serpent. Snake spiral stab. The snake head spat a rain of arrows, aiming at Lu Wan, who had been preparing to ambush. Forced to abort his jutsu, Lu Wan could only evade. Lu Wan analyzed, though Ning Si had strong defense and attacked the opponent, kept a safe distance, preventing Ning Si from using his full strength. Facing such a bizarre long-range fighter left them feeling helpless. At this point, they needed to close the distance quickly to leverage their teammates' defensive and offensive capabilities. It seemed he would have to use the new jutsu he had mastered. I'll help you get close to him, Lu Wan said to Ning Xiai. Shadow tentacles. In an instant, a black tendril extended from Lu Wan's shadow, connecting to Ning Xiai. A pulling force seized Ning Xiai, and knowing that Lu Wan's technique was in effect, he did not resist, allowing himself to be controlled. The long shadow swung Ning Xiai like a flicked fishing line, instantly closing the gap. The sinister man, now with no room to maneuver, could only defend passively. At the moment of collision, Ning Xiai activated rotation. The devastating power of rotation shattered the opponent's defense. Meanwhile, the red-clad ninja, whose chakra had been drained, suddenly pulled out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. It burst into a brilliant blue light. In the heart of Mount Sumeru, outside the hall, the third ninja, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the signal flare and knew something was wrong. He produced 2 summoning scrolls, slapped them onto the ground, pressed his hands on the open scrolls in one fluid motion, and in an instant the red-clad woman and the sinister man were blood summoned to him. Seeing the 2 on the ground barely alive, he fumed. I didn't expect the enemy to be this strong. We'll have to fuse. Gue Yaluo technique. In an instant, a colossal fusion monster emerged, a dog's body with bird's wings and 2 snake heads, its form massive. Once the 3-way fusion stabilized, the monster kicked off the ground, shooting toward Liloaka and his team like an arrow from a bow. Meanwhile, as Nu devoured the chakra of the controlled beast, its body had expanded to about 6 meters tall. Nu was reveling in the feast when suddenly, with a puff, the summoned beast, bound by its tail, vanished like a bubble. Enraged, Nu launched a fierce attack on the surrounding forest. Calm down, Nu. They won't get far, Liloaka said flatly. Soothing words from Liloaka calmed Nu. Li, is this your summoned beast? It's huge, Lu Wan said. Just then Ning Xiai and Lu Wan arrived. Their situation had been the same. The enemy they had just defeated was also summoned away. Liloaka leaped onto Nu's head, excited. It can get even bigger. You'll see. Are you two okay? Fine, just some chakra loss. We'll recover quickly, Ning Xiai smiled. Can you still fight? Liloaka asked. You're not thinking of chasing them, are you? Lu Wan questioned. Their mission was reconnaissance. He felt they had done enough. Capturing them seemed unlikely. We still haven't gathered intel on the other 2, Liloaka said. But, Lu Wan hesitated. No buts. Get on quickly. We're going after them. Liloaka cut off Lu Wan's protest. Lu Wan was speechless. Faced with such a headstrong Liloaka, he had no choice. Helplessly, he followed Ning Xiai onto Nu's back. After walking just a kilometer, Liloaka and his team were blocked by a dozimiturtle combined monster. Even the current Yi, when compared to the synthetic beast, seemed like a child facing an adult. Liloaka, facing such a massive synthetic beast, had no intention of personally intervening, thinking it was time to train Yes combat prowess. Yi, this big guy is yours. Ning Xiai, Lu Wan, let's first watch from the sidelines, said Liloaka. With that, he flashed to stand on a blade-like mountain peak, with Ning Xiai and Lu Wan closely following. Yi nodded as if in response. Facing a synthetic beast twice its own size, its eyes showed no fear, but rather excitement. The synthetic beast lifted its head and roared, its gaze seemingly filled with hatred. Opening its mouth, it spewed a massive red flame toward Liloaka and the others. Facing the red flame, Yi did not hesitate and counterattacked the synthetic beast. A surge of invisible air current, no less formidable than the flame, directly dispersed the oncoming fire. After the chaos subsided, the synthetic beast continued its assault. With a flap of its wings, countless feathers turned into sharp projectiles, shooting toward the group. Even Liloaka and his 2 companions, who were watching from the side, were caught in the attack. Suddenly, the feathers that landed rapidly expanded and then exploded. Yi, unable to dodge in time, was blasted and flung away, while Liloaka and the others reacted swiftly, taking cover behind a nearby mountain ridge the moment the explosion occurred. Somewhat disheveled, Yi bared its fangs as if wanting to devour its opponent. Relying on its agile physique, it continuously circled the synthetic beast, its body like a shadowy blur. The synthetic beast was not as clumsy as it appeared. No matter which direction Yi attacked from, it would be detected in advance, because besides the dog head in front, it had 2 snake heads like tails at the rear, easily observing attacks from all sides. Li, are you sure it's fine not to help? It feels like Yi is at a disadvantage, Ning Xiai said worriedly. It's all right, Yi hasn't shown its true strength yet, Liloaka said indifferently. Lu Wan, have you identified the weakness of that synthetic beast? This synthetic beast moves slowly. Speed is its weakness. If he can quickly eliminate the 2 snake heads at the rear, it will lose its advantage in vision, Lu Wan analyzed. Liloaka found Lu Wan's analysis accurate and immediately relayed it to Yi. Yi began to adjust its battle strategy, trying every means to attack the synthetic beast's snake heads. After maneuvering for a while, it launched a powerful assault. Finally, after multiple attempts, it succeeded in biting off the synthetic beast's two snake heads, leveraging its advantages in speed and strength. "We've got it," Ningxiai laughed. However, their joy was short-lived. The severed snake heads quickly regenerated, showing no signs of injury. "I didn't expect it to have regenerative abilities. Looks like we'll have to fight a war of attrition," Lu Wan sighed. Li Luoka, somewhat exasperated, sternly said, "You stop playing around. Finish the fight quickly." Lu Wan muttered, inwardly wondering if he still had a hidden trump card. After this period of combat, he had figured out the synthetic beast's attack patterns and knew it could not afford to waste more stamina. It then activated a space-time ninjutsu. The synthetic beast, already unable to keep up with Yi's speed, could only passively suffer attacks from the elusive Yi. Even its own attacks were sometimes redirected onto itself by the space-time ninjutsu. It seemed as if it would soon fall to Yi's assault. Suddenly, a figure with white hair, white clothes, and bandages all over appeared at the edge of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, and then Yi was sent flying by an extremely powerful attack. Not good. Li Luoka instantly appeared beside Yi to prevent further harm. The person in white sneered at the synthetic beast's useless waste. The synthetic beast, upon seeing Bei Lu, who meekly lowered its head like a child who had done something wrong. Shifting his gaze, he surveyed Li Luoka and the others for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "The juniors of Konoha actually managed to defeat my 3 incompetent subordinates. How surprising." Li Luoka immediately recognized the newcomer, the rogue ninja of Konoha, Bei Lu. "Who? You're Bei Lu, who aren't you?" he said. "To think someone still knows my name. How unexpected." Bei Lu, who replied with a sinister smile. Lu Wan asked, "Xiao Li, do you know his information?" "I know a little. He was once a Konoha ninja and a friend of the Sannin. Later, he secretly researched the forbidden technique, the Guei Yaluo Jutsu, and was discovered by the 3rd Hokage, so he fled Konoha. The Guei Yaluo Jutsu is extremely bizarre. It confused different bloodline limits," Li Luoka answered. "Oh kid, you know quite a lot. It seems I cannot spare you," Bei Lu, who said. With that, his hands quickly formed seals. Storm, release thunder, cloud wave. A massive amount of cumulonimbus clouds instantly swirled around Bei Lu, who spreading rapidly in all directions. Where the clouds passed, thunderous sounds echoed. Li Luoka, Ningxiai, and Lu Wan immediately became alert. Facing Bei Lu's eerie storm release ninjutsu, and not knowing its effects, they could only choose to evade. They swiftly leaped into the air, dodging the rapidly expanding cumulonimbus clouds. The thunderous sounds continued to ring out, as if reminding them of the danger. Although Li Luoka, Ningxiai, and Lu Wan were already experienced ninjas, they did not dare to take it lightly. They knew that Bei Lu, who was extremely powerful, and that they would need to give their all to have a chance at defeating him. Immediately after, Li Luoka and Ningxiai launched a coordinated attack on Bei Lu, who, while Lu Wan's shadow imitation technique, lurked behind them. Facing Li Luoka's punches and kicks, Bei Lu, who met them heated with a few exchanges of blows. His metallic body easily deflected Li Luoka's attacks, and within just a few exchanges, a normal state Li Luoka had already taken several hits. It must be said that Bei Lu's strength was formidable. Li Luoka's normal state was far inferior. Close behind was Ningxiai, who directly unleashed his ultimate move, the Kaiten 8 Trigrams palm, a hemispherical chakra shield that crashed toward Bei Lu, who sneered disdainfully, directing his palm at Ningxiai and activating his dark release ninjutsu, dark release absorption hole. In just a single breath, the chakra of the Kaiten was completely devoured, and then a side kick sent Ningxiai flying. Even the shadow imitation technique hidden behind Ningxiai did not escape being absorbed. Li Luoka and the others were secretly alarmed, immediately realizing that ordinary ninjutsu was useless against Bei Lu, who storm release countered most techniques. A branch member of the Hyuga clan, a member of the Nara clan, and a taijutsu ninja. Losing you 3 should make Konoha regret for a long time. Bei Lu, who laughed madly. "Don't get too cocky." Ningxiai, Lu Wan, stand aside, Li Luoka said, knowing that he could no longer hold back. 6th gate, gate of view, open. Green energy instantly enveloped Li Luoka, shattering his weights. At that moment, his strength and speed had increased nearly 60-fold, and he immediately felt immense power. Morning Peacock. In an instant, Li Luoka unleashed thousands of punches at Bei Lu. The friction between his fists and the air generated streaks of flame, which connected into a pattern resembling a peacock's tail display. Bei Lu, who failed to dodge and was struck heated. At this moment Baloo, who had been struck by Rock Lee's morning peacock attack, was deeply buried beneath the earth. Gazing at the massive crater dozens of meters deep and hundreds of meters wide, Ningxi and Luan were left utterly astounded, realizing that Rock Lee had reached such a formidable level. "Is this the same Rock Lee I know?" Ningxi exclaimed in awe. Although he knew that Rock Lee could open the sixth gate of the eight gates, this was the first time he had witnessed its true power firsthand. That overwhelming, world-shattering pressure was terrifying. Indeed, it's inhuman. Is this within the realm of human capability? Luan also fell into self-doubt. At that moment, the only thing Luan could compare it to was a tailed beast. Rock Lee's breathing was somewhat ragged. The outburst had drained his stamina considerably. Rock Lee did not let his guard down completely. He knew that despite the devastating power of his attack, Baloo with his steel-release jutsu had reached the Kage level and was not easily defeated. Moreover, having fused for bloodline limits, Baloo possessed numerous abilities and should not be underestimated. Rock Lee stared solemnly at the great pit. Huh. Suddenly a wild laugh echoed from the bottom of the pit. With a bang, rubble flew everywhere and a battered figure emerged. It was Baloo, who had just been struck by Rock Lee. Now black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his clothes were tattered, and the bandages covering his body had completely shattered, revealing clearly the stitched scars on his skin. He had lost all traces of his earlier arrogance. Baloo muttered to himself, "That was truly perilous. I nearly met my end. Fortunately, I fully unleashed my steel release and dark release to escape the calamity." Wiping the blood from his mouth, his face twisted with rage, he roared, "Excellent, excellent. I have never suffered such severe injury. Even when I fought the three legendary ninjas, I was not so humiliated. Little brat, how shall I repay you? Stop bluffing. Let's settle this with our skills." Rock Lee retorted against Baloo's threat. "You've truly angered me," Baloo growled. With that, he pushed his swift release to its utmost limit, moving at a speed beyond the naked eye's ability to track, and launched an attack at Rock Lee. A gleam flashed in Rock Lee's eyes as he met the charge. The battle continued, both figures moving like phantoms, dodging each other's attacks, each strike brimming with power and speed. Their fists and feet collided continuously, producing deafening sounds. Even the sentry post dozens of miles away could hear the explosions. Ningxi and Luan, watching from the sidelines, were thoroughly thrilled, as if they were in the midst of the battle. Meanwhile, the Nu and the Chimera beasts observed silently, knowing that the key to victory lay in the two combatants before them. In such a fierce fight, neither Rock Lee nor Baloo dared to relax for even a moment, for they both knew that only by giving their all could they achieve victory. Time passed minute by minute, and the battle entered its climax. Both had exhausted their full strength, yet still no victor had emerged. After several tens of minutes of intense clashes, Rock Lee's stamina was largely depleted, and his entire body was now clad in tattered rags. Baloo was in worse shape, with large amounts of black fluid seeping from his entire body. Rock Lee's figure shimmered with a resolute power in the sunlight. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Take this." He clenched his fists and swung them fiercely, unleashing a storm of countless fist shadows that rained down upon Baloo. Baloo's expression changed slightly as he keenly felt the immense power contained within Rock Lee's attack. However, by this point he had lost the ability to resist, and could only watch helplessly as the assault descended upon him in an instant. This strike concentrated all of Rock Lee's power. With the violent impact of the fist shadows, a terrifying shockwave erupted instantly. The air around the battlefield became chaotic, as if the entire world trembled from this blow. In that moment, Baloo seemed to see the end of his own life. He wanted to struggle to fight back, but all his efforts were futile. In the face of Rock Lee's overwhelming attack, he could only surrender to fate. With a thunderous roar, the entire scene fell into silence. Everyone's gaze concentrated on Rock Lee, who was waving his arms, breathing heavily, with a fierce aura radiating from his body. Under the astonished gazes of Ningxi and Luan, Rock Lee smiled slightly, revealing a hint of pride. He knew that he had won this duel. Baloo lay limp on the ground. At this point he knew he had lost. He never expected that his steel-release constitution would be defeated by a taijutsu ninja from Konoha. With only a breath left, he sighed a pity. "I had planned to devour Kakashi on the day of the solar eclipse, to become a being surpassing the three legendary ninjas. It seems my complete form will never be realized. Young Konoha ninja, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Rock Lee." "You are a worthy opponent," Rock Lee said proudly. On the verge of death, Baloo sincerely pleaded, "I hope you can spare my three incompetent subordinates. They are all pitiful souls." Rock Lee pondered for a moment. The The three who had just defused appeared beside Bailu, immediately knelt down, weeping. Boss, you cannot leave us. We don't need anyone's pity. We are a group abandoned by this world. Even if we die, we don't want others' sympathy. The three exchanged glances, then drew their weapons and stabbed themselves in the heart. This sudden turn of events caught Rock Lee and his companions off guard. They never expected the three to be so resolute, preferring suicide over having Bailu beg for them. Tears streamed from Bailu's eyes as he slowly closed them. Soon he had no breath. The moment Rock Lee's hand touched Bailu, a system prompt sounded detected 4 bloodline limits available for extraction. Each extraction costs 200 points. Extract. Such a great opportunity. Of course, extract them. That's only 800 points in total. Rock Lee checked his point balance. It had reached 24320 points. This expenditure was merely a drop in the bucket for him. With these 4 bloodline limits, he could enhance his teammates' strength. In a short while after Rock Lee extracted the bloodline limits, Bailu's body transformed from its former short stature into that of a normal adult male. Rock Lee looked at the 4 corpses, then turned to Ningxi and said, "It's your turn now." Ningxi nodded, took out a sealing scroll, and sealed the 4 bodies inside. After dealing with the bodies, Rock Lee, Ningxi, and Luan continued forward. They still hadn't found Kara's corpse, which they assumed was in Bailu's lair. With a few swift movements, a retro palace stood before them, resplendent and magnificent like a stunning work of art. Entering the palace, Rock Lee and his companions were captivated by the murals. They depicted magnificent scenes of many mythical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes standing silently on the walls as if they were eternal guardians of the palace. The ceiling skylight was the most striking feature of the entire palace. When sunlight streamed through the dome and fell upon the skylight, the whole palace was illuminated bright and spectacular. The murals around the skylight were even more vibrant, with many depictions of mythical beasts vividly rendered on the walls, making one wish to witness their grandeur in person. In the center of the murals, a scene of a solar eclipse was even painted. This mural vividly reproduced the solar eclipse, making one feel as if they were there witnessing the miraculous event and sensing the builder's devotion. But what attracted the most attention was that the mural also contained the cultivation method of the ghost bud technique. This forbidden art was quite intriguing, so Rock Lee had the system record it. Soon Luan also noticed this sinister technique. Frowning, he said, "We cannot leave this forbidden art. There is no such thing as a sinister technique. Use it for good, and it is good. Use it for evil, and it is evil. We should take its essence and discard its dross so that ninjutsu can progress," Rock Lee said calmly. "Even so, this forbidden art must be kept only in Konoha's hands. Let's copy it and hand it over to the village, then destroy the murals," Luan suggested. The three worked for a while, destroying the mural depicting the ghost bud technique. Afterwards, they found Kara's broken body in a hidden chamber. Just then, several figures rushed over, members of Konoha's border guard. The intense battle between Rock Lee and Bailu had drawn their attention, so they sent a squad to investigate. Luan briefly explained the mission situation to them. The border squad said nothing more, wrote down the intelligence, and sent it back to Konoha via carrier pigeon. In the Hokage's office of my Tsunade was buried under mountains of documents processing the paperwork. Just then Shizuno hurried in holding a document, and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, a carrier pigeon message from the border." After speaking, she handed the letter to Tsunade. Tsunade's expression darkened slightly as she snatched the letter and quickly scanned it. Gradually her expression softened. Unexpectedly, a reconnaissance mission had led to the emergence of Orochimaru's former colleague, the one she once called a comrade. According to the letter, he had been capturing ninja with Kekkei Genkai and training the forbidden technique of the ghostly bud, achieving a power level comparable to a Kage. Even she might not be able to defeat him single-handedly. What surprised her even more was that Lee Look's strength had actually been enough to defeat him. It seemed she should truly take the Eight Gates forbidden technique seriously. On the other side, through special channels, Danzo also learned that the new they had been researching had been taken. According to intelligence, Lee Loaka had defeated a cage-level opponent in the mission. It would be difficult for him to retrieve the new from Lee Loaka, unless he mobilized all of Root's forces, but doing so would inevitably cripple the organization. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He then went to the Hokage's office where Tsunade was handling documents, and said, "Hokage-sama, you must do justice for me." Tsunade frowned. She had never been fond of Danzo. From what she had learned, it was because of the policies Danzo and her teacher, the third Hokage, had implemented that the village had lost the Uchiha clan, greatly weakening its overall strength. His coming to see her today meant trouble. She said coldly, Danzo, what is it? Rock Lee stole the summoning beast that Root spent so much time and resources researching. Danzo said, his face filled with grievance and anger. Do you have any proof? Tsunade asked, feeling a headache coming on. Many people in Root saw it. Rock Lee barged into Root, severely damaging the facilities, causing us to spend a huge amount on repairs. If necessary, I can have them testify before you, Hokage-sama, Danzo said with feigned respect. Tsunade found it amusing. In truth, Guy had already told her the whole story. She raised her voice and snapped, Humph. How can you prove that he stole your summoning beast? Perhaps it was the new who willingly formed a contract with him. Moreover, according to Might Guy's report, the fault lies with you. You threatened his comrades and tried to arrest him to force him into Root. When that failed, you resorted to force leading to the battle. You brought this upon yourselves, and yet you shamelessly demanded compensation from the village. From now on, Root's budget will be halved. Lee Loaka had already become a Chunin, and she had personally promoted him. Given his strength, he was a valuable asset. Unlike the third Hokage, she did not envy talent. As for Root, she would have liked to disband it again, if not for the demands of the elders. Danzo, growing agitated, said, Tsunade-sama, you cannot do this. If you do, Root's operations will be crippled. Can you take responsibility for that? Tsunade was not one to be trifled with. She shouted, watch your tone. I am the Hokage now. If there's nothing else, you may leave, elder. Seeing Tsunade's firm stance, clearly protecting Lee Loaka, Danzo could only leave in silence. He was seething with resentment. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be even more difficult than the third Hokage. If it had been the third, he would have compromised, forcing Lee Loaka to return the new and possibly even recruiting him into Root. This time he had truly lost everything. The little girl he once knew had now risen above him, even reprimanding him. It seemed he needed to accelerate his plans. 2 days passed in a flash, and Lee Loaka and his team finally returned to Mai. Since it was the return trip, they did not travel quickly. As soon as they arrived, they headed straight to the Hokage's office. Tsunade was waiting there to hear the mission. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally their turn. As the team leader, Shikamaru had compiled a detailed report into a scroll, which he presented to Tsunade. It also included the copy of the ghostly bud technique they had obtained. Tsunade did not read it immediately. In her heart, she was quite satisfied with their performance, especially Lee's looks. She hadn't expected the younger generation of the village to have grown so strong. With such pillars, the pressure on her shoulders eased slightly. But on the surface, she pretended to be angry, taking the initiative to scold them. What's the matter with you? I told you to do reconnaissance, so why did you engage in battle? Shikamaru said timidly, it was forced upon us. The enemy was too alert. Before we even spotted them, we triggered their warning traps, leaving us no choice but to fight. Lee Loaka knew that arguing with a woman was futile, so he silently endured her scolding. But Tsunade clearly had no intention of letting him off. She pointed at Lee Loaka and shouted, Humph. It's you, Lee Loaka, playing the hero, facing him alone. Do you think you're invincible? You're just a mere Chunin, yet you're so arrogant. I wonder if I made a mistake by promoting you. Lee Loaka could only reply obediently, Tsunade-sama, I was too impulsive this time. I won't do it again. Won't do it again. You have plenty of nerve. Now tell me about that summoning beast of yours, the new. Hearing her mention the new, Lee Loaka felt uncertain. He knew it would eventually come to light. It was time to resolve this issue. Ah, you mean the new? It was moved by my kindness and willingly formed a contract with me, Lee Loaka explained. That's Roots, isn't it? Are you still trying to deny it? Tsunade glared at him. You already know, Tsunade-sama. But the new truly came willingly. There was no coercion. You can ask the new yourself. Earlier Danzo came to me, asking me to make you return the new. What do you think I should do? Tsunade said, looking at him with amusement. Danzo actually came to tattle. Lee Look's face turned fierce. He didn't know what to say, but he definitely couldn't return the new to Danzo. This was something he had earned with his life. Summon it so I can see it for myself, Tsunade said. Lee Loaka had no choice but to comply. He summoned the new, which had shrunk to the size of a large cat. Its adorable appearance and docile demeanor immediately won Tsunade's heart. She snatched the new from Lee Look's hands and held it against her ample chest. Lee Loaka watched the new's blissful expression and wanted to say, let me hold it instead. But thinking of her iron fist, which had inflicted permanent damage on Jiraiya, he decided against it. After playing with it for a while, Tsunade returned the new to Lee Loaka. For the new sake, it'll help you settle this matter with Danzo. I hope this is the end of it, Tsunade said. I won't provoke him, but if he comes looking for trouble, I won't be responsible for the consequences, Lee Loaka said calmly. Tsunade continued, hand over the body to the interrogation division. Then you can leave. The three of them replied yes. They left the Hokage's office and headed toward the interrogation division. The three of them replied yes. They left the Hokage's office and headed toward the interrogation division. As night fell, the Mai village began to settle into stillness. The sunlight faded, and the stars shone brilliantly, casting their glow upon every corner of the village. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a touch of coolness that felt refreshing and pleasant. In the central square of the village, several young ninjas were conducting their nightly patrols. They exchanged hushed conversations, their eyes alert and scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, the chirping of insects could be heard, accentuating the tranquility and beauty of the night. Meanwhile, Gangsho was still occupied with the documents piled on her desk. It was only after she picked up the mission report submitted by Luan in the afternoon that she finally began to read it. The content was largely consistent with the earlier pigeon-posted letter. However, upon unrolling the scroll that recorded the secret art of Gyo, Gangsho was taken aback. Lee Loaka and his team had once again presented her with an unexpected surprise. On the other side, Lee Loaka had also returned to his long-visited dwelling. At home, he immersed himself in the study of the Gyayuo technique. This art had many merits, but it also came with certain limitations. According to his research, the Gyayuo technique could only fuse a maximum of 5 bloodline limits. Exceeding this limit would cause the body to collapse. Moreover, each time a bloodline limit was fused, a significant amount of time was required to resist the bloodline disease that arose from the fusion. Consequently, the bloodline limits could not be used frequently until they were fully mastered. Lee Loaka believed that this limitation of the Gyayuo technique was primarily due to insufficient physical strength. That was why Bei Liuhu had spent over a decade fusing only 4 bloodline limits. Although achieving a perfect immortal constitution was merely a wish, fusing 5 bloodline limits would allow the body to reach a different equilibrium. With this balance, one could use all 5 bloodline limits without hindrance, free from the affliction of bloodline diseases, and thus avoid the risk of bodily collapse. Even a powerhouse like the Six Paths Sage could not escape the ravages of time. Only by becoming something akin to the Otsutsuki clan could one transcend and break free from the realm of mortals. Although the path of fusing bloodline limits was correct, it had a fatal flaw: the body would be left with stitched scars. That said, if one could fuse the bloodlines of the Yuzhibo Xuanhua and Shinsho clans, it might be possible to revert to the constitution of the Six Paths Sage, thereby awakening the Rinnegan. Similarly, fusing the bloodlines of the Hinata and Kagaya clans could directly revert to the lineage of Otsutsuki Hamura. And should one manage to fuse all 5 bloodlines, one might even attain the lineage of the Otsutsuki clan. This was indeed an extraordinarily powerful secret art, Lee Loaka thought excitedly. Despite the potency of the Gyayuo technique, Lee Loaka was not overly concerned, for he possessed a system. As long as he could find a ninja with a bloodline limit, he could extract that bloodline, obtaining a bloodline potion. According to the system's prompt, the bloodline potion had minimal side effects and could rapidly induce a transformation in the body. He currently had 4 bottles of bloodline potion in hand, and he needed to carefully consider how to use them. System, can I fuse these for bloodline potions? No. They are all ordinary bloodlines. During fusion, they will be devoured by the innate constitution. Only bloodlines of the same level as the innate constitution can be successfully fused. What a pity. It seems I can only give them to my teammates. The night passed without incident. With the multitude of accumulated missions in mind, most of the Jonin had been dispatched to carry them out, leaving very few ninjas remaining in the village. Having received intelligence, Deshuin seized the opportunity of the village's defensive gaps to formally invite Zhuozhu. He then dispatched the Sound Ninja 4 to Mai to retrieve him. Following Deshuin's informants in the village, the 4 quickly pinpointed Zhuozhu's location and lured him to a secluded forest. Surrounded in the middle, Zhuozhu spoke with a hostile tone. Who exactly are you people? We are the Sound Ninja 4. East Gate, Guitong Wan. South Gate, Silong Fong. West Gate, Zhuijin. North Gate, Duo Yuyi. The 4 declared with imposing presence, clearly indicating their ill intentions. Then the 4 quickly closed in on Zhuozhu and launched a barrage of fists and kicks. Although Zhuozhu was on the defensive, he remained calm and composed, each move executed precisely, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. Despite their initial setback, the 4 expressed satisfaction with their encounter. Zhuozhu's figure flickered, his taijutsu skills exceptionally refined. Like a phantom, he swiftly circumvented them and effortlessly knocked down the Sound Ninja, each of his movements flowing seamlessly. However, to his surprise, the 4 who had been struck immediately turned into logs. Evidently, they had executed the substitution technique in the blink of an eye. By now the Sound Ninja 4 had stationed themselves behind Zuoju. Zuozu's expression darkened. He tilted his head back slightly, his peripheral vision sweeping over the Sound Ninja, and said in a grim tone, "You'd better not provoke me further, or I will show no mercy." Zuoju had been in a foul mood these past few days. Earlier, after his duel with Mingren, he had been scolded by Kakashi. It wasn't that he was angry about the reprimand itself. Rather, it was the rage at being caught up by a former defeated opponent and the disappointment in his own strength. His pride tormented him ceaselessly. He had been sleeping soundly when he was disturbed and led to this place. Among the Sound Ninjas, Yijinjing, who possessed 2 faces in one body, stepped forward with a sneer. "Humph, relying on the strength you just showed. Stop your boasting." Then he crooked his finger at Zuoju and continued, "Come on, I'll break your bones and play a beautiful..." With that, he charged at Zuoju with full force. Zuozu's lips curled into a sinister smile, having anticipated the attack. As Yijinjing stepped onto a patch of open ground ahead of him, Zuoju pulled taut the metal wires he had embedded during the fight, instantly binding Yijinjing tightly. Then, with a rotation of his waist and hips, his right leg shot out like a cannonball, striking Yijinjing's left side. Yijinjing, who had been the first to step forward, clearly possessed exceptional skill and confidence. As Zuozu's whip-like kick came, he swiftly blocked it with his left arm. Just as Zuozu's fist was about to land on his face, Yijinjing showed no panic. Instead, a look of triumph crossed his face. He opened his mouth and spat out a sonic wave attack that struck the unprepared Zuoju. Bang! How is that possible? Zuoju hadn't expected such a move. He couldn't react in time, and his body was sent flying backward by the impact. Yijinjing, as if obsessed with sound, frowned at the collision noise. "Why is it all low notes? It'll make your bones ring out with crisp, high notes, you know." Zuoju began to weigh the strength of both sides in his mind. Meanwhile, Guetong, who had been watching from the side, saw Zuoju hit by Yijinjing and felt a playful urge rise within him. As the Shuin's subordinates, they hadn't seen their master care so much about someone in a long time. Driven by jealousy, the 4 resolved to teach Zuoju a harsh lesson today to vent their resentment. Like a phantom, Guetong swept toward Zuozu's lower body. Zuoju reacted swiftly, leaping high into the air. Facing Guetong, who had 6 arms, he chose not to engage in close combat. But Zuozu's high leap played right into Guetong's plan. From his mouth, he spewed a large amount of spider web, entangling Zuoju in midair. Then, swinging it like a whip, he hurled Zuoju toward Xilong Fang's location. Jirobo instantly understood Kadamura's intent, extending his leg and leaning forward as Sasuke was once again sent flying, his trajectory heading straight toward where Sakan stood. Sakan watched as Sasuke was about to enter his attack range and smirked. Next, it's time to play another beautiful scale. Having been struck repeatedly by the group, Sasuke was poised for a counterattack. Just as Sakan prepared to send Sasuke flying again, the already recovered Sasuke ducked down, instantly evading Sakan's counter, and seized the moment to unleash the flawlessly executed line combo. Sakan found himself under Sasuke's control, then was struck from the air down to the ground. Bang! But facing such ferocious assault, Sakan was clearly not one to passively endure. He instantly activated the curse mark, and under its enhancement, the damage from Sasuke's attack was virtually 0. The ability to instantly activate and deactivate the curse mark was relatively simple for the Sound, for allowing them to reduce the harm it inflicted on their bodies. Returning to normal, he brushed off the dust and chuckled. "Your attacks are still as feeble as ever. Now watch me." He then grabbed the caught off guard Sasuke and lifted him upside down, sighing, "Lord Orochimaru, why would he want someone like you? I think Kimimaro is far superior. Besides, staying in such a weak village, you'll never amount to much. You can never become stronger." Sasuke was puzzled. His lion combo should have landed every hit, yet this guy seemed completely unharmed. It was baffling. "If you keep playing boring ninja games with children, you'll only grow weaker." Taiya jumped in from the side, trying to persuade him. "Why not come with us? Then Lord Orochimaru will grant you power. But dragging you along by force wouldn't mean much. It's up to you. Think it over carefully." Sasuke remained silent. Sakan grew irritated, shaking Sasuke in his grip. "Are you agreeing or not? Give me an answer now." "Humph," Sasuke snorted coldly. Having lost patience, Sakan threw Sasuke against the wall like trash. Frustrated, Sasuke instantly activated the curse mark, and within moments it covered half his body. "You also have the curse mark?" Sakan was taken aback. With his powers surging, Sasuke's confidence also soared, and he charged at Sakan like a feral beast. Boom! but he returned even faster than he went. Sakan also reactivated the curse mark, black markings similar to Sasuke's spreading across half his body. He said arrogantly, "Did you think Lord Orochimaru only favored you? The curse mark is not a secret technique to be used lightly. However, I can see you don't know how to control it. If you leave it active too long, it will devour your body. Fortunately, you're still in the first stage of the curse mark, so the devouring is slow. When it covers your entire body, you'll become a mindless killing monster." Taiya added, "The price of the curse mark is to accept Lord Orochimaru's control. We in this group have no freedom now. To gain power, you must pay a price. What is your pursuit? Is it to stay in this peaceful village and enjoy pleasure? Have you already forgotten the pain of the past and the existence of Uchiha Itachi?" At the mention of Uchiha Itachi, a surge of terrifying images flooded Sasuke's mind. Itachi was his greatest wound. Give up your unrealistic ideas. Follow Orochimaru and you'll obtain the power you've always dreamed of. Think it over. Before the words faded, the sound vanished from Sasuke's sight, as if they had never been there. Clenching his fist, Sasuke silently made up his mind. He had been swayed by their words. After straightening his clothes, briefly Sasuke left the place he had called home for 12 years. As he walked, a girl approached from the front. It was Sakura. He hadn't expected her to be so persistent, as if she knew he was leaving. She said, "This is the road out of the village. Where are you going so late?" Sasuke had already cast aside all bonds in the village, with only the conviction to grow stronger remaining in his heart. He didn't want to answer Sakura's question. Silently, he brushed past Sakura. Knowing that once he left their bond would be severed, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She cried, "Why won't you ever share with me?" Sasuke replied impatiently, "Why should I tell you? Who are you? I warn you, mind your own business." Sakura pleaded, "But I really can't be without you. You're really annoying." Before his words ended, Sasuke appeared behind Sakura in an instant and knocked her unconscious with a chop. Taking advantage of the weakened defenses of Konoha, he slipped away smoothly and entered the woods on the outskirts. He hadn't gone far when he sensed someone approaching quickly. Recognizing the figures, his unease dissipated. It was the sound he had encountered earlier. Suddenly, the four knelt before him. Puzzled, Sasuke asked, "What do you mean by this?" Sakan said solemnly, "From the moment you resolved to leave Konoha, we decided to follow you. Please forgive our earlier rudeness." Sasuke cared little for their sincerity or resolve. His only thought now was to meet Orochimaru. He said indifferently, "I don't care about that." Sakan suddenly flashed a sinister smile and said, "Before that, Lord Orochimaru has one more thing to take care of." "What is it?" Sasuke asked nonchalantly. "It's to make you die once," Sakan laughed. Sasuke's pupils contracted instantly as he repeated, "Die once." Then Sakan pulled out a bottle of pills and said, "You're currently in the first stage of the curse mark. Only by taking this medicine can you awaken to the second stage. But that also means the curse mark will devour your body much faster. Without proper treatment, you'll die soon." Knowing he had no other choice, Sasuke reached out, took the pill, and quickly swallowed it. Instantly, a piercing pain struck his chest like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. The sound wasted no time. They summoned a barrel covered in runes and placed Sasuke inside. Then they simultaneously performed a jutsu. 4 black mist formation. This jutsu ensured the safety of the living person before the technique was applied. Once everything was done, the 4 lifted Sasuke onto their backs and headed toward Otogakure once more. When Sakura woke up, the first thing she did was find Tsunade and tell her what had happened. Having only been Hokage for a little over a month, Tsunade couldn't believe someone had already defected. She was tempted to quit, but reason prevailed. She smoothed her disheveled hair and said to the attendant, "Go and summon Shikamaru." Soon Shikamaru, who had been having breakfast at home, was brought to the Hokage's office. As soon as Shikamaru arrived, Tsunade got straight to the point. "Shikamaru, Sasuke has left the village. Your mission is to bring him back." "What a surprise, but then again that's so like Sasuke," Shikamaru muttered. Tsunade said sternly, "This mission is time-sensitive and dangerous. I suspect Orochimaru's subordinates have been manipulating Sasuke. Such a troublesome task should be handled by a jonin," Shikamaru said, not wanting to face Orochimaru himself. "All the jonin in the village are out on missions. It has to be you," Tsunade said helplessly. "Can't I refuse?" "No. You have 30 minutes to prepare. As for the team, assemble it yourself." At that time, Rock Lee was as usual training in taijutsu around Konoha. "Lee." A light shout came. 5 people approached. The team Shikamaru had hastily assembled to pursue Sasuke, Neji, Choji, Naruto, and Kiba. 30 minutes was too short. He had only managed to find 4 in his rush, but luckily Rock Lee hadn't gone far. Without Lee's powerful support, he would have felt even less confident. Lee finally found you, Shikamaru said happily. What's going on? All of you coming to find me? Rock Lee asked. It's urgent. Sasuke has been taken by Orochimaru's men. Lady Tsunade ordered us to bring him back. Naruto said anxiously. Oh, I see. Since it's Lady Tsunade's order, I have no choice but to carry it out. Rock Lee said calmly. We're running out of time. Let's go. Shikamaru checked the time and urged. The group of 6 quickly arrived at the main gate of Muyi. Mingren, always the most enthusiastic, said to the others, everyone must stay close behind me. But no one responded. Lu Wan said discontentedly, I am the captain of this mission even though it's a troublesome task. Mingren turned around and said calmly, are you sure it's okay to leave such an important mission to your command? I always feel you're unreliable. But I think at least I'm more reliable than you. Chuanzhongya joined the daily banter. Mingren, don't act like you're the boss. You know there are 3 Chunin in the team now. Ding Xiai reminded. Ning Xiai glanced at Li Luoka as if asking for his opinion. Li Luoka shook his head. He only wanted a spectacular battle. He tapped Mingren on the head and said, I agree with Lu Wan's command. Mingren, his head buzzing, said aggrievedly, what are you doing? I'm telling you not to be unreasonable. If we delay any longer, Zhuju will have run away. You need to follow orders. Li Luoka said. Lu Wan felt a bit suspicious. After all, the last time they carried out a mission, the one who most disobeyed orders was him. At this moment, he felt mentally exhausted. With Mingren added to the mix this time, he didn't know what would happen next. Seeing that Li Luoka had expressed agreement, the others didn't continue discussing the issue. Since that's the case, Lu Wan, you make the mission arrangements. According to the current intelligence, the possibility of us encountering an ambush is quite high. Ning Xiai said. In short, our target is Zhuju. As pursuers, we are easily caught off guard by the enemy. The formation must facilitate quick movement and evasion. This is key to countering enemy surprise attacks. First, the advanced scouting unit. That's Chuanzhongya. You can rely on your keen sense of smell to track Zhuju and also detect traps in time. Then there's me as the captain to compensate for the defense weakness caused by Ya's perception. In the middle are Ming Ren and Xiao Li. They have strong burst power and can support me and Ya in time. At the rear is Ding Xiai, whose high attack power can effectively strike the opponents we control. Finally, Ning Xiai, relying on his Bai Yin, can eliminate our blind spots and remain vigilant at all times. According to Lu Wan's formation, the 6 began to rapidly pursue Zhuju's group. At this moment, the Inran 4 were being blocked by Bizuo Xinjian and Lei Tong, who were returning to Muyi. Judging by their attire, they are to Shuin's people, right? Lei Tong said to Xinjian. By the time they should have just left Muyi village. Xinjian replied. Then he glanced at the wooden barrel on Ci Langfang's back and continued, what is inside that barrel? The Inran 4 knew that to proceed they had to defeat the 2 Jonin before them. Without further ado, the 4 immediately activated the second form of the curse seal. This was their only way to win. A mysterious energy began to spread within their bodies. Their eyes became unusually solemn, as if they were concentrating their minds for the impending battle. The curse seal took effect. The marks on the 4 began to glow, and their bodies gradually became stronger. Their speed also became more agile. The 4 Inran quickly charged at Xinjian and Lei Tong. Their figures flashed swiftly through the forest, each collision extremely fierce. Xinjian realized he had been careless. He should have called for other comrades to act together. Unwilling to be defeated like this, he began to unleash his ultimate technique, sending countless Qian Ben stabbing toward the enemy. However, the opposing Inran were Zhuijin and Ci Langfang. Their speed and strength had exceeded Xuanjian's imagination. Despite pushing his ninjutsu power to the limit, Xinjian still could not break through their defense. On the other side, Bingzu Lei Tong wielded his black blade longsword, struggling to fend off the attacks of Duo Yui and Gui Tongwan. After half an hour of intense battle, the Inran 4 finally defeated Xinjian and Lei Tong, but they also expended a great deal of stamina. Now they faced the possibility of pursuers from Muyi at any moment, so they did not linger and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Soon after they left, Xuanjian's comrades arrived at the scene. In the forest, Li Luoka and the other 5 were still rapidly approaching. Before long, Chuanzhongya, walking at the front, quickly detected the scent of blood permeating the forest. However, they knew this was not the time to inspect the scene. Following the principle of mission first, they could only continue tracking Zhuiju and the others by scent. The closer they got, the more traps they encountered on the path. Under the reconnaissance of Ning Sis by Yin, they had already spotted the target. The Inrin were resting under a spacious tree. However, unexpectedly, they did not find any trace of Zhuozhu. What's going on? Where did Zhuozhu go? Xuanzhongya asked in confusion. Look at that wooden barrel, Li Luoka pointed out. There seems to be a sealing array on it which can block my Bai Yan's X-ray vision. Ning Xi added. Lu Wan knew they couldn't wait for the enemy to finish resting, they should act immediately. So he proposed, while they haven't discovered us yet, let's encircle and ambush them from both sides. Soon Lu Wan divided the team Ming Rin Li Luoka, and you would attack from the right, while Lu Wan Ning Xi and Ding Xi would attack from the left. The operation began. As Li Luoka's trio approached within 50 meters of the Inrin, a large number of spider webs suddenly appeared. Li Luoka sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to warn Ming Rin beside him, the latter had already stepped onto the webs. Immediately afterward, Ming Rin was pulled out of the grass. Li Luoka knew the plan had failed and immediately jumped out after him. The Inrin four looked at the trio as if they were fools and sneered, ridiculous stealth. Are you here to be funny? Ming Rin, unable to bear being mocked, retorted, don't be so arrogant. The best part is yet to come. Zhuozhu glanced at the hiding place of Lu Wan's trio and said calmly, are you talking about the other three? Seeing that their cover was blown, Lu Wan directly launched the shadow binding technique against them. How could the well-prepared Inrin four fall for that? They simply leaped backward to dodge Lu Wan's ninjutsu attack. Seeing the six gathered together, Ci Langfang activated the Earth Release Barrier. Earth Prison Dome. In an instant, walls of earth rapidly rose around Li Luoka and the other five. Li Luoka had no intention of being trapped in the enemy's barrier. He took a deep breath, and with his right hand, he delivered hundreds of punches to the earthen wall, in an instant directly blasting a large hole in the yet unfinished prison. What? Ci Langfang exclaimed in surprise. Li Luoka swaggered out of the hole, and Lu Wan and the others, quick to react, also filed through the gap. It seems we've encountered troublesome opponents, Zhuozhu said with a serious expression. Ci Langfang stepped in front of Zhuozhu and said firmly, let me handle this. You go first. Don't waste Lord Deshuan's time. Then he pressed his hands to the ground, summoning a giant mud golem over 10 meters tall, which stood in front of Li Luoka and the others. The other three Inrins, seeing the massive creature Ci Langfang had summoned, knew he was about to go all out. They nodded to him and turned to leave. Seeing that they had caught up, Li Luoka and his group could not be easily stopped. It seems we must also divide our forces, Lu Wan thought to himself. Looking around, he found that only Li Luoka had the strength to handle this. The others were not guaranteed to win. He said to Li Luoka, shall I'll leave this to you. Don't take too long. The opponent is too weak. I don't even want to fight, Li Luoka said indifferently. Underestimated, Ci Langfang roared. Outrageous. They'll make you pay. The giant mud golem let out a roar, charging at Li Luoka like a tyrannosaur, each step causing a tremendous sound. The disparity in size did not put psychological pressure on Li Luoka. Instead, he swung his fists and charged forward, his body blurring into afterimages as he attacked the mud golem. Seeing that Ci Langfang was pinned down, Lu Wan and the others immediately pursued the fleeing sound ninja. Although the mud golem possessed astonishing power, it was far inferior to Li Luoka in speed. As if in slow motion, within just a few breaths, the giant mud golem's body was reduced by more than half. Seeing this, Ci Langfang felt a chill rise in his heart. He had thought summoning the mud golem would give him an advantage, but instead it became a target for the enemy, putting him in a passive position. He then abandoned the idea of maintaining the mud golem. Next, Ci Langfang leaped down from the crumbling golem's shoulder, his figure like a streak of light radiating a dazzling luster. Seeing this, Li Luoka's heart tightened. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his stance. You're asking for death, Li Luoka exclaimed with a fierce aura. Then the two exchanged a heavy punch. Bang! However, unexpectedly, it was Ci Langfang who couldn't hold on first. His bulky figure was sent flying like a sandbag. How is that possible? Ci Langfang thought to himself. The opponent's body was not even half his size, yet his strength far surpassed his own. Nothing is impossible. It can only be said that you chose the wrong opponent. Ci Langfang never expected that among the new generation of Mai there was such a formidable taijutsu expert whose strength surpassed his own. Even when facing a jonin before, he had never felt such pressure. He knew he could not afford to be careless, or else he might not be able to leave today. Ci Langfang snorted coldly, and countless black runes crawled over his body. As Ci Langfang activated the first form of the curse seal, his physical strength and speed surged by more than 20 times. He roared, take this. Then streams of invisible palm force blasted toward Li Luoka. Under the enhancement of the cursed seal, its sheer power already surpassed Ning's Sis palm thrust. Golden Bell Shield. Seeing this, Li Luoka immediately used the Golden Bell Shield, and a golden light flashed on the surface of his body. Although he could rely on speed to dodge the opponent's attacks ever since his Golden Bell Shield reached a high level of mastery, he increasingly enjoyed battles that overwhelmed the opponent with sheer force. Indeed, the Golden Bell Shield easily blocked the continuous palm strikes. Seeing Li Luoka's Golden Bell Shield, Silangfang's expression turned grave. Li Luoka did not give Silangfang any time to recover. He actively charged into him. The two engaged in fierce collisions. Silangfang was not as clumsy as he appeared in battle. His taijutsu had reached an extremely high level. Under Li Luoka's immense power, Silangfang's body involuntarily retreated. Li Luoka, not one to let up when he had the advantage, blasted Silangfang into the ground again, his burly body kicking up a cloud of dust. Silangfang let out a loud shout, and a violent energy burst forth from his body. His appearance had undergone a drastic change. His skin turned black and hard, his hair lengthened, and his originally round face became ferocious. This was the second form of the cursed seal. How dare you look down on me? He'll crush your bones. Having activated the second form, Silangfang's strength and speed surged again, reaching 50 times his base power. His body moved like lightning, continuously striking Li Luoka with each punch, possessing immense destructive power. Bang! Li Luoka was sent flying by the relentless blows, and the golden light on his body dimmed. Seeing Li Luoka driven back, Silangfang breathed a sigh of relief, having finally managed to injure his opponent. But soon he was disappointed. Li Luoka once again fully activated the Golden Bell Shield, and the Golden Bell silhouette flickered on his body surface. He smiled and said, "It seems you still can't do anything to me." Cold sweat broke out on Silangfang's forehead. Through the series of exchanges, he knew he was no match for his opponent. He felt somewhat frustrated. If he hadn't consumed too much chakra fighting the Jonin earlier, he could have used time-space ninjutsu to wear down his opponent. But he knew he had no chance left. The second form of the cursed seal consumed chakra and stamina too quickly. His body, which had not yet recovered, was already severely overdrawn. In contrast, Li Luoka seemed to have expended no energy at all. "I've played long enough. Rest in peace." Li Luoka directly used the fourth form of the Wind God leg against Silangfang, who was completely overwhelmed by a storm of attacks. On the other side, to stop Lu Wan and the others from pursuing the Sound Ninja Trio, had to keep leaving members behind to hold the rear. Lu Wan and his group had no choice but to leave people behind to fight, accordingly splitting the battlefield. When Li Luoka arrived at Ning Sis battlefield, Ning Ci was beating Gitongwan mercilessly. 128 palms of the 8 trigrams. In the blink of an eye, Gitongwan was struck all over his body. He instantly dropped out of the second form of the cursed seal, his meridians completely severed. He didn't last long before he breathed his last. Clap, clap. Who's there? Ning Ci looked toward the treetop from which the sound came, and saw Li Luoka standing there waving at him. In the blink of an eye, Li Luoka had already arrived beside him. "A beautiful strike, Ning Ci." Ning Ci breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Indeed, you are still the stronger one. You already dealt with your opponent." Although he looked exhausted, he had suffered no serious injuries. "Are you still good?" Li Luoka asked. Ning Ci showed a relaxed expression and said, "No problem. Let's hurry and help Lu Wan and the others." Soon Ning Ci and Li Luoka arrived at the battlefield of Ya. The scene before them made their hearts sink. Zhuijin possessed a symbiotic entity and was exceptionally powerful, while Ya was completely at a disadvantage. Faced with this situation, Ning Ci resolutely decided to stay and help Ya while Li Luoka pressed forward. Ning Ci showed a relaxed expression, bid farewell to Li Luoka, and then threw himself into the battle. He was agile, and his gentle fist techniques were fierce. He soon engaged in a fierce battle with Zhuijin. Although Zhuijin's symbiotic entity was powerful, Ning Ci was not intimidated. Instead, he grew more courageous as the fight progressed. Li Luoka hurried to another battlefield where he found Lu Wan and Ding Ci engaged in a fierce battle with Di. Lu Wan and the other worked in perfect coordination, putting the enemy in a dilemma. Lu Wan, who was in the middle of battle, saw Li Luoka suddenly appear and said, "Shaoli's Wuzhu was taken away by a white-haired man. Mingren has already chased after him. You need to go help Mingren quickly." "Are you all right here?" Li Luoka asked. "Don't worry, Ding Ci, and I can handle it." Lu Wan gave Li Luoka a reassuring look. Hearing this, Li Luoka did not delay any longer. and immediately ran in the direction Ming-Rin had gone. He advanced several kilometers. Finally, he arrived at the battlefield where Ming-Rin and Junmalu were fighting. Ming-Rin and Junmalu were engaged in a fierce battle, the scene extremely intense. Kimimaro was a man with white hair and green pupils with 2 red dots between his brows, making him exceptionally distinctive. His eyes were particularly striking, with green irises accentuated by red eyeshadow, leaving a profound impression. During the clash, Naruto surrounded Kimimaro with multiple shadow clones, each clone bearing a grim expression as if harboring deep-seated animosity. "Put Sasuke down, and he'll let you leave." Amidst the hundreds of clones, Kimimaro smiled faintly as if hearing a joke, and said calmly, "You still haven't grasped the situation. With these trashy clones of yours, you can't stop me." As the foremost general under Orochimaru, he naturally had his pride to uphold, excelling in both taijutsu and combat techniques beyond any other sound ninja. In his eyes, Naruto was merely a troublesome ant. Naruto's shadow clones launched continuous attacks, but Kimimaro with his agile movements evaded and countered his bone spears, slicing through the air like a sharp blade, each strike claiming a clone. At that moment, Naruto was seething with rage. The sound ninja's relentless interceptions had consumed his last shred of patience. Sasuke, so close yet so far, was separated by Kimimaro, seemingly unreachable. An eerie red glow involuntarily appeared on his face. A sharp glint flashed in Kimimaro's eyes as he said, "Now he'll get serious. He'll finish you all in one go." "Big words. Let's see if your skills match your mouth," Naruto retorted. Kimimaro furrowed his brow and declared, "Spin willow dance." Kimimaro danced like a fluttering butterfly among Naruto's clones, and in an instant hundreds of clones were annihilated. Naruto's face changed drastically. Despite expending so many clones, he hadn't even managed to touch his opponent. Such mastery of taijutsu reminded him of his battle with Rock Lee. The fact that Kimimaro could use every bone in his body for combat was already eerie enough, but what sent chills down Naruto's spine was that Kimimaro directly pulled out his own bones. Next up, Camellia Dance. Gazing at the gleaming bone sword, Naruto's heart sank, but he wasn't afraid. He roared, "Don't get cocky. It'll smash you flat." Kimimaro charged forward, saying, "Don't entertain such unrealistic thoughts." As time passed, all the clones were slain by Kimimaro. The only ones left on the battlefield were Naruto, Kimimaro, and the barrel containing Sasuke. A gentle breeze swept by, and the barrel, holding Sasuke, suddenly shook violently. Bang! Then the barrel burst apart, and Sasuke emerged unscathed. Without sparing a glance at Naruto, he locked onto a direction and sprinted away without looking back. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto could no longer contain his emotions. He had lost all desire to fight, wanting only to find Sasuke and demand to know why he had left Konoha. But Kimimaro had no intention of giving Naruto that chance. Seizing Naruto's moment of distraction, he flashed behind him, aiming to finish him off with his bone sword. Just then, Rock Lee silently appeared at Kimimaro's side, sending him flying with a single kick that thwarted the ambush. "Naruto, go after Sasuke," Rock Lee reminded the stunned Naruto. Kimimaro was not one to be easily dealt with. He adjusted his posture midair, brandished his bone sword, and charged back. "Die!" Rock Lee showed no mercy, delivering another leaf whirlwind that sent Kimimaro staggering backward dozens of meters before he could react. "Who are you?" Kimimaro asked, his expression tinged with curiosity. Rock Lee assumed a fighting stance and replied calmly, "The blue beast of Konoha, Rock Lee." Seeing Rock Lee appear, Naruto's face lit up with joy. He exclaimed, "Lee, but this white-haired guy is tough to handle." "Enough. Leave him to me," Rock Lee said. Naruto nodded, gave a few tips on how to counter the enemy's attacks, and then ran off in the direction Sasuke had gone. Kimimaro didn't want to let Naruto escape so easily. He moved, thrusting his bone sword straight at Naruto's back. "Do you think I'm not here?" Rock Lee blocked his path with even greater speed, his right hand deflecting Kimimaro's blade, sending him off course. In a flash, Naruto vanished from their sight. In the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Gunma and Rado, treated by Tsunade, had regained consciousness. They stood before Tsunade, speaking anxiously. "We spotted 4 suspicious sound ninjas carrying a large barrel. We don't know what's inside. That must be Sasuke. I've already dispatched Shikamaru's team to pursue them," Tsunade replied, her face grim. "What? They're only Chunin and Genin level ninjas. How can they handle those sound ninjas?" Gunma questioned in disbelief. "Such a mission should be assigned to the Jonin squad," Rado added. Tsunade hadn't anticipated that Orochimaru's dispatched forces would be so formidable, strong enough to defeat 2 Konoha Jonin. Worried for Shikamaru and his team, she nevertheless recalled their success in the Golden Wheel Mountains mission, which steadied her resolve. She said, "Konoha currently has no spare personnel. I believe they can do it." In the forest on the border of Konoha Rock, Lee and Kimimaro remained locked in a standoff. Kimimaro showed no anger or frustration at having been blocked earlier. His gaze was cold as he pointed his bone sword at Rock Lee and said, "It seems I need to get a little more serious." Rock Lee, clad in a sleek combat outfit, stood with his hands at his sides, exuding a calm confidence. He fixed his eyes on Kimimaro, a gleam of challenge in his gaze, as if to say, "Come on then." Kimimaro brandished his blade with elegance like a leopard, swift and fierce. He leaped into the air, launching a fierce assault on Rock Lee. The bone sword in his hand transformed into a silver streak of lightning, slicing through the air and descending upon Rock Lee. Rock Lee did not back down. He dodged swiftly, his movements ghostly. His body danced on the blade's edge, deftly evading all of Kimimaro's attacks. Then with a counterpunch, he struck Kimimaro squarely in the chest. Kimimaro retreated sharply, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. As a wielder of the superior Kagaya clan's bone manipulation, this damage barely affected him. But it was the first time he had been outmatched in speed by a fellow youth like Rock Lee, which left him mildly astonished. "Your taijutsu is an eye-opener." Kimimaro immediately activated his curse mark, and in an instant a burst of bone spikes erupted from his body, encasing him entirely. "Do you see? This is my bloodline limit. The ability to freely control osteoblasts and osteoclasts, increasing calcium concentration to form bones. Their hardness surpasses steel," Kimimaro declared with pride. Rock Lee, gazing at the hedgehog-like Kimimaro, felt a tremor in his heart. Lee Loaka was not afraid. Instead, he grew somewhat excited. His brow relaxed, and he smiled, saying, "That big fat guy just now wasn't fun enough. I hope you can satisfy me." "You mean Jirobo, that guy? Defeating him shows you have some skill, but it won't make much difference," Kimimaro said slowly. As his words fell, Kimimaro aimed his fingertips at Lee Loaka. Shikatsumiaka 10-finger drilling bullets. With a whoosh, the finger bones of Kimimaro's 10 fingers shot wildly toward Lee Loaka like bullets, seemingly intent on riddling him with holes. Swish! Lee Loaka instantly activated the 8 gates, the third gate, the Gate of Life, and swiftly dodged the attack. Kimimaro's expression remained unchanged as he continued his assault with both hands like a torrential downpour enveloping Lee Loaka. Faced with such a fierce attack, Lee Loaka could only push the speed of the Gate of Life to its limit, moving his body rapidly, leaving behind elongated afterimages across the field. The bone fingers struck the grass, piercing out bottomless holes. Lee Loaka was not merely passive, he moved swiftly around Kimimaro. With lightning speed, he transformed into 8 afterimages, kicking at Kimimaro from all directions. Such a fierce assault left Kimimaro struggling to cope. In an instant, he was struck by over 100 kicks. His body was pummeled heavily, causing unbearable pain, but he did not give up. Instead, he leaped up violently. Shikatsumiaka dance of the clematis. His body spun rapidly in the air, stirring up dust and sending sparks flying. After the two separated, a trace of blood still unconsciously seeped from the corner of Kimimaro's mouth. Although Lee Loaka had not broken his defense, the violent collision had inflicted tremendous damage on his body. Kimimaro knew his time was short. Ever since he had overexerted himself to help Orochimaru kill the 4th Kazekage, his body had been riddled with holes. "It seems after this battle, I will never see Lord Orochimaru again," Kimimaro thought to himself. He couldn't help recalling the various experiences with Orochimaru, the words Orochimaru had once said to him, how he was chosen by the snake, passed numerous trials, gained Orochimaru's recognition, and the scenes of them fighting together. Complete release. A surge of immense energy burst forth from Kimimaro's body. Behold, Kimimaro's body underwent another mutation. His entire body became congested and blackened, with 6 enormous bones growing from his back, and a thick tail resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus. This was the second form of the cursed seal. Kimimaro's power surged again, causing Lee Loaka to furrow his brows. He knew Kimimaro was at the end of his rope, but he also knew that Kimimaro's desperate final charge should not be underestimated. To avoid injury, Lee Loaka instantly opened the 5th gate, the Gate of Dew, and his body was enveloped in green energy. Kimimaro's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he charged swiftly toward Lee Loaka. Lee Loaka refused to be outdone, transforming his body into a green lightning bolt and meeting him head-on. Bang! Bang! The two clashed fiercely in the air. Li Lux's speed was extraordinary, but Kimamaro's power was equally astonishing. His attacks were like a storm, occasionally mixed with bone spur strikes, forcing Li Luoka to remain vigilant. The offensive from both sides grew more intense. Li Luoka had fully unleashed the power of the Gate of Dew. He suddenly leaped up, spinning his body, and his fist transformed into a red light, striking directly at Kimamaro's head. Kimamaro was fast, but Li Lux's attack was even faster, landing a solid blow to his head. Kimamaro let out a piercing roar. His body blasted into the ground, instantly creating a crater over 100 meters wide. Li Luoka panted heavily, drenched in sweat, but he knew the battle was not over. Kimamaro struggled to his feet, with one of the bones on his back broken. Madness flickered in his eyes. Shikatsumiaka dance of the early fern. Immediately, massive sharp bones rapidly sprouted from the ground, like polished stone bells. Not good. Li Luoka knew well how troublesome these bones could be. It seemed he had to use greater power to finish the fight quickly. He didn't want to be trapped among the white bones. He directly opened the sixth gate, the Gate of View. His body transformed into a vermilion bird, blazing with fierce flames, completely engulfing Kimamaro, who was still performing the dance of the early fern. The battle finally ended. Looking at Kimamaro, who had stopped breathing, Li Luoka felt a twinge of emotion. Such a powerful person willing to give his life for Orochimaru showed his profound respect for him. Without time for more sentiment, Li Luoka quickly summoned the system and began extracting the Kekkei Genkai from Kimamaro's body. Soon Li Luoka saw the system's completion prompt and felt delighted. Then he ran off in the direction Sasuke and Naruto had gone. In the mountains of the Valley of the End, two colossal statues stood, one of Hashirama Senju, the other of the Uchiha. Between the two statues flowed a river, its waters rushing to form a spectacular waterfall. The two statues were posed in the reconciliation seal, symbolizing the end of the battle between Indra and Ashura. The scenery of the valley was enchanting. Looking down from the mountaintop, one could see three towering peaks, standing like three giant caps. In the center of these peaks lay a vast lake, its clear water shimmering under the sunlight. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a fierce duel in the Valley of the End. When Li Luoka arrived, their confrontation had reached a critical point. Behold, Naruto was crouching on the water like a raccoon dog, his body enveloped in fiery red chakra. Behind him, a red energy tail had materialized, standing tall, an external manifestation of the Nine Tails' influence. With each additional tail, Naruto's strength and speed multiplied. When Nine Tails appeared, Naruto would be completely controlled by the Nine Tails. This change made Li Luoka realize that Naruto was unleashing his astonishing power. At the same time, Sasuke had also entered the second form of the cursed seal. Behind him, two enormous fleshy palms materialized, and his hair grew longer. In his hand, a current of electricity continuously flowed. This was the rank lightning release technique Chidori. With the enhancement of the cursed seal, the power of Chidori increased further, its blinding light nearly hiding Sasuke's form entirely. Both sides charged at each other without reservation, the atmosphere becoming extremely tense. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the sky and a violent explosion occurred. Great splashes of water erupted, spreading everywhere. The power of the explosion was unimaginable, shaking the entire battlefield. Li Luoka stared intently at the battlefield, his heart filled with worry and anticipation. When the water settled, only Sasuke remained standing. Naruto floated on the water unconscious. In the end, Sasuke had narrowly won. Sasuke frowned slightly, suddenly sensing someone approaching from behind. He turned quickly and saw Li Luoka. "Oh, Sasuke, looks like you've made quite some progress lately." Li Luoka's voice carried a hint of mockery. Sasuke's expression changed, and he immediately became alert, sensing Li Luoka's powerful pressure. He knew well that Li Luoka's strength was not to be underestimated, and that he held strong opinions about his actions. "Are you here to stop me from going to Orochimaru?" Sasuke asked. Li Luoka smiled and shook his head. "I'm not here to stop you. I just hope you don't lose yourself in power." Hearing this, Sasuke was very displeased. He believed he had the ability to control power and not be controlled by it. "What gives you the right to lecture me? How could you possibly understand my feelings?" Sasuke shouted furiously. Li Luoka smiled faintly. "Perhaps I can't fully understand your feelings, but I know one thing: power is not everything. Only by mastering power can you truly become a strong ninja." Sasuke fell silent, pondering Li Luoka's words deeply. "I don't want to meddle in your affairs. He'll take Naruto with me," Li Luoka replied lightly, then turned and left. Sasuke silently watched his back, contemplating his next move. He deeply realized that to defeat that man, he must become an even stronger ninja. But he also knew this was a long and arduous path. He recalled his past decisions, leaving his village, betraying his comrades, and defecting to Orochimaru. Although his power now exceeded his former self, his heart grew increasingly empty. What am I doing? Sasuke's heart was filled with doubt and confusion. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was not a traitor, but a true ninja, a ninja with immense power. Sasuke began a new journey, about to face Orochimaru, who was as venomous as a snake. In the forest, at this moment, Liloaka was carrying Mingren on his back, leaping continuously through the woods. After about half an hour of travel, Mingren had regained consciousness, but his body was still very weak. He realized that Liloaka was carrying him back toward the direction of Mai. Mingren, it seems you're fine, Liloaka said. Mingren felt a trace of gratitude. He hadn't expected that after defeating Junmala, Liloaka still had the strength to come find him. If his own strength were as formidable as Xiao Li's, he wouldn't have let Suiju leave. Then he said, Xiao Li, I still failed to keep Suiju here. Thank you for saving me. Mingren didn't know that Liloaka had arrived long ago, even during their battle. Liloaka said calmly, why so sentimental? This isn't the Mingren I know. I believe you did your best. Mingren closed his eyes as if deep in thought. Liloaka continued, I know you're feeling terrible now, thinking you failed to keep your promise to Xiaoying and couldn't stop Suiju from leaving. But as long as you have unwavering faith and enough strength, one day, you can make him change his mind. Parting is only temporary. Perhaps in the near future, when you become the Fire Shadow, that will be the moment he returns. Mingren's heart brightened. His previously lifeless expression became resolute. Suddenly, several ninjas in white coats from Mai flashed into view. They were the special Mai squad members. It turned out that Mui's personnel were so stretched that even medical ninjas had been dispatched. One of the ninjas wearing glasses asked, is Mingren all right? And Suiju? Liloaka said, he's fine though his injuries aren't minor. But Suiju still got away. By the way, how are Luan and the others? The ninja with glasses replied, after receiving Lady Gang's house orders, we rushed to reinforce as quickly as possible. Luan is unharmed. Dingxi took a secret medicine, his injuries are more severe, and he's been taken back for treatment. Ningxi and Quanzanjia also sustained minor injuries, but they've been treated. Liloaka was greatly relieved. Overall, thanks to his involvement, their mission was not as disastrous as in his memories. Hearing about his comrades, Mingren also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were mostly Chunin and Jinin. It was rather fortunate that they had managed to defeat the Sound Five under Deshuin's command. Among them, Liloaka had performed the best. The fact that he alone had taken down two formidable members of the Sound Five earned Mingren's deep admiration. In that case, let's head straight back to Mai, Liloaka said. On the other side, Gangsho was treating Dingxi. Because Dingxi had taken the second yellow curry pill from his clan's secret medicine, his physical power had surged to over 10 times his normal limit. Although it wasn't as dangerous as taking the third red chili pill as in the original story, his injuries were still the most severe among the 6. Even though Gangsho was an expert in medical treatment, she wasn't very familiar with the injuries caused by such clan secret techniques, as they involved family secrets. But to cure Dingxi, the head of the Nara clan, which had been supplying the secret medicines to the Akimichi family, had to share the medicinal properties of the pills. With that information, Gangsho quickly devised a treatment plan. After more than half an hour of treatment, Dingxi's condition was finally stabilized. The moment the emergency room door opened, Luan, who had been sitting outside, tensed up instantly, his eyes filled with worry. Dingxi is stable now. You don't need to worry, Gangsho said to Luan. Luan was full of self-blame, feeling that he had failed as a competent leader by allowing his comrade to suffer such severe injuries. At that moment, Liloaka arrived at the hospital, carrying Mingren on his back. Seeing Mingren, Luan quickly walked over. To Gangsho, Mingren was like a younger brother. Seeing him injured, she felt a pang of anxiety and said, Shaoli quickly put Mingren in treatment room 6. After more than 10 minutes of intensive treatment, Gangsho finished tending to Mingren's injuries. By then, Mingren was wrapped up like a dumpling. Gangsho was somewhat surprised at how strong Mingren's healing ability was. Combined with her treatment, his body was basically out of danger. He only needed to rest quietly for a while to recover fully. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Shaoli, come with me, Gangsho said to Liloaka, then turned and walked outside. Soon Liloaka followed Gangsho to the Fire Shadow's office. Gangsho cast a glance at Liloaka and said, tell me how Suiju left. We were blocked by the Sound Five. In the end, only Mingren managed to stop Suiju. When I arrived, I only saw Mingrun lying on the ground, Li Luoka replied. Suddenly Gangsho stood up sharply, slammed the table, and fixed her gaze with a sense of pressure. With your abilities, you should have been able to stop Suizhu. You are someone who defeated Bai Luhu and dared to stand up to Tuanzang. Your answer doesn't convince me. I did my best. I defeated the Sound Ninja Silang Fang, then encountered Junmalu of the Kagaya clan under Dishuan. His strength was not to be underestimated. By the time I got there, it was already too late, Li Luoka said, facing Gang's house pressure with some trepidation, but still forging ahead. Li Luoka hesitated, inwardly wondering whether he should tell her the truth. He should trust Gang's Ho a little more, at least in this turbulent Mai. She had been contributing wholeheartedly to its development and was a leader worthy of trust. She was not like the third Fire Shadow and Tuanzang, who were selfish and only knew how to play political. On the other hand, Gang's Ho had also devoted all her efforts to nurturing the new generation, suppressing the ambitions of the Elder Council and the root within while showing a strong front externally. I trust you so much, yet you still won't tell me the truth. It seems I am a failure as a Fire Shadow, Gang's Ho sighed. In this world, trust had always been a very important topic. As a Fire Shadow, Gang's Ho was well aware of this, so she trusted those around her deeply and hoped that her subordinates would trust her in return. In that case, Lady Gansho, I will be completely open with you. Actually, I possess the ability to foresee the future. Li Luoka dropped a bombshell on Gang's Ho. This bombshell left Gang's Ho deeply shocked and unsettled. The ability to foresee the future. Gang's Ho frowned, her eyes wide open. That sounds too incredible. Li Luoka saw the expression on Gang's Ho's face and knew she was skeptical of his words, so he continued to explain, I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. I have a unique ability that allows me to predict some future events. Gang's Ho pondered for a moment, then asked, Is that why you let Suizhu go? Li Luoka nodded and said, That's part of the reason. In 3 years, the Akatsuki organization will launch a war that will shake the entire ninja world. The battle will be more brutal than any before. In the end, Mingren and Suizhu will be the ones to defeat the mastermind behind it all. So we need to let Mingren and Suizhu improve their strength quickly, and Zuozu's future lies with Dashuan. What is the purpose of the Akatsuki's actions? Tsunade's brow furrowed even deeper. They aim to gather the energy of the nine-tailed beast, thus resurrecting the ultimate ten-tailed beast, becoming its Jinchuriki, and casting the infinite Tsukuyami to create a world of peace. Rock Lee said. Tsunade scolded angrily. How could this be possible? How can these people have such naive thoughts? Rock Lee scoffed. Indeed, their plan is impossible. They are merely pitiful pawns being manipulated by others. But it cannot be denied that their strength is indeed formidable. Most of them are on par with cage level. If we do not make targeted preparations, encountering them would bring a catastrophic blow to the village. Since you have such ability, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tsunade asked somewhat angrily. Rock Lee lowered his head, knowing that he had not trusted anyone initially and had failed to confess the truth to Tsunade in time. He sighed deeply. I know I was wrong. I should have told you earlier. But the fewer people who know this secret, the better. Upon hearing his answer, Tsunade felt somewhat relieved. She knew that trust is not built overnight. It requires continuous effort and nurturing from both sides. In this world, no one is perfect, but as long as they believe in each other, they can overcome difficult. Tsunade had initially thought Rock Lee's words were absurd, even insane, but when he began to explain, her attitude started to shift. Tsunade began to realize that Rock Lee's words might not be nonsense. According to Jiraiya's investigation and analysis, the members of the Akatsuki were indeed extreme, secretly carrying out actions that endangered Konoha and even the entire ninja world. The credibility of what Rock Lee said was quite high. She began to consider what preparations Konoha would need to make if a great war were truly inevitable. Thus, at this stage, enhancing the village's overall strength was urgent. As for the key figure, Rock Lee mentioned Naruto. He indeed warranted serious consideration, since as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he would be the primary target of the Akatsuki. Tsunade could not immediately determine the truth of Rock Lee's words, for there were many ways to predict the future in the ninja world, such as the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, who could also foresee events. She then summoned Narashikaku. As the intellectual pillar of Konoha and the future commander of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Narashikaku was also puzzled about why Tsunade had called him at this time. Soon Shikaku arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he saw Rock Lee standing there as well. Lady Tsunade, please confirm that the surroundings are secure. It would be best to use a barrier to detect any eavesdroppers. I do not want the information I am about to share to be leaked prematurely. Rock Lee said. Is that necessary? Tsunade said. Very necessary. There is a member of the Akatsuki named Zetsu. He is an expert in intelligence with tens of thousands of clones hidden in every corner of the ninja world, Rock Lee said. Shikaku was puzzled, wondering what secret was about to be revealed that required such precautions. Tsunade then activated the office's barrier. Once everything was in order, Rock Lee began to speak slowly. Thus Rock Lee detailed the abilities and information of the Akatsuki members to Tsunade and Shikaku. As he described them, both Tsunade and Shikaku were once again deeply shaken. They had not expected Rock Lee's intelligence to be so detailed. With this information, defeating them would become much simpler. When Rock Lee mentioned that the fourth Hokage's death was caused by Obito Uchiha, who was also a current member of the Akatsuki, Tsunade's eyes sharpened. The mystery that had plagued Konoha for over a decade was finally solved. Well, I have said everything I know. Now it will be up to you, Lady Tsunade, Rock Lee said. Tsunade looked up at Shikaku. After a moment of contemplation, Shikaku replied, "These matters are indeed of great importance. I need to go back and organize my thoughts. By the way, I have a vial of storm release bloodline elixir. Once injected into the body, it can awaken a bloodline limit," Rock Lee said to Tsunade. "Such a thing exists. Where did you get it?" Tsunade asked urgently. Tsunade's expression showed surprise. As an expert in the medical field, her knowledge of medical science was no less than Orochimaru's, though she was not as extreme and was unwilling to delve into forbidden techniques. But that did not mean she lacked knowledge and skill in that area. From the fact that Tsunade independently developed the creation rebirth technique, it could be seen that her research on the human body stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, since Tsunade herself had not awakened a bloodline limit, she had not conducted much research. Now presented before her was an opportunity to study and research bloodline limits. She felt as if a door had opened, a door leading to the realm of bloodline limits. In her heart, there had always been a regret. She had not awakened the wood release like her grandfather, the first Hokage, and had been forced to turn to developing strength jutsu comparable to bloodline limits. "I cannot disclose that for now," Rock Lee said calmly. Tsunade snatched the vial of bloodline elixir from his hand, examined it with delight, and toyed with it, asking, "Do you have any more?" "No, only this one. I hope you can glean something from it," Rock Lee said with a smile. He had other arrangements for the remaining bloodline elixirs, and could not give them all to Tsunade. As soon as Rock Lee left the Hokage's office, he ran into Might Guy. "Lee, are you all right? I heard you encountered many of Orochimaru's subordinates this time." Guy asked with concern. "I'm fine, but it's a pity the mission was not completed," Rock Lee said with a bitter smile. "Orochimaru is indeed troublesome. Don't let it get to you." Might Guy encouraged him. Rock Lee took out a vial of bloodline elixir and handed it to Might Guy, saying, "By the way, Guy Sensei, I have a bloodline elixir here that can awaken a bloodline limit. This one is the steel release bloodline limit." Might Guy was astonished. In the ninja world, he had never heard of an elixir that could help someone awaken a bloodline limit. Might Guy's expression turned serious. "Lee, is this elixir reliable?" "Of course it is reliable." Trusting Rock Lee, Might Guy took the elixir, sniffed it, and instantly a refreshing fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Just the scent alone made him feel more invigorated. His doubts diminished. Looking at the elixir, he asked, "How is it used?" "Just inject it into the body," Rock Lee said. Then Might Guy took the elixir and directly inserted it into his arm, squeezing it to complete the injection in an instant. Rock Lee had intended to warn him about the intense pain during awakening, but Guy had already acted. Soon Might Guy's body began to tremble uncontrollably. After a few breaths, he regained control and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Guy's willpower was indeed formidable. He recovered so quickly. Next, his skin began to change, alternating between pitch black and normal skin tone, a sign of his body adapting to the steel release bloodline limit. With the steel release constitution, Guy's strength would be further enhanced. In less than half an hour, he had adapted to the steel release and could easily use it. He exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible! I have actually awakened the steel release." One of the most suitable bloodline limits for taijutsu-type ninjas was the steel release. "Congratulations, Guy Sensei, on awakening the steel release," Rock Lee said with a smile. "Lee, I never misjudged you," Might Guy said with a laugh. Ever since he had taken Rock Lee as his student, this disciple had continuously brought him surprises. From the Yijinjing earlier to the bloodline elixir now. Surprise after surprise. Stretching his body slightly, Might Guy felt full of power. The physical strength and chakra he had expended during the mission were also restored. The amount of chakra in his body surged significantly, a benefit of the bloodline limit. The weights he currently wore could no longer satisfy his skyrocketing strength, and he felt that his training intensity needed to be increased again. Lee, to celebrate, let's have a youthful race. 100 laps around the village. Mike Guy said, flashing his trademark smile at Rock Lee. Of course, Guy Sensei, Rock Lee replied immediately. This was the best way to interact with Guy. Afterward, Rock Lee found Neji and Tintin, giving them the bloodline elixirs of Deadbone Pulse and Swift Release respectively. He helped Neji awaken the Deadbone Pulse bloodline, which compensated for his lack of physical defense. Tintin awakened the Swift Release, doubling her speed, surpassing Rock Lee's standard speed. With the Wind God Leg technique that Rock Lee had taught her, she became like a true goddess of the wind. As for the last one, the Dark Release bloodline elixir, Rock Lee used it himself, allowing his innate constitution to be completed ahead of schedule. Next, the entire Konoha began to mobilize. The most obvious measure was the addition of mini ceiling squats. Moreover, Tsunade overrode opposition and made many high-level ninjutsu available for the village's ninjas to learn. This delighted the common ninjas, as previously ordinary ninjas had to complete numerous missions and accumulate many contribution points just to learn rank or above ninjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. Now Tsunade had opened this door, earning the praise of the common ninjas, and her popularity surged once more. As for the development of ninja tools, she also offered strong support. In short, all measures that could enhance Konoha's strength were being implemented quietly. Time flew, and more than a year had passed. In a secluded training ground in Konoha, Rock Lee finally felt his innate body complete its evolution. He was completely transformed, as if undergoing a life leap. To know exactly how far he had come, he would need to test himself in battle. After over a year of training, Rock Lee's strength had greatly improved. He had mastered the Yijinjing to its peak, with all his meridians fully connected. Opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates was now effortless, and he could even open the last gate, though it consumed life force, so he used it sparingly. The Golden Bell Shield had also reached the 10th layer. He felt that a rank ninjutsu could barely harm him, and even strength techniques found significant resistance. The new generation of ninjas had mostly grown up. Tintin, Hinata, and others were now Chunin, except for Naruto, who was training outside. Tsunade had completely stabilized Konoha's situation and made many preparations in secret. That day she summoned Rock Lee again. When Rock Lee entered the Hokage's office, he was surprised to see Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade, you called for me, Rock Lee said with a smile. Jiraiya-sama is here too. You came just in time. I plan to have Jiraiya take you to Mount Myaboku, Tsunade said. Mount Myaboku. You know where that is, right? I know. Mount Myaboku is the sacred inheritance ground of the Toad clan. Rock Lee said. By the way, Jiraiya-sama, you haven't gone to infiltrate the Akatsuki, have you? Tsunade's expression changed. I was planning to. Is that mission dangerous? Rock Lee said, indeed, it's very dangerous. In my vision, Jiraiya will sacrifice himself in the Rain Village. He cannot defeat Nagato, who wields the Rinnegan. Through the Rinnegan, Nagato can control the 6 paths of pain. His strength far exceeds the Kage level, surpassing even Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He never expected that the disciple he once taught had surpassed him. Although Tsunade had given him some intelligence on Nagato, he still refused to believe Nagato would harm the ninja world. He had to investigate personally. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Something so important, and you only mention it now. Tsunade fumed. She had originally planned to send Jiraiya to the Rain Village to verify the intelligence Rock Lee had provided while Naruto trained in sage arts. Jiraiya's expression was firm. But I have reasons I must go. I want to personally persuade Nagato to abandon that insane plan. Rock Lee hadn't expected that even after hearing his prediction, Jiraiya still wanted to go to the Rain Village alone. It seemed he still harbored hopes for Nagato. Rock Lee couldn't let Konoha lose such a powerful asset. He spoke up. If Jiraiya-sama insists on going, why not take me along? Jiraiya was surprised. You? Are you sure? Rock Lee raised an eyebrow. How are you underestimating me, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya, don't underestimate Lee. He single-handedly defeated Kabuto, Tsunade reminded him. With Rock Lee joining, she felt much more at ease. Lee had settled then. Jiraiya studied Rock Lee from head to toe. The great Toad Sage wants to see. It seemed Tsunade had already shared her intelligence with Jiraiya. After all, he was the one she trusted most. Rock Lee was also curious about the sage who possessed the power of prophecy. Of course, no problem. When do we leave? Rock Lee asked calmly. Right now? Naruto is waiting for us at Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya grabbed Rock Lee and signaled the Toad on Mount Myaboku to use the reverse summoning technique. In a blur, Rock Lee and Jiraiya arrived at a place of wonder. Before them, a red-skinned toad stared at them with round eyes. "Jiraiya, if there's nothing else, it'll be off," said the red toad. "Sorry for the trouble, Toad Kosuke." Toad Kosuke nodded and vanished into the dense forest. The first thing Rock Lee noticed here was the thick atmosphere filled with vast, unknown energy. His body seemed to be constantly influenced by the surrounding energy, and the effect was positive. No wonder the plants were enormous. Even ordinary mushrooms outside grew to the size of houses here. It was no surprise Mount Myaboku could serve as the Toad clan's habitat. Seeing Rock Lee's amazed expression, Jiraiya laughed. "Lee, never seen such a wonderful place, have you? It's truly stunning. How long would it take for such a huge mushroom to grow?" Rock Lee asked. "Not long. Just a year," Jiraiya replied with a smile. This place was rich in resources enough to sustain the peak summoning clan of the ninja world. Passing through the dense forest, Rock Lee and the others arrived at a rocky area. The first sound to reach their ears was the roar of a waterfall. After a few more steps, Rock Lee looked up and saw a dozen giant frog statues flanking the waterfall. Below the waterfall was a large plaza with a huge stone platform. Naruto was using shadow clone jutsu with 4 of his clones, shirtless, meditating, as if in training. It seemed Naruto had grasped the trick of training with shadow clones. Meanwhile, Fukasaku was tapping him with a ruler. In Rock Lee's eyes, Naruto's body was surrounded by massive, unknown energy, scattered, unfocused, and wild. Fortunately, Fukasaku's ruler dispersed the rampaging energy, otherwise it would have exploded inside Naruto. Not far away sat a huge yellow toad Gamakichi. He had grown to about 5 or 6 meters tall in the past year. "Ah, it hurts. Stop hitting me. Focus on training. This is the first step of cultivation." Jiraiya watched Naruto getting disciplined by Fukasaku, and his heart, filled with joy, instantly recalling his own painful experiences from years ago. "Naruto is training in Sage Mode, isn't he?" Rock Lee said to Jiraiya. "You even know about that?" Jiraiya was astonished, and his belief in Rock Lee's precognition grew stronger. "Can I learn it too?" Rock Lee asked. "You're interested. But it requires great talent, not something just anyone can learn. Besides, I've heard you have no aptitude for ninjutsu." Jiraiya pondered for a moment. "Just tell me if it's possible. How can I know without trying?" Soon Fukasaku noticed Jiraiya had brought Rock Lee. He turned to Naruto, who was already bruised and swollen. "This isn't whack-a-mole. If you keep this up, I can't hold on. Take a break for now." Fukasaku trotted over to Jiraiya and looked at Rock Lee. "So you're the one Jiraiya spoke of, the one who can see the future." Rock Lee didn't underestimate the tiny toad before him. This was a top-tier existence in the Toad clan. "Yes, I am Rock Lee. Greetings, Lord Fukasaku. Impressive boy. You know me, though we've never met before." "True, but in my mind, I already knew of your existence." "Lord Fukasaku, may I also learn Sage Mode?" Rock Lee asked. Naruto saw this and couldn't help but laugh. "Lee, you're too arrogant. Sage Mode isn't that easy to master." Rock Lee remained unruffled. "Since you've come to Mount Myaboku, learning Sage Arts is not impossible," Fukasaku said. "To master Sage Mode, you must first understand what it is. It's based on ninjutsu, adding natural energy from the surroundings to achieve a new balance within your body, enabling you to become a sage. First, you must sense natural energy, absorb it into your body, merge it with yourself, and then learn to control its flow in and out." Fukasaku began explaining, and Rock Lee listened intently. Rock Lee already knew these theories, but he didn't know how to absorb natural energy. "Those are just theories. How do I actually absorb natural energy into my body?" "That requires the secret technique of Mount Myaboku. First, try to sense natural energy," Fukasaku said. "Is the natural energy you're talking about that abundant elf-like presence around us? I've been able to sense it for a long time." "What? Impossible." Everyone was incredulous. Rock Lee hadn't used toad oil. How could he possibly sense it? Fukasaku frowned, thinking Rock Lee was being frivolous. But his sincere expression suggested unless he was a naturally born sage body. In the 100-year history of the ninja world, only the first Hokage Hashirama Senju had achieved that. No contract ninja of Mount Myaboku had ever done so. Fukasaku demonstrated the secret technique for Rock Lee, then said, "Follow the method I just showed you, and start absorbing natural energy." Rock Lee thought for a moment, then formed a complex hand seal. Immediately, like a dragon drinking water, vast amounts of natural energy surged into his body. He finally understood. The dense, unknown energy he had felt upon entering Mount Myaboku was actually the natural energy of the ninja world. Natural energy was all-encompassing and immense. As it entered his body, Rock Lee felt a warmth with no discomfort at all. It flowed through him obediently like a child. The only explanation was the effect of his innate body. From the outside rock, Li now appeared sacred, the very image of sage mode. In the Miyamu mountain valley, Fukasaku fixed his gaze upon Li Loaka, a glint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had already discerned that Li Loaka had successfully absorbed the natural energy, yet what astounded him even more was that the process had not provoked any violent reactions. Fukasaku's hand poised to strike with the teaching ruler halted Madara's surge of disbelief welling within him. He could not help but question himself, how is this possible? Jiraiya too began to doubt his own journey. How could someone master the sage mode with such ease? It made him question the necessity of his own arduous trials, though a glance at Naruto restored a measure of balance to his heart. Comparisons are odious. Even now Jiraiya could only achieve sage mode with the aid of toad oil. Truly the world harbored such irrational prodigies. Naruto, having just begun his training in sage mode, could not yet discern the extent of Li Look's progress. But from the incredulous expressions of Jiraiya and Fukasaku, it was clear that Li Look's talent in mastering the sage arts far surpassed his own. Fukasaku's eyes widened as he circled Li Loaka, demanding urgently, how did you do it? Li Loaka smiled faintly. I simply followed your instructions, and it happened naturally. No discomfort. Fukasaku pressed again. None at all. I feel brimming with power, as if I could shatter that hill before me with a single punch. Li Loaka clenched his fist, sensing the energy. Fukasaku pointed to a colossal toad statue. Try lifting it. Li Loaka gazed at the statue towering dozens of meters high, without a hint of alarm. Even without the sage mode, his strength was already fearsome. Now augmented by the sage's power, lifting a stone statue was child's play. He felt that with a mere exertion, he could shatter the toad statue before him. Thus Li Look's figure flickered, brushing past the 8 surrounding statues. They soared into the air, then stacked one upon another like a human pyramid, ascending straight into the sky. Then the multitude of statues crashed down like toppling mountains. All present witnessed the terrifying sight, as if the apocalypse had arrived. If left unchecked, the statues would wreak irreparable destruction upon the entire valley. But before anyone could react, Li Loaka leaped high, his right hand rising to catch the bottommost statue by its legs, steadying it, then slowly descending to the ground. Sweat beaded on Fukasaku's green skin, all from the shock Li Loaka had induced. His voice grew raspy as he croaked, "Shall Li put the statues back at once?" Li Loaka smiled, then, with another exertion, the 8 statues soared once more. His figure flickered again, and the statues landed precisely in their original positions. A display of strength control that stunned everyone present. This performance drained the natural energy Li Loaka had absorbed. He did not draw in more, reverting to his normal state. Though his power ebbed, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. It seems I have nothing left to teach you. You have already mastered the sage mode to perfection. Truly remarkable. Fukasaku sighed in awe after the initial shock. Naruto, watching Li Look's godlike feats, felt his blood ignite. He exclaimed, "Shao Li, you're incredible. Not bad. You must work hard. The sage mode is truly remarkable," Li Loaka said to Naruto. Naruto nodded. Since Sasuke left Konoha, he had trained tirelessly for the past year, greatly enhancing his strength. Yet rescuing Sasuke still seemed uncertain, for Orochimaru was a power comparable to Jiraiya. Now with the opportunity to learn a more powerful sage art, Naruto grew more confident about retrieving Sasuke. He'll leave this place to Jiraiya. He'll take Li Loaka to see the great toad sage. Fukasaku addressed Jiraiya, then led Li Loaka deep into the Miyamu Mountains to a temple. The temple was the core of Miyamu Mountain, housing a vast collection of secret techniques. Every adult toad had to cultivate here for a period. As Li Loaka stepped inside, he saw an aged orange toad seated on a throne wearing a doctoral cap, eyes half closed, a string of prayer beads around its neck. This was the living fossil of the Toad clan, the great toad sage, a contemporary of the Sage of Six Paths. It resembled a decrepit old man, yet Li Loaka dared not underestimate it, for it was a monster that had lived for over a millennium. Moreover, in Li Look's eyes, the great toad sage was enveloped in natural energy, its vitality abundant. Far from the frailty it appeared. It was one of the few beings in the ninja world aware of Kagaya Otsutsuki's existence. Hamawan lifted his eyes slightly and addressed Fukasaku, "And Li Loaka, who are you?" Though Fukasaku was tempted to complain that the great toad sage always feigned ignorance and asked for names, he replied respectfully, "I am Fukasaku, great toad sage. All my memory fails me. So it's Fukasaku. Why are you still so small? Haven't you grown any taller?" The great toad sage said languidly. Fukasaku was rather exasperated. He despised being called short. But facing the great toad sage's teasing, he could only endure it silently before speaking. This is Liluka, from Konoha, whom you requested. I have brought him. Greetings, great toad sage, Liluka said respectfully. The great toad sage opened his eyes and swept his gaze over Liluka. So you are Liluka. Little Jiraiya said you also possess the power of prophecy. The great toad sage had always claimed to have prophetic abilities analyzing fragments of the future, but he knew himself that he had no real power to foresee the future. Those ambiguous statements were merely a ruse to deceive others. As for predicting Jiraiya's accidental arrival at Miamu Mountain, that too was a fabrication. The entire Miamu Mountain was under his control. Without his secret permission or the opening of a passage, Jiraiya could never have stumbled upon it. Even when Liluka arrived, he had known instantly. Rather than saying Jiraiya came to Miamu Mountain by accident, it was more accurate to say that Hama-1 had actively chosen Jiraiya as the representative of their Toad clan. And why did he choose Jiraiya? Because someone like Jiraiya with his carefree personality was easy to. If it were someone like Orochimaru, the great Toad sage could never have persuaded him to wander the ninja world and maintain peace. Indeed, I foresee the revival of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Liluka said. What? The great toad sage sprang to his feet, his voice booming. The name of Kagaya had been buried in history. Only a handful in the ninja world still knew of her existence. That Liluka could name her proved he had indeed foreseen something. Otherwise, given his age, he could not have known of Kagaya. In an instant, the great toad sage began to believe Liluka's words. 1,000 years ago, the entire ninja world was ruled by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Humans were enslaved, and the living space of the summoned beasts was compressed. Just as Kagaya was about to turn her gaze toward the summoning realm, Hama-1 acted first, deciding to risk persuading Hagoromo and Hamura Otsutsuki to rise against their mother. Fortunately, he succeeded in convincing the two brothers, liberating the ninja world's humans, sealing Kagaya, and bringing 1,000 years of peace. If Kagaya were to revive, who in the current ninja world could defeat her? Recalling the days when the world trembled under Kagaya's rule, the great toad sage broke into a cold sweat. Are you certain? The great toad sage asked again. Liluka remained composed and nodded. Fukasaku, standing by, had never seen the great toad sage react so violently. It was the first time he had witnessed such a grave expression on the ancient toad's face. The great toad sage stared wide-eyed at Liluka, saying, Kagaya was sealed on the moon by the Sage of Six Paths. How could she possibly be released? Liluka's eyes flickered with determination and contemplation. He countered, what if someone were to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and then use the Rinnegan to unseal Kagaya? The great toad sage's heart trembled. He let out a deep sigh, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Ten-Tails. What a distant name that is. Its existence signifies the destruction of the world. We must not take this lightly. As the great toad sage spoke, a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. The great toad sage realized that the unsealing of Kagaya would trigger a series of unpredictable consequences, potentially leading to the destruction of the entire world. He gazed at Liluka as if perceiving the other's determination and courage, and said slowly, what I can guarantee is that the Toad clan will fully cooperate with Konoha's actions. After receiving the great toad sage's promise, Liluka and Fukasaku left the temple and returned to the valley where Naruto was training. At that moment, Jiraiya was still focused on instructing Naruto on absorbing natural energy. Suddenly, seeing Liluka and Fukasaku return, Naruto stopped his movements to rest. Clearly, he could not stay with Naruto in Mount Myaboku for the entire training. Ever since he learned that the leader of the Akatsuki was his former disciple, he had made up his mind to go to Mediocre. There were countless questions he wanted to ask his former student. Jiraiya slightly furrowed his brows, observing the contemplative expression on Fukasaku's face, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Naruto, keenly aware of this, quickly walked over to them. What did you talk about with the great toad sage? Naruto asked with concern. Liluka let out a light breath, a smile on his face, and said, this is not something you need to worry about. Just focus on improving your strength. There will be a time when you are needed. Naruto furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew that his current task was to master Sage Mode. Jiraiya gave Naruto a deep look. He knew that this Naruto who inherited his ninja way would be the hope of this ninja world. Afterward, Jiraiya exchanged a few words with Fukasaku and returned to Konoha with Liluka. That afternoon, the two, having returned to Konoha, immediately set off for Mediocre without rest. After another day of travel, they finally arrived at the borders of Mediocre. The Land of Rain had always been a mysterious place. Its buildings were primarily made of stone and metal towering into the clouds like pagodas, with the entire village surrounded by lakes. Taking advantage of the night, they carefully avoided the guards at the village entrance and successfully infiltrated Mediocre. Every pedestrian in the village wore a conical hat, moving hurriedly, with little communication, their faces bearing a killing aura. Through reconnaissance, Jiraiya quickly learned the information he sought. Hanzo of the Hidden Rain was a thing of the past. The village was now ruled by a man named Pain who never appeared in public, always sending a woman called the Angel to deliver his messages. He was extremely mysterious, regarded as the god of the current Hidden Rain. Soon they stopped before a massive stone tower. This tower seemed to be the tallest building in the village and was the location where Pain might be according to the intelligence. Jiraiya took out a scroll, quickly wrote some incantations, and summoned a small toad. He turned to Liluaka and said, "He'll go in first to check the situation. Be ready to back me up." Liluaka nodded in understanding. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, and in the blink of an eye he vanished from Liluaka's sight, instantly entering the small toad's body. The small toad quickly entered the building through an underground river. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, it crawled out of the small toad's mouth. However, little did Jiraiya know, not far from him a few paper butterflies were flying in a hidden corner. These were transformed by Conan's paper clones. Atop the tower, Conan recalled her paper clones scattered everywhere and already knew the positions of Jiraiya and Liluaka. The human path puppet beside her said to the returning Conan, "Have you found the intruders?" Conan hesitated inwardly, but on the surface she quickly replied, "It's Jiraiya along with the Konoha ninja." The human path puppet uttered a mechanical voice, "How nostalgic. It's Jiraiya Sensei. Pain, how do you plan to deal with him? Jiraiya will never stand on our side. We can only kill him. Let the past be the past." Although Conan still felt a trace of reluctance out of obedience to Pain, that is trust in Nagato, she nodded and said, "I understand. He'll go meet Jiraiya and the others first." Scene change. At this moment Jiraiya was still carefully investigating the inside of the building. Suddenly numerous paper pieces shot from all directions, instantly wrapping Jiraiya into a paper human. Immediately after, Conan revealed her true form 2 meters away from Jiraiya, holding a sharp spear made of paper pieces. Without any expression she threw it at the paper human. This series of moves was swift and decisive. However, Jiraiya, after all, possessed the strength of a Kage. His body like a ghost detached from inside the paper human, and then he unleashed a powerful fireball technique towards Conan. Facing this fireball technique with a radius of 3 meters, Conan did not receive it directly. She quickly retreated, easily dodging Jiraiya's attack. The Toad Flat Shadow Technique. Jiraiya smiled and said, "I thought it would be Pain who came, but it's you, Conan. Your paper style is sharper than before. You've become a qualified ninja." Conan remained expressionless in the face of Jiraiya's praise, floating in the air like a soulless piece of paper. "So you are the angel of this village. Is Pain Nagato or Yahiko?" "That has nothing to do with you, Jiraiya Sensei," Conan said. "Conan, you were the gentlest of the three. How could you attack your teacher on sight? When I heard you had sacrificed yourselves, I grieved for a while." Thinking of the hardships over the years, Conan said angrily, "Don't be hypocritical. What are you doing here?" Jiraiya replied, "I don't want to do anything. If it weren't for the Akatsuki trying to collect the tailed beasts in pursuit of an illusory peace, I wouldn't be here." Conan was slightly surprised that Jiraiya already knew their plan. She said quietly, "Unfortunately, it's too late. We have already begun to act according to the will of God. Do you regret not killing us back then, eh?" Jiraiya frowned and said, "I have never thought that way. I just feel some regret. No matter how many injustices there are in this world, attacking your former teacher upon meeting is truly disheartening." In an instant, tears welled up in Conan's eyes. Torn between her beloved teacher and the companions who had shared hardships with her, she cried out, "Do you know what we have been through all these years?" Jiraiya scolded, "I truly don't know, but that is not the reason for you to become the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's actions are wrong. It's still not too late to stop now." Suddenly Pain's human path puppet appeared and said to Jiraiya, "This is the result of our careful deliberation, Jiraiya Sensei." Rain village of fine drizzle falling. In a hidden corner outside the stone tower, Liluaka was cautiously concealing himself. Suddenly he felt an inexplicable tension, a sensation that usually only arose when being ambushed. Liluaka's blood pressure instantly surged. He looked up at the sky. The next moment a tall figure crashed down from the heavens like a meteor, its speed so great that Li Luoka trembled. Li Fei dared not delay. He swiftly dodged, evading the opponent's attack. Bang! The spot where he had just been hiding was blasted into a large crater. Li Luoka was startled. The opponent's attack was comparable to Tsunade's Fist of Fury. Although he possessed the pinnacle physical defense of the ninja world, he dared not easily touch the opponent's strikes. Looking up, the visitor was the aggressive avatar of the Six Paths of Pain, the Asura Path. As Pain's primary attacking avatar, the Asura Path was formidable in combat. The previous attack was likely his ninjutsu, Monster Strength Assault. In the original story, it once severed Jiraiya's arm upon its first appearance. At this moment, the Asura Path was somewhat astonished. It had thought this strike would easily subdue the opponent, but unexpectedly Li Luoka had dodged it with ease. He knew that ordinary jonin would find it difficult to evade his ambush. This Konoha ninja seemed extraordinary. Konoha brat, you have good skills. A ninja as young as you dying here would make Konoha lament for a long time. The Asura Path stood up, licked its lips, and said mockingly, "One Asura Path thinks it can take down your Uncle Li. Dream on." Li Luoka then struck a highly provocative starting pose and shouted, "Come and get me." Although the Asura Path avatar could not grasp the meaning, the insulting gesture instantly broke its composure. It extended its hand, and the wrist and arms separated, launching a volley of missiles that instantly engulfed Li Luoka in a blaze of fire. The Asura Path glanced at the destruction it had caused, a satisfied smile spreading across its face. However, a golden light burst from the smoke, and before the Asura Path avatar could react, it was sent flying by a kick from Li Luoka, crashing heavily into the wall. It was fortunate that the Asura Path avatar's body was tough. If it had been an ordinary ninja, Li Fei's kick, unwashed for over a decade, would have basically crippled it. The Asura Path avatar stood up and laughed. "Interesting. Your taijutsu impresses me. It seems I'll have to show my true skills." Its body rapidly swelled. The iconic Akatsuki cloak instantly shredded, transforming into a three-headed six-armed form with a massive saw blade extending from its back. Li Luoka, familiar with the plot, understood that this was the Asura Path avatar's mechanical armor form. The Asura Path avatar charged at Li Luoka in its battle form, engaging in a fierce fight. Fist shadows poured down like ocean waves, interspersed with missile attacks. Dong! The instant they clashed, a deafening roar erupted. The ground around them was torn apart like strips of cloth. Not a single piece of ground remained intact wherever they passed. The hard earth was as fragile as tofu. After more than 10 minutes, the two separated. Through the intense battle, Li Luoka gained a comprehensive understanding of the Asura Path avatar's strength. Its rocket and saw blade attacks had nearly broken his defense. If he hadn't already cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to the 11th layer, capable of withstanding strength ninjutsu attacks, he wouldn't have been able to exchange such fierce blows. Li Luoka smiled and said, "We've played long enough. Time to end this." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The Asura Path avatar frowned. The Asura Path avatar did not consider itself at a disadvantage in the previous battle. Moreover, it still had a trump card it hadn't used. Therefore, it prepared to unleash its ultimate weapon. Originally, it hadn't planned to use it, since this was its own territory. If it used it freely, the destructive power would be too great. But to defeat this troublesome opponent, it had no choice. Then its head split open from the top, and a laser beam shot from the split head toward Li Luoka. Li Luoka, already familiar with the Asura Path's techniques, how could he fall for that? By the time the opponent was about to launch the attack, his body had already turned into a streak of light, dodging away. Li Luoka, having already opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, had his speed soar to a realm beyond ordinary comprehension. Bang! The Asura Path's laser cannon blasted deep craters into the spot where Li Luoka had been standing. Morning Peacock. A fiery red light struck from behind the Asura Path. Before absolute power, everything seemed fragile. The Asura Path's body was instantly shattered into pieces. No body parts could be found. Li Luoka exhaled and sighed. The 8 gates still consumes too much stamina. Using the mutated technique provided by the system is the most energy-efficient method. Looking at the ground that had been shattered along with his attack, he couldn't help but nod. The 8 gates really packed a punch. The hidden Uzumaki Nagato should now know that his Asura Path avatar had been dealt with. Looking at the scattered remains, I suppose even the Hell Path avatar of the 6 Paths of Pain won't be able to repair this one. After waiting for a moment, Li Luoka did not see any other pain avatar's attack. It seemed that the battle on Jiraiya's side was even more intense than his own. We've gathered enough intelligence. It's time to regroup with Jiraiya and leave the Rain Village. The time for a major battle hasn't come yet. Lee Luoka thought to himself. With a flicker, his figure dashed toward another explosion site. The battlefield between Jiraiya and Conan had undergone a major change. At this moment, Jiraiya was being besieged by the Human Path, Hell Path, and Animal Path Pain avatars. The Human Path and Animal Path were responsible for offense, while the Hell Path was responsible for absorbing damage. The combination of two attackers and one defender pressed Jiraiya tightly. After a period of fighting, Jiraiya had exhausted every means, but still could not defeat the three. His chakra consumption was immense, and he had even used Sage Mode. Little Jiraiya, make your move now. Fukasaku on Jiraiya's shoulder said in a low voice. Jiraiya finally admitted that he had underestimated Pain. Even now he struggled to cope with 3 Pain avatars, let alone the others. From Lee Look's intelligence, he knew that Pain had 6 avatars in total. That was why he had not yet used his ultimate technique to deal with the 3 avatars before him. The ultimate technique was a last resort, a contingency for emergencies. Moreover, after using it, Jiraiya would have a window of vulnerability, making him easy to attack. However, looking at the condition of the 2 Toad Sages Fukasaku and Shima, they couldn't hold on much longer. At that moment, Lee Look's figure appeared in everyone's sight. The moment Lee Luoka appeared, Jiraiya knew an opportunity had come. The 3 paths of Pain, upon seeing Lee Luoku appear, immediately retreated. Their shared consciousness recognized the threat Lee Luoku posed. Master Zilai Yi, do you need assistance? Lee Luoku greeted lazily. Zilai Yi replied calmly, you still have much to learn. This old man is not so easily defeated. Zilai Yi maintained his composure, unwilling to lose face before his junior. He was after all one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage. I'm counting on you, he said to the Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders. The Fukasaku and Shima, sharing a bond with him, instantly understood Zilai Yi's intent. Genjutsu Toad Song. Zilai Yi's sage technique was deployed swiftly. The ultimate auditory Genjutsu, silent and imperceptible, struck the 3 paths, animal, human, and hungry ghost, facing him. Though Pain was familiar with many powerful jutsu, this bizarre sage art left him utterly unprepared. When the sound enveloped them, the 3 paths of Pain found themselves trapped within a barrier formed by 4 massive toads, unable to move. The human path of Pain could only watch as Fukasaku drew the unique stone, sword of Mount Mayaboku, and struck. With a thrust, the sword pierced through the human path. At that moment, a furious roar echoed. Zilai Yi, you have infuriated me. It was the Tendo path of Pain who had arrived. He had assumed 4 paths would be enough to eliminate Zilai Yi, but instead they were defeated by the Toad Sage and that Leaf youngster. Truly, Konoha's shinobi were not to be underestimated. Universal Pull. Before he even appeared, his jutsu attacked. The attack from Tendo path was sudden, and Zilai Yi, having just expended most of his sage chakra on the Toad Song, was caught off balance. The gravitational pull of universal drag seized him, interrupting his sage technique. An irresistible force dragged him toward the approaching Tendo path. Not good, Zilai Yi thought. Just as Tendo path was about to strike him, Lee Luoku flashed into. Lee Luoku had sensed trouble the moment Tendo path shouted. Seeing Zilai Yi's sage art interrupted, he immediately intervened. With a blur of movement, he appeared behind Tendo path and swung a fist the size of a sandbag, slamming it down. Tendo path had just freed the animal and hungry ghost paths with his universal pull. Through their shared vision, he noticed Lee Luoku's approach and was forced to abandon his attack on Zilai Yi. As Lee Luoku closed in, Tendo path instantly switched from universal pull to almighty push. The transition between attraction and repulsion was lightning fast, and Lee Luoku, caught off guard, was sent flying. Taking advantage of the opening, Zilai Yi swiftly sealed the lifeless human path into a scroll. After all, his mission was not only to persuade Pain, but also to gather intelligence. By the time the other paths reacted, the human path was already secured. Even in such peril, Zilai Yi remains calm and decisive. A true veteran shinobi, always prioritizing the mission. Familiar with Tendo path's abilities, Lee Luoku used the repulsive force to retreat, then adjusted his stance midair. Once stable, he planted his foot and surged forward again. In midair, he had already transitioned into sage mode, amplifying his physical abilities by several dozen times, equivalent to the boost from the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Tendo path's expression darkened. He couldn't fathom how this opponent had so quickly countered his technique. Whether intentional or not, Lee Luoku's resolute attack was unprecedented. Most people after being struck would retreat and observe. But Li Luoku moved at a speed that defied the naked eye. With almighty push on cooldown Tendo Path, could only rely on Taijutsu to evade. Yet under Sage Mode Li Luoku's strength surpassed that of Tendo Path without his abilities. Tendo Path managed to dodge once, but Li Luoku caught up and landed a punch to his abdomen. It felt as though a mountain had struck him, nearly shattering his body. With a resounding boom, Tendo Path was sent flying, crashing through 2 stone towers before stopping. Have you ever seen a fist this big? Li Luoku taunted, brandishing his fist. Tendo Path's expression twisted into a snarl. He felt utterly exposed, a sensation he despised. He never imagined that a mere leaf shinobi could corner him like this. Perhaps the defeat of the Azura Path was luck, but this time Li Luoku had struck him again with ease. Since defeating Hanzo and becoming the leader of the Akatsuki, no one had pushed him this far. A nameless fury ignited within him. Why should a young shinobi from Konoha be so powerful? The resentment he harbored for shinobi from the great nations surged, and Pain could no longer contain his rage. He pressed his hands together, and a highly condensed black sphere appeared above Li Luoku. The moment it emerged, everything around was drawn toward it. Massive chunks of rock were torn from the ground, accelerating upward. Even Zilai nearby was pulled toward the sky by the overwhelming gravitational force. Having deactivated his Sage Mode after the fierce battle, he lacked the strength to resist the planetary devastation. Li Luoku understood Tendo Path's intent the moment the black sphere appeared. Playing this big, don't you want a home to return to? Planetary devastation, a sealing technique unique to the Rinnegan. Once trapped within the black sphere, one would be encased in rock and unable to move. This was a terrifying sealing jutsu. However, Tendo Path's version was incomplete, relying on the black sphere as its core. To counter this high-level technique, one had to destroy its core, the black sphere. This was no simple task. In the original story, few had broken free from planetary devastation. One was Naruto's Ninetales rampage during Pain's attack on Konoha, and another was the summoning of a giant snake by Momoshiki, which shattered Sasuke's technique. Another option, one easily accessible to Li Luoku, was to enter a separate dimension. The independent space of the new would suffice, but Li Luoku was reluctant to reveal too much of his abilities before Pain. Thus he had to rely on sheer destructive power to shatter the incoming black sphere. In his current Sage Mode, however, he was still slightly lacking. Then I'll have to open the 8 gates, he thought. Losing his balance, he activated the first gate of the 8 gates while in Sage Mode, enveloping himself in a surge of overwhelming energy. Still not enough. Though he could resist the pull of the planetary devastation, with his energy, he lacked confidence in destroying it. Second gate open. Only those with perfect Sage Mode could open the 8 gates in this state, otherwise the violent energy would instantly tear them apart. Li Luoku struggled to maintain this form, then transformed into a silvery white dragon that slammed into the massive rock sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the 100-meter-wide orb shattered like fireworks, scattering in all directions. Pain's face darkened. Even Zilai Yi was stunned by Li Luoku's power. He doubted he could face the planetary devastation, heated even at full strength. Without Li Luoku's presence, he would have been beaten to death by Pain's coordinated assault. Debris fell like rain from the sky, stirring up thick dust on the ground. However, while Zilai was still astonished by Li Luoku's recent move, a deep voice came from beside him. "Senior Zilai, it's time to go." Li Fei's figure appeared abruptly behind Zilai Yi. Zilai looked at the narrowing battlefield. It was time to flee, no better moment. After all, this was not Mu Yi, and Pain's reinforcements would arrive soon. He also realized that his condition could no longer sustain another great battle. Taking advantage of Pain's lack of reaction, they made a direct escape. "I'm counting on you," Zilai said to Li Luoku. At this point, he no longer had the strength to escape from Deva Path Pain. Li Luoku reached out and tucked Zilai under his arm. "How can you treat an old man like this?" Such an embarrassing posture made even Zilai with his thick skin feel his face flush. Under the cover of the dust swirling around, they vanished from Pain's sight in an instant. A gust of wind swept across the land, and the smoke and dust cleared. Deva Path Pain stood proudly amid the ruins, while Animal Path and Hungry Ghost Path silently appeared beside him. Their 6 eyes met, but they said nothing, merely gazing into the air ahead. Then a large number of paper pieces gathered in the air, and Xiao Nan's figure slowly materialized. "Pain, what should we do now? Should we continue the pursuit?" she asked. Xiao Nan asked. Deva Path Pain shook his head. In the previous battle, the human path clone had been taken away and Azura path Pain had also been killed. The battle had already consumed a great deal of his chakra, so continuing the pursuit was utterly pointless. Pain was now pondering how his intelligence had been leaked, for otherwise the battle just now would not have been so eerily one-sided. After a moment of contemplation, Deva Path Pain instructed Xiao Nan beside him, notify all members of the Xiao organization to assemble at the base in 5 days. He knew that the Xiao organization's actions needed to be accelerated. Li Loaka sped like the wind, carrying Zilai as he rushed toward the gate of Yuin village, leaping swiftly over the rooftops of the Rain Ninja village. His unguarded run quickly drew the attention of the Rain Ninja on the outskirts of the battlefield. "Stop!" they shouted. Just now their battle had been so intense, yet no other Rain Ninja had joined, mainly because Xiao Nan had kept them outside. Now seeing someone emerge from the battlefield, they naturally intercepted immediately. This squad of Rain Ninja was about to step forward and question them, but Li Loaka dodged a few times and left them far behind. "Quickly report to the Angel-sama." The Rain Ninja reacted swiftly, following Li Loaka closely while sending someone back to report. By the time Li Loaka reached the gate of Yuin village with Zilai under his arm, a large number of Rain Ninja were already trailing behind. The guards at the gate were startled by the commotion, but they quickly recognized Li Look's identity. However, anyone who could incite such a pursuit by the village's ninja was clearly a formidable intruder not to be underestimated. "Do not approach any closer or we will attack," the gatekeeper warned. Li Loaka turned a deaf ear, his speed not diminishing in the slightest, and instantly engaged the gate guards of the Rain Ninja village in battle. Although the Rain Ninja guard squad was quite capable under Li Look's assault, they only held out for a few seconds before their defense was breached. When the ninja behind reached the gate, they saw only the vast misty rain and a scattering of fallen Rain Ninja. As for the invaders' figures, they had already vanished. After leaving Yuin village, they encountered no further pursuit. Zilai patted Li Loaka and said, "Put me down quickly. I'm already falling apart. I can't take your rough handling. The pursuers shouldn't catch up now." Li Loaka grinned sheepishly. He had run too fast, and in the blink of an eye they were already over 10 li away from Yuin village. Then he set Zilai down from under his arm. "Are you all right, Lord Zilai?" Li Loaka asked with concern. Zilai looked at Li Loaka seriously, as if seeing the young fourth Hokage equally full of vitality. "I'm fine. I was just a bit tired, but after the care under your armpit I'm mostly recovered," Zilai said with a tone of displeasure, clearly still unhappy about Li Look's undignified action. "That's good." A day later, Li Loaka and Zilai returned safely to Muyi, the Hokage's office in Muyi. Tsunade listened attentively to Zilai's report about Yuin village. When she heard that Pain had ignored Zilai's advice and mercilessly pursued him, Tsunade clenched her fists so tightly that they cracked, clearly furious. Although she usually seemed not to care for Zilai, Tsunade truly valued this close friend of hers. In her heart, only she was allowed to bully him. If anyone else did, she would never let them off. Pain had completely abandoned any past ties, and Zilai's illusion of peace with the Xiao organization was shattered. "Xiaoli, this time we owe it to you. Otherwise Zilai would not have returned," Tsunade said solemnly to Li Loaka. "Zilai came this time to verify my intelligence. In the end, it was all because of me," Li Loaka said. "Not necessarily. Even without you, I was determined to go to Yuin village," Zilai interjected. This time Zilai entered Yuin village earlier than in the original story. The Xiao organization's strength had not diminished much yet, and it was unclear whether Pain's next plan would be to launch the tailed beast capture earlier or directly attack Muyi as in the original story. Thinking of the tragic scene of Muyi he had witnessed in his past life, Li Loaka couldn't help but feel worried. He did not want to see his friends in Muyi fall under Pain's massacre. "I'm worried that Pain will retaliate against Muyi," Li Loaka said to Tsunade. "Pain shouldn't be so foolish. After seeing your strength, he wouldn't risk attacking Muyi unless he had absolute certainty," Tsunade said confidently. "All right, let's put this matter aside for now. If Yuin village still wants to act, Muyi will be ready." Tsunade's tone turned cold, then she added, "Zilai, hand over the sealed Pain clone to the intelligence division. You two go back and rest." Li Loaka thought about it and realized she was right. The current Muyi was not like the original story where a large number of Jonin were tied up outside, and with Zilai's sacrifice the village was left vulnerable, leading to the attack by Pain's 6 paths. "It seems I was overthinking," Li Loaka thought to himself. Then he asked Tsunade for a few days off, planning to accomplish something major. That evening Xiaoli returned to his long unseen residence in Muyi. Only then did he have time to check his gains from this trip. This time facing Pei indirectly and killing Azura Path, the system rewarded him with over 2,000 points. Combined with more than a year of missions, Li Luke's system points had now reached 60453, enough for him to spend in the system shop. Xiao Li looked at the 6,000 points and chuckled inwardly. This was more than enough to purchase the advanced techniques he desired from the system shop. Next, he needed to consider how to convert these points into actual power. There were many ordinary techniques in the system shop, but they could no longer help him improve. Only top-tier techniques above the level of Golden Bell Shield and Wind God Leg could be of use to him. Previously, he had considered exchanging for Xiong Bas 3-part Return to Origin Chi, but on second thought, although the technique was cool, serving both as a defensive measure and an offensive blast with great power, it offered little improvement for Xiao Li, who already possessed the 8 gates. What he needed now was a martial art that could enhance his existing techniques and skills. Thus, Xiao Li's only choice was Emperor Shi Tian's Sacred Heart Art. Why choose the Sacred Heart Art? First, in this ninja world, the most insidious were the various unpredictable ocular powers and illusions, and the Sacred Heart Art happened to counter them. Its most famous moves were the 4 calamities of the Sacred Heart. Startling Gaze Calamity uses spiritual force to seize the mind. A single glance can instantly kill those weaker in spirit. Is that not more satisfying than the Uchiha Sharingan? Blood Curse Calamity uses blood to draw blood, instantly draining a person of all their blood. Heavenly Heart Calamity uses one's own heart to lead the enemy's heart, instantly controlling the opponent's heart, causing it to burst and kill them. In terms of strangeness, it surpasses the ninjutsu of the ninja world. Divine Punishment Calamity uses the primordial spirit as a weapon, stirring wind and thunder. When this move is unleashed, the heavens and earth change color, possessing the power to destroy the world. These were not what Xiao Li valued most. What he valued was that the Sacred Heart Art had the ability to revive the dead and extend lifespan. Did this not perfectly compensate for the drawback of the 8 gates, which consumed vitality? If Xiao Li had a lifespan of several thousand years, he could open the 8th gate of the 8 gates at will. Then no Daitong Yu would be a match for him. The Sacred Heart Art cost 5,000 points in the system shop, plus the auxiliary cultivation material Phoenix Blood required another 1,000 points. Xiao Li's system points were once again nearly depleted. Li Luoka's system exchanged for the Sacred Heart Art and Phoenix Blood. System deducting 6,000 points. Instantly, Li Fei's mind was flooded with all the information about the Sacred Heart Art, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. The techniques exchanged through the system were so direct, saving Li Luoka the trouble of research. After all, the Sacred Heart Art was all-encompassing, containing numerous techniques and skills. If Li Luoka had to study them slowly, who knew how long it would take? However, this did not mean he instantly mastered all skills. For example, he had not yet grasped even the most basic life extension because he had not yet fused the Phoenix Blood, nor did he have the ability to revive the dead. All of this required cultivation. System congratulations host on spending 6,000 points. The system has added a realm enhancement function. Li Luoka, how is this function used? System, by consuming system points you can directly elevate the host's realm. Xiao Li then opened his personal attribute panel. Host Li Luoka. Realm Shadow Level. Physique Innate Body. Skills 8 gates Golden Bell, Shield Wind God Leg Lion's Roar. Ignorance was bliss, but a glance revealed a problem. Li Luoka's system am only at shadow level. That can't be right. I'm someone who can go toe-to-toe with pain. I should at least be at super shadow level. System, the system's realm standard is different from the ninja world. Only when both physical fitness and attack power reach the strength of shadow level will the system certify you as shadow level. Although the host possesses super shadow combat power, you are still recognized as shadow level. Only when your physical attributes also reach super shadow level will you be recertified. While it takes 5,000 points to upgrade from shadow level to super shadow level. After super shadow, there are 3 major realms, 6 paths, pseudo god and true god. The system's division like this means there are still many hidden bosses in this world. Looks like I can't be too reckless. These are not things Li Luoka can concern himself with now. He should focus on improving his strength. The first step of cultivation was to fuse the Phoenix Blood. The Phoenix Blood was the essence blood of the divine beast Phoenix. An adult Phoenix in the ninja world would definitely be at the level of the 10 tails. Even the young Phoenix killed by Emperor Shi Tian in the Fengyun world had the strength of the 9 tails in the ninja world. With a thought, Xiao Li had the Phoenix Blood appear in his palm. a massive liquid burning like flames. The moment it appeared, the temperature around him instantly rose by several degrees, and a searing sensation invaded Xiao Li's body. Fortunately, Xiao Li's body had reached shadow level, otherwise the phoenix blood would have consumed him the moment it emerged. Merging the phoenix blood was extremely simple. Just wrap it in chakra and put it in his mouth. It melted on contact, and the phoenix blood entered his body, immediately flowing through his entire being. Then came intense pain, a feeling of being scorched by raging fire, as every cell underwent a transformation from the inside out. Even Liloaka, who already possessed an innate body, couldn't help but sweat profusely. He dared not slack off. Following the operation guidelines of the Sacred Heart art in his memory, he began to fuse the phoenix blood. With the help of the technique, the fusion speed increased, and the excruciating pain from the beginning subsided. After several hours of cultivation, Liloaka finally completed the fusion of the phoenix blood, and along with it the core method of the Sacred Heart art had also reached the introductory level. Having fused the phoenix blood, his body was further strengthened. Clenching his fist, he felt he could shatter a mountain with one punch. Xiao Li called up his personal attributes again. Realm Super Shadow. Good heavens, this phoenix blood is incredible. It instantly elevated my physical attributes to Super Shadow level. He felt like finding a 6 paths level powerhouse to clash with right now, but reason suppressed Xiao Li's impulse. Besides the improvement in physical attributes, Xiao Li also mastered a divine skill from the Sacred Heart art, the ability to revive the dead. As long as the body was preserved intact, he could easily bring the deceased back to life. This so-called revival was merely transferring life force to the dead, similar to the Sand Ninja's reincarnation technique. In fact, this was just one of the Sacred Heart art's ultimate skills. There were still many secret techniques awaiting Li Luke's exploration. After several hours of cultivation, the time had come to evening. Having reported to the 5th Hokage during the day, Liloaka had already arranged to meet Kai Ningxi and Tian at the barbecue restaurant. Night fell with stars twinkling. Moonlight gently bathed the hidden leaf village. Leaves rustled occasionally with the breeze like nature's music, bringing a touch of autumnal desolation to this ninja village. Xiao Li walked through the streets of the hidden leaf, savoring a rare moment of peace. Everywhere ninjas returning from completed missions could be seen. Crossing several streets, Xiao Li arrived at a barbecue restaurant. At that moment, Tian had already found a seat. Tian sat at a table by the window, idly gazing at the night scene outside. She still wore her hair in 2 buns and a red cheongsam. Now 16, her figure was beginning to develop with a tall, slender frame. Clearly a beauty in the making. The next moment, Tian also noticed Li Luke's arrival. Smiling, she waved and greeted him. Xiao Li, over here. The instant their eyes met, both of their hearts unconsciously quickened. At that moment, the barbecue restaurant was filled with smiles and joy. Flames danced on the charcoal grills, meat sizzled, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Tian, you look beautiful today, Liloaka said with a smile. Seeing Xiao Li's dazed expression, Tian felt a warm flutter in her heart. Every girl is delighted when the person they like notices them, especially since she had dressed up specially today. You blockhead dumbstruck, aren't you? Xiao Li didn't reply, just stared intently into Tian's eyes. The two locked gazes, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Ahem. Maybe we shouldn't have come. Kai-sensei is right, let's go back. Tian instantly blushed bright red. Turning to Kai and Ningxi, who were standing by, she said, Humph. Kai-sensei, you're teasing me, and you too, Ningxi. Haha, the two laughed heartily. The four enjoyed a pleasant dinner and discussed the matter of investigating the Daitongyu clan on the moon tomorrow. Knowing that Xiao Li had obtained Gang's house approval, Kai did not object either. Moreover, this could help his disciple Ningxi, and as a teacher it was his duty. Land of Fields. The secret base of the Sound Village. This was the laboratory where Orochimaru conducted his cloning experiments. The room was lined with numerous cultivation vessels, each containing infant-like figures with closed eyes, still in a state of slumber. Several researchers clad in white robes were examining the fetuses within the cultivation vessels. Behind the researchers stood Orochimaru, his sharp-featured face beaming with satisfaction as he gazed at the containers. These were clones cultivated from the cells he had collected from Itachi. Once these specimens fully matured, he would be able to further analyze the Sharingan. A sinister smirk crept across his face as he thought of Sasuke, who was at another base. Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed through the room. Immediately, Orochimaru's vigilance was piqued. This was his most secret base, one that even his most trusted subordinate Kabuto did not know about. On this occasion, he had come alone to check on the clones without informing anyone. Who's there? Orochimaru demanded. Long time no see, Orochimaru, a mocking voice replied. Two figures clad in the signature Akatsuki robes emerged slowly from the darkness. Why them? Orochimaru's heart sank. One was tall and muscular, his face covered in crocodile-like patterns, carrying a massive sword wrapped in bandages on his back. The other was short, but exuded a formidable presence. It was the notorious duo Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Ever since Itachi learned that Orochimaru could treat his bloodline disease, he had been tracking the latter's movements. However, Orochimaru was exceptionally skilled at hiding, and Itachi's duties for the Akatsuki had delayed him until now. The reason he had not confronted Orochimaru at the other base was that he was not yet ready to face Sasuke. Orochimaru forced a smile. Itachi and Kisame. You two are rare guests. Facing Itachi, Orochimaru knew escape was impossible. If his hands were still functional, he might have had a chance. Kisame, who greatly admired his partner, snarled, Orochimaru, you dare to experiment with Itachi cells and cultivate so many samples. Orochimaru did not reply. His gaze remained fixed on Itachi. Itachi's eyes blazed with predatory fury, and he said coldly, Orochimaru, are you courting death by dabbling in these things? Don't be angry, Itachi. I heard you are suffering from the Sharingan bloodline disease. I did this to help you, Orochimaru replied calmly, as if the threat were not directed at him. Orochimaru knew that if Itachi truly intended to kill him, he would not waste words. The fact that he was still talking suggested a possibility for negotiation. Well, then I should thank you. Do you think I'd believe your lies? Itachi retorted. Believe it or not, the evidence is right here. Fine. Then take the strongest pair of eyes from the mature samples and transplant them into me. Also, I know you have Hashirama cells. Transplant those as well. Itachi's tone remained frigid. Heh. Itachi, you seem to know a great deal about me. You're even aware of my deepest secrets, Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Orochimaru's expression irked Itachi immensely. Had he not needed Orochimaru's assistance, he would not have stayed a moment longer. Enough talk. Can you do it or not? Itachi snorted. It would be my honor to help you, Itachi. Orochimaru replied with a grin, his face alight with excitement. Studying Itachi's body was far more intriguing than experimenting on clones. He had been seeking a human subject, now the perfect one had arrived, and he would not refuse. This is quite a project. To meet your requirements, Itachi, it cannot be completed in a short time, Orochimaru said. How long will it take? Itachi pressed. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. He did not wish to rush through this rare opportunity. I need a month, he said calmly. A month? I don't have that much time. I'll give you 3 days, Itachi said in an unyielding tone. The reason for the 3-day deadline was that Pain had summoned them for a meeting. He could not stay here long. 3 days is too short, Orochimaru hesitated. Humph. Orochimaru faltered under Itachi's cold glare. The terror Itachi instilled in him was too great. If they fought now, Orochimaru would likely fall into unconsciousness within a few exchanges. Since his last encounter with Itachi, he had undergone several reincarnations, weakening his soul further. Against a master of Jinjutsu like Itachi, he was utterly suppressed. Fine, I'll do my best, Orochimaru conceded. Orochimaru acted swiftly, summoning Kabuto Yakushi through a special channel. With his own hands disabled, he could not perform such a delicate operation himself. When Kabuto arrived and saw Itachi and Kisame standing beside Orochimaru, he panicked, drawing a scalpel and assuming a defensive posture as he exchanged glances with Orochimaru. So he's the one performing the surgery? Itachi asked sternly. Orochimaru glanced at his limp hands. I can't personally perform the surgery for you now. Kabuto is the best surgeon besides me, unless you want one of those useless fools to do it. Itachi nodded unconcerned. After all, Kabuto was merely a medical ninja. The surgery commenced immediately. Orochimaru selected a pair of cloned eyes with the strongest ocular power. Before the operation, Itachi said to Kisame, watch Orochimaru and the others. If he makes any suspicious moves during the surgery, kill them all. Understood. Mission accomplished, Kisame replied with a grin. Itachi trusted Kisame well. They had been partners for years, closer than brothers. Rest assured, Itachi, I won't take advantage of your vulnerability, Orochimaru said with a smile. In truth, Orochimaru had considered seizing Itachi's body during the operation, but he knew he must overpower Itachi's consciousness to do so. The gap between their mental fortitudes was too vast, his chance of success was zero. Moreover, the large man beside him, Kisame, might seem foolish, but was formidable in combat. Orochimaru had no desire to see his secret laboratory destroyed. The spotlight blazed as Itachi was administered anesthesia and quickly fell unconscious. After over 2 hours of surgery, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan were removed and replaced with cloned Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hashirama cells were transplanted into his body. During the procedure, Orochimaru made no alterations. He was eager to observe any unexpected changes in Itachi after the transplant of the cloned Mangekyo Sharingan. The surgery was a success. Itachi awoke soon after. Kabuto began removing the life support devices attached to him. A few minutes later, Kisame helped Itachi sit up and asked with concern, "Itachi-san, how do you feel? Any discomfort?" At that moment, everything was pitch black before Itachi's eyes. The area around his eyes felt numb and tingling, tightly bound with bandages. "Orochimaru, when can I open my eyes and channel chakra to them?" Itachi asked. "The new eyes are still integrating. Although the meridians have been reconnected, they are fragile. Try again in 2 days," Orochimaru replied in his sinister soft voice. "For the next 2 days you should avoid using chakra and refrain from going out," Orochimaru added. Over the years, besides going on missions, Ning Ci often ventured out to investigate the entrance from Earth to the moon. After years of investigation, he finally discovered a hidden cave not long ago. From Xiao Li's information, he knew that the moon was guarded by the Datongmu clan, so he did not act. The four of them traversed snow-covered mountains and arrived at the foot of a snowy peak, where a hidden cave came into view. The cave entrance was only 2 meters high, nearly invisible in the perpetually snow-covered mountains. Fortunately, Ning Ci possessed the white eye, otherwise it would have been difficult to find this place, based only on Xiao Li's vague description. How could they be sure this was the entrance? Because the cave was extremely peculiar. Aside from a spring pool covering several hundred square meters, there were no signs of animal activity. The ceiling was engraved with special characters forming a mysterious formation, leaving obvious traces of human intervention. The four of them flashed into the cave. "Ning Ci, Xiao Li, is this the passage to the moon?" They looked at the glowing spring inside the cave, and a feeling of distortion instantly washed over them, as if it were about to suck them in. Xiao Li touched the spring with his hand. The crystal-clear water flowed through his fingers like jelly. Just as described in the original story, even if one soaked in it, their clothes would not get wet. "Yes, Kaizen-sai. Under this spring is the entrance. After passing through, we will encounter the first checkpoint, a special space that induces Jinjutsu. Everyone must be careful," Xiao Li warned. Ning Ci and Tian nodded. Then the four of them leaped into the spring and swam toward the bottom. In just a few minutes, they reached the bottom of the spring, where an invisible light membrane seemed to hold back the water. Though the light membrane blocked the water, it did not hinder people from passing through. The moment they touched it, their hands went through, and when their bodies fully crossed, they arrived in another dimension. This dimension was extremely dreamlike, with countless glowing spheres scattered around. Tian pointed at them and said, "So this is the reason the spring glows." Suddenly a flash of white light, and they were all immersed in past memories. Countless scenes from their previous experiences flashed through their minds. Xiao Li, who had cultivated the sacred heart art, relied on his powerful mental energy to easily break free from the surrounding Jinjutsu. Opening his eyes, he looked at the others. At that moment, Kai's eyes were tightly shut, but a smile hung on his face, as if reminiscing about some beautiful memories. Xiao Li did not wake them immediately. This Jinjutsu space was also a kind of spiritual trial, beneficial for a ninja's nindo. He guessed that the Datongmu clan had set up this Jinjutsu barrier in the past to prevent those with impure intentions from entering the moon. Before long, Kai opened his eyes. His gaze became brighter, as if he had seen through himself. "Xiao Li, you're really impressive, breaking free from the Jinjutsu so quickly." Kai curled his lips and gave Xiao Li a thumbs up. He had thought he would be the first to escape the Jinjutsu, but unexpectedly Xiao Li had beaten him. Kaizen-sai. Meanwhile, Ning Ci's expression was twisted, as if he was struggling. At that moment in his mind, he was recalling the miserable life after losing his father in his youth, being branded with the caged bird seal. The process of being subjected to the caged bird by his clan was an eternal pain in Ning Ci's heart. Tian, on the other hand, wore a childlike smile, like a blooming flower clearly immersed in a pleasant memory. Without any disturbance, after half an hour, the two broke free from the illusion. Beneath the Jinjutsu space, a huge pool appeared. Without hesitation, the four of them plunged into the water again. Inside a luxurious palace within the moon, Datongmu Shiren had sensed the intrusion of Xiao Li and his team. Although Shiren was blind, the ubiquitous puppets had detected their whereabouts at once. "Interesting. Earthlings have actually intruded into the moon, the Datongmu murmured to himself. In fact, with the puppet techniques of the moon's Datongmu clan, he could have replaced his eyes and regained his sight long ago. However, to awaken the Tensigen in the best possible state, he had to delay replacing his eyes. Awakening the Tensigen required a pair of pure white eyes, and in this world the only place that could fulfill this condition was Mu Yi. His power had not yet reached its peak, so he did not immediately go to Mu Yi. After all, Mu Yi was a major village, and its ninja strength should not be underestimated. However, over the years he had secretly dispatched small puppets to Mu Yi to gather intelligence. 2 people met his requirements. Both were young ladies of the current Riseong family possessing pure white eyes. Originally, he planned to seize Chu Tian's white eyes, but after observing this little girl for years, Shiren unexpectedly fell in love with this insecure and gentle girl. He then shifted his target to Chu Tian's younger sister Hua Hua. However, Hua Hua was still too young, and her eye power was insufficient to meet the requirements for eye replacement. But according to his estimation, in just 2 more years Hua Hua's white eye power would be sufficient. That would be the time when his Tensigen awakens, and also the time to end this failed creation of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Earth. The 4 of Team Kai traversed a 1,000-meter water layer and broke into a bubble space. In the dark and damp space, colorful bubbles floated extremely dreamlike, but the ground underfoot was a bit muddy. Before Shaoli could steady himself, a giant crab launched an attack at them. As soon as the giant crab monster appeared, it unleashed a water release technique. The water technique shot from its mouth like a giant cannonball hurtling toward the 4 with power comparable to an average Brank technique. Although Brank techniques were powerful, they were not a major threat to Xiao Li and the others who were at least Jonin level. The water column was still in midair when they dodged aside in advance. The water column landed on the muddy ground, splashing countless droplets. Seeing that its attack missed, the giant crab fired 2 more water cannons. Adada. The water cannons were not very powerful, but they were extremely annoying. Xiao Li flashed to the giant crab's belly and delivered a powerful leaf whirlwind, sending the giant crab flying more than 10 meters. But it wasn't over. He then punched the crab's exposed belly. With a bang, the giant crab was shattered into pieces. After dealing with the guardian beast, a deep hole appeared where the giant crab had been. Following the cave passage for a few hundred meters, they exited the bubble space. The exit of the bubble space was a sea island. Beyond the island was an endless ocean. In the sky, an artificial sun shone brilliantly, and faintly visible beside it were numerous floating islands. The island was covered with tall shrubs, the air was fresh, and the environment was no worse than Earth. "We've arrived," Xiao Li said with a smile. "What? This is the moon. Shouldn't the moon be barren with red rocky mountains everywhere?" Tian said skeptically. "If it were as you imagine, how could the Datongmu clan survive? Perhaps it was like that before, but later they transformed it into what it is now." From a distance, they could see a stretch of buildings in the middle of the island. The 4 oriented themselves and rushed toward the palace. The island was covered with tall shrubs blanketing the entire land in a verdant green. Xiao Li and his 3 companions swiftly darted through the forest. After advancing only a few hundred meters, the 4 were forced to slow their pace. They saw numerous large glowing orbs scattered among the trees. Some perched on branches, others nestled between grasses, as if naturally grown. Upon closer inspection, each orb contained a humanoid puppet lying within. These humanoid puppets appeared peaceful, clearly in a state of slumber. To avoid disturbing them, Xiao Li and his companions carefully detoured and continued onward. However, contrary to their hopes, the puppets suddenly opened their eyes, as if receiving a command, broke free from their orbs, and launched an attack on the 4. During the assault, they continuously fired hidden projectiles. These puppets were exquisitely crafted, completely unlike the crude puppets of the Sand Ninja. Not only could they fight, but they also maintained a connection with Otsutsuki Tonari, providing remote surveillance and communication. Each puppet was equivalent to a Chunin-level ninja. Xiao Li did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he shouted, "We are ninjas from Konoha. We have urgent business with the master of this place." The puppets paused for a few seconds, then attacked Xiao Li and his group again. Xiao Li realized that Otsutsuki Tonari, as a member of the Moon's Otsutsuki clan, harbored ill will toward Earthlings and was clearly unwilling to communicate with them. "It seems there's no room for negotiation. Don't blame us for damaging things." Xiao Li dodged swiftly and easily dispatched the puppets blocking their path. But before they could catch their breath, the azure sky was suddenly filled with a black mass of silhouettes. Countless humanoid puppets, all wearing identical uniforms, hovered in the sky and rained down upon Xiao Li and his group. The battle begins. Kai shouted. With so many minor enemies, each had no choice but to unleash their own signature combat techniques. 8 Trigrams, 64 palms. Double Rising Dragon. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Wind God Leg, 4th form. In an instant, large swaths of puppets were annihilated by the 4, but as soon as one wave was destroyed, another filled the gap, as if they were endless. In this jungle there was nowhere to hide. The group had no time to catch their breath, forced to fend off puppets, while rapidly moving toward the cluster of buildings. The buildings were over 10 kilometers from where Xiao Li and his group had entered. The 4 fought and moved for over 2 hours before covering that distance. When Xiao Li and his companions stepped onto the soil of the village, the pursuing puppet army suddenly halted, guarding the entrance without entering. These puppets are really strange. Finally, they stopped following. I'm exhausted. Tian Tian collapsed on the ground, speaking weakly. For Tian Tian, who had just reached the level of a Jonin, the previous battle was incredibly difficult. Although she had awakened the swift release due to Xiao Li's influence, making self-preservation easier, the sustained high-intensity combat was still a tremendous test of her stamina. As for Ningxi, having inherited the Kekkei Genkai of the Bone Pulse along with the Hyuga bloodline, his physical abilities had greatly improved. During the battle, he activated the Bone Pulse, making the puppet's attacks essentially negligible. He remained calm and composed. The recent battle's toll had little effect on him. According to Xiao Li's estimation, Ningxi's strength had reached the level of an elite Jonin. Kai and Xiao Li felt no pressure at all. The battle was easy for them, but they simply did not wish to engage in meaningless combat with the puppets. It seems these puppets cannot enter the village. This must be part of their program design, Xiao Li said, looking at the puppets still lingering near the entrance. After resting for a while, the 4 began to explore the deserted village. The architecture was extremely archaic, and from the dust-covered houses it was evident that no human activity had occurred here for a long time. Under Xiao Li's deliberate guidance, the 4 reached a hidden underground space where numerous tombstones stood upright. Why are there so many tombstones here? Tian Tian asked in confusion. Suddenly Ningxi gazed deeper into the tombstones and said alertly, "Come out. Who are you? The White Eye?" Finally, I can sense the presence of the White Eye again. As the voice spoke, a pale, ethereal figure slowly approached them. Dressed in exceedingly ancient robes with hollow eyes, the figure looked extremely eerie. Walking, it addressed Ningxi. "You are from the Earth branch of the White Eye, aren't you? My mission is finally complete." Xiao Li did not stop him, knowing that this was merely a remnant soul of the Otsutsuki main family's leader. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The figure opened its mouth wide and a sphere of light shot out instantly, illuminating the entire underground space. The orb halted in midair and exploded. Xiao Li, Kai, and Tian Tian were unaffected, but a vast amount of memories suddenly flooded into Ningxi's mind. Information about the Otsutsuki clan. In an instant, Ningxi felt his head about to split. Externally, only a brief moment passed, but his mind seemed to endure an entire century. When Ningxi opened his eyes again, he had absorbed all the information transmitted by the soul. In the memories, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, like the Hyuga clan on Earth, was divided into 2 opposing factions. Due to differing ideologies, their conflicts were extremely fierce. The Otsutsuki branch family collected White Eyes to create a massive reincarnation eye, thereby defeating the Otsutsuki main family on the moon. After defeating the main family, the Otsutsuki branch became even more arrogant, distorting their ancestors' will and plotting to destroy Earth. Fortunately, the battles had consumed many of the branch family's members, which is why they had not launched an invasion of Earth over the years. The reincarnation eye must be destroyed. As the phantom finished speaking, it instantly turned to ash. A lingering resentment in Ningxi's mind compelled him to destroy the reincarnation eye, an influence from the external memories. Ningxi took a quarter of an hour to sort through the chaotic memories in his mind. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, Ningxi accepted the victory of the Otsutsuki branch over the main family, because the Hyuga branch had always been oppressed by the main family, even their lives controlled by the main family. Any mistake would invite the torment of the caged bird. He wanted to break free from the cage's plight with the aim of resisting the clan's control. However, the Otsutsuki branch family's philosophy ran counter to his ideals. They planned to destroy all life on Earth and create a new form of life, something he could not accept, nor did it align with his ninja way. Activating the giant reincarnation eye required immense energy and it also needed the user to awaken their own reincarnation eye. Currently, Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon possessed Otsutsuki chakra, but had not yet awakened the reincarnation eye, so he needed to transplant a pair of pure white eyes to awaken it. Furthermore, the giant reincarnation eye itself did not yet have enough energy to destroy Earth, but it could absorb sufficient energy to do so within, at most, 2 years. For both myself and Earth, I must meet the last leader of the Otsutsuki clan, Ningtsipan. Neji knew from the memories passed on by the undead that the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan currently resided in the Sky City, which was thousands of meters above the ground and unreachable by conventional means. Only flight could get there. This is troublesome. Neji couldn't help but scratch his head. Guy noticed Neji's anxiety and asked with concern, "Neji, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Neji pointed to the sky and said, "The spirit just now gave me a lot of important information. The current Otsutsuki clan does not live on this island, but on a floating island in the sky. I'm troubled about how to get up there." A floating island. That's a bit troublesome. To get up to that height, we'll need flying equipment. Not necessarily. Lee laughed. The next moment, a pair of huge fiery red wings appeared behind Lee. The moment the wings appeared, they emitted a tremendous pressure, causing Neji and Tenten to retreat more than 10 meters, while Guy stood firm against the pressure. With a few light flaps of his wings, Lee hovered in the air. Impressive. In this world of countless secret techniques, no one found flight particularly astonishing. They merely thought Lee was extraordinary for having developed such a powerful technique. This wing was created by Lee imitating the Akimichi clan's butterfly transformation. Previously due to insufficient chakra, but after his body evolved into a natural constitution, his chakra cultivation improved. With the help of phoenix blood, he was naturally able to channel chakra to materialize a pair of wings and achieve flight. However, due to the influence of the phoenix blood, the wings became fiery red. The pair of fiery wings made Lee appear even more imposing, and Tintin unconsciously fell into a daze. "It's getting late. Let's set off." With that, Lee used energy to conjure 2 large hands to grab Neji and Guy, while he held Tintin in his arms, instantly making her blush. The 4 of them flew toward the Sky City in this strange formation. After Lee flew several hundred meters into the air, hundreds of humanoid puppets riding crow puppets appeared in the sky and surrounded them. To ease the awkwardness, Tintin spoke up, "Leave these puppets to me." Among the 4 of them, indeed, only Tintin excelled in ranged attacks. She quickly formed hand seals, and a scroll unfurled in the air, followed by countless weapons mixed with explosive tags hurtling toward the hundreds of puppets, a technique clearly known as Rain of Blossoms. Boom! The explosion covered a wide area, and the puppet army blocking their way was quickly routed. The 4 of them didn't linger long, and continued flying toward the Sky City. Without any puppet interception, they soon approached the floating island hovering above. The floating island was not simply made of earth and stone structures, it was filled with many metal buildings. A majestic castle was enveloped within a forest of steel, indicating that the island utilized not only curses, but also advanced technology. Come to think of it, the large-scale puppets they had encountered earlier were clearly products of an industrial assembly line, otherwise there wouldn't be such a vast number of humanoid puppets. Even the Wind Country's hidden sand village, famous for its puppet techniques, didn't have as many humanoid puppets as this place. Just as Lee was about to approach the central castle, a large number of cannon muzzles emerged from the steel structures aiming at them. XXX. Lee's expression changed, and he instantly cursed. A barrage of energy bullets swept toward him. Lee relied on his wings to dodge nimbly in the air. Despite the artillery barrage, he accelerated toward the castle. With a few flashes, Lee, along with Guy, Neji, and Tintin, successfully landed within the castle grounds. Once within the castle grounds, the cannons in the steel forest ceased firing. In a luxurious hall within the magnificent castle, Otsutsuki Tonari sat high on a stone-cut chair, flanked by puppets dressed like court guards, their faces veiled, solemn, and dignified. Although only one member of the Otsutsuki clan remained, the grandeur and luxury were not lacking. Otsutsuki Tonari was listening to a report from a puppet attendant beside him. He already knew that 4 ninjas had infiltrated the aerial castle. Swirling the wine glass in his hand, he said calmly, "They have some skill. These little mice are not ordinary. Go deal with them." "Yes," replied a puppet attendant that looked like a leader. After entering the castle, although there were no more energy gun attacks, every corridor was filled with a large number of puppets. The 4 cleared the puppets as they advanced deeper into the castle. "It's really not easy to see," Otsutsuki Tonari Although these puppets were powerful to the current guy squad, they were just easy pickings. They easily dealt with the puppets sent by Otsutsuki Tonari, and soon rushed into the hall where Tonari was. At this moment the remaining puppets around did not attack immediately, but simply surrounded them. On the high platform of the hall, Otsutsuki Tonari stood up and looked at the group. He was about the same age as Lee and the others, with the pale skin characteristic of the Otsutsuki clan, bluish-white, long hair, white robes, and a Ninetamo pattern tattooed on his neck. Since he was born without eyes, he looked quite peculiar. Tonari faced the four of them calmly, as if he could see them. Neji had long known the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan from the memory fragments. Now facing Tonari, he felt a faint sense of bloodline suppression, a feeling he had never experienced even when facing the main family. "You leaf ninjas, what business do you have trespassing on the territory of the Otsutsuki clan? And you have killed over 1,000 of my clan's guards," Tonari demanded, as if Lee and the others were merely lowly servants who had entered their master's domain without permission. Neji was momentarily speechless at Tonari's rebuke. Indeed, the four had fought their way through killing countless puppets, so it was no wonder the master was angry. But if they hadn't, they would never have been able to see Tonari. "I heard your curse techniques are outstanding. Would like to ask for a small favor," Lee said with a laugh. "Is this the attitude of someone asking for help? It seems you have no regard for the Otsutsuki clan." Tonari shouted, his aura surging. "Lowly earthlings deserve only destruction." The battle was about to erupt when suddenly a giant hand descended from the sky, crashing through the castle roof and striking at the spot where the four stood. Without hesitation, everyone broke through the windows and fled outside. Once outside, they could see clearly what had attacked them. A giant humanoid statue over 100 meters tall stood nearby, and Tonari had flown to its shoulder, looking down at them. The puppet stone statue before them was no ordinary foe. It could contend head-on with the Nine Tails. Even if its body was destroyed by the tailed beast ball, it could instantly regenerate. As long as Tonari had energy to sustain it, it could revive endlessly, making it exceedingly troublesome. "It's just a stone giant. My explosive tags can easily handle it." Tian let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the stone giant. Known as the Little Rich Girl of Konoha, Tian had stored hundreds of thousands of explosive tags in her scrolls. Her plan was to simply blow it up. Tian better leave this to Teacher Kai. "I'm afraid you can't handle it. As for the Otsutsuki member, he'll take care of him." Shaoli spoke up, not wanting Tian to take risks. His main purpose here was to gain experience. As for the current Neji, despite possessing both the Byakugan and the Shikatsumiaka bloodline limits, he was still too young. His strength had not yet reached the Kage level, and against such a massive monster, attacks below Kage level could not inflict any damage. This was precisely why Shaoli had invited Kai to come. After speaking, he stomped the ground, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, charging toward Tonari. "Good, finally something to do. My fists are itching for action," Kai said, brimming with excitement, ready for a grand battle. Along the way, he had only dealt with some puppets. He had yet to truly fight. And this colossal creature before him, comparable to a tailed beast, was a worthy opponent. Instantly, he opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates and charged toward the stone giant, unleashing a thunderous roar as the terrifying aura of battle filled the floating island. On the edge of the battlefield, Neji and Tian closely observed the fight between Kai and the stone giant. Although they had trained diligently, the gap between them and Teacher Kai and Shaoli had not narrowed, in fact it had only widened. Based on the information from the memory fragments, Neji knew that the Byakugan could evolve into the Tensigan, whose power was no less than the legendary Rinnegan. Once he achieved that, he would be able to keep pace with Shaoli and Kai. At that moment, Shaoli had already engaged Tonari in taijutsu combat. The Otsutsuki clan was far superior to the Hyuga clan in terms of physical arts, having reached the pinnacle of development. Both in speed and technique, they far surpassed the Hyuga. After only a brief exchange, the two were evenly matched. It was worth noting that Shaoli had further enhanced his foundational strength through the cultivation of the Sacred Heart technique. Even without activating forbidden techniques or Sage mode, his ordinary punches and kicks could already destroy a small mountain, with attack power rivaling that of a peak super cage level expert. The two fought at blinding speed, soon leaving the palace grounds and moving to a floating rock in the sky. "Earthling, you have angered me," Tonari roared in fury. After a brief skirmish, he realized that he could not overcome his opponent with taijutsu or curses alone, so he lured him here to unleash his ultimate technique. "There's no need for this. We only want you to do us a small favor. It's not worth such hostility," Shaoli said calmly. The prejudice of the Moon's Otsutsuki clan against Earthlings was deeply ingrained, and these few words were unlikely to convince him. Suddenly Shaoli noticed a giant purple eyeball appear behind Tonari. The sphere was covered with Otsutsuki patterns radiating a terrifying pressure with its purple light. Tensigen. The moment the Tensigen appeared, it erupted with immense energy fluctuations, instantly drawing Neji's attention. Though he was far from the battlefield between Shaoli and Tonari, his Byakugan allowed him to clearly see the enormous purple Tensigen. He vaguely felt the gaze of the Tensigen, an innate sense of hierarchical suppression. Neji's face lit up with fervent desire. If he could obtain the Tensigen, he would no longer be oppressed by his clan. That was the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, who just one glance made him feel suffocated. Once Tonari summoned the Tensigen, he knew the true battle was about to begin. Looks like it's getting serious. Shaoli's expression turned grave. A green chakra enveloped Tonari's body, and he floated in the air as if gravity had lost its hold on him. 9 gleaming True Seeker balls appeared around Tonari. Although Tonari had not yet awakened the Tensigen, he could temporarily enter the Tensigen chakra mode by relying on the giant Tensigen, pushing his power to the threshold of the 6 paths level. Shaoli immediately began absorbing natural energy, yellow patterns appearing at the corners of his eyes as he entered Sage mode. On the other side, Kai had already opened the 6th gate. Morning Peacock. Countless flame-like fists pounded into the giant stone statue, forcing it back step by step. When the barrage ceased, the statue's surface was riddled with holes and craters, utterly deformed by Kai's attack. Yet despite such a devastating assault, the stone statue remained expressionless. In an instant, vast amounts of fallen rock reattached to its surface, rapidly repairing the damage. Truly troublesome, Kai remarked. On Shaoli's side, both parties' auras had peaked. The next moment, Tonari spread his right hand, and 2 True Seeker balls appeared in his palm. They spun rapidly, transforming into a green light ring that shot toward Shaoli like a shockwave. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A massive tornado accompanied the shockwave, charging at Shaoli as if to tear a hole in the heavens and earth. This attack was beyond the defense of ordinary ninjutsu. If it struck the moon, the fragile ground would be blasted through instantly, creating a huge hole. Then Earth would be hit by a meteor shower. Shaoli did not want that to happen. Well done. Let me show you a new technique I've learned, Shaoli said coldly. He also spread his right hand, and a small lightning ball appeared at each fingertip, rapidly expanding. In the air, it transformed into a gleaming golden claw, dragging a long afterimage as it reached for the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Seeing Shaoli's golden claw, Tonari sneered and increased his chakra output. Courting death. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out, and the ground seemed to sink several meters. Massive rocks were blasted into the sky. When the dust cleared, Shaoli still stood firm on the ground. Impossible. Tonari finally lost his composure. He hadn't expected his opponent to easily block a fatal blow. Not his most powerful move, but still a full-powered Tensigen technique. Just any Konoha ninja possessed such strength. Otsutsuki. Tonari waved his hand again, and countless floating rocks in the air rained down like meteorites upon Shaoli. This was the effect of Tonari's gravity control. 10,000 blades pierced the clouds. Shaoli unleashed a large-scale technique from the Sacred Heart technique, amplified by Sage mode. Countless light swords appeared behind him, shooting toward the incoming rocks. Each rock was struck by several light swords, instantly shattering into dust. Although Otsutsuki Tonari's strength had reached the 6 paths level, far surpassing the earlier pain of the 6 paths, Shaoli's current power was also incomparable. With Sage mode's enhancement, his attack power was also at the 6 paths level, making their battle evenly matched. After several exchanges, the energy within the reincarnation I had been considerably depleted. After all the reincarnation I was not Tonari Otsutsuki's own, the expended energy could not be replenished through his own chakra. According to his estimation, he could only use this level of attack a dozen or so more times, but seeing Shaoli still composed and unhurried, the opponent could completely block all his assaults. Moreover, activating the giant reincarnation, I consumed a great deal of his physical strength, placing a tremendous burden on him. I must unleash my ultimate killing move. Then Tonari began to gather power, his bodily energy surging again with faint signs of instability. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A massive yellow energy sword instantly appeared in the sky, hurtling toward Shaoli as if it would annihilate the world. At this moment, Shaoli finally sensed the lethal threat. The power of this attack was 10 times that of the earlier Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion. By this point, Xiao Li had no choice but to activate the 8 gates of release on top of his Sage mode. Under these circumstances, unlocking the forbidden technique was dozens of times more difficult than before. Third gate, Gate of Life opened. The energy around Xiao Li surged once more, covering him like flames as silver and green energies intertwined and merged. In the blink of an eye, just as the yellow energy sword was about to strike Xiao Li, he unleashed his own most powerful blow at this moment. 5 Thunder Extinction Hand was launched again. The two forces collided in midair, erupting with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The powerful energy wave annihilated everything within its range. The sky, once filled with rocks, suddenly became much emptier. If this attack had landed on the moon, it would have split it in two. Both men panted heavily, and their auras had weakened considerably. The giant reincarnation eye behind Tonari Otsutsuki had even shrunk a size. I've played long enough, though I can't continue this way, Xiao Li thought to himself. His body transformed into countless particles, swiftly approaching Tonari like a beam of light. Even when Tonari used his gravitational pull, he could not stop Xiao Li from closing in. This was the ultimate technique of the Sacred Heart Art, the 7 Nun Extremity. Once unleashed, the body turned to particles, rendering all attacks ineffective. In the next moment, Tonari found himself enveloped by the particles, and then a massive amount of chakra began to drain away. Within just a minute, Tonari fell out of the reincarnation eye chakra mode, his body uncontrollably plummeting from the sky, while the reincarnation eye behind him dissolved into nothingness and vanished. It seemed he had returned to his original place. Xiao Li appeared at the spot where Tonari was falling, reached out, and caught him. On the other side, Kai, who had already opened the 7th gate, was about to launch an attack on the giant stone statue. Suddenly, the entire colossus began to petrify, took 2 steps, and then stopped moving. Kai immediately realized that Xiao Li had already resolved the battle. Shortly after, the 4 of them, Kai, Xiao Li, Tiantian, and Ning Xi, gathered again. Xiao Li, what do we do now? Ning Xi asked. Looking at the magnificent castle now reduced to ruins, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had come to the moon and ended up demolishing someone's home. But recalling that this guy had planned to destroy the earth, they felt a bit better. Xiao Li pointed at Tonari Otsutsuki lying at their feet. Let's wait until this guy wakes up. Then they found a relatively clean spot and laid Tonari down. Half an hour later, Tonari finally woke up. Sensing the 4 of them surrounding him, his face was filled with despair. What, you think we want to kill you? Xiao Li said with a smile. Isn't that the case? Tonari retorted. If we wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. We wouldn't wait for you to wake up. Tian said, as if looking at an idiot. Proud as he was, Tonari wouldn't give them a good face. He glared and said, then what do you want? Xiao Li didn't waste any more words. He pointed at Ning Xi beside him. Look at him. He's just a useless branch house member of the Hyuga clan. Tonari said without even raising his head, his arrogance indescribable. In his eyes, the Hyuga clan on Earth was completely unworthy of comparison with the Otsutsuki clan of the moon. They were all low-grade bloodlines. The only ones he deemed worthy of his attention were a few Hyuga. Hearing Tonari's merciless words, Ning Xi's face darkened. He had originally felt some special kinship with this person from the same lineage, but the guy's mouth was too foul. He really wanted to go over and beat him up. Don't underestimate Ning Xi. His talent is not low. If you weren't born into the moon branch, perhaps you wouldn't be as strong as him. Do you have any way to remove the caged bird seal on him? Xiao Li continued. Ning Xi's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Xiao Li to praise him so highly. But thinking of the battle between Xiao Li and Tonari, just now, he couldn't keep up at all. He couldn't help but sigh. The gap between them was like a chasm impossible to cross. No, the caged bird is the ultimate curse seal developed by the strongest curse seal master of the main Otsutsuki family in the past. It was created to prevent us from plundering the Byakugan. Tonari said bluntly. Although his own curse seal skills were considerable, he had not yet surpassed the ancestors. Besides, his expertise lay more in puppet techniques, and he had little understanding of curse seals related to the soul. Hearing this, Ning Xi's face instantly showed disappointment. Kai and Tian patted Ning Xi on the shoulder to comfort him. Is there really no way? Xiao Li refused to give up. He had invested a great deal of effort to come here and didn't want to return empty-handed. Unless... Tonari hesitated. Unless what? Ning Xi grabbed the weak Tonari as if grasping at a lifeline. Unless you can awaken the reincarnation eye. Awakening the reincarnation eye can elevate the soul, and with the reincarnation eye you can cleanse the curse seal from the soul. Tonari voiced his speculation. Then how do I awaken the reincarnation IA? Ningxi asked, his face flushed and his words rapid. Don't even think about it. To awaken the reincarnation you need a pure Byakugan and a massive amount of Otsutsuki chakra, and then rely on the giant reincarnation eye. As for the Otsutsuki chakra, I'm the only one in this world who has it. I will never give it to you thieves. Huh? Tonari laughed loudly. Ningxi felt dejected again. As long as it's Otsutsuki chakra, right? Look at this. Shaoli extended his palm, and a massive energy ball appeared in his hand, shining with dazzling light. Impossible! Tonari exclaimed. As soon as the energy ball appeared, he immediately sensed that it was the Otsutsuki chakra condensed from his own cultivation. During the battle, it had been absorbed by Shaoli. Logically, it should have been absorbed and converted by Shaoli. How could it be condensed again? This was the wonder of the Sacred Heart art. Not only did it possess illusion techniques, but it could also absorb alien chakra through the sea-nourishing Sacred Heart mantra and then transform it back. It was incredibly miraculous. The ball of energy in his hand was exactly the chakra that had been taken from Tonari. It seems that as long as this energy is channeled into Ningxi's body, it should work. This was basic operation for the Sacred Heart art. Kai Ningxi and Tian had long witnessed Shaoli's various miraculous abilities, so they were no longer surprised. Then Shaoli put the chakra away again. Come on, take us to the giant reincarnation eye. Shaoli nudged Tonari. Tonari knew that this floating island on the moon was only so large, even if he didn't lead them, they would find it soon. So he had no choice but to take them to the place where the giant reincarnation eye was stored. Once that guy awakens the reincarnation eye, he'll leave the moon, and he'll have some peace and quiet. Tonari Otsutsuki thought to himself. Otsutsuki Tonari led Rock Lee and the others to the depths of the floating island. It was a place resembling a temple. The hall was vast and solemn, with a statue of Otsutsuki Himura standing tall facing the entrance. At the center, on what looked like an altar, a giant yellow sphere was suspended, wrapped in numerous curse marks resembling a Dyson sphere. This place was also the core of the moon, through which the Tensigen could be used to propel the moon and crash it into the earth. Subsequently, Tonari detailed the method of awakening the Tensigen to Neji. Let's begin, Neji said sternly. Rock Lee nodded and slowly channeled Otsutsuki chakra into Neji's body. Instantly, Neji felt a chakra far superior to his own entering his body, surging uncontrollably within him. Since it was not his own chakra, the energy was completely beyond his control. If this continued, his body risked exploding. Neji dared not delay. He placed both hands on the giant Tensigen, and immediately the Otsutsuki chakra became as docile as a kitten ceasing its rampage within his body. Instead, it flowed in an orderly manner toward Neji's eyes. Neji could clearly sense his Byakugan's ocular power surging. An hour later, he felt his eyes' power break through a certain limit, and his body underwent a transformation. When he opened his eyes again, they were no longer the pale white of the Byakugan, but had transformed into a pair of brilliant blue irises. His hair turned from black to blue-white, and 9 Magatama slowly emerged on his chest. His body involuntarily floated, as if gravity had lost its hold on him. Then he felt his soul bound by a curse mark which extended 8 chains to envelop his entire soul. As time passed, Neji's soul expanded exponentially, straining the 8 chains tightly. This was the caged bird curse mark. Although he had been aware of its existence before, he had been unable to remove the chains formed by the curse. Now, however, crack! With a tremor in his soul, he could easily break the seal by exerting his soul's power. The caged bird curse mark that had plagued Neji for over a decade was instantly dispelled. The next moment, the giant Tensigen shattered as if it had exhausted its energy. But they were unaware that at the moment the Tensigen cracked, an unknown formation on the moon was triggered, sending a wave of energy into an indescribable void. Everyone was startled, but the disappearance of the giant Tensigen could be considered a resolution to the remnant will of Otsutsuki. Tonari was helpless, unable to fight back. Having awakened the Tensigen, Neji felt a profound sense of relief, greedily breathing the air, a sensation of unprecedented comfort. He clenched his fist, feeling that a single punch could easily bore a hole through the earth, harboring a sense of invincibility. Then Neji turned his gaze to Rock Lee, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Rock Lee, let's go outside and test my current strength. Great. Rock Lee smiled, genuinely happy for his comrade, who had finally succeeded in awakening the Tensigen. In a flash, Neji floated outside the floating island. Rock Lee spread his wings and flew to the opposite side. The next moment, they erupted into a fierce battle. The fight lasted only half an hour. It was not a life-or-death struggle, but merely a way to help Neji adapt to his surging power. According to Rock Lee's estimation, Neji had now reached the level of a Super Kage, and if he fought without regard for stamina, his attack power could approach the Six Paths level. Tintin felt a bit envious. She was the only one in Team Guy who was falling behind, still at the level of a special Jonin. Before leaving, Neji informed Tonari about the remnant, Soul hoping he would heed the warning and not attempt to destroy the earth. Whether he listened or not remained unknown. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye at Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Today was the day Itachi would regain his sight. Orochimaru arrived punctually at the secret laboratory. Itachi-san, the bandages on your eyes have been removed. You can now open your eyes and try to channel chakra to them, Orochimaru said. After a few minutes of adjustment, Itachi's eyes adapted to the light and felt no discomfort. Then Itachi slowly gathered chakra into his eyes. The next moment, a pair of Freedomo Sharingan appeared on his face. But that was not all. He increased his chakra output, and the 3 Tomo in his eyes began to spin, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru watched with a smile, staring at Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. How do you feel? Any discomfort? He was eager to know if this method could cure the bloodline disease caused by overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi did not speak. He aimed at a nearby table and unleashed Amaterasu. Boom. In an instant, the table was engulfed in black flames and reduced to ashes. Itachi extinguished the Amaterasu, feeling as if he had returned to his peak. A rare smile appeared on his face. Excellent. I can't feel any harm to my body from using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hashirama cells are truly remarkable. I owe you this time. He'll remember it. Orochimaru became excited upon hearing this, as if he had discovered a new continent. Itachi-san, congratulations. Suddenly, Itachi's expression turned fierce. His Sharingan pulsed again, and dozens of culture vessels in the room burst into Amaterasu flames. In an instant, the clones that Orochimaru had spent so much time and effort cultivating were destroyed by Itachi. Itachi knew his own abilities well. If Orochimaru gained control of so many of his clones, it would pose a great threat to Konoha and the entire ninja world. Orochimaru, I don't want to see any more clones of me. You know the consequences, Itachi said in a low voice. Seeing Itachi's firm stance, Orochimaru knew this was a line not to be crossed. If he persisted, he would face dire consequences. He replied lazily, You brothers are really something. I'll do as you say, Itachi-san. By the way, where are my Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi asked. Orochimaru sighed. Right here. Reluctantly, he took out a container from a nearby cabinet, which held a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi reached out and sensed the eyes. They were indeed his. Then he used a sealing technique to seal the eyes into a scroll. Although he himself no longer needed them, they were meant for Sasuke, and he did not want Orochimaru to get his hands on them. Only by keeping them with himself did Itachi feel at ease. I think Sasuke might need them. Why not leave them with me? Orochimaru said with a greedy smile. Through this operation, he had learned that the evolution of the Sharingan could be achieved by swapping eyes. Itachi glanced at Orochimaru and said flatly, I don't trust you. Seeing Itachi's response, Orochimaru did not persist. This time Pain had summoned everyone for a meeting. Itachi sensed that something major was about to happen. He had long wanted to investigate the masked man's true identity, but the masked man always appeared for very short periods, and with his Kimui ability, Itachi could not track him. Thus, Itachi had never been able to confirm Rock Lee's claim that the masked man was Obito. At another secret base of Dashawan, many ferocious individuals were imprisoned. These were all heinous criminals whose sole purpose in coming here was to obtain the curse mark bestowed by Dashuan. To become powerful, even if it meant turning into a monster, they were willing to pay any price. At this moment, Zhuozhu was sparring with a humanoid monster that was half human and half toad, its body covered in black curse mark runes. Venom occasionally dripped from its mouth, making it extremely terrifying. After over 2 years of training, Zhuozhu's strength had made a leap forward. He had also learned many techniques from Dashawan, including Dashuan's signature move, and his power was now approaching the Kage level. Don't you have any other tricks? Show them all. Zhuozhu held Itachi in his hand, striking an extremely arrogant pose. Don't look down on me. The humanoid monster spoke in a slurred voice, then charged at Zhuozhu in a bizarre posture. Though the stance was odd, its speed was not slow. It seems you have no other abilities. Then I'll send you on your way, Zhuozhu said coldly. In an instant, a crisp chirping sound rang out. The tachi in Zhuozhu's hand was already covered with Leiduan thousand birds. Stimulated by the lightning release Zuozu's speed soared, and he slashed down at the charging toad-like monster. The humanoid monster was in midair, unable to make any extra moves. Its body split directly in two. Worthless. Zuozu sheathed his tachi and turned away. Soon several researchers in white robes walked out, dragged away the corpse, and cleaned the scene. Zuozukin, your strength is growing day by day. A cheerful laugh came from behind, and Do, dressed in a white robe, approached with small steps. Do, are you interested in a fight with me? The useless ones here are no longer worthy of sparring with me. Zuozu said in an extremely arrogant tone, completely disregarding Do. How could my strength be a match for Zuozukin? I prefer doing research. Do said with a smile. Do was the shadow hidden behind Dashuan, rarely making a move. Even if he now possessed strength not inferior to Zuozu, he would not easily reveal it. Low-key was his hallmark. Forget it then. When will Dashuan return? Zuozu said indifferently. In his heart, only Dashuan was now worthy of fighting him. None of Dashuan's subordinates were capable of a real battle. Before Do could answer, a cold voice rang out. I didn't expect Zuozukin to miss me so much. The newcomer wore a long white robe with long black hair draped over his shoulders, golden elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow, pale skin, and a pair of emerald earrings. It was none other than Dashuan. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dashuan. Zuozu said with a fighting spirit, his tachi already creaking in his grip, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Zuozukin, you're so full of energy, Dashuan said mockingly. Although he longed to take Zuozu's body, this was not a suitable time. You have no choice. Watch the blade. Zuozu's body vanished before Dashuan's eyes reappearing behind him. A lightning-wreathed tachi instantly pierced through Dashuan's body. So impatient he. Though Dashuan was impaled through the chest, his head twisted eerily to face Zuozu, a smile on his face. The next moment, Dashuan's body transformed into countless small snakes that burrowed into the earth. Flashy tricks. Where do you think you're running? Zuozu was not surprised by Dashuan's disappearance. After years of training with him, he was extremely familiar with this technique, and immediately sensed where Dashuan would land. Zuozukin, wait. I have a piece of information that will greatly interest you. Dashuan had barely reappeared before speaking. What information? Zuozu frowned and asked. The one you've been longing for. Day and night you has appeared in the land of Tian. Dashuan said with a sly smile. What? The moment Zuozu heard the name Yu, his composed expression instantly changed. Every time he heard Yu, he recalled the past, the tragic deaths of his parents, and the shadows of his childhood surged into his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, where? Dashuan said, so impatient. If you want to track you, you'll need this little fellow. The next moment, a small white snake slithered out from Dashuan's sleeve. Zuozu took the small snake and with a flash dashed out of the base. At the border of the land of Tian, two figures in black cloaks with red clouds walked slowly. They were Yu and Hoshigaki Goeijiao, who had just left Dashuan's secret base. Yizun, what do you think the leader called us back for? Hoshigaki Goeijiao asked as they walked. Whatever it is, we just follow orders. Yu said calmly. Suddenly both turned to look behind them. A figure was approaching at tremendous speed. The moment they turned, the newcomer unleashed a lightning release technique aimed at them. The two dodged instantly, and Zuozu glared fiercely at Yu. Yizun, it seems he's looking for you. Hoshigaki Goeijiao said to Yu. You didn't respond. He stepped forward and said, my foolish little brother, you still came to find me. You should have trained for a few more years. Zuozu's eyes turned red, and he instantly activated his Xiaolunyan. Uchiha, you today, I will make you pay for the mistakes of the past. Make me pay. Do you think your eyes, your hatred, are enough? As he spoke, a fierce aura radiated from his body. Killing you is enough, Zuozu said arrogantly. Then, Yu vanished in an instant. The next second he appeared behind Zuozu and whispered, prove it to me. In response to Yu's provocation, Zuozu struck back immediately, and they exchanged blows. Then they both drew their weapons and engaged in close-quarters combat. Zuozu's taijutsu skills, honed under Dashuan's training, had reached a high level. His small tachi clashed fiercely with the kunai in Yu's hand. But Yu was different. Although his taijutsu had not improved much over the years due to his Mangekyo Sharingan, dealing with Zuozu, who had just reached a high level of taijutsu, was still effortless. Seizing a gap in Zuozu's defense, Yu kicked him flying. Zuozu retreated with the momentum quickly forming hand seals. Thousand Birds Current. Blue lightning arced across his right hand, emitting the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Facing Zuozu's Thousand Birds technique, Yu made no extra moves. He simply waited for Zuozu's attack as if everything was under his control. Suiju naturally noticed the confident expression on Yu's face, which he took as a sign of being underestimated. He slammed the 1,000 birds in his hand into the ground. Blue lightning shot directly from the ground toward you. You leaped into the air to dodge Zuozu's attack, but Suiju had anticipated the move. He jumped up first, and before you could react, pierced his sword through Yu's heart. Seeing his strike land, Zuozu's face showed a rare hint of a smile. Blood gushed from Yu's mouth, but he showed no sign of pain. He simply said calmly, "Not bad. You really have grown stronger." "Itachi, do you regret not killing me from the start?" Sasuke asked coldly. Impaled through the body, Itachi did not reply, merely revealing a sinister smile. The next moment, Itachi, whose body had been pierced by Sasuke, burst apart, dissolving into countless crows that scattered away. Sasuke turned his head to look at the spot where Itachi had stood earlier. Somehow Itachi had already returned to his original position, his body free of any wound, his face calm and composed with a mocking gleam in his eyes. Sasuke showed no surprise, as if recalling something, and said indifferently, "A boring trick. Is this the famed illusion technique of the ninja world?" Before he could finish, Sasuke's figure appeared behind Itachi, without warning, thrusting a short sword that pierced Itachi's body once more. Itachi wore an expression of astonishment, staring in disbelief at Sasuke, who was not far ahead, and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" In that instant, the surface of the Sasuke in front rapidly melted, transforming into several intertwined white serpents. Illusion. Just as Itachi had deceived Sasuke with an illusion, Sasuke now used the same trick to fool Itachi. "Do you feel the pain?" Sasuke, standing behind Itachi, twisted the short sword while asking with a ferocious expression, deliberately avoiding the vital points. "You want to make me endure more suffering?" Severely wounded, Itachi remained calm and said softly, "I have a question for you. I remember you once said that if I could awaken the Sharingan, then 3 people would be able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I would have a reason to live. Who is the third person?" Sasuke asked. "Why do you want to know such a thing?" Itachi countered. "I recall you mentioned a clan member before, one you didn't kill. That person also participated in the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. After I kill you, that person will be my next target." For Sasuke, revenge was the sole driving force of his life, and all who took part in the Uchiha massacre would be his prey. "You are truly arrogant. That person is a very mysterious individual. I once believed he was Uchiha Madara, but after investigating, I found my previous information was wrong." Itachi said ambiguously. "What a waste. All useless information. Die." Sasuke, unwilling to listen further, summoned the Chidori, once more shaping it into a spear and hurling it behind him. In the direction of the Chidori's attack, there stood another perfectly unharmed Itachi, who merely tilted his head slightly to evade the fierce strike. It turned out that their battle had been entirely an illusion duel, until Sasuke's Chidori broke Itachi's movement, ending the Jinjutsu. "Drop your illusion tricks. My Sharingan can easily see through them now," Sasuke said arrogantly. "You talk big. I told you before, only when you possess eyes like mine are you qualified to stand before. It seems you didn't kill your most precious person. Coming to me with such naive thoughts. How ridiculous." Itachi's eyes held a hint of disappointment as he spoke contemptuously. "Then use your Mangekyo Sharingan to kill me." "I want to test my own capacity," Sasuke replied, determined to slay Itachi. "The Mangekyo Sharingan is special. From the moment it awakens, it is destined to descend into the abyss of darkness. The more you use it, the more your body suffers, and eventually you will lose your sight. The only solution is to seize the eyes of a close relative and replace them. So I will take those eyes of yours." Itachi rambled on about the drawbacks of the Mangekyo, but in truth, he was guiding Sasuke. "Huh. If you want to kill me, come on." Sasuke laughed madly, filled with rage. The next moment, he launched a flurry of shuriken at Itachi. With his Sharingan's perception, Itachi countered with the same shuriken technique, filling the space between them with countless shuriken that clashed, sending sparks flying. As Sasuke prepared for his next move, he was instantly trapped in Itachi's Tsukuyomi realm. There, Sasuke was no match for Itachi, and was soon struck down. Just as Itachi was about to gouge out Sasuke's eyes, Sasuke reacted, using the power of the curse mark to break free from Tsukuyomi. Although exhausted after escaping Tsukuyomi, Sasuke's momentum remained undiminished, while Itachi's Sharingan suffered reflected damage. "How is this possible? You actually broke my Tsukuyomi," Itachi said in disbelief, touching his swollen eyes. Seeing Itachi's discomfort, Sasuke declared proudly, "I told you, no matter how you use those eyes, my hatred surpasses yours. That remains to be seen." With that, they engaged in a fierce battle once more, but this time it was different. Previously they had competed in illusions, now after Sasuke broke Tsukuyomi, it was a real ninjutsu clash. Shuriken and fire release techniques demonstrated their formidable power between the two. Though it seemed like a duel, it was more like a lesson. Itachi was half a beat slower, and that half beat put him at a disadvantage. Then Itachi revealed another special ability of the Mangekyo, Sharingan Amaterasu. The moment Amaterasu appeared, it consumed Sasuke's fire release technique entirely. As it was about to strike Sasuke, the black flames vanished. Amaterasu targets the object in sight, and when the fire was consumed, it disappeared. Next, to make Sasuke fully grasp the power of Amaterasu, Itachi used it endlessly on the running Sasuke. This performative attack went unnoticed by Sasuke. Finally, Amaterasu caught up with Sasuke, igniting the massive hand formed by the curse mark. Sasuke was undaunted. He closed in rapidly, and just before reaching Itachi, used the Orochimaru's substitution technique to evade the flames attacking with his sword. Itachi, having used Amaterasu extensively, seemed sluggish. Though he tried to dodge, Sasuke's short sword grazed his right arm, tearing a hole in his clothes. After the recent exchange, both had expended enormous chakra and now knelt weakly on the ground. Suddenly Sasuke smiled. "This will be my final jutsu. Don't bluff. You barely have enough chakra to launch an attack." Itachi could clearly see Sasuke's chakra reserves through his Sharingan. At that moment the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a fine drizzle pattered down upon the earth. From the heights above, intermittent rumbles echoed, as if the thunder god himself was roaring. Sasuke glared at Itachi, his expression nearly manic. With a fierce leap, he soared into the sky, his hands forming seals rapidly, as blue lightning ninjutsu coalesced in his palm. The moment Sasuke's lightning ninjutsu took shape, it connected with the lightning in the sky. Countless bolts shot down from the clouds, swiftly infusing the orb of lightning in his hand. The overwhelming power of the lightning briefly suspended Sasuke in midair, as if he were the master of thunder. He gazed down at Itachi with cold, hate-filled eyes burning with fury. He hissed, "This descending thunder technique is what I prepared for you, Itachi." As Sasuke's words fell, a thunderous crash erupted. After a brief accumulation of power, the orb in his hand underwent a cataclysmic transformation. 100-meter lightning Kirin materialized in the sky, its ferocious head hanging high overlooking the world. The lightning Kirin radiated an immense aura, as if it could annihilate the entire world. Itachi sighed inwardly. "Brother, you are still so naive." For Itachi, who had returned to his peak condition, this shrank ninjutsu that Sasuke had prepared for so long could be countered in countless ways. Yet to play along with Sasuke's performance, he had to feign great difficulty. His body appeared weak, blood tears streaming from his eyes, making him look utterly terrifying. He whispered, "Sasuke has truly grown, but now I will show you the ultimate technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo." Instantly, a massive red skeletal framework materialized around Itachi's body. Its formidable presence clashed with the lightning Kirin above, each vying for dominance. The red skeleton emanated a powerful chakra fluctuation like a demon from the abyss. Its appearance cast an oppressive gloom over the entire battlefield. How is this possible? For the first time, Sasuke showed an expression of disbelief. He had never imagined that the Mangekyo Sharingan could summon such a colossal form. Still a child in the face of such power, his heart sank with despair. "This is the jutsu I painstakingly created. Am I to fail? No, I refuse to accept it. This must be an illusion, yes, an illusion. Disappear." The lightning Kirin immediately surged into motion, carrying a terrifying pressure as it slammed into the skeletal phantom below. They collided with a continuous, thunderous roar. The Kirin exploded, turning the dim sky into a blinding white, for an instant the sustained blast rippling across the skeleton's exterior. The relentless explosions reduced the ground around the skeletal phantom to rubble. Even Kisame Hashigaki, who had been observing from afar, was caught in the blast and forced to retreat further. When the lightning subsided, the once clear skeletal phantom became frail and lost its former imposing shape. To maintain the illusion of a stalemate, Itachi deliberately dispelled Susanoo. With Susanoo's dissipation, Itachi's lesson on the Mangekyo was nearly complete. What remained was a test of acting skills. Itachi walked forward with heavy steps, blood tears streaming down his face, and said greedily, "Sasuke, you're out of chakra, aren't you? Now those eyes of yours are mine." Only then did Sasuke show panic. This time, without Orochimaru's possession or the eight-headed serpent, he was reduced to a helpless lamb. Just as Itachi's hand was about to reach Sasuke's eyes, his body began to tremble, as if he were on the verge of death. Sasuke seized the opportunity. With the last of his strength, he drove his short sword through Itachi's chest, feeling the solid impact. He knew this was no illusion. It was real. You did it. Heh. Itachi smiled, blood spilling from his lips. In his eyes there was no greed, only deep affection. Such a wound would leave most without a chance of survival. Why? What? When he finally killed Itachi, Sasuke felt no elation of revenge. Instead, a profound unease gripped him. The agony of slaying his own flesh and blood haunted his mind. Suddenly his three-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. In an instant it transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he recalled the joyful moments of childhood. Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, fulfilling Itachi's wish. Relieved, Itachi allowed a faint, imperceptible smile to cross his lips. He knew that Sasuke now had the foundation to become a powerful warrior. Next, Itachi would deliver the final blow to shatter his brother's naivety and guide him toward maturity. Suddenly, the severely weakened Itachi flashed backward. The wound on his chest healed rapidly, mending in an instant. This was the power of Hashirama's cells, granting Itachi swift recovery. The earlier performance, though terrifying, had not struck a vital point. His sole purpose was to awaken Sasuke's eyes. Once Sasuke unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, his goal was achieved. Now he intended to create another enemy for the Akatsuki, hoping Sasuke would return to Konoha. "You foolish little brother, still crying like a child," Itachi taunted. "Uchiha Itachi, you tricked me," Sasuke roared in fury. "I'm done playing with you. If you want revenge, come find the Akatsuki." Itachi turned and retreated swiftly, rejoining Kisame Hashigaki. "Akatsuki. He'll remember." "Itachi, you wait." Exhausted and unable to pursue, Sasuke could only shout. Humbled by Itachi, Sasuke now harbored only one thought: to repay the pain Itachi had inflicted upon him twofold. After Itachi left, Orochimaru appeared. He had been watching from the shadows all along, but dared not intervene. The battle's intensity was too great even for him, especially with his hands still sealed, fully aware that Itachi had not yet unleashed his true power. Seeing the dejected Sasuke, Orochimaru grinned. "What's scared?" "Scared? Impossible. I'm exhilarated." Coming to his senses, Sasuke realized he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his newfound power, his confidence swelled again. Given time to adapt, he believed he would not be toyed with by Itachi again. The secret base of the Akatsuki lay hidden within a cavernous subterranean grotto, now transformed into a palatial hall. The colossal husk of the Ten Tails stood like a towering stone statue at the center of the palace, exuding an aura of dread. Its hands were raised before its chest, as if awaiting a ritual. When not stirred by the Rinnegan, it slumbered like a dormant beast, waiting silently for the moment of awakening. Today was the Akatsuki assembly, and all members were returning from various lands. Kakuzu grumbled impatiently, "I wonder what the leader wants. There are bounties I need to collect." Recently he had set his sights on the Land of Fire's guardian shinobi 12, the monk Chiriku, a prize worth 30 million ryo. But before he could act, pain summoned him back. Haiden, perched on the Ten-Tail's shoulder with an oversized scythe strapped to his back, retorted, "Old man, do you still have the nerve to complain? That perfect sacrifice for the Jashin ritual you ruined with one blow. I got chewed out by Lord Jashin. Keep this up, and I'll ask for a new partner." Kakuzu frowned, his voice cold. "Seems you've been living too comfortably. Want to lose your head?" Haiden sprang up, instantly adopting a sycophantic tone. "Oh, Kakuzu-sama, how can you say that? I just wanted to perform a proper ceremony." He didn't want to be disciplined by Kakuzu again. Several times before, Kakuzu, annoyed by his chatter, had used a secret technique to sever his head, leaving him immobile for a month. Though he was immortal, having his head repeatedly removed was far from pleasant. "How about joining me? I've been thinking of swapping partners too." Sasori, concealed within the Hiriko puppet, called out. Hearing this, the bored Deidara complained, "Sasori-san, we agreed to pursue art together. Why do you want to abandon me now? Our philosophies differ." "You cannot comprehend my art," Sasori said with undisguised disdain. "Art is an explosion. Sasori-san, why can't you understand?" Deidara stomped in frustration. Sasori ignored Deidara, turning his gaze to Kisame Hashigaki, whose face resembled a shark. "Little shark, why are you late this time?" "Not too bad. Itachi-san and I traveled day and night to get back," Kisame replied with a sly grin, his small eyes darting. Suddenly the black and white Zetsu emerged from the ground, his voice sinister. "Allow me to remind you all, the leader is about to arrive." The next moment, the vertical eye atop the Tin-Tail's head flashed with eerie light, and two figures appeared on its crown, the Deva Path Pain and Conan. The arrival of the Deva Path cast a solemn atmosphere over the hall, as if the entire chamber fell silent. His figure was tall and imposing, embodying the authority and mission of the Akatsuki. The members all greeted him in unison, gazing at Pain with respect and fear. Beside him, Conan stood out starkly, her face expressionless like a poker card. "First, I thank all members for coming." Pain's voice was steady and resonant like a deep lake. "The situation grows more dire. The great nations have extended their reach. To prevent them from uncovering our plans prematurely, I have decided to commence the operation ahead of schedule. Finally it begins. My blade thirsts for blood. It is time to let the decadent villages know the terror of being shrouded in darkness. Leader, we are ready, awaiting your command." Haiden's voice was cold, revealing his craving for blood. Without further ado, the Deva Path Pain began assigning the individual tailed beast capture missions. After the assignments, the members departed one by one. In Konohagakure, Naruto, Rock Lee, and Neji were eating ramen at Tuchi's shop. The three bore visible bruises, suggesting they had just come from a battle. Ever since learning Sage Mode, Naruto had grown insufferably arrogant, thinking he could settle scores with his former Konoha comrades. He first challenged Lee and Neji, and ended up regretting it. Neither Neji nor Lee were opponents that Naruto, fresh out of Sage Mode training, could defeat. They took turns thrashing him soundly. Slightly wounded in spirit, Naruto could only vent his sorrow into ramen, slurping down bowl after bowl. After 2 bowls, he was back to his lively self. "I'm full. This time I lost fair and square, but my ninja way is to never give up. Next time I'll beat you both. I'm going for more training," Naruto said haughtily. "Oh, at our level, who still needs guidance?" Neji asked, puzzled. "That's a secret." Naruto grinned mysteriously. Beside him, Lee seemed to ponder. "It seems Lady Tsunade has already negotiated with the Reikage of Kimogakure. I wonder what price she paid to get Jiraiya to take Naruto to learn tailed beast control from the 8 tails. The Akatsuki hasn't started capturing tailed beasts yet, and the alliance of the 5 great nations hasn't formed. Then congratulations. I look forward to our next meeting," Lee said with a smile. The day after the Akatsuki meeting in Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, Sasori and Deidara easily infiltrated the village. Sasori was intimately familiar with the place he grew up, and with their combined strength, the Suna guards barely lasted a few exchanges before being taken out. They left only one trembling shinobi alive. The reason they didn't kill him was that he was a pawn Sasori had planted before leaving Sunagakure, easily controllable. After all, their purpose in attacking Suna was to capture the One Tail. To find it quickly, they needed someone from the village. "Hurry up, Sasori," and Deidara said impatiently. Coming, Sasori replied flatly, instantly, using a jutsu to control the surviving Suna ninja. In an instant, the shinobi's eyes turned vacant, his will gone. He now belonged to Sasori, who became his master to be obeyed without question. "Who is the current One-Tailed Jinchuriki? Where is he now?" Sasori asked the now puppet shinobi. "The current One-Tailed Jinchuriki is Gaara of the Sand. He is the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. He should be in the Kazekage building now." The puppet shinobi answered mechanically. "The Kazekage building, huh? Got it. Now watch me perform," Deidara said with a grin, ready to act on the intel. "Do you need my help?" Sasori asked in a low voice. Deidara looked at the village nestled between mountains, though surrounded by barren desert. Its architecture was remarkably artistic. He laughed. "No need. This place is perfect for displaying my art. Hope you don't keep me waiting too long," Sasori said coldly. Since Gaara became the Kazekage, he had matured considerably and come to understand the weight of his responsibilities. He now had to face the problems that every Kazekage of Sunagakure had encountered: shortage of funds, uneven quality among the new generation of shinobi, increasing difficulty in talent cultivation, and the widening gap between Sunagakure and the villages of Konoha and Kimogakure. At that moment, he was reviewing intelligence from Konoha. Tsunade had sent him a message warning that an organization called Akatsuki had appeared in the Land of Rain, and their goal was to capture the tailed beasts. He should be cautious. Gaara was not concerned. His strength had grown significantly over the past 2 years. The reason he became Kazekage was not because his father was the 4th Kazekage, but because his power was now the strongest in the village, surpassing even his master Baki, and had reached the Kage level. Moreover, as a Jinchuriki, Gaara felt that he stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Just then, Gaara spotted a giant white bird soaring in the sky above Sunagakure. It was conspicuously out of place against the desert backdrop, where only black or gray eagles appeared, Such a pure white bird was clearly abnormal. Sure enough, moments later Gaara noticed several white spiders descending from the giant bird and attaching themselves to the guard ninjas below. Though small, they did not escape his observation. Unable to immediately identify these white creatures, Gaara decided to observe what trick his opponent. These guards lack alertness. A spider has climbed onto their backs without notice. I should train them more rigorously later, Gaara thought. In the instant of his contemplation, the white spiders detonated, killing the unfortunate guards. Then from the white giant bird, a ninja wearing peculiar attire leaped down. It was Deidara, who muttered to himself with a smug expression, "The security of Sunigakure is so lax, I got in this easily." Humph. The next moment, a volley of sand like sharp arrows shot toward him. Although arrogant, Deidara was not without caution. He swiftly dodged the sand arrows and looked up to see a young man carrying a gourd staring at him with an unwavering calm. "Sandstorm, Gaara." Deidara grinned. "What a stroke of luck. I was just looking for you, and you deliver yourself to me." Gaara remained expressionless, merely waving his hands in the air as if controlling something. Suddenly, multiple sand arrows launched from all directions toward Deidara. Forced to evade, he leaped back onto his white bird and sped out of the village. Gaara pursued him closely, following Deidara beyond the village perimeter. Deidara remained on his giant white bird, descending only to gauge the situation. He knew that on the ground Gaara held the advantage, easily manipulating sand for combat. In the air, however, Gaara would need to expend more chakra to control the sand. Seeing that Deidara had stopped fleeing and was facing him, Gaara declared arrogantly, "This is as far as you go." "Do you think so?" Deidara replied with a sly smile. Deidara wore a cunning grin. It was not until Gaara chased Deidara into the sky above the outskirts that the other ninjas of Sunigakure reacted, began investigating the attack on the guards, and gradually noticed Deidara confronting Gaara in the air. With the battle taking place in the sky, the ordinary Sunigakure ninjas could offer no support. They could only place their hopes in their newly appointed 5th Kazekage to defeat the enemy. The confrontation did not last long before Gaara launched his attack. Countless grains of sand split into over a dozen streams that shot from the ground into the sky, instantly forming a massive claw. The claw lashed out like a whip toward Deidara. "What?" Deidara was taken aback by the fearsome 100-meter-long sand beast. Not being a Jinchuriki, he couldn't help but admire Gaara's effortless manipulation of such a vast quantity of sand. Though the claw was powerful, it lacked agility. With the help of his white bird, Deidara easily evaded it. While flying, he continued his hand movements. With a flick of his palms, 6 small white birds appeared in his hands, which he then threw down toward Gaara. These were his ninjutsu, small birds made from explosive clay, just like the giant white bird beneath him and the spiders that had attacked the guards earlier. All were forms created from the clay. Gaara instantly sensed the danger and tightened his defenses. The next moment, the 6 small explosive clay birds detonated around him, destroying the massive sand claw and scattering it into dust. The ninjas of Sunigakure watched nervously, fearing that Gaara had fallen victim to the enemy's tech. As the smoke cleared, a spherical shell of sand appeared where Gaara had been, his famous absolute defense, with only his third eye left outside to observe. Deidara, though experienced, had never encountered such a technique and was momentarily at a loss. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. Before he could react, he was enveloped in sand. Gaara's technique, sand prison. Trapped, Deidara reacted quickly, using explosive clay to blast open the sand prison, and Gaara did not let him flee easily. Several giant claws extended from his body, reaching for Deidara. Despite his best efforts to fly away, Deidara was caught by a claw and dragged toward Gaara. By now, Gaara had partially transformed into the tailed beast. Deidara, seeing the beast so close, broke out in a cold sweat. If he were brought to the tailed beast's mouth, even with his immense abilities, escape would be impossible. Just as he was about to be drawn into Gaara's one-tailed form, Deidara quickly used a clay clone to escape, while the clone was devoured by Gaara. At this point, Deidara regarded Gaara as a worthy opponent. He realized that to defeat Gaara, he would need to target his weakness, the countless ninjas of Sunigakure below. The ninjas below, unaware of their danger, had clustered together, providing him with the perfect opportunity. "Now let me show you my C3 bomb," Deidara chuckled. A small doll-like white clay figure formed before him. Deidara quickly performed hand seals, pouring high-quality chakra into the doll. Then the doll instantly expanded into a giant puppet, plummeting toward the ground like a meteor. The giant puppet had not yet landed when it erupted with a terrifying aura. Then with a loud boom, it exploded above the hidden sand village, emitting a blinding white light and a terrifying shockwave rushed toward the ground. At that moment, the gathered sand ninjas felt the breath of death as they gazed at the terrifying bomb. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The entire sky was torn apart, revealing a massive black hole from which an endless pressure emanated like a ferocious beast about to devour the whole world. However, at this thrilling moment, countless grains of sand suddenly surged from the ground of the hidden sand village, converging like a torrent and swiftly forming a gigantic shield. The shield blotted out the sky and covered the sun like a towering mountain, blocking the bomb's impact. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Only the shield made of sand floated slowly in the air, radiating an endless pressure, as if proclaiming its indestructibility to the world. After the white light faded, the sand ninjas were astonished to find that they had not felt any pain. They looked up and saw the enormous shield still floating quietly above their heads, emitting a soft glow as if protecting each of them. Under the protection of this shield, the hidden sand village remained unscathed, as if surviving a nightmare. At that moment, the people of the village were filled with gratitude and awe. They understood that this shield was their savior, their faith and hope. "What is this?" Numerous sand ninjas exclaimed in shock and bewilderment. "Lord Kazekage." Many sand ninjas gained a new understanding of the new Kazekage. Only the 5th Kazekage in the current village possessed such power. At this moment, Gaara's condition was not good. The massive sand shield defense technique had consumed a great deal of his chakra, and even his protective sand shield had weakened considerably. Deidara, who was nearby, was once again startled by Gaara's powerful defensive technique, but seeing his opponent's exhausted body, he revealed a triumphant smile and chuckled, "Explosion." Unbeknownst to Gaara, a white bird had once again appeared beside him, and with Deidara's activation, it exploded once more. Gaara had no choice but to once again use the absolute defense of his sand shield to narrowly evade the clay bomb attack. Just as he thought he was safe, to his surprise, tiny clay bombs emerged from within the sand shield, mixed in with the sand. It turned out that earlier, when Deidara was trapped by Gaara's sand coffin to escape, one of his palms was devoured by Gaara's sand. However, that palm did not stop its subtle movements. It continued to produce explosive clay bombs. Boom! A series of continuous explosions erupted within the sand shield. Then Gaara's prized sand shield was shattered by these small bombs, and even the sand armor covering his body was broken apart. The sand ninjas below immediately fired crossbows and arrows wildly at Deidara. Even though the rain of arrows contained explosive tags, the distance was too great, rendering the effect negligible. The recent close-range explosion had severely injured Gaara's body. His already depleted body was now gravely wounded. The only reason he hadn't fainted was that the sea of sand he had used to protect the village earlier had now become a threat to the sand ninjas. The responsibility of the Kazekage kept his last shred of consciousness intact. As he drove the sea of sand outside the village, Gaara could no longer hold on. He fainted, and his body uncontrollably fell from the sky. Seeing this, Deidara revealed a satisfied smile and commanded the giant white bird beneath him to easily capture the unconscious Gaara. The giant white bird flapped its wings a few times and vanished into the sky above the hidden sand village in an instant. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Mist, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Waterfall villages were also attacked by mysterious figures and lost without a trace. In a short time, the ninja world situation became increasingly tense. In the Hokage's office of the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade angrily slammed the intelligence reports from the various villages onto the table. "I told them to be wary of the Akatsuki organization, yet they still got captured. And now they come to me for help." It turned out that after Gaara was captured, the Hidden Sand Village fell into a state of fear for its own safety. Out of necessity, even the long-unseen Shio and Ebizo, that pair of siblings, came out to organize the situation. After all, Gaara was the successor that the sand had painstakingly cultivated. Now that he was taken by the Akatsuki, how could they resign themselves to that? On one hand, they sought aid from the Leaf. On the other, they arranged personnel to continue tracking Gaara. However, the lack of high-level combat power kept them from acting for the time being. "Then, Lady Tsunade, how should we reply to them?" Shizune, who was holding documents, asked. Tsunade wanted to refuse, but given the seriousness of the situation, and since the Akatsuki was not just the Sand's problem, but concerned the entire ninja world, despite her dissatisfaction, she decided to agree to their request for aid. She said, "Which jonin in the village currently have no missions assigned?" Shizune flipped through the documents and said, "Kakashi, Might Guy, Rock Lee, Neji, and others currently have no missions." Tsunade slammed the table and said seriously, "Immediately notify Might Guy to lead Rock Lee, Neji, Tenten, and Sakura Haruno to support the Sand Ninjas. Tsunade knew the strength of the current team guy. Sending them was already a generous gesture, and this mission was also a good opportunity to showcase their power. After receiving the notice, Might Guy immediately gathered Lee, Neji, Tenten, and Sakura and set off for the Wind Country. As they entered the hidden sand village, sand ninjas immediately surrounded them, led by none other than Chio and Ebizo. Since Kakashi was not part of the team this time, no unpleasant incidents occurred. Chio led the Leaf team to a quiet room in the village where Kankuro was lying. After Gaara was captured, Kankuro had been tracking him and eventually encountered the sand renegade ninja Sasori. In just a few exchanges, his proud puppet technique was completely overwhelmed by Sasori, and he was poisoned by the deadly toxin in Sasori's puppets. Now only Sakura, who had inherited Tsunade's skills, could resolve it. The deadly poison in Kankuro's body was a troublesome toxin for the sand ninjas, but for Sakura, it was not an insurmountable problem. After several hours of treatment and antidote preparation, Kankuro finally woke up. Although Kankuro failed in his pursuit, he managed to use his puppet to tear off a piece of Sasori's clothing. By following the scent of that torn cloth, they could track them. Although Kakashi's ninja dogs were not available this time, the sand ninjas still found some tracking specialists. Then Chio, Rock, Lee, Sakura, Might Guy, Neji, Tenten, and the tracking sand ninja formed a pursuit team and set out. Inside a mysterious cave, 7 Jinchuriki were floating in the air: the 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu from the hidden waterfall, the 6 tails Jinchuriki Utakata from the hidden mist, the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han from the hidden rock, the 4 tails Jinchuriki Rashi from the hidden rock, the 3 tails Jinchuriki Yagura from the hidden mist, the 2 tails Jinchuriki Yujito from the hidden cloud, and the 1 tails Jinchuriki Gaara from the hidden sand. The chakra of the core members of the Akatsuki organization wrapped around the several Jinchuriki like bonds, continuously extracting the tailed beasts from their bodies and infusing them into the shell of the 10 tails. Xiao Li and his team's movements naturally could not escape Zetsu's detection. When they approached within 10 kilometers of the Akatsuki's base, Zetsu discovered them. There are shinobi from Konoha and Suna approaching. The intruders are formidable. The blue beast of Konoha, Chio, and had that young Konoha ninja who previously entered the rain village with Jiraiya. Zetsu chuckled softly. That brat. The team's strength does seem impressive. Who among you will deal with them? Asked Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, in a resonant voice. The beast. I remember our past grievances well. The first to speak was Kisame Hashigaki. After Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, he and Itachi had infiltrated the village, encountered Might Guy, and even received a kick from him, a grudge he still harbored. Now with a chance to settle that score, Kisame was not about to let it slip. The second to speak was Sasori. Among the pursuing force was his grandmother, so he naturally had to face her. Moreover, it was he and Deidara who had drawn the Suna ninja here. When Xiao Li and the others advanced within 1 kilometer of the Akatsuki's secret base, the first to reveal himself was Kisame Hashigaki. He transformed into a shark, burst forth from the sand, and blocked their path. Being close to the base, Kisame had come in his true form. This interception was unlike those during previous invasions of other villages. He unleashed his full aura, and his chakra, comparable to a tailed beast, sent chills down the spines of Chio, Sakura, Haruno, and Tenten. They never expected the first enemy to appear so powerful. As for Might Guy, Xiao Li, and Tenten, they remained completely calm, showing no expression. As for the tracking Suna ninja, he had been eliminated in Kisame's ambush, but fortunately, he had completed his mission. Kisame's appearance made Chio and the other 2 feel a sense of threat. His immense chakra, like a surging torrent, battered their spirits. Xiao Li's eyes glinted with excitement at the sight of Kisame. Meanwhile, Neji exuded an overwhelming aura like a volcano about to erupt. His gaze was firm and resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Might Guy, however, still hid his aura, his eyes scanning the surroundings, sensing other dangerous presences. Just as the group considered launching an attack, a solemn and deep-eyed Itachi Uchiha, the eccentric Deidara, and Sasori concealed within his puppet appeared one after another. The 4 Akatsuki members surrounded Xiao Li's team. Itachi, Uchiha, Kisame, Hashigaki, Deidara, Sasori. All strength missing men from various villages. Sakura's heart was filled with dread. Although she knew this mission was strength, she never imagined they would face 4 strength defectors. In her eyes, their own side consisted of only Jonin and Chunin. How could they possibly confront these terrifying enemies? It seems the Akatsuki takes us seriously, sending 4 members. Xiao Li whispered to Neji with a smile. All of them are formidable, worthy opponents for us. Neji nodded. Kisame, seeing that Xiao Li and the others hadn't made a move, assumed they were scared stiff. He taunted Might Guy. Beast of Konoha, do you still remember your uncle? Who are you? Might Guy, with his face blindness, racked his brain, but couldn't recall who this person was. Kisame was instantly enraged. He realized that this man had never cared about him at all. He was just making a fool of himself. How outrageous. Do you remember kicking me in Konoha years ago? Kisame growled as if ready to devour Might Guy. Might Guy scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and said, So it's you. What, it's me. Take this. Kisame charged straight at Might Guy, launching an attack. Xiao Li smiled and said, Neji, well, each take one. As for the remaining one, well, leave him to Granny Chio, Tenten, and Sakura. Sound good? Of course. He'll test the strength of this shrank missing mean from a Wagakure. Neji activated his Byakugan, locking onto Deidara. Are you sure about this? Sakura asked doubtfully. He'll choose that coward hiding in his puppet, too ashamed to show his face, said Granny Chio with a heavy heart. The moment Sasori appeared, she recognized him immediately. Though she had never seen this particular puppet before, she was extremely familiar with Sasori's craftsmanship. From the techniques used in this puppet, she was certain of his identity. Her dear grandson Sasori. No problem, Xiao Li said. Thus Xiao Li would face Itachi Uchiha. The battlefield split into 4 areas. The most explosive was the fight between Deidara and Neji, with constant explosions. Neji, having mastered the power of repulsion, remained composed despite Deidara's relentless bombardment with his explosive clay. The second most intense was the battle between Kisame and Might Guy. Kisame's jutsu were all wide-ranging water-style techniques, varied and unpredictable. But regardless of the water technique, Might Guy met it heat-in, overpowering it with sheer force. The most dangerous fight was between Sasori and Granny Chio, Tenten, and Sakura. Sasori's endless array of eerie puppets turned their battle into a dance on a knife's edge. One slip, and they would be caught. However, with the Jonin Tenten joining the fray, Sakura and Tenten found it much easier. Soon Hirako was shattered, revealing the true human puppet form beneath. The most peculiar was the confrontation between Xiao Li and Itachi. They simply stared at each other, seemingly motionless, but in reality they were locked in a Jinjutsu duel. Xiao Li did not deliberately avoid Itachi's gaze and instantly entered Itachi's mindscape, the dim, illusory Tsukuyami space. With a slight exertion, the chains binding him disintegrated into ash. He then calmly greeted Itachi. Long time no see, Itachi. It seems you have fully recovered. I owe that to your reminder. Itachi showed a rare smile. Seeing Xiao Li break free so easily, surprise flickered across his face. It seemed that Xiao Li's state had merged into a small world within the Tsukuyami space. His own Jinjutsu was repelled upon approaching the youth's body. It appears your strength has grown considerably in these 2 years. Although Xiao Li had been immune to the Tsukuyomi's influence 2 years ago, breaking free so effortlessly and swiftly was a marked difference from before. Just a little faster than your little brother, Xiao Li said. Oh, then I truly must see for myself. Itachi revealed an eerie smile. After his previous battle with Sasuke, he had been astonished by Sasuke's strength, especially the final move that summoned heavenly lightning, forcing him to use Susanoo. As for this mysterious youth before him, Itachi could not gauge his true power. Although the prophecies the boy had made all came true, they had never truly crossed swords. This was a perfect opportunity. Uchiha Itachi retracted his Jinjutsu and engaged in a fierce taijutsu duel with Xiao Li. Compared to the strange illusions, Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu appeared ethereal, showcasing the demeanor of a master with every graceful movement. His movements flowed naturally, resembling a dance, with each strike imbued with boundless power and authority. Xiao Li's taijutsu was equally formidable, his speed so swift that even a master like Uchiha would find it challenging. His body was light as a swallow, his strikes swift as thunder, each blow causing Uchiha Itachi's slender form to tremble. Forced into a corner, Uchiha Itachi began to unleash his taijutsu, mixing in ninjutsu, shuriken, and kunai attacks. His gaze was resolute, his technique deft, seemingly delivering a deadly blow with casual ease. Phoenix Fire Technique. Countless flames erupted from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, shooting towards Xiao Li at breakneck speed. The scorching flames twisted into spirals of fierce energy, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Li. He sidestepped, but the flames seemed to possess a mind of their own, following close behind. He had no choice but to halt, unleashing his leaf whirlwind to disperse the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Itachi charged forward, his kunai aimed directly at Xiao Li. Xiao Li's figure flickered, evading the kunai, while simultaneously launching a powerful punch at Uchiha Itachi's chest. Uchiha Itachi extended both hands, firmly catching Xiao Li's fist. The two remained locked in place, their gazes meeting, each feeling the other's strength. Suddenly, a faint smile crept onto Xiao Li's lips, revealing a strange grin. Uchiha Itachi's heart sank. He saw Xiao Li's body suddenly becoming ethereal, as if vanishing into thin air. He quickly activated his Sharingan, attempting to locate Xiao Li's trace, only to discover that Xiao Li had moved above him, a colossal icy hand descending towards him. Absolute ice. Before the icy hand could reach the ground, Uchiha Itachi felt a bone-chilling coldness. He hastily unleashed his Fire Dragon technique, where a massive fire dragon collided with the icy hand, erupting in a violent shockwave. Yet the icy hand merely sustained some surface dents as it continued to press downward. Uchiha furrowed his brow, enveloping himself in Susanoo, resembling a titan, and with a single punch shattered the icy hand. The fierce battle between Xiao Li and Uchiha Itachi intensified, their figures weaving swiftly amidst the intertwining flames and ice, with sparks of battle igniting in the air. Utilizing the Holy Heart technique with unparalleled proficiency, Xiao Li moved with extraordinary agility, the flames swirling around him, like living beings, occasionally charging at Uchiha Itachi, and at other times creating heat waves to bewilder his opponent's vision. He integrated his formidable taijutsu, dispersing the intense heat of the flames, resolving crisis after crisis. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi relied on the formidable defense and power of Susanoo, shrouded in a heavy shield resembling an indestructible fortress. Although their battle appeared fierce, neither had truly unleashed their full potential. Uchiha Itachi, currently unaffected by the aftereffects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, could summon his complete Susanoo, yet even the Ten-Fist Sword and Eight-Span Mirror remained concealed. On the other hand, Xiao Li refrained from using the Eight Gates or Sage Mode, fighting solely with the Holy Heart technique in his ordinary state. Though their battle seemed to exhaust every ounce of strength, it was merely an act. Outside, the battle raged fiercely, while other members of the Akatsuki organization in the cave exerted all their effort to extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki. The extraction process resembled a tug-of war, but as time passed, their task was nearing completion. Everyone make sure to hurry. Itachi and Kisame are not gaining the upper hand. Setsu Haiden made an exaggerated expression. The members of the Akatsuki organization were not particularly friendly towards one another, and any misstep could lead to conflict. He had sparred with many members and had been thoroughly defeated each time. If not for his immortal body, he would have long since perished. Initially thinking that Pain was overreacting by sending out 4 members to deal with 7 ordinary ninjas, after dozens of minutes of battle, there was still no end in sight. Has Uchiha Itachi become so useless? He can't even handle a single opponent. And that scorpion hesitating against an old lady and 2 women truly brings disgrace to our Akatsuki, Kakuzu scoffed. Enough. Everyone focus on your techniques, and don't let it all go to waste. Pain, standing atop the Ten Tails, interrupted. Once again, silence fell over the cave. The initial clash of the decisive battle unfolded between Might Guy and Kisame. Faced with Might Guy's fierce assault, Kisame was forced to go all out. Despite the battlefield being situated in a desert, under Kisame's water-release ninjutsu, it had transformed into an expansive lake. Even the great sword Samahata revealed its true form, its blade deep blue and shaped grotesquely, resembling a massive whale with a gaping mouth. Samahata's strongest ability was to devour the chakra of enemies, converting it into its own strength. Even against formidable entities like tailed beasts, Kisame could handle them with ease. However, now he faced Might Guy. Might Guy's attacks were not based on changes in chakra properties, but rather utilized compressed air to form air cannons. This rendered Samahata's originally powerful abilities utterly useless. In the center of the battlefield, Might Guy radiated a tumultuous aura resembling an enraged beast. At this moment, he had unleashed the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of View. Morning Peacock. Might Guy's fist swung swiftly. The flames generated by air friction surged forth like a peacock, spreading its tail towards Kisame. The lake was instantly vaporized, creating a vast vacuum area, and even though Kisame was hidden in the water, he was abruptly revealed. Ever since merging with the bloodline limit, Might Guy's power had further increased. The might of the Morning Peacock exceeded what Xiao Li had remembered. As Might Guy swung his fists, each flame rolled and danced like a dragon, enveloping the entire battlefield in a raging inferno. Kisame was forced to navigate through the sea of flames attempting to evade the searing attacks, but Might Guy's speed and strength seemed endless, leaving him with little room to breathe. The water vapor of the lake was vaporized by the flames, forming a thick layer of steam that enveloped the entire battlefield. Might Guy's aura became even more ferocious. He seemed to transform into a raging beast, pouring his anger and strength into every attack. Kisame's water release ninjutsu appeared powerless against this fiery onslaught. His figure flickered in and out, seemingly unable to completely evade Might Guy's attacks. Although Samahata resisted Might Guy's assaults, it began to show signs of fatigue, its blade covered in cracks, seemingly on the verge of breaking. In the lake, the water surged, creating massive waves, as if narrating the brutality of this life-and-death duel. Kisame gritted his teeth, bracing himself against Might Guy's attacks, but it was all in vain. His consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Your explosions merely stir up some dust and smoke. Ningx's expression was filled with disdain, as if Deidara was nothing more than a hopping grasshopper in his eyes, utterly insignificant. Damn it! Deidara roared, feeling deeply insulted. Ningx's piercing gaze reminded him of Uchiha Itachi. Back when Itachi Hoshigaki, Kisame and Sasori had recruited him into the Akatsuki, facing Itachi had completely shattered his will to fight. That arrogant expression was forever etched into his memory. And now this Hyuga with the Byakugan was looking at him with that same demeanor, a sheer contempt. Very well then, come and be buried with me, Deidara thought to himself. Before he had lacked the courage to attack Uchiha Itachi, but he would not allow himself to fail again in front of a younger Konoha ninja, even if it meant mutual destruction. He plunged his left hand into the explosive pouch at his waist, grabbed a piece of the highest quality clay, and directly placed it into the mouth on his chest, swallowing it swiftly. The next moment, Deidara's entire body underwent a bizarre transformation. Veins surfaced, flesh and bones began to dissolve bit by bit, and the veins extended toward his heart until his entire body vanished, leaving behind a grotesque doll-like face. Haha, this is the ultimate art. Crack. With the grotesque doll as the epicenter, a devastating wave of energy spread outward at terrifying speed, melting even solid rock wherever it passed. Even before it reached him, Ningxi sensed an immense threat, the first crisis he had encountered since awakening the Rinnegan. Ningxi was forced to activate the Tensigan chakra mode to withstand the attack. Now he somewhat regretted his earlier carelessness. If not for his intention to test Deidara's abilities, the latter would never have had the chance to unleash his ultimate technique. This energy wave was not only aimed at Ningxi. Even Rock Lee and Tintin, who were nearby, were caught in its range. Standing within the blast zone, Rock Lee smiled and said to Itachi, "Your comrade sure knows how to play big." Seeing that Rock Lee was still in the mood to watch the spectacle, Itachi asked with some confusion, "Aren't you worried about that Hyuga comrade of yours? This explosion is powerful, but it's still a bit lacking to kill Ningxi," Rock Lee replied firmly. "It seems Konoha has produced many talented individuals over the years. I think I should take my leave," Uchiha Itachi said coldly. The energy wave just now had already killed Zetsu underground, so their conversation would not be detected. Itachi turned around and tossed a scroll to Rock Lee. Rock Lee reached out and caught the sealing scroll, asking suspiciously, "What is this?" "It's my eyes. Please deliver them to Sasuke," Uchiha Itachi said calmly. "To Sasuke? You've got the wrong person. I don't have time to look for him," Rock Lee waved his hand. "No need to look. He will likely come to Konoha," Itachi said. Based on his understanding of Sasuke, Konoha had become his target for revenge, and he would definitely return. But with strong individuals like Rock Lee and Hyuga present, it was impossible for Sasuke to stir up any major trouble. As for Sasuke's safety, as long as he did not harm ordinary villagers, Konoha's higher-ups would not do anything severe to him. Besides, Sasuke still had friends in the village. On the other side, Deidara's self-destruction blasted Sasori's puppets into pieces, and even his main body sustained some injuries. Sasori muttered, "What a short-lived fool." Looking at Tintin, Haruno, Sakura, and Granny Chiyo opposite, they seemed battered but still capable of fighting. Most critically, he sensed that 2 Akatsuki members had already fallen. Continuing to stay meant almost no chance of victory. He was not foolish enough to stay and fight to the death. Deidara's explosion had not only affected them, but also collapsed the hidden cave they were in. Several figures flew out from the cave, their faces covered in soot. Pain, Konenhide, and Kakazu Obito and Zetsu stood side by side, followed by Itachi and Sasori. Haruno, Sakura, Granny Chiyo, and Tintin's expressions turned grim. Earlier, just one member had pushed them to their limits, and now 8 members stood before them, outnumbering their own side. How could they fight? The overwhelming aura crushed their spirits before any battle even began. Might Guy noticed the situation and immediately stepped in front of them, standing like an unyielding iron wall. With Might Guy there, Tintin and the others felt a little better. Time to get serious. Nynx's face showed no trace of fear. The previous battle was merely a warm-up for him now. But having the final showdown here is also a good thing. I just wonder what the Akatsuki members are thinking, Rock Lee mused. The two sides faced off against each other, neither making the first move. That Deidara is such a waste. He actually blew himself up. Good thing the extraction of the tailed beasts is complete, Haiden grumbled. Should we take care of them? Kakuzu asked Pain. After the tailed beast extraction with fewer members, they had expended a great deal of chakra and no longer had enough to sustain a fight. Moreover, this place was close to Sunigakure. Soon a large number of Suna ninjas would arrive, dragging the situation into a protracted war. Mission accomplished. It's not yet time for the final battle. Well, let them off this time. Let's go, Pain said in a deep voice. In an instant he vanished like a blur, and the 10 tails shell had already been summoned away. The other members also disappeared. Afterwards, Rock Lee and the others cleared a path inside and found the few Jinchuriki. As for those who had lost their tailed beasts, they were already dead. Haruno Sakura looked sadly at the Jinchuriki before her, especially Gaara. She wanted to do everything in her power to save him. No matter how much healing jutsu she applied, Gaara showed no response. Finally, Sakura shook her head at the others, her face filled with despair. Seeing Sakura's sorrowful expression, Rock Lee felt deep pain in his heart. He knew Sakura had done her best. Now only life energy could save Gaara. However, although Rock Lee could also save Gaara, his own life force was not limitless. He could not easily waste it on others. He had to conserve his strength for future battles. Just then Granny Chio walked over. Her expression was solemn, and her eyes revealed a firm determination. Granny Chio sat down in front of Gaara, placed both hands on his chest, and a surge of dense life force rapidly flowed into Gaara's body. Granny Chio knew she had lived a long time, and had been pondering the meaning of her own life. She had done many wrong things, to Sasori, to Sunigakure. But now she finally felt she was about to do something right, save Gaara. Granny Chio whispered to Gaara, as if speaking her last words. She hoped that Gaara would live well and contribute to the future of Suna and Konoha. As Granny Chio's life force poured in, Gaara's body began to warm. Meanwhile, Granny Chio's life force grew weaker, and her body became even more aged. When the last trace of life energy entered Gaara's body, Granny Chio finally stopped breathing. Who am I? Where am I? Gaara opened his eyes and saw Rock Lee, Sakura, and the others. A flood of memories rushed into his mind. Just then a large contingent of Suna ninjas arrived. Lord Gaara. The cries rose and fell, giving Gaara a warmth he had never felt before, washing away the resentment that had accumulated over the years. What Ai Luo's awakening was no less than a rain shower in the desert for the Sharon village. The entire village was immersed in immense joy, yet the passing of Grandma Qian Dai was like a pebble thrown into the heart of a lake, only stirring faint ripples on the surface before quickly returning to calm. People selectively forgot this hero. Her achievements were buried by time, gradually fading into the long river of history. Although Grandma Qian Dai had passed away, the contributions she made would never be forgotten. It was precisely because of her sacrifice that Wat Ai Luo was rescued and Xiao Li and his team's mission was completed smoothly. After rescuing Wat Ai Luo, Xiao Li and his team's mission came to a temporary end. The other Jinchuriki were not so fortunate. Their bodies were transported back to their respective villages by the shinobi of the Sharon village. This was a war without victors, destined to claim more lives. However, this matter was not over. The Akatsuki organization had already cast aside all pretense, openly provoking the 5 great shinobi villages. The 5 great shinobi villages had to take action and jointly confront the threat of the Akatsuki. After deliberation, the 5 Kage decided to hold a summit in the Tai country to discuss countermeasures. As for Xiao Li and his team, they did not return to the Mai village immediately, but stayed in the Shine village for a few days of friendly exchange. During these days, they forged deep friendships with the shinobi of the Shine village. These friendships not only contributed to peace between the two nations, but also laid the foundation for future cooperation. Mai village, the secret base of Root. Although Gang Shou had terminated Root's operations upon taking office, sending most of its members to the Umbu, there were still some Root members controlled by Tuanzong, who continued to carry out orders. Tuanzong sat upright at the head listening to the report from Shan Zhongfeng below. Are you sure that Gang Shou and Kakashi have left? Tuanzong asked Shan Zhongfeng. I personally saw them leave the My Village. I heard the 5 Kage summit will be held in the Tai country. Shan Zhongfeng replied respectfully. Gang Shou increasingly disregards me as an elder. She doesn't even inform me of such a major matter. Tuanzong said coldly, his face dark. In the entire My Village, the only ones he feared were Gang Shou and Zilai Yi. But now that both had left the My Village, his ambition swelled again, and he contemplated rallying his old subordinates to expand Root's influence. At that moment in the Hokage's office of the My Village, the one left in charge after Gang Shou's departure was Nailiang Lugio. He frowned deeply as he looked at 2 pieces of intelligence, unable to make a decision. One piece of intelligence was about Root. Tuanzong had summoned Root's senior members for a secret meeting, seemingly intending to revive Root. The other piece of intelligence was about Zuizhu. Zuizhu had appeared at the border of the Hua country accompanied by 3 powerful shinobi. Their direction was straight toward the My Village. Coming to the My Village at such a sensitive time was surely not a good sign. In the past 2 years as the Hokage's assistant, he had learned many secrets of the My Village, and based on his deductions, he naturally understood the hidden implications. In that case, they'll let them collide. Nailiang Lugio suddenly had an idea. Since both were troubles, he might as well resolve them together. The next moment, he summoned an Umbu ninja and handed him a piece of intelligence regarding Tuanzang's role in orchestrating the Yijinjing clan's massacre, instructing him to deliver it to Zuizhu. After receiving the intelligence, Zuizhu's expression instantly turned fierce. Originally, he had come to take revenge on the My Village, and for this purpose, he had formed the Eagle Squad consisting of Shui, Yuezhong Wu, and Xiang Lin. To secure the cooperation of Da Shiwan, Zuizhu had to agree to his request to investigate the secrets of the Death God, for Da Shiwan's arms were still sealed within the Death God's stomach. Is this intelligence true? Could it be a trap? Shui Yu asked. No, this intelligence is clearly genuine. I haven't been idle all these years. Although most people try to conceal the truth based on the clues, I know that the ones who led the Yijinjing clan's annihilation were the My Village's higher-ups and Yijinjing Yu. Back then, the real power in the My Village was held by the 3rd Hokage, and Tuanzong, one controlling the Umbu and the other Root. Zuizhu said firmly. Then who is the person behind this intelligence? Xiang Lin adjusted her glasses and analyzed. It's just an internal power struggle in the My Village. We don't need to concern ourselves with that. I only need to know who the real enemy is. The account with Yijinjing Yu is not yet settled, and Tuanzong is our next target. Zuizhu said coldly. With clear intelligence, finding people became easy. Although the My Village's defenses were tight, Zuizhu's Eagle Squad, relying on their excellent infiltration skills, easily entered the My Village. After entering the My Village, they were subtly guided to Root's secret base. Is this the place? Zhong Wu asked, looking at the building that resembled an ordinary house. Because Root had been disbanded earlier, the base had to be rebuilt, which had cost Tuanzong a great deal of effort. Watch me. With a single punch, Zhong Wu shattered the house into pieces, revealing a wide tunnel leading deep underground. Soon 2 figures burst through the broken ruins and rushed out. They were Tuanzang's top enforcers, Shan Zhongfeng and Unbreakable Jin. Who do we have here? It's Yijinjing Zuizhu. How dare you come to the My Village seeking death? Shan Zhongfeng, with a long sword on his back, stared coldly at Zuizhu. Get out of my way. I'm looking for Tuanzong. Zuizhu's tone was icy, completely disregarding the two, and strode toward the tunnel. As expected of the Yijinjing clan, always so infuriating. Shan Zhongfeng said viciously. Although he had been taken under Tuanzang's wing as a youth, he had once studied at the My Village's ninja academy and had dealings with the Yijinjing clan. Their arrogant, overbearing, and unscrupulous way of doing things was deeply etched in his memory. If you want to see Lord Tuanzong, I wonder if you have the strength. Before he could finish speaking, Shan Zhongfeng and Unbreakable Jin rushed at Zuizhu from left and right. Facing their fierce attacks, Zuizhu remained completely indifferent and continued walking toward the tunnel. The next moment, a mocking voice sounded, laced with a cynical tone. Hey, your opponents are us. Just as their attacks were about to hit Zuizhu, 2 fierce strikes were about to land on them. As elite jonin, they reacted quickly, dodging back to avoid the assault. The attacks had come from Shui Yu and Zhong Wu, who were behind Zuizhu, and it was Shui Yu who had spoken. While they were distracted, Zuizhu had already entered the tunnel, and Xiang Lin hurriedly scampered in after him. Only the 4 of them remained outside. Outside this Root secret base, several Umbu ninjas were observing from the shadows. After entering the tunnel, they soon arrived at an underground chamber. This space was extremely vast with a height of dozens of meters and a length and width of 100 meters, resembling a small underground world. Danzo stood on a high platform within the underground space, coldly watching Sasuke. The moment Sasuke saw Danzo, he instantly activated his Sharingan, as if trying to see through all of Danzo's next moves. As for Karen, she hid behind a rock. Her role was merely to be a blood pack, as combat was not her forte. I was wondering who it was, so it's the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Danzo said unhurriedly, as if not surprised by Sasuke's arrival. You came just in time. If I hadn't been soft-hearted back then, things wouldn't have come to this now. Danzo slowly unwrapped the arm guard and bandages on his right arm, as if admiring a work of art. The moment Sasuke appeared, he knew this could not end peacefully. When all the bandages wrapped around his arm were removed, a grotesque arm covered entirely with Sharingan eyes was revealed. Since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's confidence had swelled further. He disdained attacking his opponent before they were ready, and seeing Danzo about to reveal his secret weapon, he did not stop him. But when Sasuke saw that arm covered with Sharingan, his calm expression flickered with surprise. He asked solemnly, "What is the meaning of your right arm?" Danzo closed his eyes as if recalling, then said, "It's a long story." Sasuke replied coldly, his face growing even more severe. "Even if I hear your reasons, it will only fuel my anger. Never mind. No matter what, I have decided to kill you today." To him, knowing the details of the matter mattered little. He only needed to confirm that Danzo was an enemy of the Uchiha clan. Before, he had still harbored some doubt, but when Danzo revealed that right arm, the last shred of uncertainty in his heart vanished. However, before attacking, he had one final question to confirm with Danzo. Suppressing the urge to strike, Sasuke spoke again. "Before this, I have something to confirm with you. Was the extermination of the Uchiha clan ordered by the higher-ups of Konoha, including you?" Danzo did not want to answer the question. At this point, all excuses were meaningless. He brought his hands together and began forming hand seals. After completing the seals, his body shot towards Sasuke like a bolt of lightning. Enhanced by wind release, Danzo's speed doubled, and he drove a fierce punch directly at Sasuke's chest. Sasuke did not dodge. He instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, forming a skeletal phantom before him, staring at Danzo with an emotionless gaze. The next moment, a colossal skeletal hand of Susanoo seized Danzo. "So this is Susanoo," Danzo said, enduring the crushing pressure of the giant hand. Sasuke did not reply. He merely manipulated Susanoo to increase its grip, as if intending to crush Danzo with sheer force. "I'll ask you once more, was it the order of the Konoha higher-ups, including you, that made Itachi Uchiha annihilate my clan?" Sasuke demanded again. Danzo only stared coldly at Sasuke, still refusing to answer directly. "I'm asking you again." Enraged, Sasuke increased the power of the giant claw, making Danzo's bones creak. Instantly, Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. "Answer me quickly. I never thought he would be like this. So Itachi told you everything. It seems you are the only one who matters to him," Danzo said. "Is it true or false?" "I thought Itachi was a man of his word, but even he broke his oath," Danzo said, as if on the verge of death, coughing blood as he spoke. "So it's all true. Itachi Uchiha has been deceiving me all along." Instantly, Sasuke felt his hatred deepen. The skeletal Susanoo began to undergo a dramatic change. Muscles swelled to envelop the entire skeleton, evolving into the second form of Susanoo. This is the true nature of a shinobi, walking in darkness unseen, becoming the unsung heroes who maintain peace. It's not just Itachi. There are many more shinobi like this. The world cannot be all light and glory. It is because of these people that peace is preserved. You cannot understand Itachi's ideals. But by revealing the secret to you, Itachi has become a traitor to Konoha. Danzo attributed everything to Itachi, unaware that the information had been passed on by someone else. At that moment, Sasuke truly grasped Itachi's principles, but that did not mean he forgave him. With everything now clear, Sasuke crushed Danzo without hesitation. Watching the blood flow over Susanoo's giant hand, Sasuke's expression was wild. "Don't you dare mention Itachi in front of me." Just as Sasuke thought he had finished, Danzo, a deep, low voice sounded behind him. "Very well, then let's speak with our eyes." The moment the words fell, a completely unharmed Danzo lunged with a kunai aimed at Sasuke's waist. How is this possible? He should be dead. Even Karen, watching from the side, could not understand why. Fortunately, Sasuke's Susanoo was still active. The kunai struck the Susanoo and instantly snapped. So this is Susanoo, unsurpassed in defense. Before he could finish, he was blasted into the ground by Susanoo. Just as Karen rejoiced for Sasuke, Danzo's voice sounded again. There he was standing on the stone platform he had been on before, his expression calm. The attack power is also impressive. Sasuke could not immediately figure out why Danzo would not die, but he knew that by continuing to attack, he would eventually uncover the truth. He once again drove Susanoo to relentlessly pursue Danzo. Danzo was not at the Kage level after all. After 2 life-risking attempts, he had gained a certain understanding of Susanoo's combat style and could easily dodge its attacks. Just as Danzo thought he had evaded all the strikes, Sasuke's left Mangekyo Sharingan unleashed its ocular ability upon him. Yet as he activated it, he suddenly realized that using the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability on top of Susanoo placed an enormous strain on his body. Sasuke could not afford to falter now. Enduring the pain in his eyes, he unleashed the Amaterasu technique. The merciless black flames instantly engulfed Danzo once more. In a meeting room within the Hokage building, Narashika Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza sat together, discussing the battle that had erupted within Konoha. "Shikaku, are you sure everything is alright? The fighting has already affected the surrounding villagers," Akimichi Choza asked, looking at the composed Shikaku. Though the battle between Sasuke and Danzo was taking place in an underground space, the occasional explosions could be detected by any ninja with keen senses. Fortunately, the root base was located far from the center of Konoha, otherwise many more villagers would have been affected. Even so, Shikaku had dispatched numerous Umbu to manage the situation. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke's strength has grown beyond expectation, and that old man Danzo is no simple opponent either. "Even if the 3 of us fought together, we could at most achieve a draw," Yamanaka and Noichi said with a grave expression. Among the 3, the Yamanaka clan excelled in perception. Just approaching within 1 kilometer of the battlefield, they could strongly sense the immense chakra emitted by both Sasuke and Danzo, comparable to that of a Hokage. "It's fine. I've already arranged everything, and the impact will be minimized. Moreover, the current Konoha cannot tolerate unstable elements, and Danzo is the epitome of such instability," Narashikaku said coldly. "And what if Uchiha Sasuke wins?" Akimichi Choza asked again. "Then he won't leave Konoha alive," Shikaku replied. Sasuke, having continuously activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, using Susanoo and Amaterasu, had a trail of blood tears flowing from his left eye. His body was utterly exhausted, and he panted heavily. At this point, even Susanoo could no longer maintain its form. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan had enhanced Sasuke's power, it had subtly caused him to over-rely on its abilities, and the more he used it, the deeper he sank. Danzo had not yet used many jutsu, yet he had already drained a significant portion of Sasuke's chakra. Nearby, Karen sensed Danzo's concealed presence reappearing near Sasuke and shouted a warning, "Sasuke, be careful." Danzo, appearing to Sasuke's right, swiftly formed hand seals and completed the wind release vacuum wave technique, unleashing sharp sickle-like gusts from his mouth. The razor-sharp blast struck the rocks around Sasuke, producing booming sounds and leaving holes, revealing their formidable penetrating power and damage. Despite Sasuke's best efforts to dodge with his Sharingan's enhanced perception, the wind blades still grazed his arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh and sending blood splattering. In midair, Sasuke quickly used the splattering blood to form hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Instantly, a giant gray hawk appeared beneath his feet, stabilizing him. As expected of brothers, "You possess the same ocular jutsu as Itachi," Danzo remarked with a hint of admiration. At the mention of Itachi's name, Sasuke bristled and snorted, "I told you not to mention Itachi again. But your resolve is far inferior. You don't care about the truth, you're merely venting your hatred. You're wasting the sacrifice of the Uchiha clan," Danzo accused, as if standing on moral high ground. "You villain, you have no right to speak of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke shot back. The next moment, Sasuke charged at Danzo, drawing the short sword at his waist, its blade gleaming with cold light as it aimed directly at Danzo. Danzo once again used wind release to block Sasuke's attack, using the dust kicked up to conceal his movements, and launched shuriken. The shuriken, infused with wind release chakra, possessed immense penetrating power, easily cutting through rock. Sasuke dodged nimbly, even deflecting the incoming shuriken back. The two clashed back and forth, the battle growing intense. Finally, Sasuke closed in on Danzo, ready to finish him with a single strike. But in terms of taijutsu, Sasuke was still inexperienced. Danzo easily evaded the attack and grabbed Sasuke by the throat. However, this was all part of Sasuke's plan. Suddenly, the giant hawk swooped down with a shuriken, severing Danzo's arm. It turned out that Sasuke's true target had always been that arm covered in Sharingan. Just as Sasuke thought he had succeeded Danzo, and the severed arm vanished only to reappear intact moments later. Although he had reappeared, Danzo's repeated use of his Izanagi had already closed half of the Sharingan. Undeterred, Sasuke raised his sword again. But when the short sword was just a centimeter from Danzo, his body suddenly froze. Countless curse marks appeared on his body, binding him in place and rendering him immobile. Danzo turned around, taking the short sword from Sasuke's hand, and said with a smirk, "What a pity. This is the fate you sought by coming for me. Itachi, don't blame me for this." He swung the blade down. Boom. The short sword was instantly repelled by the sudden surge of aura from Sasuke, as a skeletal phantom formed again, quickly evolving into armor and a bow. With his hatred intensifying, Sasuke's ocular power reached a new height. He was a genius who continuously surpassed himself in battle. The arrow fired by Susanoo moved faster than Danzo's reaction, easily piercing his body. Danzo was forced to use Izanagi again to nullify the effect. However, using Izanagi repeatedly consumed a massive amount of chakra. To counter Susanoo, Danzo summoned his own summoning beast, the Baku. The Baku's size far exceeded Susanoo's. As soon as it appeared, it unleashed its devouring ability, pressing hard against Sasuke, weakening his defenses from behind. With Danzo attacking from both sides, Sasuke fell into a disadvantageous position. Quick to react, Sasuke used a fire release jutsu, taking advantage of the Baku's devouring ability. Without needing to aim, the full power of the fire release was absorbed by the Baku. A fire release jutsu amplified by Susanoo was not something a summoning beast could easily endure. It was forced back to the summoning realm. Now both Sasuke and Danzo were locked in a contest of endurance. Danzo aimed to kill Sasuke before all 10 Sharingan on his arm closed, while Sasuke needed to defeat Danzo before his chakra and ocular power were exhausted. Sasuke's relentless assault closed 9 of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm, leaving only 1. That meant Danzo had one more chance to use his Izanagi. "How many Uchiha eyes did you steal for that arm?" Sasuke demanded angrily as he fought. "It was Itachi who did the deed," Danzo replied coldly. "But it was your order," Sasuke returned. Both had exhausted all their chakra. Their attacks struck each other simultaneously. Sasuke's short sword coated with lightning release chakra pierced Danzo's chest, while Danzo's kunai, imbued with wind release, stabbed into Sasuke's body. "In the end, I win. I can still use his Izanagi," Danzo laughed. But his laughter was short-lived. The body that should have recovered showed no sign of healing. Feeling the pain in his chest, Danzo asked in disbelief, "What's happening? All the Sharingan on your arm are closed. How can you use his Izanagi?" Sasuke, pale and exhausted, said slowly, "Jinjutsu." When Danzo realized. Release. The moment the Jinjutsu was lifted, all 10 Sharingan on Danzo's arm were closed. Not a single one remained open. The Sharingan he had confirmed countless times were all illusions. Unable to use Izanagi, Danzo could no longer heal his injuries. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a blood pack. He walked slowly to Karen and bit down on her arm. After a short while, most of his injuries had healed. Danzo, however, was in trouble. Due to his severe injuries, he could no longer fully control the chakra within his body, especially the transplanted Hashirama cells. Suddenly, a massive tree sprouted from his right arm. Forced to sever it, he crudely removed the Hashirama cells, temporarily controlling the damage, but his strength plummeted. Danzo unwrapped the bandage covering his eye, revealing another Sharingan. This was no ordinary eye. It was Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan, containing a Jinjutsu that could instantly alter Sasuke's will. However, it required accumulating enough ocular power and a full minute to activate. Sasuke had no intention of waiting. With the sharpness of Chidori, he attacked Danzo again. To buy time, Danzo grabbed Karen as a hostage, hoping to force Sasuke to stand down. But Sasuke was not one to be swayed by sympathy. He transformed the blazing Chidori in his hand into the Chidori sharp spear, piercing through Karen's body and straight into Danzo's heart. Now Danzo was mortally wounded and could no longer use Shizui's Mangekyo ability. His body was completely spent. Releasing his hostage, Danzo stumbled frantically toward the underground entrance like a headless fly, while Sasuke followed unhurriedly behind. Danzo's steps grew slower and slower, eventually stopping. Looking up at the sky, he murmured, "Hiruzen, it's time for me to give everything to Konoha." Sasuke's pupils contracted as he saw strange curse marks appear on Danzo's body again. The next second, a terrifying black hole rapidly expanded outward from Danzo. Fortunately, Sasuke retreated in time to avoid this bizarre suicidal attack. In his final moments, Danzo still pulled off such a move. Truly a fellow disciple of Hiruzen. When Team Guy had just returned to Konoha, they were summoned by an Umbu ninja. At this time at the root base, Sasuke was confronting the Konoha forces led by Narashikaku. He now had only Yugo by his side, while Karen and Suigetsu had lost their combat capability. Sasuke, you killed the elder, shouldn't you give an explanation? Shikaku said with a grim face. The one who should explain is Konoha. Why were the eyes of the Uchiha clan transplanted onto Danzo's hands? And the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was an order from Konoha's upper echelons. What do you have to say about that? Sasuke stared coldly, his expression hostile. Of course he said this to buy time. Although his external injuries had been healed by Karen, his chakra had not fully recovered. As long as his strength recovered, even if all the 100 ninjas before him attacked together, he would not be afraid. Sasuke. The next moment, a girl in a white cloak with red hair ran towards Sasuke. It was Sakura, who had just returned from Sand Village. As Sakura approached Sasuke, she keenly sensed that the current Sasuke was different from the one she knew before. The former Sasuke, though aloof and distant, could still be interacted with. But now in her eyes, Sasuke exuded nothing but ruthlessness and hatred. Sasuke, do you plan to return to Konoha? Sakura asked a foolish question. This was actually her final test, also a preparation for the plan ahead. Sakura, you're still so naive. At this point, do you still want to follow me? Sasuke said coldly. Then I will stand by your side, act according to your wishes. I don't want to regret again. Sakura took a few more steps towards Sasuke. Wishes? Do you know what my wish is, eh? Sasuke said expressionlessly. Whatever your wish is, I will carry it out. Sakura replied immediately like a lovesick girl. Destroy Konoha. That is my wish. For my sake, can you betray Konoha now? Sasuke said, as if speaking of something trivial. However, the Konoha ninjas around them looked grim. They hadn't expected this guy to speak of destroying Konoha so flagrantly, but Shikaku hadn't given the order, so they held back. Sakura was startled, as if she had made a certain resolve. If you need me to do that, I will execute it. Is that so? Then first kill these two for me. They were once my teammates, but now have no value. Kill them, and I will acknowledge you. Sasuke pointed at Suigetsu and Karen, who lay motionless on the ground. In the coming battle, he didn't want Konoha to have leverage over them, just like Danzo earlier. Sakura's pupils dilated. Seeing the miserable state of the two who had clearly been through a fierce battle, and how they were being abandoned by Sasuke, it completely contradicted the values she had grown up with. Sasuke had changed completely, cold-blooded, unrecognizable. Then she took out a kunai, a fierce expression on her face, and walked slowly toward them, as if resolved to carry out Sasuke's order and kill them. Sakura's hand holding the kunai began to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, her mind was not on killing Suigetsu and Karen, but hesitating whether to stab Sasuke instead. At such close range with her current strength, if Sasuke wasn't prepared, it might be a one-hit kill. However, Sasuke had long seen through Sakura. He knew she couldn't abandon Konoha, abandon her family, and act entirely according to his will. Otherwise, she would have left Konoha with him years ago. So he urged again, "What's the matter? Can't bear to." Then, the next second, Chidori appeared in Sasuke's hand, and he thrust it directly at the still hesitating Sakura. If it hit her, she would be severely injured, even if not killed. At that critical moment, a figure shot in like lightning. Konoha whirlwind. Sasuke was instantly kicked away by the sudden attack. Serious killing intent. Sasuke, you've fallen. A tall figure landed, shielding Sakura. It was Rock Lee. Then 3 more figures appeared, Might Guy, Neji, and Tenten. One after another. Very good. I didn't expect a few more small fries to show up. Sasuke said disdainfully. With his increased power, he had come to look down on ninjas his own age. In his mind, only those at the pinnacle of ninja were his opponents. Neji, this guy is really arrogant. Want to teach him a lesson and show him why the flowers are so red? Rock Lee suddenly said to Neji. Sure. Neji agreed readily, then said with a hostile tone, I heard you want to destroy Konoha. Let me test your measure. Even though Neji's strength had surpassed the cage level, he had never thought of destroying Konoha. He knew that Konoha still had Rock Lee, who was even stronger than him. Just you, a useless branch member of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke still said arrogantly. Hope you're still that tough-tongued later. Neji strode to stand opposite Sasuke. Rock Lee immediately moved to the side and shouted, Neji, finish it quickly. This is Konoha, don't mess up the surroundings. Everyone moved back to avoid being caught in the blast. What should we do? Akimichi Choza asked the leader Shikaku. Shikaku thought for a second and quickly ordered a retreat to 1,000 meters away, leaving only Neji and Sasuke in the center. Even the injured Suigetsu and Karen were taken away. Neji versus Sasuke. The Konoha ninjas were also doubtful. Just now Sasuke had defeated Danzo, whose strength was among the top in Konoha. In their impression, Neji was merely an ordinary jonin who had recently been promoted. Since you're seeking death, ill granted. Before Sasuke finished speaking, he launched a fierce attack, like a gale. His right hand gripped a short sword coated with Chidori chakra, and his body shot toward Neji like a meteor. Rotation. Neji softly uttered directly, using the classic gentle fist technique. Before Sasuke could even get close, he was sent flying by Neji's rotation. While airborne, Sasuke instantly activated Susanoo, which towered dozens of meters tall, like a demon god descending. Although Sasuke's ocular power had not yet reached the complete form after absorbing the tailed beast's chakra, the terrifying aura still frightened the young Konoha ninjas, who had never seen such a sight. Such a fierce and violent aura had only been experienced by those who had lived through the Nine-Tails rampage. Now they witnessed it again. Witnessing the terror-stricken expressions of the crowd, Sasuke sneered. This is the new form of the Sharingan's evolution. You inferior bloodline limit doesn't have this, do you? I wonder who would even compare the Byakugan to the Sharingan. The Susanoo of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly majestic and extraordinary. Neji's gaze sharpened, then his expression shifted as he said with a smile, did you think only the Sharingan could evolve? Neji's eyes transformed from the Byakugan state into the Tenseigan state, azure pupils with green chakra swirling around his entire body. At that moment, Neji appeared like a celestial being descending to the mortal world, his boundless aura overwhelming Sasuke's Susanoo. The shock endured by the many Konoha ninjas today surpassed that of an entire year. Only Might Guy, Rock Lee, Tintin, and others who had witnessed the Tenseigan before would not be surprised. What? The Byakugan has such a form. Hinata Tenyu, do you know about this? A ninja from the Moonlight clan asked a bewildered Hyuga, main family member nearby. This? Perhaps. It does. Hinata Tenyu stammered, but inwardly he was thrilled. As a member of the Umbu, he was among the first to reach the vicinity of the root headquarters, and the first to witness the battle between Sasuke and Danzo. Though he was some distance from the battlefield under the Byakugan's vision, he could clearly see the combat scene. Sasuke's nearly invincible Susanoo was deeply etched into his mind. At that time, he wondered why the Sharingan could evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, while the Byakugan had no evolutionary path. Do you still want to fight? Neji asked calmly. It's merely covered with some special chakra. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is invincible. Sasuke showed no fear. He directly urged the Susanoo to attack. In one fluid motion, he drew the bow and knocked an arrow aiming straight at Neji. Neji's Tenseigan chakra mode was not merely for show, it comprehensively enhanced his speed and strength. Although the arrow propelled by the Susanoo was swift, fast enough that even the former Danzo could not evade, for the current Neji its speed was only so-so. His body flickered rapidly, breaking free from the Susanoo's lock-on and closing in on the Susanoo's core. Before the arrow could be released, Neji's attack had already arrived. Gentle Fist Final Secret Art Divine Air Strike. With the enhancement of his strength, Neji's Gentle Fist techniques had surpassed those of all previous Hyuga masters. The Divine Air Strike he used was developed from the 8 Trigrams Empty Palm. Although his current power could not yet achieve the effect of the 80 Divine Air Strikes that Rock Lee had told him about, it was more than enough to deal with the Susanoo before him. In an instant, several dozen empty palms erupted from Neji's palms, roaring as they slammed into the Susanoo. Within mere seconds, the Susanoo, renowned for its defense, shattered like glass. Sasuke, caught inside, was blasted back 100 meters by the shockwave, involuntarily spitting a mouthful of blood. The surrounding Konoha ninjas wore exaggerated expressions and sneered. Is the Susanoo that fragile? It was as if they were saying, I could do that too. Having been intimidated by the Susanoo's aura moments ago, they now saw it broken by Neji in a single blow. It's not that Sasuke's Susanoo is too fragile, it's that Neji's strength is too overwhelming. Hinata Tenyu exclaimed excitedly. He had personally witnessed Sasuke using the Susanoo to easily kill Danzo multiple times, and the Susanoo's form back then was not as imposing as it was now. How is this possible? Sasuke fell into deep doubt. He had never encountered such a situation, whether facing Orochimaru or Itachi. That sense of powerlessness. Even though he still had countless ninjutsu in his mind, he could not bring them out. He knew that no matter what jutsu he used, it would not yield a better result. No, there is still a chance. Sasuke turned his gaze toward Yugo, who was nearby. Although relying on his current ocular power was somewhat forced, Sasuke was who he was, someone who would never concede, even in death. He shouted loudly, "Yugo!" The expressionless Yugo, upon hearing Sasuke's call, immediately rushed to his side. "Transfer your chakra to me," Sasuke said solemnly. "Are you sure?" Yugo asked again. Although Sasuke had fully adapted to the curse mark, the concentration of natural energy within Yugo far exceeded that of the curse mark. A slight misstep could cause Sasuke's body to lose control. Sasuke nodded. Trusting Sasuke, Yugo hesitated no longer and placed his hands on Sasuke's. Sasuke activated the Susanoo once more. This time the Susanoo's form underwent another transformation. The muscular Susanoo now donned the Tengu armor, and its lower body and legs had fully materialized. More eerily black patterns similar to the curse mark State 1 appeared on the Susanoo's surface, a manifestation of supplementary sage artifacts. The cost, however, was immense. Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes, a horrifying sight. He had clearly overexerted his eyes severely. Even the former Itachi had never squandered the Mangekyo Sharingan so recklessly. Yet Sasuke felt it was worth it. The surging power was nearly 10 times greater than before. Although the form's flexibility was still inferior to the complete Susanoo, its strength was close to that of an ordinary complete Susanoo. Sasuke did not wait for Neji to attack. Instead, he controlled the Sage Art Susanoo to strike at Neji. A single punch, like a falling meteor, descended. Neji leaped into the air, evading the attack. The ground behind him, however, was not so fortunate. It was smashed into a 100-meter-deep crater, causing the entire Konoha to tremble. "Stop messing around. If he keeps this up, Konoha will be destroyed." Rock Lee shouted again. "All right," Neji replied calmly. After saying that, Neji's figure vanished instantly. Ultimate Gentle Fist Art Rotation, Great Revolving Heaven. The next moment, a 100-meter-wide chakra barrier erupted from beneath the Susanoo, sending Sasuke, Yugo, and the Susanoo itself hurtling into the sky. As Sasuke's Susanoo soared into the sky, Neji's movements did not stop. Multiple chakra spheres appeared in the palm of his right hand, rapidly spinning into a silver ring of light, then shooting straight toward the airborne Susanoo like a beam of light. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. With a crack, the Susanoo, like a plane hit by a missile, exploded instantly. Fortunately, Neji had not aimed at Sasuke and Yugo within a, otherwise they would have been reduced to ash in that single strike. Sasuke and Yugo fell, losing their momentum, and Neji lightly leaped to catch them. The surrounding onlooker ninjas were no longer calm. Is the Hyuga clan's gentle fist attack power this exaggerated now? The exaggeration is Neji, not the gentle fist. The Hyuga clan has produced someone truly remarkable. The battle thus came to an end. Sasuke and Yugo, who had been captured by Neji, attempted to stir up trouble, but were subsequently sealed by Neji, rendered unable to mobilize even their chakra. My eyes. To make matters worse for Sasuke, he discovered that his vision had become extremely blurred, filled with countless black spots. His eyes seemed to be shrouded by something, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not see clearly. Sasuke was horrified, and with his body severely injured, he fainted outright. Just as Sasuke fell unconscious, Yugo suddenly awoke. Seeing Sasuke unconscious, Yugo was startled. He struggled to rise and rescue Sasuke, but found that his own body had also been sealed by Neji, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with anxiety and worry. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Nearby, Sakura Haruno rushed over upon seeing Sasuke collapse. Earlier she had thought of eliminating Sasuke for the sake of Konoha, but when he was injured and unconscious, she immediately became anxious. Then she promptly began treating him with the medical ninjutsu she had learned. While Sakura was treating him, Shikaku, Might Guy, Rock Lee, and others approached. "What about Sasuke and this ninja?" Neji asked the group. "Sasuke defected from the village, came back to wreak havoc, and killed elders. To be honest, we should just kill him. Why keep him?" A jonin who had no fondness for the Uchiha clan interjected. Hearing that those around were about to dispose of Sasuke, Sakura immediately became agitated and retorted loudly, "No. You have no right to decide Sasuke's fate. This matter must be decided by Lady Tsunade. Anyone who wants to harm Sasuke will have to go through me." Well, Shikaku was momentarily conflicted. Although he was the temporary leader of Konoha, Sakura was Tsunade's disciple, so it was clearly not easy to force the issue. "Lord Shikaku, let me take charge of Sasuke. I guarantee that he won't cause any trouble before Lady Tsunade returns." Besides, he's already under Neji's seal, so he can't use any ninjutsu for now. Rock Lee spoke. Sakura expressed her gratitude. Shikaka listened to Lee. With him on the job, there's no problem. You know Lee's strength is not inferior to Neji's. Mike Guy added. What? Lee is that strong too? Shikaku was beginning to doubt his own understanding. Mike Guy, as one of the few jonin in Konoha who never spoke empty words, was clearly not deceiving him. It was already surprising enough that Konoha had produced a genius like Neji, but now Lee was comparable to Neji. Had the world gone this crazy? Mike Guy nodded, and Lee simply smiled. All right. Take all the injured to the Konoha hospital for treatment. After their conditions stabilized, detain everyone except Sasuke. Shikaku quickly ordered the Konoha ninjas to move. In the Konoha hospital, Sasuke lay on a bed surrounded by a faint medicinal scent. Although his body had received treatment, his heart was shrouded in gloom, for he had lost his sight. Sakura stood by the bedside looking at him with concern. Sasuke, are you alright? Sasuke did not want to speak and remained silent. Just then Rock Lee walked in smiling. It seems the genius of the Uchiha clan is a bit downcast. Lee, don't say that. Sasuke is in a bad mood right now, Sakura quickly interjected, afraid that Lee might further provoke the sensitive Sasuke. Humph, being laughed at by you bushy-browed fool. Sasuke sneered. He had never taken a liking to Lee, who had once taught him a lesson in Konoha. After leaving the village, his growing strength made him dismissive of his former comrades, never expecting to be defeated by an inconspicuous Konoha ninja. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. I'm not here to mock you. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan is with me, Lee said with a tone of displeasure. What a... He actually entrusted his eyes to you. Sasuke exclaimed in shock. You know that your eyes are blind now and cannot be restored. Only by transplanting a brother's eyes can you regain your sight and moreover evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which will never blind you from overusing Mangekyo techniques, Lee explained. Countless thoughts surged in Sasuke's mind. He hated Uchiha Itachi, yet he desperately yearned to regain his vision and power. Why should I believe you? That's your problem. Believe it or not, Lee said, then pulled out a sealed scroll and handed it to Sasuke. Here, the thing is yours. Use it or not, up to you. Aren't you afraid it'll become stronger and threaten Konoha? Sasuke asked. You're thinking too simply. Even Neji is a match for you. Even if you evolve the eternal Mangekyo, it's the same. Last time, if he hadn't held back, he could have killed you in one blow, Lee scoffed, then continued. Unless you evolve the Rinnegan. Lee's words shocked Sasuke once more. The legendary Rinnegan could actually evolve from the Sharingan. Are you lying to me? How can the Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan? Sasuke did not trust Lee. At this point, it was time to reveal some of the world's secrets, so Lee spoke up. Then let me explain properly. You know the Sage of Six Paths, right? He was the first person in the world to possess the Rinnegan. His descendants split into two branches. One is the Uchiha clan, inheriting the Sage's Eye of the Sage, which is the Sharingan. The other is the Senju clan, inheriting the Sage's Body of the Sage and formidable vitality. There are actually two ways to evolve the Sharingan into the Rinnegan. One is to cultivate Yang release chakra, achieving a balance between your Yin and Yang release chakra, which triggers an atavistic transformation. Of course, this method is quite difficult, and it's unknown how long it would take to achieve. The other method is more straightforward: transplant cells from a possessor of the Sage's body, which can quickly evolve the Rinnegan. Sakura was also greatly shaken. Having heard that Lee had contact with the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi was already unbelievable, but then Lee dropped this bombshell, leaving her stunned once more. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then tightly gripped the scroll in his hand. He turned to Sakura and said, I need your help. I understand, Sasuke. Sakura was overjoyed. Seeing Sasuke's fighting spirit restored, her heart swelled with sweetness. Though Sasuke had always been indifferent to her, whenever he needed her, she never refused. Clearly, Sasuke had made up his mind to transplant Itachi's eyes. His gaze revealed a resolute determination. In Konoha, the only ones capable of performing this surgery were Tsunade and a few others like Sakura. Shaoli did not disturb the two and walked straight out of the ward. As he strolled along the corridor, he suddenly sensed a fleeting subtle aura. Though the aura vanished in an instant, for a ninja of Shaoli's caliber, it was easily detected. Who is there? Your perception is quite sharp, young man. A voice filled with admiration resonated from the air. Then the one hidden in the shadows emerged from the void, revealing a ninja clad in the iconic Akatsuki garb, wearing a spiral-patterned mask with a single Sharingan exposed at its center. This distinctive attire belonged to the Akatsuki member A-Fei, who was none other than Yuzhibo Daitu. Had been exceedingly busy of late, assisting other members in capturing the tailed beasts, disrupting the five Kage's negotiations, and formally declaring his moon eye plan to them. Afterward, he returned to Mai to gather intelligence on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Upon learning that Sasuke had arrived at Mai and been captured, he planned to take Sasuke away. During this period, he sensed that you had begun to suspect his true identity as Yuzhibo Madara. Although the information you had obtained was limited, it was enough to arouse his vigilance. Shaoli swept a sharp gaze over Yuzhibo Daitu, feeling no surprise at his appearance. This rat lurking in the shadows always sought to stir up trouble in Mai, and as the Akatsuki began capturing the tailed beasts, his plan had commenced, so his presence in Mai was only natural. That attire, the Akatsuki Shaoli remarked calmly, unwilling to reveal too much information to Yuzhibo Daitu, and thus refrained from exposing his identity. Yuzhibo Daitu's current strength was nothing to Shaoli, but killing him would prove difficult. The Mangekyo's ocular jutsu Kimui was indeed troublesome. Correct, but no reward, the masked man Yuzhibo Daitu said. Your purpose is surely Sasuke, who lies in that ward. Unfortunately, with me here, you won't be able to take him away. Shaoli's voice conveyed unwavering resolve, and his body shifted into a combat stand. A flicker of disdain crossed the masked man's eye. He did not believe Shaoli could be his opponent. Arrogant. Even the Hokage himself couldn't stop me from taking Sasuke. Though he had learned from pain that Shaoli's strength was not to be underestimated, the two had never truly clashed. The next moment, they charged at each other simultaneously. The anticipated collision never occurred. The masked man's body turned ethereal, allowing Shaoli to pass straight through him. As they crossed paths, the masked man instantly materialized, thrusting a kunai towards Shaoli's back. For an ordinary ninja, this would have left no room for resistance. However, Shaoli was thoroughly familiar with the masked man's abilities and tactics, and thus was not deceived. After their bodies passed each other, he executed a Midakshuan Fang Leaf Whirlwind. The masked man just materialized was sent flying by Shaoli's kick, crashing into a tree outside the building and snapping it in two. Though this strike was merely a regular attack from Shaoli, with his enhanced strength, even an ordinary blow was hardly easy to endure. At this moment, the masked man found it hard to comprehend. He had never expected to be the one injured at the very first encounter. Even the five Kage had been unable to touch him, yet he had fallen to an ordinary ninja of Mai. The main reason was that the masked man relied too heavily on Kimui, and he had encountered someone who knew his techniques intimately. Thus his moves were countered at the very outset. For a master like the masked man, he would not dismiss Shaoli's success as mere luck. Though he desperately wanted Sasuke, his life took precedence. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. After a moment's deliberation, he turned and departed. So decisive, Shaoli murmured in mild surprise. It was only then that Haruno Sakura and several my guards arrived, seeing only Shaoli and the shattered tree. Shaoli, what happened here? Nothing to worry about. Just a little mouse, Shaoli replied calmly. Seeing that nothing was amiss, the group dispersed after a while. Meanwhile, ever since the Hyuga branch family learned of Neji's strength, the branch's Jonin-level ninja could no longer contain themselves. They secretly contacted one another and gathered at Neji's home, led by Rixiang Xiao, Rixiang Dijian, and Rixiang Tianyu. Rixiang Xiao was actually quite familiar with Neji. Neji served as Hinata's sparring partner, while he himself was her guard. Regardless of status, their daily tasks were constantly restricted by the main family. Over the years as a member of the Hyuga branch, he had long had his edges worn down. But this time was different. Neji's rise seemed to break the boundaries that kept the branch subjugated to the main family. From Rixiang Tianyu, he learned that Neji had not only awakened an unprecedented special eye, but had also broken free from the caged bird's restraint. May I ask what brings you uncles and elders here? Neji asked in a clear voice. It'll be straightforward. We also wish to break free from the caged bird's bondage, and we want to know more about that special eye of yours. Rixiang Xiao's expression was grave as he spoke. This large-scale gathering at Neji's residence was extremely risky and could easily be discovered by the main family. I can indeed remove the caged bird, but why should I do it for you? As for this eye of mine, it is called the Tensigen, an evolved form of the Byakugan. As he spoke, Neji transformed his eyes into the Tensigen form, choosing not to conceal the truth. Having personally removed the caged bird curse mark, once he was now thoroughly familiar with it. However, he would not act lightly, as removing the caged bird was an extremely complex process. Joyful expressions spread across the three faces, reminiscent of Neji's own former excitement. They then spoke. We are willing to recommend you, as the new clan head. Even if you ask us to leave the clan and establish a separate household, we will support you. Neji, after all these years you must have felt what the caged bird means to us of the branch family. It is a Rishang Tianyu also spoke. Through the experiences of others and his own, Neji deeply understood the control and oppression suffered by the Hyuga branch. Yet he did not wish to annihilate the main family as the Otsutsuki branch on the moon had done. That would go against his ninja way. Just as he was hesitating, a female voice sounded outside Neji's door. "Nijini, are you home? Father asked you to come over." The voice carried a hint of restraint. It's the main family's eldest daughter. Rishang Dijian glanced through the crack in the door and recognized her at once. They came quickly. "Neji, what do you think of our proposal?" Rishang Xiao pressed. "I think it's not good. I don't want the entire Hyuga clan to be torn apart. As for your desire to remove the caged bird, prepare something that satisfies me and say no more." Neji refused directly, then turned and walked out of the house. Ning Xiai stepped outside and opened the courtyard gate only to find Hinata standing alone at the door, clad in a blue and white kimono, her face etched with timidity. Seeing Ning Xiai emerge, Hinata lowered her head and murmured in an exceedingly faint voice, "Ning Xiai. Let's go." Ning Xiai nodded. Ning Xiai bore no grudge against this younger sister. Though accompanying her in training consumed much of his precious time, it was a clan rule. His resentment was directed at the existing system of the Hyuga clan. As his strength grew, Ning Xiai sensed that Hinata became increasingly afraid of him. Though he wished to mend the rift, his efforts proved futile. Ning Xiai and Hinata crossed several streets and arrived at the main family's compound. The courtyard was vast. Upon entering the gate, a stone-paved path extended directly to a palace-like hall flanked by spacious training grounds adorned with rockeries, flowers, and trees. At the entrance of the reception hall, Hinata did not enter, but allowed Ning Xiai to go in alone. At that moment, the reception hall held not only Hayashi Hyuga, but also 6 other influential figures of the main family, including Hyuga Tetsu, Hyuga Kamen, and Hyuga Iroha. Upon entering the hall and seeing so many main family members, Ning Xiai was somewhat surprised. However, a moment's thought brought clarity. His strength had evidently roused their vigilance. This summons was unlikely to be simple. Still, basic courtesy was required. He bowed to the assembly and said, "Ning Xiai greets the clan head and all esteemed uncles of the main family." After Ning Xi's words, only a sparse few responded, including Hayashi Hyuga. Once Ning Xiai was seated, Hayashi Hyuga spoke. "There are some matters I need to confirm with you. Have you undone the caged bird?" "Yes." Ning Xiai did not deny it. Before Hayashi could speak, several elders of the main family voiced their displeasure. "Ning Xiai, how dare you defy the ancestral teachings and privately undo the caged bird? This is a provocation against the main family." As they spoke, they simultaneously released their oppressive aura toward Ning Xiai. Provocation. Such a rotten system should have been thrown into the trash long ago. Seeing their hostile tone, Ning Xiai was not about to indulge them. After all, his strength was no longer what it used to be. They could not easily manipulate him. When the elders released their aura, Ning Xiai also activated his Tensigen and unleashed his. The appearance of the Tensigen caused the main family members to feel a level of suppression. For a moment they were speechless. Seeing their earlier momentum vanish, Ning Xiai withdrew his aura. After a pause, one of the elders addressed Hayashi, "Clan head, this is a branch family member under your jurisdiction. Since he has committed such an outrageous act, you handle it." Ning Xiai did not retort. He quietly watched their performance, eager to see the attitude of the entire main family. "Well," Hayashi Hyuga hesitated. At present, 2 factions existed within the main family, one upholding tradition, insisting on severe punishment for Ning Xiai, the other represented by Hayashi, advocating reform of the old clan system and co-opting Ning Xiai. They knew that with his current strength, even Konoha could not restrain him, let alone the Hyuga clan. Hayashi Hyuga stole a glance at Ning Xiai. His eyes remained calm, but Hayashi knew that calm was the precursor to an eruption. Ning Xiai was no longer the child who once trembled at the sight of him. He now stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, the top combat power of Konoha. Though he belonged to the branch family, one had to admit that no one in the main family could match him anymore. Ahem. Hayashi Hyuga looked at the elders, then turned his gaze to Ning Xiai and said, "Ning Xiai, though you are from the branch family, your private removal of the caged bird is punishable by clan law. However, your ability to undo it proves your talent." "Clan head, what do you mean? Are you shielding him?" "He is." Before the elder could finish, Hayashi interrupted. "Of course I am not saying that. But now is a new era. Shouldn't some outdated clan rules be changed? Hayashi looked at the elder. For instance, the rule that a branch family member can never become the clan head. Shouldn't that be revised? What did you say? The elder's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Hayashi to utter such words. I said it is time to reform the Hyuga clan's rules. Hayashi raised his voice. The Hyuga clan has survived to this day not because of those so-called rules, but because of the efforts of every generation of Hyuga members. If we cling to convention, the Hyuga clan will eventually decline. You are biased toward him. The elder pointed at Ningxiai. Don't forget he is from the branch family. I am not biased. I am merely stating a fact, Hayashi said. Everyone has seen Ningxi's strength and knows the contributions he has made to Konoha. If he were from the main family, I believe he would have done even better. You are talking nonsense, the elder retorted. He is from the branch family. That is an unchangeable fact. Why can't it be changed? Hayashi countered. If the Hyuga clan has a pinnacle warrior of the shinobi world leading us, we can surpass any previous era. Ningxiai looked at Hayashi, surprised that he would say such things. He had always thought Hayashi a conservative person, but now he realized that Hayashi was not a stagnant clan head. He had his own ideas and sense of responsibility. Clan head, you are right. Ningxiai said, I am from the branch family. That is an unchangeable fact. I do not covet the position of clan head. But the rule about the caged bird seal should be abolished. Every Hyuga clan member deserves equal treatment and the opportunity to pursue their dreams. You are spouting nonsense, the elder shouted. Who do you think you are? You are nothing but a bastard of the branch family. What gives you the right to say such things? What did you say? In the next instant, Ningxiai exploded, striking the elder with a palm gust. Though the elder was a veteran jonin of Konoha, he had no resistance and was sent flying out of the room. What gives me the right? I possess the same Tensigen as the founder, Ningxiai declared proudly, sweeping his gaze across the elders of the main family. His powerful aura fell upon them, so oppressive that they could barely breathe. Under Neji's amicable negotiations, the main family agreed to his proposal to abolish the unjust clan rule that required the branch family to be inscribed with the caged bird curse mark. However, to demonstrate Neji's strength and resolve to protect the Byakugan, he was tasked with retrieving Ao's Byakugan from Kirigakure. Ao had been openly using the Byakugan for years, a perpetual wound to the main family. Previously, the Hyuga clan lacked the strength, and Konoha was constrained by political circumstances, preventing them from reclaiming the Byakugan, which had been used by Ao for so long. But Neji's prowess gave the Hyuga main family hope. Leveraging his desire for reform, they resolved this deeply shameful matter for the clan. Many things had transpired in these 3 days. Tsunade had returned from the Land of Iron and immediately convened a high-level meeting. She had agreed to form a shinobi alliance of the 5 great ninja villages to launch an offensive against the Akatsuki. Subsequently, the entire village of Konoha began to mobilize. The vast majority of ninjas on external missions had returned, and most clan ninjas were temporarily conscripted and organized into squads. As for Rock Lee, after repelling the masked man Obito, he encountered no further incidents over the following 3 days. Guarding the severely injured Sasuke, Lee grew somewhat bored. Sometimes he wished some reckless fool would come looking for a fight to entertain him. Sasuke! Sasuke! A frantic shout echoed through the hospital corridor. Lee turned to look down the hallway and saw a boy in an orange jacket running and shouting joyfully. It was Naruto. Upon hearing that Sasuke had returned to the village, he had abandoned his training and rushed back to Konoha. His shouting was jarring in the hospital ward, but he seemed completely oblivious. Seeing Lee standing at the door, he immediately greeted him. Lee, where is Sasuke? He's inside, Lee replied, pointing to the room behind him. Just as Naruto was about to enter, the door opened from within, and Sakura Haruno stormed out, her face twisted with fury as she roared at Naruto. Naruto, this is a hospital. With that, she delivered a sharp flick to Naruto's head, causing him to crouch down in pain, howling. After a brief scuffle, she dragged him into the ward. Inside the ward, Sasuke sat upright on the hospital bed, his eyes wrapped in bandages. 3 days earlier, Sakura had, per Sasuke's request, transplanted Itachi's eyes into him. Sasuke, you're finally back in Konoha. This is great. Now we can go on missions together, Naruto. Konoha only fills me with hatred. I want to destroy it, Sasuke retorted angrily. Though his emotions had settled somewhat after this period of calm, he still couldn't let go of his grudge against the village. Sasuke, how can you say that? Naruto pleaded. Everyone in the village is worried about you. They all hope you'll come back. Me, Sakura, Kakashi Sensei, and... Enough. Sasuke cut him off. I don't want to hear any more of this. I'm just an avenger. Bastard, fight me. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's collar about to strike. Sasuke didn't resist, only laughed bitterly. Look at me like this with my chakra flow sealed. How can I fight you? Fine, I'll go ask Granny Tsunade to lift the restrictions and surveillance on you, Naruto said, turning and walking out of the ward. Somehow after Naruto spoke with Tsunade, she actually agreed to his request. Lifting the restrictions was good for Lee. He no longer had to guard the hospital. But unexpectedly Tsunade assigned him another task, protecting Naruto, whose importance had surpassed all previous levels. Just 2 days earlier, the Akatsuki had struck again, ambushing the residence of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki killer bee. Though Bee resisted this time, the Akatsuki sent pain, and under his overwhelming assault, Bee was captured. By the time the Kumogakure shinobi reacted, the Akatsuki had vanished. Thus Naruto's safety had become Konoha's top priority. 2 days later, Neji returned from Kirigakure, bringing back the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The Mizukage initially refused to surrender it, but under Neji's overwhelming power he had no choice but to comply. Neji's return marked the official beginning of the Hyuga clan's reforms. Konoha Hospital Ward. Neji was lifting Sasuke's restrictions. Standing beside the bed were Sakura and Naruto, while Rock Lee was on a date with Tenen not far away. Although he had accepted the mission to protect Naruto from Tsunade-sama, it didn't mean constant close surveillance. Lee knew that Naruto's current strength was no less than his own. As long as he kept an eye on Naruto's chakra, nothing would go wrong. Alright, I've lifted the restrictions on Sasuke, Neji said, waving his hand to Naruto. Neji, thank you. They'll treat you to ramen next time, Naruto replied with a smile. Forget it, I'm not interested in ramen. You'd better keep a close watch on Sasuke, Neji said, then left. As an elder of the Hyuga clan, he had many matters to attend to, and with the Great War imminent, the entire clan needed to coordinate with Konoha. After the restrictions were lifted, Sasuke once again felt the flow of chakra within his body. His eyes had been unbandaged 2 days earlier, restoring his vision, but the chakra seal had prevented him from using it. As chakra flowed again, he immediately channeled it into his eyes, sensing their immense ocular power, several times stronger than before. Now he could activate the third stage of Susanoo at will, without any harm to his body. Moreover, he sensed no limit, yet Susanoo could clearly evolve further. Sasuke, now will you spar with me properly? Naruto asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Despite his naivety and dullness, Naruto was passionate and felt a deep innate thrill in battle. Naruto, you never give up, do you? 2 years ago you couldn't beat me, Sasuke said flatly, referring to their battle at the Valley of the End when he left Konoha. In that fight, boosted by the curse mark, Sasuke had surpassed Naruto. That was 2 years ago. I've learned plenty of powerful jutsu since then, even the pervy sage praised me, Naruto said without shame, his face beaming with pride. Very well, then I'll play with you, Sasuke replied. The battle between Naruto and Sasuke was like a cataclysm, shaking heaven and earth, causing mountains to tremble and the ground to quake. Though their battlefield was some distance from Konoha, the shockwaves from their clashes rippled swiftly across the entire village, like concentric waves, even shaking the Hokage's office with intense vibrations. Tsunade was busily processing towering piles of documents in the Hokage's office. Suddenly the entire desk lurched violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Tsunade's heart tightened, a foreboding sense creeping over her. What's going on? Shizen, go investigate at once. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Could it be that the Akatsuki had launched an attack? The thought flashed through Tsunade's mind. Yes. Shizen replied instinctively, then rose to summon the Umbu for an inquiry. Behind Tsunade's seat was a vast glass window offering a clear view of the entire village. As Shizen, sitting opposite Tsunade, looked up, she saw 2 colossal monsters at the edge of the sky, each towering over 100 meters. One monster was a blue giant, winged and wielding a long sword, descending like a celestial deity. The other was a golden 9-tailed fox, its fur shimmering with dazzling radiance, as if it were the incarnation of the sun. The 2 titans were locked in a breathtaking battle. Every collision sent tremors through the heavens and earth, and the resulting shockwaves spread like ripples across the entire village of Konoha. Tsunade-sama, look over there, Shizen exclaimed, pointing. Tsunade instantly rose and turned to peer out the window. The sight before her left her stunned. She immediately recognized the 2 beings. One was the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, undoubtedly Sasuke. The other was the 9-tailed fox, clearly Naruto. These 2 brats have become so powerful now, Tsunade marveled. Even if she fought alongside Katsuyu, she might not be a match for them. As the battle between the two monsters grew fiercer, Tsunade's expression gradually turned grave. Naruto and Sasuke were vital combatants for the village, especially at this critical juncture. If they were injured in the fray, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha. What about Rock Lee? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on Naruto? How did Sasuke and Naruto end up fighting? Go notify Lee at once to stop them. Tsunade roared. Shizune dared not delay and immediately used a special method to relay the message to Lee. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak a kilometer away from Naruto and Sasuke, Tinin was nestled in Rock Lee's arms. Though they were close to the battlefield under the protection of Lee's invisible aura, they remained completely Tintin were to assemble tomorrow. You must take good care of yourself and not charge to the front lines, Lee said, gently tousling Tintin's hair. As a Konoha Jonin, Tintin naturally couldn't miss the upcoming joint shinobi operation. I know. Besides, you gave me new, didn't you? If danger arises, I'll just hide in another dimension, she chuckled. Tintin wasn't too worried about safety. Not only was her strength already at Jonin level, but with the new Lee had given her survival skills were maximized. And bring more explosive tags. Blow up any enemies you encounter, Lee continued. I'm in charge of transporting Konoha's supplies. I have all the equipment I need. Don't worry about that. Tintin rolled her eyes at him. Then she turned her gaze to the two colossal figures in the distance. By the way, aren't you going to stop them? That was the task Tsunade-sama gave you. It's fine. Let them have their brawl. After they've worn themselves out, they'll settle down. With their regenerative abilities, it won't affect the upcoming operation, Lee said calmly. Naruto and Sasuke's strength had grown too quickly. A spar now would be a good choice for them. At Otogakure, Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru and Kabuto were now surrounded by the Akatsuki members hiding Kakazu and the masked man Tobi. Orochimaru, have you considered our offer? If you return to the organization, Pain-sama says he will overlook your previous defection, Kakuzu said mockingly. Think carefully before you answer or the consequences will be beyond your bearing, said Tobi, wearing it. With the 5 great shinobi villages united, the Akatsuki naturally didn't remain idle. They began contacting smaller nations and recruiting talents, with Orochimaru being the most important target. Ordinarily, Orochimaru's defection would have warranted execution by the Akatsuki. But given the urgent situation and the recent loss of 2 key members, their strength against the 5 great nations was already stretched thin. The Shinobi World War had erupted, engulfing the entire ninja realm in flames. No land remained untouched. At this moment, every shinobi had to make a choice: join the allied forces of the 5 great nations to oppose the Akatsuki, or join the Akatsuki and stand against the 5 great nations. Orochimaru glanced at Tobi, well aware of the terror of the Sharingan. This Tobi was suspected to be Uchiha Madara himself. He knew he had no choice left. He nodded. I can return, but my hands are still sealed. I cannot fully serve the organization. The organization already knew about your situation and prepared this for you, Kakuzu said, handing a mask to Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. A death god mask. By performing the death god possession technique, you can retrieve your sealed hands from the death god's belly, Kakuzu explained. The organization is indeed thorough, Orochimaru said with a smile as he took the mask. Orochimaru knew this mask was exactly what he had been desperately seeking. However, ever since the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, the death god mask had been lost. Now it appeared before him, but at a great cost. Yet at this point, dwelling on it was meaningless. Orochimaru donned the mask and began performing the death god possession technique. He felt a surge of immense power flow into his body, and then he saw a colossal death god apparition. Manipulating the apparition, he slit open its belly and released all the souls sealed within. Soon Orochimaru's hands were fully restored. Excellent, he murmured, gazing at his hand. Let's go. Pain-sama has been waiting at the base for a long time, Kakuzu said impatiently, his low, raspy voice echoing in the silent air like a hungry beast's growl. The battle between Naruto and Sasuke ultimately concluded with Naruto's victory. With Sage Mode and the perfect Jinchuriki state, Naruto's power had reached the pinnacle of the Kage level, while Sasuke had only just attained that level. Within a few days, the main force of Konoha set out toward the border of the Land of Fire. Although the war had not yet begun, the battle for intelligence was already underway in secret. The 5 great ninja villages, working in tandem with the Akatsuki, left no place to hide. Soon, all the strongholds of the Akatsuki were located. At a border near the Land of Rain, a barren land once covered in yellow sand now hosted tens of thousands of shinobi, the combined forces of the 5 great villages converging from all directions. Although Tsunade was astonished by the earlier battle between Naruto and Sasuke for safety's sake, she still ordered Naruto to remain in the rear. Unlike the original story where he was sent to Turtle Island to hide, he was now forbidden from joining the combat units. To protect Naruto, Tsunade assigned Neji, Rock Lee, and a reluctant Sasuke to stay by his side. With them, there not even a mosquito could get near Naruto. Outside, Yugeo's interception squad was also on standby. We're just sitting here waiting," Naruto muttered, gazing out at the tens of thousands of allied shinobi beyond the tent. His heart had already flown away, and only Rock Lee's restraint kept him from charging out. "What's the rush? They'll call on us when they need us," Rock Lee said with an air of calm. "Easy for you to say. If we join the fight, we could reduce the sacrifice of many comrades. This plan keeps 4 top-tier fighters cooped up in a tent. It's a complete waste." Naruto grumbled. "You'd better rest up so you don't stumble when it's your turn," Lee said with a smile. "How could I? I'm Naruto," he replied confidently. Inside the temporary command post, the 5 Kage and the high-ranking officials of each village had gathered. "Why are we still discussing this? I say we just bulldoze straight through." The 4th Raikage slammed his fist on the table and roared. "Reckless fool. You've learned nothing after all these years," the old Tsuchikage Inoki sneered. The land of lightning and the land of earth had long been at odds, and their enmity ran deep. "What did you say? You want to start a war with me?" the Raikage bellowed. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Inoki shot back, unwilling to back down. "Enough. Stop arguing. Raikage, I know you're worried about Killer Bee, but now more than ever we cannot afford to lose our composure," Tsunade interjected, then turned to the Tsuchikage. "Old man, you should keep quiet too." "Oomph." They both snorted, but ceased their bickering. "First, let the intelligence division brief us on the latest intel about the Akatsuki," Tsunade said. "We've located the Akatsuki's core stronghold. The 10-tail shell is kept there. They are currently hastening to extract the tailed beast from the 8 tails Jinchuriki, but their defenses are too tight for us to get close," Inoichi said gravely. As the head of the intelligence division, Inoichi was responsible for collating all information. "How outrageous!" roared, furious at the treatment of Killer Bee. "Go on," Tsunade urged. A force of 100,000 appears at the border of the land of rain. They are all dressed uniformly, a most eerie sight. Additionally, intelligence from the land of grass indicates that the Akatsuki has already recalled Orochimaru a few days ago. Inoichi detailed the latest reports. So they intend to use that jutsu of Orochimaru's against the 3rd Hokage. It seems that Rock Lee's suggestion of a sealing squad is necessary. "We must be cautious of this technique that toys with the souls of the dead," Tsunade warned. "This is all trouble your Konoha has caused," the Mizukage Meiterumi said coldly. "What's the point of dwelling on that? Let's discuss the division of our forces." "Shikaku, you explain," Tsunade said, shifting the topic to the allocation of the allied shinobi forces. "According to the plan, first we have issued new unified forehead protectors to the 80,000-strong allied forces to facilitate reorganization. After disbanding all units, they will be reassembled into 5 combat divisions, 1 raiding unit, 1 sensing squad, and 1 daimyo guard unit," Shikaku said. The overall field commander of the 5 combat divisions is Jiraiya. The 1st division is a mid-range combined unit composed mainly of shinobi skilled in weapons and tools, led by Darui. The 2nd division is a close combat combined unit comprising shinobi adept at large-scale ninjutsu tasked with eliminating large enemy forces on the front lines, led by Kitsuchi. The 3rd division is a mid to close-range combined unit responsible for support and logistics, consisting mainly of medical and logistics units, and sealing squads, led by Kakashi with Might Guy as deputy. The 4th division is a long-range combat combined unit tasked with supporting forward and rear forces, led by Gaara. The 5th division is a special combat unit composed of samurai or shinobi using unique techniques and fighting methods, led by Mifune. That is the detailed battle plan. Please review it, Shikaku said, distributing the plan to the 5 Kage and the appointed commanders. "I have no objections," Gaara said, the first to speak. The other 4 Kage also nodded in agreement. As the mastermind behind the allied forces, Shikaku's plan was widely accepted. "Good, then let's proceed according to the plan. I want no mistakes, especially regarding the protection of the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the daimyo," Inoki said. At the Akatsuki's headquarters, all members had gathered. Pain addressed Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, the White Zetsu army has already set out. It's time to summon those ancient relics." Orochimaru licked his lips and said calmly, "Leader Pain, so impatient. Are the sacrifices ready?" Pain turned his gaze to the masked man Obito. Before Pain, Obito still acted as Madara's spokesperson. Obito activated his Sharingan, and space began to warp. One by one square coffins were shifted out. These were the sacrifices the Akatsuki had prepared, over 50 in total. Orochimaru and Kabuto began performing the impure world reincarnation. Their movements were skilled and synchronized, as if conducting an artistic performance. As they worked, the runes on the coffins began to glow, emitting a dazzling light. The light coalesced into solid forms. The once powerful warriors emerged from the coffins, their bodies radiating an intense aura that sent chills down the spine. Pain gazed at the resurrected warriors, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. These were individuals the Akatsuki had summoned at great cost, and their power could change the entire course of the war. Excellent, Orochimaru. You have done well. Now let us go and conquer the world. Pain declared. Orochimaru nodded, though his thoughts remained hidden. Move out. Pain commanded. The Akatsuki members set off toward the border of the Land of Fire, their target being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki stationed far in the rear. Within the jungle, dozens of ninjas revived by the impure world reincarnation leaped ceaselessly among the trees. As they distanced themselves from Orochimaru, their consciousness gradually regained clarity. The moment Haku from the Mist Village regained his senses, he turned his gaze toward the towering figure beside him and spoke softly, Zabuza-sama. Haku. Zabuza nodded at Haku. It seems this is not the afterlife. He then looked around. There was no such lush green forest in the Pure Land. Haku quickly noticed the strangeness of his body. How peculiar. Though my mind is clear, my body remains completely beyond my control. At that moment, a knowledgeable ninja nearby explained, "This is the impure world reincarnation. We have been summoned back from the Pure Land to this world. That means a large-scale battle is imminent. Even the dead are being exploited. How infuriating," grumbled a ninja wrapped entirely in bandages not far away. Apart from the ground forces, the Akatsuki also dispatched an aerial assault unit. A squad of 4 Sasori Daidara, the Mist Village's Chuki, and the Leaf Village's Shin. Among the 4, all except Sasori were reincarnated by the impure world technique. High in the sky, 3 giant white birds soared. Sasori sat atop Daidara's giant white bird. Daidara, having just regained his senses, exclaimed joyfully, "Sasori-dana, we meet again." "Shut up and keep moving," Sasori replied, coldly uninterested in the chatterbox. "So long without seeing each other, and now we're so estranged. How heartbreaking." Daidara feigned sorrow, clutching his chest. "It seems death couldn't cure your habit," Sasori remarked, unfazed by Daidara's antics. "You know how boring the other world is. This place is far better. I can freely unleash my art." Daidara laughed recklessly. After the Impure World Army and the Akatsuki members, the Allied Shinobi Forces infiltration scout reached the core base of the Akatsuki. It was none other than Mitarashi Anko, clad in white. She was now crouched in a patch of grass, hiding. As soon as she neared the base, Anko detected a strange scent in the air, this feeling. "It's Orochimaru." In the next instant, she leaped up and launched a jutsu behind her. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. But to her astonishment, her opponent used the very same technique. The figure in a red robe with pale white eyes bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru. "It's you, Kabuto Yakushi." Anko's expression eased slightly. As long as it wasn't Orochimaru, she felt she could still fight. Her impression of Kabuto was still from the Chunin Exams. Kabuto, seeing his ambush failed, did not press the attack. Anko remained alert, also refraining from further action. "After obtaining the curse mark, you've become quite adept at using Lord Orochimaru's techniques, haven't you?" Kabuto sneered. Long time no see, Anko." A voice forever etched in her memory rang out. Anko traced the sound and saw Orochimaru approaching slowly from afar. Orochimaru. Her face turned grim instantly, and she turned to flee into the distance. Orochimaru remained unmoved, merely fixing his gaze on Kabuto and smiling. "How mischievous. Kabuto, bring her back." "Yes." In an instant, Kabuto transformed into a blur of motion and lunged toward Anko. Facing the onrushing Kabuto, she remained calm and engaged him in taijutsu. As they fought, she taunted, "Such feeble hand-to-hand skills. You're delusional if you think you can capture me." "Is that so?" Kabuto smirked. Just as Anko let her guard down, a white serpent shot out from beneath Kabuto's red robe, sinking its fangs into her arm like lightning. Stung by the pain, Anko grabbed the snake's head with her other hand and, dragging Kabuto along, slammed him violently toward the ground. Kabuto twisted midair, landing steadily, and smiled. "How do you feel now? I never intended to exchange taijutsu with you." in the brains of the operation. What kind of poison is this? I should be immune to all snake venoms. Before Anko could finish, an overwhelming drowsiness swept over her. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Your constitution is outdated. Do you regret leaving Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto remarked. Anko did not hold out long before losing consciousness, and Kabuto brought her to Orochimaru. Soon after, the strike teams from both forces had already clashed. On the allied side, Kankuro and Sai led 8 young ninjas, while the Akatsuki team was led by Sasori with 3 others. Though Deidara's explosive clay was immensely powerful, Kankuro's side had the veteran Earth released Jonin Ippan from a Wagakure. The 8 worked together, seamlessly managing to suppress the opponent. Sasori, I won't lose again. Kankuro stared intently at Sasori. The last time he had been the first to pursue Sasori had taught him a harsh lesson. For that reason, after recovering, he had trained extensively in secret puppet techniques specifically to counter Sasori. Kankuro, your thread manipulation has improved greatly. You've even managed to entwine your chakra threads around mine, disrupting my control. Sasori acknowledged with admiration. To receive praise from you, the master of the red secret technique, is truly rare. Kankuro remained composed and confident. Now with the black secret technique, I am even stronger. So you're still alive. The poison from back then was neutralized after all. Sasori sounded disappointed. I never expected to meet you again. Fate seems to have decreed that you will die by my hand. Kankuro said, coldly staring at Sasori. Then in one swift motion, he produced a scroll, the one sealing his newly developed puppet. Kankuro unfurled the scroll, and a towering puppet materialized beside him. This was his latest masterpiece, endowed with formidable combat prowess and intelligence, ready for any contingency. Sasori, this is my new puppet. It will mark the beginning of your defeat. Kankuro's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering. Sasori sneered. Do you think a single puppet can change the tide? I am not so easily vanquished. Their figures clashed across the battlefield, sparks flying in an instant. The puppet's ingenious design allowed it to deftly counter Sasori's various attacks, while Kankuro himself employed his unique thread techniques to continuously disrupt Sasori's movements. Midway through the battle, Sasori suddenly displayed astonishing speed and power, successfully destroying Kankuro's puppet. However, with the cooperation of his teammates, Kankuro managed to capture both Sasori and Deidara inside the puppet Black Ant, then drove blades into the slots of the Black Ant, piercing their bodies and trapping them within. Though this skirmish had ended, the Great Ninja War had truly just begun. At the forefront of the second combat unit, Huangtu and Haitu stood resolutely, coldly observing the desolate plain before they uniformly began to execute their ninjutsu. Earth release, rising earth excavation. Instantly, a towering volcano erupted from the ground, continuously spewing forth a multitude of white monsters, the twos of Izuro's strong army of the White Absolute lurking underground. Meanwhile, the third combat unit, led by Kakashi, also encountered their opponents, who were none other than the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, along with the ice-style user Haku and the scorch release user Pakura from Sunigakure, as well as the explosion release user Deidara from Iwagakure. Under the cover of Zabuza's mist technique, Kakashi's third combat unit found themselves in a passive position. The 7 ninja swordsmen utilized their silent killing techniques amidst the thick fog, resulting in a brutal massacre for the ordinary ninjas. Within a short time, Kakashi's combat unit suffered dozens of casualties. There was no alternative. The ordinary attacks of the Ninja Alliance were completely ineffective against the undead beings of the impure world reincarnation. Only techniques that restricted movement or targeted the soul could inflict real harm. In desperation, the 2 leaders, Kakashi and Might Guy, had no choice but to step forward to fend off the attacks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their primary target being Zabuza, who was casting the mist technique. With the cooperation of Nara Shikamaru and Yamashita-san, Kakashi soon approached Zabuza in the thick fog. Just as Kakashi's Chidori was about to strike Zabuza, a pale figure blocked his path. Haku, who was always vigilant of Zabuza. This scene was reminiscent of Kakashi's encounter with Zabuza years ago. Although the impure world reincarnation Haku possessed an undead body, the damage could not be transferred. Kakashi's strike shattered Haku's body, temporarily incapacitating her, as she slumped helplessly to the ground, awaiting the regeneration of the impure world reincarnation. With the time gained by Haku, Zabuza reacted and swung his decapitating blade at Kakashi. The blade clashed with lightning, erupting in an astonishing roar. Over the past 2 years, Kakashi had become much more cheerful while leading Naruto and under Naruto's pressure his strength steadily improved. In contrast, Zabuza's power had diminished after the roar Kakashi's Chidori directly shattered Zabuza's body. From Zabuza's gaze, Kakashi did not perceive hatred, but rather a sense of relief. "Jinchur, take action," Kakashi shouted to his companion behind him. Immediately, a sealing ninja from the sealing team rushed to Kakashi's side, carrying a thick sealing scroll about half a meter long, quickly employing sealing techniques to seal both Zabuza and Haku. As Zabuza was sealed, the surrounding thick fog rapidly dissipated, revealing other ninjas who had also undergone impure world reincarnation. Without the aid of the fog, these reincarnated ninjas, despite their strength, could not withstand the assault of the large forces. Just as the second and third combat units were locked in fierce battle, another group of impure world reincarnation ninjas had infiltrated their rear, entering the territory of the fourth combat unit. At this moment, within the fourth combat unit, not only was Gaara present, but also the allied army's overall commander Jiraiya. "We must not get too close, otherwise we might be discovered." The reincarnated second Tsuchikage Wu gazed at the endless sea of ninjas ahead. Even with his strength, he did not dare to rush in. Far away at the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru sensed Wu's situation and chuckled, "Is that Jiraiya? You better not die, for I have prepared a grand feast for you." Receiving Orochimaru's orders, Wu began to weave hand signs, his hands flying swiftly as he quickly performed the summoning technique. With a poof-poof, a series of coffins were summoned, and then 7 figures emerged from each individual exuded a tremendous aura. The third Raikage, the second Mizukage, the fourth Kazekage, along with 4 Hokages, plus the second Tsuchikage who summoned them, the leaders of 5 villages had gathered. "Where is this?" the third Raikage asked with confusion. The second Mizukage looked at the third Raikage and the second Tsuchikage, Wu sighing, "I never expected former enemies to gather once more." They were familiar faces from the same era, but not friendly, leading to an immediate outbreak of fierce arguments. In contrast, the 4 Hokages remained relatively calm. Once again manipulated by that Orochimaru, it really is frustrating. The second Hokage, Tobirama, said angrily he originally developed this ninjutsu to counter others, but never expected to be played with by this technique after death. At that moment, he felt some regret for creating this jutsu. "Alright, Orochimaru does possess some abilities, having summoned so many powerful figures," Hashirama said in a nonchalant tone. "Brother, you should seriously consider why he summoned so many deceased leaders. It seems he is planning something formidable," Tobirama responded with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the other village leaders turned their gazes toward Hashirama. The only person Tobirama referred to as brother was the legendary sage of the 6 paths. "Hashirama, sir," several other village leaders said in trembling voices. "Hi." Hashirama smiled at them. Hashirama's harmless smile did not alleviate the fear of the others. Their proud demeanor became somewhat restrained. "Let's not dwell on the past. Oh, does anyone know what the current situation is? I know this. Go ahead lies the Ninja Alliance, and we have been dispatched to battle them. The second Tsuchikage." "The Ninja Alliance, how rare." Hashirama scratched his head, feeling somewhat pleased. Just as they were discussing, Gaara had already sensed their arrival through his third eye. A wave of unease surged within him. He knew a fierce battle was about to begin. However, when Gaara conveyed this situation to Jiraiya beside him, Jiraiya merely smiled calmly. Jiraiya understood that this time they were facing an unprecedented challenge, yet he also believed they had enough strength to confront it. After Gaara described everyone's appearances to Jiraiya, Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat bitter. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "We've got trouble. The person you mentioned includes Lord Hashirama." "What?" "The sage of the 6 paths." Gaara couldn't help but frown. Hashirama's destructive power was something every ninja should have heard of, and he realized they were up against a truly formidable enemy. "At this point, we can only meet the challenge, Hiden," Jiraiya said with determination. Gaara nodded, knowing Jiraiya was right. They had no option to evade, and must overcome the enemy before them, whoever it might be. "Let's set out to confront our enemies." In the command center of the Shinobi Alliance, the Hokage, Tsuchikage, Raikage, and Chief of Staff Lujo were all present, discussing the next deployment. As for the Mizukage, he was protecting the feudal lords. Just then, a ninja from the communications division delivered a message. "Captain Jiraiya has sent word. They have discovered 8 enemies: the second Mizukage, the second Tsuchikage, the fourth Kazekage, the second Raikage, and—" "What?" Even father was summoned. "Damn Orochimaru. And who are the other 4? The third Raikage AI stood up angrily and roared. "The 4 previous Hokages," the communications division ninja said bitterly. "Humph, Gangsho muttered, unable to sit still upon hearing that her grandfather had been summoned again. While they were still hesitating, the first combat unit also reported that a large army of white Zetsu Akatsuki members and many impure world reincarnation ninjas had appeared, including Kaka the hiding Yuziboyu, as well as Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and Gang's house lover Dan. According to the current situation, only the third combat unit led by Kakashi has a significant advantage. The other units are in extreme danger. Now we can split Kakashi's third combat unit, sending part of it to support the first combat unit to eliminate the enemies by the coast as soon as possible, then concentrate our forces to face the enemies behind. However, Lujo said, "What is it that Tsuchikage Daimyo asked?" In that case, the pressure on Lord Jiraiya's side will be relatively high. They need to face 8 Kages. Lujo said helplessly. No, although the fourth combat unit is only facing 8 enemies, their strength already surpasses that of other places. The Reikage AI said in a deep voice. After pondering for a moment, he thought, isn't there the 5th combat unit? The 5th combat unit hasn't made contact with the enemy yet, but according to the reconnaissance unit's feedback, a large force is also heading toward them. The cards we can play now are very few. Lujo said. At this point, we have no choice but to step in ourselves. AI roared. But in that case, we will have exhausted our trump cards. Lujo said hesitantly. At this juncture, we have to go. Even though the 8 Kages won't go all out, they are still more than ordinary ninjas can handle. Gangsho also spoke up. Subsequently, only the staff and sensory departments remained at the headquarters. Gangsho AI and Daimyo quickly arrived at the position of the 4th combat unit. Fortunately, the battle hasn't started yet. The 3 of them sighed in relief. Gangsho, you're here, Jiraiya said with a smile to Gangsho. I'm just worried you'll get yourself killed, Gangsho said bluntly. I didn't expect you to care so much about me. That really makes me happy. Jiraiya said with a grin. Stop your nonsense. They're coming, let's go say hello. Gangsho frowned slightly, spoke loudly, and then charged down first. The other 4 cage-level figures followed closely behind. At the edge of the desert, 8 figures walked slowly side by side, their presence surging. Even 5 cage-level individuals plus tens of thousands of ninja troops could not match such momentum. Suddenly, a towering sand sea hundreds of meters high rose on the horizon, rolling toward them like a heavenly pillar. Oh, what a magnificent sandstorm! The second Mizukage guiding Wanyu showed his neat teeth and praised. This terrifying sandstorm would be a catastrophic disaster for ordinary ninjas, but for them, it was just a powerful jutsu. Is this the One-Tail's sleeping jutsu? The 4th Kazekage Xiaoyuo thought to himself. In his impression, Gaara could only borrow the power of the One-Tail to create a sandstorm of this magnitude, but he did not know that the current Gaara could achieve such an effect with his own strength. Xiaoyuo now also wanted to see how far his son had grown. He immediately stepped forward and pressed his hands on the ground. The next moment, starting from his position, a sand sea of equal magnitude surged up. In the sky, golden particles occasionally scattered like twinkling stars, shining with dazzling light. I see you are using magnetic release to control gold sand, the second Reikage said, grabbing the scattered gold sand in the air to analyze. The 2 sandstorm oceans collided in the sky and canceled each other out. When the sand sea disappeared, the one controlling it revealed himself. It was Gaara alone, floating in the air on a stream of sand beneath his feet. Xiaoyuo looked at the floating Gaara and said in surprise, not Shikaku, but Gaara himself. As they observed Gaara, he directly launched a ninjutsu attack. From the underground sand sea, 8 claw-like hands emerged like demonic claws, grabbing at the feet of the 8 reincarnated ninjas. At this moment, the gap in strength among the 8 could be seen. Those with quick reactions, Hashima, Feijian, Shumen, and Wu, easily dodged the sand-formed hands. Their figures vanished into thin air like lightning. Those slower to react, the third Reikage Xiaoyuo guiding Wanyu and Yuan Farazan, were entangled by the sand-formed hands. Their movements were only delayed for a moment, but the sand hands had already grabbed their legs, making it impossible to break free. Is there someone up there? The 4 of them looked toward the sky on the left. They're floating in the air. Daimyo held his hands at his chest as a square energy orb rapidly expanded, enveloping the 4 controlled individuals. Dust release. Daimyo, you've lived long enough. The second Tsuchikage Wu said, then also performed dust release and clashed with Daimyo. Boom. The 2 dust release jutsus expanded together in the air, reducing everything within 100 meters to ashes. Mighty strength fist. Hell stab, 1 finger thrust. Then the 4th Reikage AI and Gangsho attacked from the left and right in the air. Little Gangshoa. Not bad, much more imposing than before, Hashima said with a laugh, then raised his hand and summoned a giant iron door with a demon face blocking the four, including Yuan Farazan. Although the mighty strength fist and the hell stab were powerful, they had no effect against the Rashomon Gate summoned by Hashima. After all, the five-fold Rashomon Gate could block an attack that combined the nine-tailed beast ball, fire release, great fire dragon flame bullet. While the Rashomon Gate was blocking Gangsho, a white-haired ninja suddenly emerged from the sand below. As soon as he appeared, he spat out 3 raging fire dragons at the 4 temporarily immobilized Kages attacking from the front, left, and right. This fire jutsu has some style, but it's not enough. It was Fujian who spoke. The next second, 3 massive water dragons emerged from Fujian's palms, and then charged unhesitatingly into the 3 fire dragons. In the blink of an eye, this series of attacks was launched almost simultaneously. Seeing that their surprise attack had not worked, Gangsho and the other 4 regrouped and did not continue the assault. The 4, including Yuan Farazan, had time to recover and quickly freed themselves from the sand hands. Little Tsunade, you've grown so much. Hashirama recognized Tsunade among the 5 at a glance. Tsunade bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she said, "Grandfather, granduncle." Unfortunately, the current scene was not suitable for reminiscing, otherwise she would have rushed over. Little Tsunade, don't go easy on us just because we're your grandfathers. This body is no longer under our control. Hashirama said with a smile. In truth, he had a way to break free from the impure world reincarnation, but his rigid mindset made him believe that doing so would violate the rules, so he refrained from taking action. Since most of them were relatives and friends, the scene turned into a reunion. You are the current Kage of each village, right? Mu said with interest, then suddenly thought of something and asked hastily, wait, why isn't the Mizukage here? Has the land of water been destroyed? Lord Mizukage, the land of water has not been destroyed. The Mizukage is currently guarding the feudal lords of each village, Tsunade explained. Oh, what value do those feudal lords have to waste time on? Without the Mizukage, do you think you 5 along with those insignificant soldiers behind you can stop us? Mu sneered. It has come to this. Tsunade said with a hint of melancholy. Enough talk. Let me see the strength of today's ninjas. The 3rd Reikage spoke. Anoki, you know that with my dust release numbers are meaningless. Only Mu also spoke. Tsunade and the other 4 cage-level figures each found their opponents, the 4th Kazekage against the 5th Kazekage, the 2nd Tsuchikage against the 3rd Tsuchikage, Tsunade against Hashirama, Jiraiya against Minato, the 3rd Reikage against the 4th Reikage. The other 3 reincarnated powerhouses charged toward the main ninja force behind. The battle thus began. The 5th Division, led by Mifune, was a special unit composed mostly of samurai along with some special ninja clans, such as the Aburame and Inuzuka of Konoha. They had advanced near the Akatsuki headquarters. The White Setsu Army and the Impure World Reincarnation Army naturally would not stand idly by. Without a word, the 2 sides clashed and the battle erupted. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the 1st Division, an unexpected turn occurred. Itachi, who had been acting alongside the Akatsuki, suddenly betrayed them and launched a sneak attack on Kakuzu. With lightning speed, he used a kunai to destroy one of Kakuzu's hearts, severely wounding him. Then Itachi unleashed his powerful Susanoo, eliminating a large number of white Zetsu units. His appearance instantly relieved the pressure on the 1st Division, turning the tide of the battle. At the same time, members of the 3rd Division arrived in time to join the fight. With their combined efforts, the situation on the battlefield was quickly brought under control. Detecting this change, the 6 Paths of Pain was forced to personally rush to the front line and engage in a fierce battle with Itachi. The Deva Path glared angrily at Itachi and cursed, "Itachi, you traitor! Your actions have deeply disappointed me." Itachi stood there quietly, his eyes still as calm as ever, as if none of this concerned him. He lifted his head slightly, looked at the Deva Path, and said, "I am not betraying. I am only doing what I believe is right." Hearing this, the Deva Path grew even more furious. He pointed at Itachi and shouted, "You bastard, do you know what you're doing? You are destroying our plans. You are betraying our organization." Itachi smiled faintly and said, "I know what I am doing and I know the consequences of my actions, but I have no regrets." Upon hearing this, the Deva Path's anger flared even more. He yelled at Itachi, "You fool, you have no way out. Do you think this will change anything? Do you think you can return to Konoha? You are merely delusional." Itachi said nothing, only silently gazing at the Deva Path. The battle began. With Itachi using his Mangekyo Sharingan recklessly, even the 6 Paths of Pain could not defeat him immediately. However, this did not mean Itachi was unscathed. The intense strain of activating the Mangekyo, even with the support of Hashirama's cells, once again pushed Itachi to his limits. Indeed, a transplanted clone, I cannot compare to the eternal Mangekyo, Itachi sighed. After only a quarter of an hour of battle, tears of blood again streamed from his eyes. Fortunately, the First Division finished off their opponents and came to his aid. With the help of the large ninja alliance, Itachi quickly reversed his disadvantage and eliminated the 6 paths of pain one by one. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a masked man emerged from the ground and launched a sneak attack on Itachi. "Uchiha Obito, I never thought I would fall into your hands," Itachi said, coughing up blood. The battle with pain had already consumed most of his chakra, and now gravely wounded by Obito's ambush, he was on the verge of death. The masked man Obito revealed a strange expression and said, "I didn't expect you to discover my identity. But it doesn't matter now because our plan is about to succeed." Hearing this, Itachi was shocked, but he no longer had the strength to stop them. He could only place his hopes on Sasuke, Rock Lee, and the others, as he had already accomplished what he set out to do. Itachi's life slowly faded away. The masked man Obito did not linger long. He then attacked the sealing squad and stole the already sealed Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In a hidden cave near the First Division's battlefield, Nagato sat in a wheelchair, his face pale, his body convulsing, and cold sweat streaming down. His already frail frame now appeared even more fragile. The defeat of the 6 paths of pain on the battlefield had clearly taken a heavy toll on his weak body. Konan looked at Nagato in the wheelchair with deep concern and worry. She gently held his hand, trying to offer some comfort. But she knew that what Nagato needed most now was not just comfort, but rest. Suddenly, Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood. "Nagato, what's wrong?" Konan asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. She was afraid of losing him, afraid that the person she had always relied on and trusted would leave her. Nagato groaned in pain, his lips trembling as he said, "The 6 paths of pain have been defeated." Konan's heart ached. Watching his suffering expression, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She knew that Nagato had been enduring immense pressure and pain, yet she was powerless to help. "Nagato, don't give up. There is still hope," Konan said earnestly. "Yes, it seems we must advance the final plan ahead of schedule," Nagato said, suppressing his discomfort with a determined look. Then Konan pushed Nagato's wheelchair out of the cave. Before they could reach the Akatsuki headquarters, the masked man Obito blocked their path. "Chongmin, where are you going?" asked the masked man Daitu with a smile. Though Daitu's face was hidden, Chongmin could sense his malicious intent. At this moment, Chongmin was at his weakest. Xiaonan, who was pushing Chongmin, stepped in front of him and snapped, "Ban, what do you mean by this?" In front of Chongmin, Daitu still posed as Ban. "What do I mean? I'm here to reclaim what's mine." The masked man Daitu maintained his calm demeanor as he continued walking toward them. "I knew you were up to no good," said Xiaonan. With that, she raised her hand and attacked the masked man Daitu. Her hands transformed into countless paper blades, flying toward him like sharp daggers. Facing the attack, Daitu sneered, "Just surrender obediently. Why bother with futile resistance?" Immediately, he used Kimyui to phase his body, dodging the incoming paper blades. The paper attack was merely Xiaonan's diversion. In the instant Daitu phased, she had already picked up Chongmin, transformed into her angel form, and flew off into the distance. "Do you think you can escape?" Daitu scoffed. "Fire release explosive wind dance." In the next moment, a vortex of flames, serpentine and form swiftly caught up with Xiaonan and Chongmin, who had not yet fled far. Left with no choice, Xiaonan halted to defend against Daitu's attack. While Xiaonan was blocking Daitu's flame attack, Daitu had already appeared behind them. He struck the weakened Chongmin with a palm, and a twisted space swallowed Chongmin whole. Chongmin. Before Xiaonan could act, the masked man Daitu vanished as well. Half a quarter of an hour later, Daitu reappeared contentedly, saying, "Here, return him to you." From the void, Chongmin's body was thrown out of the twisted space. But now Chongmin had no breath left. His appearance was utterly horrific, with hollow eye sockets and 2 streams of blood trailing down. This gruesome sight drove Xiaonan into a frenzy. "Whoever you are, today is the day you die." God's paper art. In the next second, countless paper sheets filled the entire sky. In an instant, an area of several hundred meters became an ocean of paper. These paper sheets were no ordinary ones. They were all explosive tags, their number beyond counting. "Madwoman, are you trying to die together?" Standing in the center of the explosive tags, Daitu felt a chill. He did not have to wait long. The countless explosive tags began to detonate, and the explosion lasted for 10 minutes. The 10-minute explosion passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Xiaonan thought she had finished Dai 2, a terribly disfigured figure fell from the void. He was covered in burns, his clothes were torn, and even the mask on his face was gone, revealing a face half normal and half twisted. How is this possible? How could you survive 10 minutes of continuous bombardment? Xiaonan asked in disbelief. You know nothing about the eyes of the Uchiha clan. To resist your attack, I wasted a precious Sharingan I had kept for years. Xiaonan looked up. One of the man's eyes was indeed closed. Gazing at the young man before her, she suddenly realized something and said, You are not Ban. Ban cannot be this young. Knowing that is meaningless now, let me send you to join Changmen. Having lost her ultimate trump card, Xiaonan lasted only a few exchanges against Dai 2. Soon after, Dai 2 found Black Zetsu and began the process of exchanging the Rinnegan. On the battlefield of the 3rd Division of the Allied Shinobi Forces, 5 cage-level figures engaged in a fierce clash, their battle turbulent and earth-shattering. These reanimated Kage did not take the initiative to attack, but whenever Tsunade and the others launched an assault, they would automatically unleash their ninjutsu. The battle between the 4th Kazekage Raza and Gaara was spectacular. Oceans of sand collided, dyeing the entire sky a murky hue. However, Gaara's strength clearly surpassed that of the reincarnated Raza. Under Gaara's versatile ninjutsu attacks, Raza was quickly restrained by sand-binding coffin and surrendered without any resistance. As Gaara sealed Raza, the latter spoke to him. Gaara, you have surpassed us, former Kazekage. From now on, the village is in your hands. This testament-like farewell stirred a long-lost sense of care and responsibility in Gaara's silent heart. But the battle was not over, and there was no time for nostalgia. He pressed on toward the next target. Without their corresponding Kage to counter them, Tobarama Jinjetsu Hozuki and Hiruzen Sarutobi, these 3 cage-level figures, had inflicted heavy casualties on the allied shinobi forces in a short time. As for the battle between the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu and Inoki, it was even more perilous. The particle style was continuously deployed between them, annihilating everything it touched, whether rock or sand. Once free, Gaara quickly assisted Inoki in sealing the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu as well. Though the battle between Jiraiya and Minato was not as grand in scale as the others, their combat techniques were dazzling, full of sparks and tension. As Minato's teacher, Jiraiya knew his disciple like the back of his hand. Yet Minato's speed still made it difficult for Jiraiya to cope. Minato's figure darted across the battlefield like lightning. His flying thunder god technique granted him a speed that surpassed Jiraiya's, making him seem like an unstoppable storm. However, Jiraiya was no ordinary opponent. As a cage-level figure, his battle experience was vast, and he understood Minato's movements thoroughly. Although he could not defeat Minato quickly, he skillfully entangled him, preventing the latter from unleashing his full power. Compared to Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi was easier to handle. At that moment, Hiruzen was already surrounded by the allied shinobi forces, which was why Jiraiya chose to fight Minato. If Minato were to engage the allied shinobi forces, his destructive power would be self-evident. His speed was not just a force, it was an insurmountable threat. On the battlefield, no one could match him. His presence would become an insurmountable obstacle, striking fear into the hearts of countless shinobi. The battle between the 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage, father and son, was exceptionally ferocious. On the battlefield, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Their attacks collided, producing dazzling bolts and deafening crashes. Dust from the battlefield was stirred up, forming a gray haze, yet within this haze the figures of the 2 men remained clearly visible. The 3rd Raikage's lightning release techniques were straightforward, each strike carrying earth-shattering power. He exuded an unstoppable aura as if he were the embodiment of lightning. With his lightning release armor, the strongest defense, he could easily block his attacks. As for the counterattacks he launched, he had to handle them with caution. Soon realized that the only way to defeat his father was to make the 3rd Raikage's strongest spear strike his own strongest shield. The 3rd Raikage's one-finger spear had an attack power several times that of as capable of piercing any defense easily, even the 3rd's own lightning release armor. Soon the opportunity came. Just as the 3rd Raikage unleashed his one-finger spear, as lightning blades struck the 3rd Raikage's elbow. In an instant, the attack from the strongest spear directly damaged the 3rd Raikage's reanimated body. Seeing this chance, the sealing squad immediately moved in and sealed the 3rd Raikage. The grandest battle on the field was undoubtedly the clash between Tsunade and Hashirama. Tsunade roared, descending directly from the sky. Hashirama simply clasped his hands together and lifted his foot. Amidst a series of rustling sounds, countless thick, twisted tree trunks burst forth from beneath the sand, intertwining and surging toward the incoming Tsunade like a tidal wave. Break! Facing the blockade of wood release, Tsunade pushed her monstrous strength to its limit. The violent force shattered large swaths of the tree trunks. However, the trunks continuously emerging from the ground eroded the power behind Tsunade's fist. When her fist was merely a meter from Hashirama, her monstrous strength had already lost its momentum. Little Tsunade, your monstrous strength has been trained quite well. You've surpassed me, Hashirama said cheerfully, completely unconcerned by the fist wind so close to him. Grandfather, don't be so smug, Tsunade retorted sharply. The strike she had just delivered would have forced any ordinary cage-level shinobi to dodge, but Hashirama had defused it with a mere gesture. Little Tsunade, you can't stop me with just monstrous strength, Hashirama declared as he fought. I know, Grandfather. It seems I have no choice but to use the abilities I've recently acquired. Tsunade's expression turned serious. Ever since Rock Lee had given her a vial of storm-release bloodline serum, she had been studying it. Though the storm-release bloodline limit was powerful, it could not enhance her current strength. The bloodline limit she had always yearned to awaken was wood release. Based on genetic principles, she possessed the potential to acquire wood release. After all, her grandfather was Hashirama. The bloodline serum Lee gave her opened a door. Through research, she discovered that the serum contained two distinct substances, one that promoted the evolution of her own bloodline, and the other being the genetic module of storm release. After several months, she finally succeeded in isolating the serum. Seduced by the prospect of wood release, she resolutely consumed the agent that accelerated bodily evolution. The effect was remarkable. After ingestion, her physical strength steadily increased, and her chakra capacity also grew significantly. The greatest gain was that she successfully awakened the wood release hidden within her bloodline. However, busy with Hokage duties, she had not yet had the chance to display it. Excellent, let me see how far you've progressed over the years, little Tsunade. Hashirama smiled gently. Tsunade gazed at Hashirama, her eyes revealing determination and resolve. This time she was no longer just Tsunade who relied solely on monstrous strength. She had far more options. Tsunade closed her eyes, gathering the chakra within her. She felt the power of wood release flowing through her body. With her will, the surrounding environment began to quiver, and a vibrant life-filled aura permeated the air. Wood Golem Technique. The next moment, a colossal wooden figure resembling a female warrior rose from the ground, towering hundreds of meters high. What? Is this even possible? Hashirama, seeing Tsunade perform his signature wood release technique, felt as if he had traveled. During his lifetime, he had exhausted every means to make his descendants awaken wood release, but all failed. He never imagined Tsunade would actually develop it. At this moment, he felt more joy than anything. Excellent. Today, Grandfather will teach you how to use wood release. Hashirama showed a hint of seriousness, mobilizing his chakra. A wood golem of the same height as Tsunade's instantly materialized. The difference was that his golem was entwined with several wooden dragons, their looming dragon heads exuding an extraordinary aura. This height was far from Hashirama's limit. He had merely matched the size to keep the golems on equal footing, allowing Tsunade to better comprehend the intricacies of the wood golem technique. The disparity in their understanding of wood release was evident from the very appearance of the wooden golem. Thus began a lesson in wood release. Throughout the battle, Hashirama continuously employed some of the ultimate techniques of wood release, broadening Tsunade's horizons and deepening her comprehension of the power. Tsunade's current strength was essentially a weakened version of Hashirama. Even without the sage body, she had her own creations, the In Seal and Creation Rebirth, giving her endurance nearly on par with Hashirama. Their battle was the longest lasting. By the time the other reincarnated shinobi had been dealt with, the fight between Tsunade and Hashirama still raged on. However, Tsunade had now lost her combat capability unless she released the In Seal. Just as Tsunade hesitated over whether to release the In Seal, Hashirama smiled and said, "Little Tsunade, you never cease to amaze me. You've learned all there is to learn. The rest is up to you. Knowing you're here puts my mind at ease." As he finished speaking, Hashirama's body shattered like glass, instantly crumbling. It was clear that he had voluntarily undone the impure world reincarnation. "Grandfather," Tsunade murmured with a hint of reluctance. Though she was over 50 years old, in front of Hashirama, she would always be a little girl. Most of the reincarnated shinobi had weak fighting wills and were quickly sealed or voluntarily returned to the Pure Land. Only one remained. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was simply too elusive. "Minato, just let me seal you already," Jiraiya said with some exasperation. "I wish I could, but I can't control myself." "If you just move a little faster you'll catch me," Minato replied, spreading his hands and grinning. As they spoke, the shadow of the Nara clan crept toward Minato's feet. Just as it was about to touch him, Minato vanished in an instant. Again this same thing, a Nara clan member sighed helplessly. This had happened many times. However, in a corner they were unaware of the second Tsuchikage, who had supposedly been sealed, reappeared. The second Tsuchikage was a master of earth release and possessed a unique ability, splitting. This Mu was the other body that had split off earlier. Orochimaru and Obito, seeing the battlefield turning against them, would not sit idly by. They prepared to unleash their final trump card. The second Tsuchikage slammed his palm onto the ground, and a coffin instantly rose from the earth. Even before it opened, he could sense an ominous aura. Then a formidable man stepped out. He wore a red samurai outfit and possessed three Tomo Sharingan eyes. None other than the legendary Uchiha, Shinobi Madara Uchiha. "So this day has finally come. It seems Nagato has grown up," Madara said slowly. But the person before him was not Nagato. "I didn't expect the Akatsuki to summon you as well," Mu said gravely. Although he had performed the summoning jutsu, what was summoned was controlled by Orochimaru far away in the Akatsuki base. Madara then took a serious look at his own body and asked with some doubt, "Impure world reincarnation. Shouldn't it be the Rinne rebirth technique?" But none of it matters anymore. Madara Uchiha curled his lip, then abruptly sensed a surge of wood-released chakra. Hashirama Senju. Has he truly been summoned as well? He was indeed summoned, but has already returned to the Pure Land. Nagato spoke calmly. "What a pity," Madara murmured, disappointment flickering across his face. In this world, only Hashirama had ever earned his genuine respect. Then who wields the wood release now? The fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Having grasped the situation, Madara smiled faintly. "Tsunade, how intriguing. Let me now indulge in a proper game with the allied shinobi forces." Madara's sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the allied shinobi forces. Most Kage had fought defensively before, not fully unleashing their power. But Madara was no mere relic. Unlike Hashirama, who had long since departed for the Pure Land, he confronted the alliance with overwhelming, terrifying presence. Madara Uchiha. The sheer magnitude of his chakra made even the Kage tremble. "It seems our grandfathers never truly fought at full strength." Tsunade gazed upon Madara, deep, unfathomable as an abyss, and sighed inwardly. Unlike Hashirama and his peers, Madara bore no restraint. He would not wait for provocation. Without hesitation, Madara launched a devastating countercharge straight into the 10th Sandstrong allied forces. His figure blurred across the battlefield, each strike claiming a shinobi's life. Only now did they grasp Madara's true horror. He hadn't even employed ninjutsu yet his taijutsu alone overwhelmed the alliance, exposing their numbers as nothing more than hollow bravado. While Jiraiya engaged Minato in fierce combat, the other four Kage remained locked in chakra recovery, leaving Madara utterly unchallenged. Like a wrathful god of slaughter, he carved through the ranks. After 15 minutes of relentless assault, Tsunade was the first to recover. In a single flash, she lunged at Madara, her legendary fist striking with earth-shattering force. Caught off guard, Madara was hurled backward, skidding hundreds of meters before regaining his footing, now standing far beyond the alliance's formation. The allied forces swiftly reorganized, forming disciplined battle formations. "Not bad strength, but your aim lacks precision," Madara remarked, smiling. Clearly, Tsunade's mountain-splitting blow had left him unscathed. Observing their formation, he knew instantly they were preparing a synchronized ninjutsu. Madara brushed dust from his robes, formed a hand seal, and placed his hands before his mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Though ranked merely class, its destructive might rivaled class techniques wielded by Kage. A roaring inferno surged forward like a tidal wave, consuming all in its path, reducing earth and vegetation alike to blackened ash. Water release, shinobi stood ready. Hundreds moved as one, synchronizing their defensive tech. Water release, water encampment wall. Fire met water in cataclysmic collision. Steam exploded outward in blinding torrents, scorching heat, searing even behind the barrier. As fire and water canceled each other, thick, impenetrable mist blanketed the field. Seizing the momentary confusion, Madara vanished into the fog, then struck again. Within moments, over a dozen shinobi lay wounded. Seeing this, Gaara Inoki and now fully recovered, launched coordinated attacks against Madara. Gaara's sand hand sought to pin Madara in place. Inoki's earth release, earth core quake, hurled him skyward, where A descended like lightning, delivering a thunderous lightning release strike. Though this marked their first joint battle, the Kaguya fought with uncanny instinctive synergy. Boom! Just as A's lightning release, lightning laceration, neared Madara, a colossal azure Susanoo erupted around him, spinning into existence in an instant. The devastating lightning struck the Susanoo's surface, yet not a single crack appeared. A recoiled, sharply retreating midair. Within seconds, the Susanoo's upper half soared hundreds of meters high, its massive arms gripping twin azure blades, each over 100 meters long. Where those swords swept, shinobi fell like wheat before the scythe. Even Gaara's ultimate technique, sand binding coffin, failed to restrain the Susanoo. Stand back, Tsunade roared. Having replenished her chakra, she activated the wood clone technique, summoning a colossal wooden avatar rivaling Madara's Susanoo in scale, its limbs entwined with a titanic wooden dragon. Having battled Hashirama, Tsunade had mastered layering the wood dragon technique atop the wood clone, amplifying her power far beyond her earlier incarnation of the technique. You bear a trace of Hashirama's essence, Madara observed coldly, then clashed fiercely with Tsunade's wooden titan, azure blades flashing against massive wooden fists. This duel differed starkly from his past battles with Hashirama. Each slash stripped away vast swathes of wood from Tsunade's construct. She poured chakra relentlessly to sustain it, yet exhaustion crept in, swiftly threatening collapse. Meanwhile, Gaara Inoki and A continued their coordination. Inoki placed both hands upon the gourd on Gaara's back and declared gravely, "Gaara, you're our linchpin. I've reduced gravity's pull on every grain of sand within range." Gaara's gaze sharpened. He instantly sensed the sand growing unnaturally light, responding with unprecedented fluidity and precision. Excellent. Instantly, Gaara unleashed the sea of sand, engulfing both Madara's Susanoo and Tsunade's wooden titan. Its crushing weight focused overwhelmingly upon the Susanoo. Inside the Susanoo, Madara remained unmoved, arms crossed, watching the unfolding siege as if observing a distant spectacle. Yet as he grew complacent, a sand hand erupted from beneath his feet, coiling around his leg like a whip and flinging him violently clear of the Susanoo's protective aura. Seizing the opening, A lunged once more, lightning blazing toward Madara's chest midair. That same trick again. How utterly uninspired. Twisting mid-flight, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, transforming seamlessly into the spiraling concentric pattern of the Rinnegan. With his right hand, he gently pressed against A's lightning-charged fist, extinguishing the technique's fury in an instant. Then without pause, he seized A's throat. A felt his muscles liquefy, his lightning chakra surging uncontrollably into Madara's body. Tsunade naturally would not allow Madara to continue draining his energy. She urged the wooden giant to attack Madara. Though the wooden giant had no weapon, its several meter-wide hands forced Madara to temporarily release his hold on A. A was rescued, but he had lost the ability to continue fighting. What was that just now? Why was your attack absorbed? Inoki asked. They had perfectly timed their attack, yet it had failed. It's the Rinnegan. A said helplessly. What? A wave of confusion swept through the ninja alliance. It was clear that Madara's strength far exceeded their expectations. Madara used a shunshin to appear on a hill 100 meters away. The slippery second Tsuchikage Mu stood there. You are Orochimaru, aren't you? What have you done to my body? Madara said to Mu. By now Orochimaru had fully taken over Mu, who smiled and said, I restored your Rinnegan. Your current power far surpasses your prime. You have obtained the secrets of my body. A worthless creature like you, unable to decipher the ancient stone tablets left by the Uchiha clan, yet you managed to unlock my secrets. Not bad, Madara said with some displeasure. Thank you for the compliment. This was deduced from years of my research, and now you have confirmed my guesses. I have finally created the legendary eyes with my own hands, allowing me to witness the power of the gods. Mu revealed Orochimaru's signature sinister smile, his dark serpentine eyes gleaming. Originally, the Akatsuki had coerced Orochimaru to rejoin the organization, and he was somewhat reluctant. But when he saw Madara's corpse, all his reluctance vanished in an instant. To Orochimaru, Madara's corpse surpassed even Hashirama's. Though Madara was aged, the genetic data within his body exceeded that of any powerhouse Orochimaru had ever encountered. Don't misunderstand. This power is not something you created. It is my original state. The next moment, Madara once again manifested Susanoo before the Ninja Alliance. This time Susanoo was no longer in its basic form. Its legs had risen, and its size was several times greater than before. Standing before it, the Ninja Alliance seemed minuscule. Madara did not keep the Ninja Alliance waiting long. Harnessing the immense energy of Susanoo, he unleashed a devastating jutsu. Heavenly Obstruction Meteor. With Madara's roar, the entire sky was suddenly engulfed by thick, ominous clouds. A sinister aura pressed down, and the sky darkened. The crowd looked up. A colossal meteor was hurtling down from the sky with earth-shattering force. Though it had not yet fallen, its overwhelming size weighed on the hearts of the Ninja Alliance, leaving them breathless. Boundless panic spread rapidly through the Ninja Alliance. The already exhausted ninja, having endured many battles, now faced such a terrifying jutsu. Their last shred of courage was completely shattered. Bastard! This can't be real. How can we fight this? Is this the power of a god? We're completely out of our league. Some weak-willed ninja threw down their weapons, abandoned all resistance, and stared at the meteor in terror, awaiting the apocalypse. Those with stronger survival instincts began to flee in all directions. Even Jiraiya and Minato had to stop fighting. Minato, Jiraiya called out. Sensei, I can't control my body. Minato shook his head helplessly, though he desperately wanted to help. At this moment, Jiraiya naturally hoped Minato could act. But as the impure world reincarnation dwindled, Orochimaru's control grew stronger. Minato could not break free from Orochimaru's grasp to teleport the meteor away. Tsunade, Gaara, and Inoki leaped toward the meteor, trying to slow its descent and give the Ninja Alliance below a chance to survive. Earth Release Super Lightweight Rock Technique. Desert Sandwall. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. The three unleashed their signature techniques. Together they managed to halt the giant meteor's fall. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, another meteor crashed down from the sky. The combined weight of the two massive rocks crushed the three. At this critical moment, a silver light flashed. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The two stacked meteors were sliced in half, scattering countless fragments into the air. Then another roar was heard. 8 gates, 7th gate open. Dragon's Fury. A dazzling blue dragon shot up from the ground, striking the remaining meteor fragments with unstoppable force. The hard meteor shattered like tofu under the dragon's assault. The catastrophe that had threatened to annihilate the Ninja Alliance vanished under these two attacks. The scattered rocks were cleared away by Gaara's sand, and Tsunade's would release. After the debris was cleared, the Ninja Alliance finally saw the newcomers. 4 extremely young ninja stood among them, all wearing Konoha forehead protectors. They were Xiao Li Ning, Xiai Ming Ren, and Zuizhu. Since they had not joined the allied forces, their headbands were unchanged. The Konoha F4 has arrived, Xianhua Ming Ren said with a smile. When the 4 sensed Madara entering the battlefield, they could not stay put. They broke through the guard's barrier and rushed over. If they had been a moment later, the entire 4th Division would have suffered devastating losses. Ming Ren, Xiao Li Ning, Xiai, Zuizhu, why are you here? Tsunade said angrily. Lady Tsunade, how could we remain idle at a time like this? It's time to show the strength of Konoha's new generation. Leave the rest to us young ones. Xiao Li said with a smile. All right, I'll take Madara. Ming Ren immediately stepped forward. He had missed the chance to act against the meteors, but this Madara looked strong, and he wanted to try his hand. Xiao Li blocked Ming Ren's path and said with a smile, there's something else you need to do first. What? Ming Ren asked, confused. Lord Jiraiya needs your support over there. Go deal with that little trouble first. Xiao Li pointed to where Jiraiya and Minato were. Inside Ming Ren, the Nine Tails was only the Yang half, while the Yin half resided in both Feng Shui Men. Xiao Li suggested Ming Ren go over, hoping he could absorb the Yin Nine Tails from Minato.